circumstances, even the acute intellect of Sweeney Todd saw dangers, and rumours of dangers, which no one but himself could have had the remotest idea of. He glared upon the beadle with positive ferocity, and so much affected was Otten by that lynx-like observation of Sweeney Todd's, that he stepped aside and disclosed that he was not alone. If anything could have confirmed Todd in his suspicions that there was a dead set at him, it was finding that the beadle was not alone. And yet the shoemaker was well known to him. But what will lull such suspicion as Sweeney Todd had in his mind? Once engendered, it was like the jealousy that makes the meat it feeds on. He advanced, step by step, glaring upon the beadle and upon the shoemaker. Reaching up his hand, he suddenly turned the lamp that hung from the ceiling clear round, so that, in lieu of its principal light falling upon him, it fell upon the faces of those who had paid him so unceremonious a visit. "Lawks," said the beadle. "Excuse us, Mr. Todd," said the shoemaker. "I assure you we only meant—" "What?" thundered Todd. Then suddenly softening his voice, he added, "You are very welcome here indeed. Pray, what do you want?" "Why, sir," said Otten, "you must know that this gentleman has a lodger." "A what?" "A lodger, sir, and so you see that's just the case. You understand that this lodger, law, Mr. Todd, this is your neighbour the shoemaker, you know. The front attic, you know, and all that sort of thing. After this explanation, I hope you'll lend us a candle at once, Mr. Todd, and let us up to the attic." Todd shaded his eyes with his hands and looked yet more earnestly at the beadle. "Why, Mr. Otten," he said, "indeed you do want a shave." "A shave?" "Yes, Mr. Otten, I have a good razor here that will go over your chin like a piece of butter. Only take a seat, sir, and if you, neighbour, will go home comfortably to your own fireside, I will send for you when Mr. Otten is shaved." "But really," said the beadle, rubbing his chin, "I was shaved this morning, and as I do for myself always, you see why I don't think I require convulsions. Mr. Todd, why do you look at a man so? Remember the habeas corpus. That's what we call the palladium of the British Constitution, you know." By this time the beadle had satisfied himself that he did not at all require shaving, and turning to the shoemaker he said, "Why don't you be shaved?" "Well, I don't care if I do, and perhaps in the meantime you, Mr. Otten, will go up to the attic and take a peep into the next one, and see if my lodger is up or in bed, or what the deuce has become of him. It's a very odd thing, Mr. Todd, that a man should take one's attic and then disappear without coming downstairs." "Disappear without coming downstairs?" said Todd. "Yes, and my wife says—" Todd made an impatient gesture. "Gentlemen, I will look in my attic myself. The fact is that the flooring is rather out of order, and unless you know exactly where to step you will be apt to fall through a hole into the second floor." "The deuce you are," said Otten. "Yes, so I would not advise either of you to make the attempt. Just remain there and I'll go at once." The proposition suited both parties, and Mr. Todd immediately passed through a door at the back of his shop, which he immediately closed behind him again. Instead of going upstairs, however, he slid aside a small opening in the panel of this door and placed his ear to it. If people say anything impudent, it is the moment they are free from the company that has held them in check. It was one of Sweeney Todd's maxims, his first notion that the beadle and the shoemaker had come covertly to search his house, had given way a little, and he wanted to convince himself of the innocency or the reverse of their intentions before he put himself to any further trouble. "I don't like it," said the shoemaker. "Like what? Convulsions? What don't you like?" "Intruding upon Mr. Todd. What does he care about my lodgers? It ain't as if he let any of his own house and had a fellow feeling with us." "Very good," said the beadle, "but you send for me and you ask me what's best, and I tell you that habeas corpus and one thing and another, what I advised was the only thing, that was to get into Mr. Todd's attic, and then get on the parapet and into yours. But if so be as there's holes in Mr. Todd's attic, that will alter the affair, you know." "Fool, fool," muttered Todd. "After all, they only come upon their own twaddling affairs, and I was idiot enough to suspect such muddy patéed rascals." In an instant he was in the shop again. Nobody there, gentlemen. I have looked into the attic and there's nobody there. Well, I'm very much obliged to you, Mr. Todd, said the shoemaker, for taking so much trouble. I'll go and rather astonish my wife, I think. Convulsions, said the beadle. It's an odd thing, but you know, Mr. Todd, habeas corpus must have his way. Chapter 43. When they had left, Todd remained for some minutes in an attitude of thought. Is this an accident? He said, or is it but the elaboration of some deep design to entrap me? What am I to think? Todd was an imaginative man quite. He was just the individual to think over the affair until he made something of it, very different from what it really was, and yet there was some hope that the matter was no more than what it appeared to be, by the character of the parties who had come upon the mission. If anything serious had come to the ears of the authorities, he thought that surely two such people as the beadle of St. Dunstan's and his neighbour the shoemaker would not be employed to unravel such a mystery. He sat down in an arm-chair and rested his head upon his hand, and while he was in that attitude the door of his shop opened, and a man in the dress of a carter made his appearance. Be this Mr. Todd's? Well, said Todd, what then? Why then this be for him like it's a letter, but larning weren't much the fashion in my young days, so I can't read what's on it. Todd stretched out his hand. An instant examination showed him it bore the Peckham postmark. Ah, he muttered from fog. Thank you, my man, that will do, that will do. What do you wait for? Please to remember the carter, your honour. Todd looked daggers at him, and slowly handed out 2p, which the man took with a very ill grace. What, said Todd, would you charge me more for carrying a letter than King George III does, you extortionate rascal? The carter gave a nod. Get out with you or buy. Todd snatched up a razor, and the carter was off like a shot, for he really believed from the awful looks of Todd that his life was not worth a minute's purchase. Todd opened the letter with great gravity. It contained the following words: Dear Sir, the lad I grieve to say is no more. Let us hope he is gone where the weary are at rest, and where there is neither sin nor sorrow. I am, dear sir, yours faithfully, Jacob B. Fogg. Humph, said Todd. He held the letter in the flame of the lamp until it fell a piece of airy tinder at his feet. Humph, he repeated, and that humph was all that he condescended to say of poor Tobias Ragg, whom the madhouse-keeper had thought proper to say was dead, hoping that Todd might never be undeceived, for the barber was a good customer. If, however, Tobias should turn up to the confusion of Fogg and of Todd, what could the latter do for the deceit that had been practised upon him? Literally nothing. No sooner, said Todd, does one cloud disappear from my route than another takes its place. What can that story mean about the attic next door? It sounds to my ears strange and portentous. What am I to think of it? He rose and paced his shop with rapid strides. At length he paused as though he had come to a determination. The want of a boy is troublesome to me, he said. I must get one, but for the present this must suffice. He wrote upon a small slip of paper the words, Gone to the temple, will return shortly. He then, by the aid of a wafer, affixed this announcement to the upper part of the half-glass door leading into his shop, locking this door securely on the inside, and starting a couple of bolts into their sockets, he lit a candle and left his shop. With a stealthy, cat-like movement, Todd passed through the room immediately behind his business apartment, and opening another door he made his way towards the staircase. Then he paused a moment. He thought some sound from above had come upon his ears, but he was not quite sure. To suspect, however, was with such a man as Todd to be prepared for the worst, and accordingly he went back to the room behind his shop again, and from a table drawer he took a knife, such as is used by butchers in their trade, and firmly clutching it in his right hand while he carried the candle in his left, he once more approached the staircase. I do not think, he said, that for 9 years now any mortal footsteps but my own have trod upon these stairs or upon the flooring of the rooms above. Woe be to those who may now attempt to do so. Woe, I say, be to them, for their death is at hand. These words were spoken in a deep hollow voice that sounded like tones from a sepulchre, as they came from the lips of that man of many crimes. To give Todd his due, he did not seem to shrink from the unknown and dimly appreciated danger that might be upstairs in his house. He was courageous, but it was not the high-souled courage that nerves a man to noble deeds. No, Sweeney Todd's courage was that of hate, hatred to the whole human race, which he considered, with a strange inconsistency, had conspired against him. Whereas he had been the one to place an impassable barrier between himself and the amenities of society. He ascended the stairs with great deliberation. When he reached the landing upon the first floor, he cast his eyes suspiciously about him, shading the light as he did so with his hand, that same hand that held the knife, the shadow of which fell upon the wall in frightful proportions. "All is still," he said. "Is fancy, after all, only playing me such tricks as she might have played me 20 years ago? I thought I was too old for such freaks of the imagination." Todd did not suspect that there was a second period in his life when the mental infirmities of his green youth might come back to him, with many superadded horrors accumulated, with a consciousness of guilt. He slowly approached a door and pushed it open, saying as he did so, "No, no, no. Above all things I must not be superstitious. If I were so, into what a world of horrors might I not plunge? No, no, I will not people the darkness with horrible fantasies. I will not think that it is possible that men with 20 murders on their heads can revisit this world to drive those who have done them to death with shrieking madness. This world, do I say? There is no other. Bah, priests may talk, and the weak-brained fools who gape at what they do not understand may believe them, but when man dies, when the electric condition that has imputed to his humanity what is called life flies, he is indeed dust to dust. Ha, ha, I have lived as I will die, fearing nothing and believing nothing." As he uttered those words which found no real echo in his heart, for at the bottom of it lay a trembling belief in, and a dread of the great God that rules all things, and who is manifest in the meanest seeming thing that crawls upon the earth, he entered one of the rooms upon that floor and glanced uneasily around him. All was still. There were trunks, clothes upon chairs, and a vast amount of miscellaneous property in this room, but nothing in the shape of a human being. Todd's spirits rose, and he held the long knife more carelessly than he had done. "Foe, foe," he said, "I do indeed at times make myself the slave of a disturbed fancy. Foe, foe, I will no more listen to vague sounds meaning nothing, but wrapping myself up in my consciousness of having nothing to fear, I will pursue my course, hideous though it may be." He turned and took his way towards the landing place of the staircase again. He was now carrying both the light and the knife rather carelessly, and everybody knows that when a candle is held before a person's face, that but little indeed can be seen in the hazy vapour that surrounds it. So it was with Todd. He had got about 2 paces from the door when a strange consciousness of something being in his way came over him. He immediately raised his hand, that hand that still carried the knife, to shade the light, and then, horror, horror, he saw standing upon the landing a figure attired in faded apparel, whose face was dabbled in blood, and the stony eyes which were fixed upon the face of Todd with so awful an expression that had the barber's heart been made of much more flinty materials than it was, he could not have resisted the terrors of that awful moment. With a shriek that echoed through the house, Todd fell upon the landing. The light rolled from stair to stair until it was finally extinguished, and all was darkness. Sweeney Todd astonished by Crotchet, the Bow Street officer. "Good," said Crotchet, for it was he who had enacted the ghost. "Good. I'm blessed if I didn't think that air would nail him. These sort o' chaps are always on the lookout for something or another to be frightened at, and you have only to show yourself to put 'em almost out of their 7 senses. It was a capital idea that of me to cut my finger a little, and get some blood to smear over my face. It's astonishing what a long way a little drop will go, to be sure. I dare say it makes me look precious rum." Mr. Crotchet was quite right regarding the appearance which the blood smeared over his face gave to him. It made him look perfectly hideous, and anyone whose conscience was not, with injustice corrupted, might well have been excused for a cold chill and, perchance, even a swoon like Sweeney Todd's at his appearance. I rather think, added Crotchet, that's a settler, so I'll just take the liberty, old fellow, of lighting your candle again, and then mizzling, for I don't somehow think much good is to be done in this crib just now. By the aid of his phosphorus match, Crotchet soon succeeded in re-illumining the candle, which he found on a mat in the passage, but notwithstanding his opinion that he had seen about as much as there was to see in Todd's house, he, when he had the candle alight, thought he might just as well peep into the parlour immediately behind the shop, before going upstairs again. The door offered no opposition, for Todd had certainly not expected anyone downstairs, and Mr. Crotchet found himself in the parlour about as soon as he had formed the wish to be there. This parlour was perfectly crammed with furniture, and all of the bureau kind, that is to say, large, shapeless-looking pieces of mahogany, with no end of drawers. Crotchet made an attempt at several before he found one that yielded to his efforts to open it, and that only did so because the hasp into which the lock was shot had given way, and no longer held it close. This drawer was full of watches. Humph, said Crotchet. Todd ought to know the time of day certainly, and no mistake. Ah, these air machines, if they had tongues now, I rather think could tell a tale or two. Howsomedever, I'll pocket some of 'em. Mr. Crotchet put about a dozen watches in his pocket forthwith, and then he began to think that, as he did not wish to take Mr. Todd just then into custody, it would be just as well if he left the house. Besides, the barber had only fell into a swoon through fright, so that his recovery was a matter that could be calculated upon with something like certainty in a short time. It would be a world of pities if he was to find out as the ghost was only me, said Crotchet, so I'll be off before he comes to himself. Extinguishing the light, Crotchet wound his way up the staircase again, but when he got to the landing he stopped and said, "Bless us, I've not got them canes and swords as Sir Richard wanted me to bring away with me." Well, the watches will answer better than them, for all he wants is to compare 'em with the descriptions of some folks as has been missed by their blessed relations in London, so that's all right. Hilloa! This latter ejaculation arose from Crotchet having trodden upon Todd. The deuce! He added, I thought I had got clear of him. He paused and heard Todd utter a deep groan. Mr. Crotchet took this as a signal that he had better be off, and accordingly he ascended the next staircase quickly, and in a very few minutes reached the attic of Todd's house. When there, he quickly made his appearance in the shoemaker's attic, and found that Sir Richard Blunt had left the door of it just upon the latch for him. He was upon the point of passing out of the room and going downstairs, when he heard a confused sound approaching the attic, and he paused instantly. The sound came nearer and nearer, until Crotchet found that some half-dozen people were upon the landing, and all talking together in anxious whispers. What the deuce is up now? He thought. He approached the door and listened. I tell you what it is, Mr. Otten, said a female voice. It's now getting on for 10 o'clock, and I positively can't sleep in my bed unless I know something more about this horrid attic. Well, but mum, don't speak to me. Here's an attic and 2 men go into it. Then all at once there's no men in it, and then all at once one man comes down and walks out as cool as a cucumber and says nothing at all, and then we know well enough as there was 2 men and only one. But mum, don't speak to me, and only one has come down. And here's the t'other, cried Crotchet, suddenly bouncing out of the attic. The confusion that ensued baffles all description. A grand rush was made into the apartments of the lady who was fond of putting her feet into hot water, and in the midst of the confusion, Crotchet quickly enough went downstairs and made his escape from the shoemaker's house. Chapter 44. While all these things were going on at Sweeney Todd's in Fleet Street, Mrs. Lovett was not quite idle as regarded her own affairs and feelings. That lady's, what shall we say, certainly not affections, for she had none, passions is a better word, were inconceivably shocked by the discovery she had made of the perfidy of her flaunting and moustachioed lover. It will be perceived by this little affair of Mrs. Lovett's how strong-minded women have their little weaknesses. The hour of the appointment which she, Mrs. Lovett, had made with her military-looking beau came round, and there she sat looking rather disconsolate. Am I never to succeed, she muttered to herself, in finding one with whom I can make my escape from this sea of horrors that surrounds me? Am I, notwithstanding I have so fully accomplished all I wish to accomplish by, she shuddered and paused. Well, well, the time will come, I must go alone. Let Todd go alone, and let me go alone. Why should he wish to trammel my actions? He cannot surely think for a moment that with him I will consent to pass the remainder of my life. The scornful curl of the lip and the indignant toss of the head which accompanied these words would have been quite sufficient to convince Todd, had he seen them, of the hopelessness of any such notion. No, she added after a pause, I shall be alone in the world, or if I make ties, they shall be made in another country. There it is possible I may be, oh no, no, not happy. But I may be powerful and have cringing slaves about me, who, finding that I am rich, will tell me that I am beautiful, and I shall be able to drink deeply of the intoxicating cup of pleasure, in some land where prudery, or what is called propriety, has not set up its banner as it has in this land of outward virtue. As for Todd, I will try to be assured that he is a corpse before I breathe freely, and if I fail in that I will hope that we shall be thousands of leagues asunder. A shadow passed the window. Mrs. Lovett started to her feet. Ah, who comes? 'Tis he, no, God, 'tis Todd. For a moment she pressed her hands upon her face as though she would squeeze out the traces of passion from the muscles, and then her old set smile came back again. Todd entered the shop. For a few moments they looked at each other in silence, and then Todd said, Alone? Quite, she replied. He gave one of his peculiar laughs and then glided into the parlour behind the shop. Mrs. Lovett followed him. News, he said. None. The time is coming. The time to leave off this. Yes, the time to quit business, Mrs. Lovett. All goes well, swimmingly. Ha, ha, she shuddered as she said, Do not laugh. Let those laugh who win, replied Todd. How old are you, Sarah? Old? Yes, or to shape the question perhaps more to a woman's liking, how young are you? Have you yet many years before you in which to enjoy the fruits of our labours? Have you the iron frame which will enable you to say, I shall revel for years in the soft enjoyments of luxury stolen from a world I hate? Tell me. Mrs. Lovett fell into a musing attitude, and Todd thought she was reflecting upon her age. But at length she said, I sometimes think I would give half of what is mine if I could forget how I became possessed of the whole. Indeed. Yes, Todd, has no such feeling ever crossed you? Never. I am implacable. Fate made me a barber, but nature made me something else. In the formation of man there is a something that gives weakness to his resolves and makes him pause upon the verge of enterprise with a shrinking horror. That is what the world calls conscience. It has no hold of me. I have but one feeling towards the human race, and that is hatred. I saw that while they pretended to bow down to God, they had in reality set up another idol in their heart of hearts. Gold, gold, tell me, how many men there are in this great city who do not worship gold far more sincerely and heartily than they worship heaven? Few, few. Few, none, I say none. No, the future is a dream, an ignis fatuus, a vapour. The present we can grasp, ha! What is our wealth, Todd? Hundreds of thousands. He shaded his eyes with his hands and peered from the parlour into the shop. Who is that keeps dodging past the window each moment and peeping in at every convenient open space in the glass that he can find? Mrs. Lovett looked, and then after an effort she said, Todd, I was going to speak to you of that man. Ah, listen, I suspect him. For some days past he has haunted the shop and makes endeavours to become acquainted with me. I did not think it sound policy wholly to shun him, but gave him such encouragement as might supply me with opportunities of judging if he were a spy or not. Humph, I think him dangerous. Todd's eyes glistened like burning coals. Should he come into your shop to be shaved, Todd? Ha, ha, the horrible laugh rang through the place, and Mrs. Lovett's lover with the moustache sprung to the other side of Bell Yard, for the unearthly sound even reached his ears as he was peeping through the window to catch a glimpse of the charming widow. "You understand me, Todd. Perfectly, perfectly. I shall know him again. Ah, my dear Mrs. Lovett, how dangerous it is to be safe in this world. Even our virtue cannot escape detraction, but we will live in hopes of better times. You and I will show the world yet what wealth is." "Yes, yes." Todd crept close to her and was about to place his arm round her waist, but she started from him, exclaiming, "No, no, Todd, 1,000 times no. Have we not before quarrelled upon this point? Do not approach me, or our compact, infernal as it is at an end. I have sold my soul to you, but I have not bartered myself." The expression of Todd's countenance at this juncture was that of an incarnate fiend. He glared at Mrs. Lovett as though with the horrible fascination of his ugliness he would overcome her, and then slowly rising, he said, "Her soul! Ha, she has sold her soul to me. Ha, I will call tomorrow." He left the shop, and as he passed the gent who, by force of his moustache, hoped to win the affections of Mrs. Lovett, he gave him such a look that he terrified him, and the gent found himself in the shop before he was aware. Bless me, what a horrid-looking fellow! I swear by my courage and honour I never saw such a face. Ah, my charmer, who was that left your charming presence just now? Someone who came for a pie. 'Pon honour, he's enough to poison all the pies. Oh, you beauty, yo, ooh, ooh, ooh. The gallant's mouth was so full of a veal pie that he had stuffed into it that for some few moments he could not produce an intelligible sound. When he had recovered, he walked into the parlour and sat down, saying, "Now, Mrs. Lovett, here am I, 'pon honour, your humble servant, and stop my breath if I'd say as much to the Commander-in-Chief. When's the happy day to be? Do you really love me? Do I love you? Do I love fighting? Do I love honour, glory? Do I love eating and drinking? Do I love myself? Ah, Major Bounce, you military men are so gallant. 'Pon honour we are. General Cavendish used to say to me, 'Bounce,' says he, 'if you don't make your fortune by war, which you ought to do, Bounce, 'pon honour, you will make it by love.' General, says I, now I was always ready for a smart answer, Mrs. Lovett, so General, says I, the same to you. Very smart. Yes, wasn't it? 'Pon honour it was, and 'pon soul you looks more and more charming every day that I see you." "Oh, you flatterer." "No, no, bar flattering, bar flattering. His Majesty has often said, talk of flattery. Oh dear, Bounce is the man for me. He is right down, straight up off-handed, and no sort of mistake on. Another pie converted the oratory of the Major into something between a grunt and a sigh. "But, Major, I'm afraid that you will regret marrying me. If I convert all I have into money," the Major pricked up his ears, "I could not make of it more than £50,000. The Major's eyes opened to the size of pint saucers as he said, 50, fifth, say it again, £50,000. The Major rose and embraced Mrs. Lovett. Tears actually came into his eyes, and gulping down the pie, he cried, "You have 50,000 charms. Only let me be your slave, your dog, damn, your dog, Mrs. Lovett, and I shall consider myself the luckiest dog in the world, but not for the money, not for the money. No, as the Marquis of Cleveland once said, if you want a thoroughly disinterested man, go to Bounce." "Well, Major, since we understand each other so well, there are 2 little things that I must name as my conditions." "Name 'em. Name 'em. Do you want me to bring you the King's eye tooth or Her Majesty's wig and snuff-box? Only say the word." "One is that I will leave England. I have a private reason for so doing." "Damn, so have I. That is ahem. If you have a reason, that is a reason to me, you know." "Exactly. In some other capital of Europe we may spend our money and enjoy all the delights of existence. Do you speak French?" "Ahem. Oh, of course, I never tried particularly, but as Lord North said to the Duke of Bridgewater, Bounce is the man if you want anything done of an out-of-the-way character." "Very well, then. My next condition is that you shave off your moustache." "What? Shave off your moustache? I have the greatest possible aversion to moustache, therefore I make that a positive condition without which I shall say no more to you." "My charmer, do you think I hesitate? If you were to say to me, Bounce off with your head, in a moment it would roll at your feet. Go, then, to Mr. Todd's the barber in Fleet Street, and have them taken off at once, and then come back to me, for I declare I won't speak another word to you while you have them on. But, dear creature, Mrs. Lovett shook her head. "'Pon honour," she shook her head again. "I'll go at once then, 'pon soul, and have 'em taken off. I'll be back in a jiffy, Mrs. Lovett. Oh, you duck, I adore you. Confound the cash, it's you I knuckle under to. Man dotes on Venus, and I love it. Bye, I'll get it done and soon be back. 50,000, 50. Oh, law, why, Flukes, your fortune is made at last." These last words did not reach the ear of Mrs. Lovett. That lady threw herself into a chair where the gallant Major had left her. "Another," she said, "another, why did he try to deceive me? The fool, to pitch upon me of all persons to make his victim. I must have found him out and poisoned him if I had married him. It is better that Todd should take vengeance for me, and then the time shall come when he shall fall. Yes, so soon as I can, by cajolery or scheming, get sufficient of the plunder into my own hands, Todd's hours are numbered." After this Mrs. Lovett fell into a train of musing, and her face assumed an expression so different from that with which she was wont to welcome her customers in the shop, that not one of them would have known her. But we must look at Todd. It was upon his return home from several calls, the last of which had been this recent visit to Mrs. Lovett, that he had heard the noise in his house, which had terminated in his going upstairs, and being so terrified by Crotchet, it will be recollected that he fell insensible upon the staircase, and that Crotchet took that opportunity of making good his retreat. How long he lay there he, Todd, had no means of knowing, for all was profound darkness upon the staircase, but his first sensation consisted of a tingling in his feet and hands, similar to the sensation which is properly called your limbs going to sleep. Then a knocking noise came upon his sense of hearing. "What's that? Where am I?" he cried. No, don't hang me. Where's Mrs. Lovett? Hang her. She is guilty. Knock, knock, knock. Hush, hush, what is it? Who wants me? Good God, no, there is no good God for me. Knock, knock, knock came again with increased violence at the door of the shop below. Chapter 45. Todd scrambled to his feet. He held his head in his hand. What does it all mean? What does it all mean? Knock, knock, knock. Todd's senses were slowly returning to him. He began to recollect events at first confusedly, and then the proper order of their occurrence, how he had come home and then heard a noise and gone upstairs and seen. What? There he paused in his catalogue of events. What had he seen? Knock, knock, knock. Curses, he muttered. Who can that be hammering with such devilish perseverance at my door? By all that's horrible, they shall pay dearly for thus disturbing me. Who can it be? Not anyone to arrest me. No, they would not knock so long. An enforced entrance long before this would have brought them to me. What did I see? What did I see? What did I see? Dare I give it a name? He slowly descended the stairs, and reaching the shop, he peeped through a place in the door which he had made for such a purpose. There stood the hero of the moustachios knocking away with all his might to get the behests of Mrs. Lovett obeyed. Todd suddenly flung open the door, and in fell Major Bounce alias Flukes. "The devil! What do you want? 'Pon honour, damn it! Is this the way to treat a military man?" Todd turned to the side of the shop and hastily put on a wig. By an adroit movement of his fingers, he pulled his cravat sufficiently out from his neck to be able to bury his chin in it, and when he turned to the mock major, the latter had no suspicion that he looked upon the same person who had so alarmed him by a look in Bell Yard. "Shaved or dressed, sir?" said Todd. "Confound you, why did you open the door so quick? Thought you knocked, sir." "I did, but stopped my breath if you haven't given me an ugly fall, but no matter. None but the brave deserve the fair. You perceive I am a military man." "Oh, yes, sir, anybody may see that by your martial air. Ahem, you are right. Well then, Mr. Barber, I want my moustache shaved off. It's a fancy of a lady, one of the most charming of her sex, one with a £50,000 charm. 'Pon my valour she has. I am a lucky dog, 38, handsome as Apollo and beloved by the fairest of the fair. Life is a jolly thing, life is a jolly thing, while I drink deep and go frolicking. Fair maids, wives and widows, fair maids, wives and widows dote on the youth that goes frolicking." Ha, 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 life's a bumper. Upon my valour, Mr. Barber, I feel like a young colt, that I do. Really, sir, you don't say so. Oh, yes, yes, ha, ha, all's right, all's right. Now, Mr. What's your name, off with the moustache. It's only in the cause of the fair that I would condescend to part with them, that's a fact, but when a lady's in the case, upon my valour, you are an ugly fellow. You don't say so, replied Todd as he made a most hideous contortion. Most people think me so fascinating that they stay with me. Ha, ha, a good joke. Major Bounce, we may as well still call the poor wretch Major Bounce, placed his hat upon a chair and his sword upon the top of it. Pray, sir, be seated, said Todd. Ah, damn, is this seat a fixture? Yes, sir, it's in the proper light, you see, sir. Oh, very well, I, pluff, pluff, puff, puff. Confound you, what have you filled my mouth with soap suds for? Quite an accident, sir. Quite an accident, for which I humbly beg your pardon, I assure you, sir. If you keep your mouth shut and your eyes open, you will get on amazingly. Have you seen the paper today, sir? No. Sorry for that, sir. A very odd case, sir. A little on one side, a most remarkable case, I may say. A gentleman, sir, went into a barber's shop and... puff, sloosh, puff, am I to be poisoned by your soap suds? Upon my valour, I shall have to make an example of you to all barbers. You opened your mouth at the wrong time, sir. The wrong devil, don't keep me here all night. Certainly not, sir, but as I was saying about this curious case in the paper, a military gentleman went into a barber's shop to be shaved. Well, the devil, pluff, pluff, good God, am I to endure all this? Certainly not, sir. I'll show you the paper itself. You must know, sir, that the paragraph is headed Mysterious Disappearance of a Gentleman. Damn it, what do I care about it? Get on with the shaving. Certainly, sir. Todd gave a horrible scrape to Major Bounce's face with a blunt razor. Quite easy, sir. Easy? Good gracious, do you want to skin me? Oh dear no, sir, what an idea, to skin a military gentleman. Certainly not, sir. I see you require one of my best keen razors, one of the Magnum Bonhams. Ha, ha, what was that? Only me giving a slight smile, sir. The deuce it was. Don't do it again then, that's all, and get your keen razor at once and make an end of the business. I will make an end of the business. Sit still, sir, I'll be back in a moment. Todd went into the parlour. £50,000, muttered Major Bounce. I am a happy fellow. At last, after so many ups and downs, I light upon my feet, a charming widow. And she wishes to leave England. How lucky! I wish the very same thing. £50,000, 50,000 charms. Good God, what's that? Said a man who was passing Todd's window in Fleet Street. What a horrid shriek! Did you hear it, mum? Oh dear, yes, said a woman. I'm all of a tremble. It came from the barber's shop here. Let's go in and ask if anything is the matter. The man and woman crossed Todd's threshold and opened the shop door. A glance showed them that a man's face was at a small opening of the parlour door. The shaving chair was empty. What's the matter? Said the man. With whom? Said Todd. Well, I don't know, but I thought somebody cried out. Todd crept along the floor until he came close to the man, and then he said, My friend, have you anything to do? Yes, thank God. Then go and do it. And the next time you hear me cry out with the stomachache, ask yourself if it is your business to come in and ask me any questions about it. As for you, ma'am, unless you want to be shaved, I don't know for the life of me what you do here. Well, we only thought. Todd gave a hideous howl which so terrified both the intruders that they left the shop in a moment. His countenance then assumed that awful satanic expression which it sometimes bore, and he stood for the space of about 5 minutes in deep thought. Starting then suddenly, he took up the sword and hat of Major Bounce, and was in the act of putting both into a cupboard when a smothered cry met his ears. Todd unsheathed the sword, and after fastening his shop door, he went into the parlour. He was absent about 10 minutes, and when he returned he had not the sword, but he hastily washed his hands. Done, he said, scratch, 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 came something at his door, and Todd bent forward in an attitude of listening. Scratch, scratch, scratch. His face turned ghastly pale, and his knees knocked together as he whispered to himself, What is that? What is that? Todd was getting superstitious. Since his adventure with Mr. Crotchet, his nerves had been out of order, notwithstanding the exertions he had made to control himself and to convince his judgment that it was all a matter of imagination. Yet now, somehow or another, although there was no visible connection between the two things, he could not help mentally connecting this scratching at the door with the vision on the staircase. It is strange how the fancy will play such tricks, but it is no less strange than true that she does so, yoking together matters most dissimilar and leading the judgment into strange disorder. Scratch, scratch, scratch. What is it? Gasped Todd, but time works wonders, and after the first shock to his nerves, the barber began to think that someone must be playing him a trick, and for all he knew it might be the very man whom he had snubbed so for interfering with him, or it might be some boy. The boys would at times tease Sweeney Todd. This supposition gathered strength each moment. "It is a trick, he said. "I will be revenged." He took a thick stick from a corner and stealthily approached the door. The odd scratching noise continued, and he again paused for a few moments to listen to it. A boy, he growled. "It is one of the infernal boys." Opening the door a little way with great quickness, Todd aimed a blow through the opening. There was a short, angry bark, and his old enemy, the dog that had belonged to the mariner, thrust in his head and glared at Todd. "Help! Help! Murder!" cried Todd. The dog again. He made a vain effort to shut the door, but Hector was too strong for him, and as he had got his head in, he seemed to be determined to force in his whole body, which he fully succeeded in doing. Todd dropped the stick and rushed into the back parlour for safety, from whence, through a small square of glass near the top of the door, he glared at the proceedings of his four-footed foe. The dog went direct to the cupboard from which he had taken his master's hat, and, opening the door, he dragged out an assemblage of miscellaneous property, as though he hoped to find among it some other vestige of the dear master he had lost. When, however, after tossing the things about, he found that they were all strange to him, he gave a melancholy howl. Hector then appeared to be considering what he should do next, and after a few moments' consideration, he made a general survey of the shop, and finally ended by leaping into the shaving chair, where he sat and commenced such a series of melancholy howls that Todd was nearly driven out of his mind at the conviction that the whole street must be soon in a state of alarm. Oh, how glad he would have been to have shot Hector! But then, although he had pistols in the parlour, he might miss him and send the bullet into Fleet Street through his own window, and perchance hit somebody, and that would be a trouble. The report, too, would bring a crowd round his shop, and the old story of him and the accusing dog, for had not that dog accused him, would be brought up again. But yet something must be done. "Am I to be a prisoner here," said Todd, "while that infernal dog sits in the shaving chair howling?" Now and then, for the space of about half a minute, the dog would be quiet, but then the prolonged howl that he would give plainly showed that he had only been gathering breath to give it. Todd got desperate. "I must and will shoot him," he said. Going to a sideboard, he opened a drawer and took from it a large, double-barreled pistol. He looked carefully at the priming, and satisfying himself that all was right, he crept again to the parlour door. "I must and will shoot him at any risk," he said. "This infernal dog will be else the bane and torment of my life. I thought I had been successful in poisoning the brute as he suddenly disappeared from my door, but he has been preserved by some sort of miracle on purpose to torment me." Howl went the dog again. Sweeney Todd took a capital aim with the pistol. To be sure, his nerves were not quite in such good order as they sometimes were, but then the distance was so short that how could he miss such an object as a Newfoundland dog? I have him," he muttered. "Ha, ha, I have him." He pulled the trigger of the pistol, snap went the lock, and the powder in the pan flashed up in Todd's face, but that was all. Before he could utter even an oath, the shop door was opened, and a man's voice cried, "Hasn't nobody seen nothing of never a great dog nowheres? Oh, there you is, my tulip. Come to your father, you rogue you. So you gived me the slip at last, did you, you villain?" Chapter 46. Sweeney Todd revisited by the dog of one of his victims. Hector whined a kind of recognition of this man, but he did not move from the chair in Todd's shop upon which he had seated himself. "Come, old fellow," said the man, "you don't want to be shaved, do you?" Hector gave a short bark, but he wagged his tail as much as to intimate, "Mind, I am not at all angry with you." And indeed it was quite evident from the manner of the dog to this man that there was a good understanding between them. "Come now, Pisson," said the man, "don't be making a fool of yourself here any more. You ain't on friendly terms here, my tulip." "Hilloa," cried Todd. The man gave a start and Hector uttered an angry growl. "Hilloa, who are you?" "Why, I'm the ostler at the Bullfinch, opposite. Is that your dog?" "Why, in a manner o' speaking, for want of a better master, he's got me." The ostler, by dint of shading his eyes with his hands and looking very intently, at last saw Todd, and then he added, "Oh, it's you, master, is it? Take away that animal directly," cried Todd. "Take him away. I hate dogs. Curses on both you and him. How came he here?" "Ah, Pisson, Pisson, why did you come here, you good-for-nothink fella, you? You ought to have knowed better. Didn't I always say to you, leastways, since I've had you, didn't I say to you, don't you go over the way, for that Barber is your natural enemy, Pisson, and yet here yer is." As he spoke, the ostler embraced Hector, who was not at all backward in returning the caress, although in the midst of it he turned his head in the direction of the back parlour and gave a furious bark at Todd. "There is some mystery at the bottom of all this," muttered Todd, and then raising his voice he added, "How did you come by the dog?" "Why, I'll tell you, master. For a matter of 2 days, you know, he stuck at your door with a hat as belonged. Well, well, yes, his master, folks said, was murdered. Ha, ha, oh Lord, what was that? Only me, I laughed at the idea of anybody being murdered in Fleet Street, that was all. It don't seem very likely. Well, as I was a-saying, arter you had finished off his master, I begs your pardon. Only, you see, the dog would have it that you had, and so folks say so as natural as possible. But howsomedever, I comed by and seed this here dog in the agonies o' conwulsions all along o' Pisson. Now where I come from, the old man, that's my father as was, had lots o' dogs, and consequently I knowed something about them cretters. So I takes up this one and carries him on my back over the way to the stables, and there I cures him and makes a pet of him, and I called him Pisson, 'cause, you see, as he had been pissoned. Law, sir, you should only have seed him when he was getting a little better, how he used to look at me and try to say, 'Bill, don't I love you neither, it's affection, that it is, blow me.'" Todd gave an angry snarl of derision. "I tell you what it is, my man," he said, "if you will hang that dog I will give you a guinea." "Hang Pisson? No, old un, I'd much rather hang you for half that money. Come along, my daffodowndily, don't you stay here any more. Why, I do believe it was you as pissoned him, you old bloke." The ostler seized Hector, or Pisson, as he had fresh christened him, round the neck, and fairly dragged him away out of the shop. To be sure, if Hector had resisted, the ostler, with all the power of resistance he possessed, it would indeed have been no easy matter to remove him. But it was wonderful to see how nicely the grateful creature graduated his struggles, so that they fell short of doing the smallest hurt to his preserver, and yet showed how much he wished to remain as a terror and a reproach to Sweeney Todd. When they were both fairly gone, Todd emerged from his parlour again, and the horrible oaths and imprecations he uttered will not bear transcription. With eager haste he again bundled into the cupboard all the things that the dog had dragged out of it, and then stamping his foot he said, "Am I, after defeating the vigilance of heaven only knows who, and for so long preserving myself from almost suspicion, to live in dread of a dog? Am I to be tormented with the thought that that fiend of an animal is opposite to me, and ready at any moment to fly over here and chase me out of my own shop? Confound it, I cannot and will not put up with such a state of things. Oh, if I could but get one fair blow at him, only one fair blow." As he spoke he took up a hammer that was in a corner of the shop and made a swinging movement with it through the air. Someone at that moment opened the shop door and narrowly escaped a blow upon the head that would have finished their mortal career. "Hilloa, are you mad?" "Mad? said Todd. Yes, do you knock folks' brains out when they come to be shaved? Mine's a sedentary employment, said Todd, and when I am alone I like exercise to open my chest. That's all. Ain't it rather late to be shaved? I was just about to shut up. Why, it is rather late, Mr. Todd, but the fact is I am going to York by the early coach from the Bullfinch Inn opposite, and I want a shave before I get upon my journey, as I shan't have an opportunity, you see, again, for some time. Very well, sir. Come in, Charlie. Todd started. What's that? He said. He felt afraid that it was the dog again under some new name. Truly, conscience was beginning to make a coward of Sweeney Todd, although he denied to himself the possession of such an article. Charlie came in the shape of a little boy of about 8 years of age. Now you sit down and don't do any mischief, said the father, while I get Mr. Todd to shave me. I am a late customer indeed. You see, the coach goes in 2 hours, and as I have got to call the last thing upon Alderman Stanton's, I thought I would be shaved first, and my little lad here would come with me. Oh, certainly, sir, said Todd. I believe I have the pleasure of speaking to Mr. Brown, the silversmith. Yes, yes. The alderman gave me some jewels worth about £3,000 to reset, and though they are not done, I really don't like to have them at home while I take such a journey, so I want to lodge them with him again until I come back. Todd lathered away at Mr. Brown's chin as he said with an air of innocence, Can you carry so many jewels about with you, sir? So many, aye, 10 times as many. Why, they are all in a little narrow case that would not hold a pair of razors. Indeed, Todd began the shaving. And so this is your little boy, a sharp lad, no doubt. Tolerable. The whiskers as they are, sir. Oh, yes, yes. I suppose you never trust him out alone in the streets. Oh, yes, often. Is it possible? Well, now, I should hardly have thought it. What a sweet child he looks, and such a nice complexion, too. It's quite a pleasure to see him. I was considered myself a very fine child a good while ago. Todd took care to lift the razor judiciously so as to give Mr. Brown opportunities of replying, and the silversmith said, Oh, yes, he's a nice little fellow. He's got his mother's complexion. And he shan't lose it, said Todd, if there's any virtue in perlometrical savonia. In what? Oh, that's the name I give to a soap that preserves the complexion in all its purity. I have only a small parcel of it, so I don't sell it, but I give it away now and then to my lady customers. Excuse me for one moment. Oh, certainly. Todd opened a glass case and took out 2 pieces of soap of a yellowish tint. There, Charlie, he said as he handed them to the little fellow, there's a piece for you and a piece for Mamma. Really, you are very kind, Mr. Todd, said Brown. Oh, don't mention it. Run home at once, Charlie, with them, and by the time you get back your father will be finished. Run along. I won't, said Charlie. Ah, come, come, said his father. I won't go, and I don't like soap. And why don't you like soap, my little man? Said Todd as he recommenced operations upon the silversmith's face. Because I don't like to be washed at all, it scrubs so, and I don't like you either, you are so dreadfully ugly that I don't. Todd smiled blandly. Now, Charlie, said his father, I am very angry with you. You are a very bad boy indeed. Why don't you do as Mr. Todd tells you? Because I won't. Bless him, said Todd, bless his heart. But don't you think, Mr. B, here Todd's voice sank to a whisper, don't you think that it's rather injudicious to encourage this obstinacy, if one may call it such, thus early in life? It may, you know, grow upon the dear little fellow. You are right, Mr. Todd, and I know that he is spoiled, but I have a more than ordinary affection for him since, under most critical circumstances, once I saved his life. From that time I confess that I have been weak enough to allow him too much of his own way. Thank you, Mr. Todd, a very clean, comfortable shave indeed. Mr. Brown rose from his chair and approached the little boy. Charlie, my dear, he said, you will save Papa's life some day, won't you? Yes, said Charlie. The father kissed him as he added, how affected I feel tonight. I suppose it's the thought of the long journey I am going. No doubt, said Todd. Good night, Mr. Todd. Come along, Charlie. Won't you give me a kiss, you darling, before you go? Said Todd. No, as ugly, I won't. Oh, Charlie, Charlie, your behaviour to Mr. Todd is really anything but right. You are a very bad boy tonight, come along. Away they went, and Todd stood stropping the lately used razor upon his hand, as he glared upon them and muttered, "Jewels worth £3,000, and so you saved the child's life, did you? By all that's devilish, he has returned the obligation." He went to the door and looked after the retreating figures of the silversmith and his child. He saw with what tender care the father lifted the little one over the roadway, and again he muttered, £3,000 gone, gone when it was almost within my grasp. All this is new. I used not to be the sport of such accidents and adverse circumstances. Time was when by the seeming irresistible force of my will I could bend circumstances to my purposes, but now I am the sport of dogs and children. What is the meaning of it all? Is my ancient cunning deserting me? Is my brain no longer active and full of daring? He crept back into his shop again. The hour was now getting late, and after sitting for some time in silent musing he rose, and without a word, commenced closing his establishment for the night. "I must have another boy," he said as he put up the last shutter and secured it in its place. "I must have another boy. This state of things will not do. I must certainly have another boy. Tobias Ragg would have suited me very well if he had not been what shall I call it, confoundedly imaginative. But he is dead, that is a comfort. He is dead, and I must have another boy." Bang went Sweeney Todd's shop door. The beautiful moon climbed over the housetops in Old Fleet Street. The clock of St. Dunstan's struck the hour of 11. The streets began to be thin of pedestrians, and the din of carriages had almost entirely ceased. London then, although it was so not long ago, presented a very different aspect at the hour of 11 to what it does now. The old hackney coaches had not been ousted from the streets by the cabs and the omnibuses, and the bustle of the city was indeed but a faint echo then of what it is now. Time changes all things. Chapter 47. "Johanna, attend to me," said Mrs. Oakley upon the morning after these events. "Well, mother, your father is an idiot. Mother, I dissent from the opinion, and if it were true it comes with the worst possible grace from you, but I am sick at heart. I pray you to spare me reproaches or angry words, mother. Haty-taty, one must not speak next, I suppose. Some people fancy that other people know nothing, but there is such a thing as overhearing what some people say to other people." Johanna had not the most remote notion of what her mother meant, but Mrs. Oakley's tongue was like many pieces of machinery that when once set in motion are not without considerable trouble brought to a standstill again, so on she went. "Of course, I now know quite well why the godly man who would have made you a chosen vessel was refused. It was all owing to that scamp Mark in Jestry." "Mother, marry, come up. You need not look at me in such a way. We don't all of us see with the same eyes. A scamp he is, and a scamp he will be. Mother, he whom you so name is with his God. Mention him no more. The wild ocean rolls over his body, his soul is in heaven. Speak not irreverently of one whose sole crime was that he loved me." "Oh, mother, you—" Johanna could say no more, she burst into tears. "Well," said Mrs. Oakley, "if he is dead, pray what hinders you from listening to the chosen vessel, I should like to know. Do not, mother, say any more to me. I dare not trust myself to speak to you upon such a subject." "What is this?" said Mr. Oakley, stepping into the room. "Johanna in tears, what has happened?" Mr. Oakley defends Johanna from the violence of her mother. "Father, dear father." "And Mr. O," cried Mrs. Oakley, "what business is it of yours, I should like to know? Be so good, sir, as to attend to your spectacles and such like rubbish, and not to interfere with my daughter. Dear me, ain't she my daughter likewise?" "Oh yes, Mr. O. Go on with your base, vile, wretched, contemptible, unmanly insinuations. Do go on, pray, I like it. Oh, you odious wretch, you spectacle-making monster." "Do not," cried Johanna, who saw the heightened colour of her father's cheek. "Oh, do not let me be the unhappy cause of any quarrelling. Father. Hush, my dear, don't you say another word. Cousin Ben is coming to take a little bit of lunch with us today." "I know it. cried Mrs. Oakley, clapping her hands together with a vengeance that made Oakley jump again. I know it. Oh, you wretch, you couldn't have put on such airs if your bully had not been coming. I thought the last time he came here was enough for him. Aye, and for you too, Mr. O. It was nearly too much, said the spectacle maker, shaking his head. Tow row, 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 cried Big Ben, popping his head into the parlour. What do you all bring it in now? Wilful murder with the chill off or what? Ah, Mother Oakley, what's the price of vinegar now wholesale? Pluck does it. Here you is. Ha ha, ain't we a united family? Couldn't stay away from you, Mother Oakley, no more nor I could from that 'ere laughing hyena we has in the tower. Eugh, wretch! Sit down, Ben, said Mr. Oakley. I am glad to see you, and I am quite sure Johanna is. Oh, yes, yes, that's it, said Ben. It's on Johanna's account I came. Now, little one, just tell me. Johanna had just time to place her finger upon her lips, unobserved by anyone, and shake her head at Ben. Ah, how are you, eh? He said, turning the conversation. Come, Mother O, stir your old stumps and be alive, will you? I have come to lunch with your lord and master, so bustle, bustle. Mrs. Oakley rose, and placing her hands upon her hips, she looked at Ben as she said, You great, horrid man-mountain of a wretch, I only wonder you ain't afraid, after the proper punishment you had on the occasion of your last visit, to show your horrid face here again. You deludes to the physicking, I suppose, mum. Law bless you, it did us no end of good. But howsomedever we provide agin wice in animals when we knows on it aforehand, do you see? Oh, there you is. A boy howled out from the shop. Did a gentleman order 2 gallons of half and half here, please? All's right, said Ben. Now, Mother O, the only thing I'll trouble you for is a knife and fork. As for the rest of the combustibles, here they is. Ben took from one capacious pocket a huge parcel containing about 6 pounds of boiled beef, and from the other he took as much ham. Hold hard, he cried to the boy who brought the beer. Take this half-crown, my lad, and get 3 quartern loaves. But, Ben, said old Mr. Oakley, I really had no intention, when I asked you to come to lunch this morning, of making you provide it yourself. We have, or we ought to have, plenty of everything in the house. Old birds, said Ben, isn't to be caught twice. A fellow, arter he has burnt his fingers, is afeard o' playing with the fire. No, Mrs. O, you gave us a benefit last time, and I ain't a-going to try my luck again. All's right, pitch into the grub. How is the chosen vessel, Mother O? All right, eh? Mrs. Oakley waited until Ben had made an immense sandwich of ham and beef, and then in an instant, before he was aware of what she was about, she caught it up and slapped it in his face with a vengeance that was quite staggering. Easy does it, said Ben. Take that, you great fat elephant. Go it, go it. Mrs. Oakley bounced out of the room. Johanna looked her sorrow, and Mr. Oakley rose from his chair, but Ben made him sit down again, saying, Easy does it, easy does it. Never mind her, cousin Oakley. She must have her way sometimes. Let her kick and be off. There's no harm done, not a bit. Lord bless you, I'm used to all sorts of cantankerous animals. Mr. Oakley shook his head. Forget it, father, said Johanna. I only wish, my dear, I could forget many things, and yet there are so many others that I want to remember mixed up with them that I don't know how I should manage to separate them one from the other. You couldn't do it, said Ben. Here's luck in a bag, and shake it out as you want it. This sentiment was uttered while Ben's head was deep in the recesses of the 2-gallon can of beer, so that it had a peculiar solemn and sonorous effect with it. After drinking about a quart, Ben withdrew the can and drew a long breath. Has he brought yours? He said. What? Who? Why the other 2 gallons for you and Johanna? Good gracious, Ben, you don't mean that. Don't I, though? Oh, here he is, all's right. Now, my lad, get the little pint jug with the silver top to it, and if we don't mull a drop, I'm a sinner. Now you'll see if Mrs. O. don't come round quite handsome. Ben, by the aid of some sugar, succeeded in making a very palatable drink, and just as the steam began to salute the nostrils of old Oakley and himself, the door of the parlour was opened, and who should heedlessly step into the room but the pious Mr. Lupin himself. Mr. Lupin was so transfixed by finding Ben there that for a moment or two he could not gather strength to retreat, and during that brief period Ben had shifted his chair until he got quite behind the reverend gentleman, who, when he did step back, in consequence fell into Ben's lap. "What do you mean?" cried Ben in a voice of thunder. "Oh, murder, murder, have mercy upon me. I only looked in as I was passing to ask how all the family was." "Yes," said Mr. Oakley, "and because you no doubt heard I was going to Tottenham to Judge Merivals to fit him with a pair of spectacles." Oh dear, let me go, sir. I don't want you," said Ben. "But as you are here, let's make an end of all differences and have a pint together." "A pint? Yes, to be sure, by the look of your nose I should say it knows pretty well what a pint is." "Oh dear, man is sinful alway, I bear no malice, and if the truly right-minded and pious Mrs. Oakley was only here, we might drink down all differences, Mr. Ben. Mr. Ben, thank you, sir." "Oh, Mr. Lupin," cried Mrs. Oakley at this moment, bursting into the parlour, "is it possible that you can give your mind in this way to the Philistines? Is not this backsliding? Let us hope for the best, sister," said Mr. Lupin with an evangelical twang. "Let us hope for the best. If people will drink, they had much better drink with the saints, who may take some favourable opportunity of converting them than with sinners." "Sit down, mum," said Ben, "and let's bury all animosities in the can. Easy does it. Don't you go, Johanna." "Yes, but Ben, now don't." Ben saw by the direction of Johanna's eyes that the Rev. gentleman was resting one of his red, raw-looking hands upon her arm, and situated as she was, she could not get out of his way but by rising. "Sit still," said Ben. "Easy does it." Lifting up the can then, he pretended to drink out of it, and then brought it with such a thundering crack upon Mr. Lupin's head that it quite staggered him. "Paws off," said Ben. "Just attend to that gentle hint, old friend." Mr. Lupin sat down with a groan. "Now, mum," said Ben, who all the while had held fast the stone mug of mulled porter. "Now, mum, here's some hot that don't suit me so well as the cold. Perhaps you and Mr. Lupin will take that, while I cuts a few more sandwiches." He placed the jug before Mr. Lupin, who thereupon left off rubbing his head and said, "I'm sure it would be highly unchristian of me to bear any malice, so, with the Lord's leave, I will even partake of some of this worldly liquor, called mulled porter." Now, while Mr. Lupin drank the savoury stream from the jug, it assailed the senses of Mrs. Oakley, and when the porter was placed before her, she raised it to her lips, saying, "If folks are civil to me, I'm civil to them, only I don't like my godly friends to be ill-treated. I'm sure nobody knows what I have gone through for my family, and nobody thinks what a mother and wife I have been. What would have become of Oakley if it hadn't been for me, is a question I often ask myself in the middle of the night. She's a wonderful woman," sighed Lupin. "Oh, uncommon," said Ben. "Let me go," whispered Johanna to Ben. "No, wait for the fun." "What fun?" "Oh, you'll see, you don't know what a trouble it has cost me, to be sure. Only wait a bit, there's a duck, do." Johanna did not like to say she would not, so she shrunk back in her chair in no small curiosity to know what was about to happen. Mrs. Oakley lifted the jug to her lips and drunk deep. The aroma of the liquor must have been peculiarly grateful to the palate of Mrs. Oakley, for she certainly kept the jug at her mouth for a length of time that, to judge by the look of impatience upon the countenance of Mr. Lupin, was something outrageous. "Sister," he said, "mind your breath." Down came the jug, and Mrs. Oakley, when she could draw breath, gasped, "Very good indeed. A dash of allspice would make it delicious." "Oh, sister," cried Lupin as he grasped the jug that was gently pushed towards him by Ben after Mrs. Oakley had set it down. "Oh, sister, don't give your mind to carnal things, I beg of you. Why, she's drank it all." Mr. Lupin peered into the jug. He shut the right eye and looked in with the left, and then he shut the left eye and looked in with the right, and then he moved the jug about until the silver lid came down with a clap that nearly snapped his nose off. "What's the matter?" said Ben. I don't exactly." Mr. Lupin raised the lid again and again, and peered into the jug in something of the fashion which popular belief supposes a crow to look into a marrow bone. At length he turned the jug upside down and struck the bottom of it with his pious knuckles. A huge toad fell sprawling upon the table. Mrs. Oakley gave a shriek and rushed into the yard. Mr. Lupin gave a groan and flew into the street, and the party in the parlour could hear them in a state of horrible sickness. "Easy does it," said Ben. "It's only a piece of wood shaped like a toad and painted, that's all. Now I'm easy, I owed him one." Chapter 48. Tobias is no worse all this time, but is he better? Has the godlike spirit of reason come back to the mind-benighted boy? Has that pure and gentle spirit recovered from its fearful thraldom and once again opened its eyes to the world and the knowledge of the past? We shall see. Accompany us, reader, once again to the house of Colonel Geoffrey. You will not regret looking upon the pale face of poor Tobias again. The room is darkened, for the sun is shining brightly, and an almond tree in the front garden is not sufficiently umbrageous in its uncongenial soil to keep the bright rays from resting too strongly upon the face of the boy. There he lies. His eyes are closed, and the long lashes, for Tobias, poor fellow, was a pretty boy, hung upon his cheek, held down by the moisture of a tear. The face is pale, oh, so pale and thin, and the one arm and hand that lies outside the coverlet of the bed show the blue veins through the thin, transparent skin, and all this is the work of Sweeney Todd. Well, well, heaven is patient. In the room is everything that can conduce to the comfort of the slumbering boy. Colonel Geoffrey has kept his word. And now that we have taken a look at Tobias, tread gently on tiptoe, reader, and come with us downstairs to the back drawing-room where Colonel Geoffrey, his friend Captain Rathbone, the surgeon, and Mrs. Ragg are assembled. Mrs. Ragg is crying her eyes out, as the saying is. "Sit down, Mrs. Ragg," said the Colonel. "Sit down and compose yourself. Come now, there is no good done by this immoderate grief, but I can't help it. You can control it, sit down. But I oughtn't to sit down. I'm the cook, you know, sir." "Well, well, never mind that if you are my cook. If I ask you to be seated, you may waive all ceremony. We want to ask you a few questions, Mrs. Ragg." Upon this Tobias's mother did sit down, but it was upon the extreme edge of a chair, so that the slightest touch to it in the world would have knocked it from under her, and down she would have gone on to the floor. "I'm sure, gentlemen, I'll answer anything I know and more too with all the pleasure in life, for, as I often said to poor Mr. Ragg, who is dead and gone and buried accordingly in St. Martin's, as he naturally might, and a long illness he had, and what with one thing and—" "Yes, yes, we know all that. Just attend to us for one moment, if you please, and do not speak until you thoroughly understand the nature of the question we are about to put to you." "Certainly not, sir. Why should I speak, for as I often and often said when—" "Hush, hush." Mrs. Ragg was silent at last, and then the surgeon spoke to her calmly and deliberately, for he much wished her clearly to understand what he was saying to her. "Mrs. Ragg, we still think that the faculties of your son Tobias are not permanently injured, and that they are only suffering from a frightful shock." "Yes, sir, they is frightfully shook." "Hush! We think that if anything that greatly interested him could be brought to bear upon the small amount of perception that remains to him, he would recover. Do you now know of anything that might exercise a strong influence over him?" "Lord bless you, no, sir." "How old is he?" 15, sir, and you would hardly believe what a time of it I had with Tobias. All the neighbours said, well, if Mrs. Ragg gets over this, she's a woman of 10,000. And Mrs. Whistlesides, as lived next door and had twins herself, owned she never. "Good God, will you be quiet, madam?" "Quiet, sir. I'm sure I haven't said 2 words since I've been in the blessed room. I appeal to the Colonel." "Well, well, it appears then, Mrs. Ragg, you can think of nothing that is at all likely to aid us in this plan of awakening, by some strong impression, the dormant faculties of Tobias." "No, gentlemen, no. I only wish I could, poor boy, and there's somebody else wasting away for grief about him. Poor little thing, when she heard that Tobias was mad, I'm sure I thought she'd have broke her heart, for if Tobias ever loved anybody in all the world, it was little Minna Grey. Ah, it's affecting to think how such children love each other, ain't it, sir? Lord bless you, the sound of her footstep was enough for him, and his eyes would get like 2 stars as he'd clap his hands together and cry, "Ah, that's dear Minna." That was before he went to Mr. Todd's, poor fellow. Indeed? Yes, sir. Oh, you haven't an idea. I think I have. Who is this Minna Grey who so enthralled his boyish fancy? Why, she's Widow Grey's only child, and they live in Milford Lane, close to the Temple, you see, and even Tobias used to go with me to drink tea with Mrs. Grey, as we was both bequeathed women in a world of trouble. You were what? Bequeathed? Bereaved you mean, I suppose, Mrs. Ragg, but how could you tell me that you knew of no means of moving Tobias's feelings? This Minna Grey, if he really loves her, is the very thing. Law, sir, what do you mean? Why, I mean that if you can get this Minna Grey here, the possibility is that it will be the recovery of Tobias. At all events, it is the only chance of that kind that presents itself. If that fails, we must only trust to time. How old is this girl? About 14, sir, and though I say it— Well, well. Do you now, as a woman of the world, Mrs. Ragg, think that she has an affection for poor Tobias? Do I think? Law bless you, sir, she dotes on the ground he walks on, that she does, poor young thing. Hasn't she grizzled a bit? It puts me in mind of— Yes, yes, of course it does. Now, Mrs. Ragg, you understand it is an object with our friend the Colonel here that no one but yourself should know that Tobias is here. Could you get this young girl to come to tea, for instance, with you without telling her what else she is wanted for? Dear me, yes, sir. For, as I used to say to Mr. Ragg, who is dead and gone, and buried in St. Martin's, exactly, now go and get her by all means, and when she comes here we will speak to her, but above all things be careful what you say. I think Mrs. Ragg is already aware, said Colonel Geoffrey, that her son's safety, as well as her own, depends upon her discretion in keeping his whereabouts a profound secret. We will instruct this young girl when she comes here. Colonel Geoffrey, when he heard that the medical man was of opinion that the experiment of awakening the feelings of Tobias by bringing Minna Grey was worth trying, at once acquiesced, and urged upon Mrs. Ragg to go and see Minna. After many more speeches, about as much to the purpose as those which we have already formed, Mrs. Ragg got herself dressed and went upon her errand. She was instructed to say that she had found herself unequal to being a laundress in the Temple, and so had thought it was better to return to her own original occupation of cook in a gentleman's family, and that, as she had the liberty to do so, she wished Minna Grey to come and take tea with her. Thus forewarned of the part she was to play, Mrs. Ragg started upon her mission, in which we need not follow her, for the result of it is all that we particularly care about, and that consisted in her bringing Minna in great triumph to the Colonel's house. Colonel Geoffrey and Captain Rathbone, who were staying to dine with him, saw the young girl as she came up the garden path. She was one of those small, delicately beautiful young creatures who seem specially made to love and be loved. Her light auburn hair hung in dancing curls down her fair cheeks, and her beautifully shaped lips and pearly teeth were of themselves features that imparted much loveliness to her countenance. She had, too, about her face all the charm of childish beauty, which bespoke her so young as to have lost little of that springtide grace, which, alas, is so fleeting. Add to all this a manner so timid, so gentle, and so retiring that she seemed to be an inhabitant of some quieter world than this, and you have Minna Grey, who had crept into the boyish heart of poor Tobias before your eyes. What a gentle, quiet-looking little creature, said the captain. She is indeed, and what a contrast. Between her and Mrs. Ragg, you mean, it does indeed look like an elephant escorting a fawn, but Mrs. Ragg has her good qualities. She has, and they are numerous. She is honest and candid as the day, and almost the only fault that can be laid to her charge is her garrulity. How do you mean to proceed? Why, Rathbone, I mean to condescend to do what, under any other circumstances, would be most unjustifiable. That is, listen to the conversation of Mrs. Ragg with Minna Grey. I do so with the concurrence of the old lady, who is to lead her to speak of Tobias, and it is solely for the purpose of judging if she really loves the boy, and making a proper report to the surgeon that I do so. You are right enough, Geoffrey. The end in this case, at all events, sanctifies the means, however defective such a system of philosophy may be as a general thing. May I likewise be an auditor? I was going to ask you to so far oblige me, for I shall then have the advantage of your opinion, so you will do me a favour. There was a small pantry called a butler's pantry close to the kitchen, into which Mrs. Ragg had taken Minna Grey. A door opened from this pantry into the kitchen, and another on to the landing at the foot of the kitchen stairs. Now Mrs. Ragg was to take care that the door opening to the kitchen should be just ajar, and the Colonel and his friend could get into the pantry by the other mode of entrance. Colonel Geoffrey was a gentleman in the fullest sense of the term, and he kept no useless bloated menials about him, so the butler's pantry had no butler to interfere with him, the Colonel in his own house. In the course of a few minutes Geoffrey and Rathbone were in the pantry, from whence they could both see and hear what passed in the kitchen. To be sure, there was a certain air of restraint about Mrs. Ragg at the thought that her master was listening to what passed, and that lady had a propensity to use hard words, of the meaning of which she was in the most delightful state of ignorance. But as it was to Minna Grey's conversation that the Colonel wanted to listen, these little peculiarities of Mrs. Ragg upon the occasion did not much matter. Of course, Minna thought she had no other auditors than her old friend. Mrs. Ragg was quite busy over the tea. "Well, my dear," she said to Minna, "this is a world we live in." Mrs. Ragg no doubt intended this as a discursive sort of remark that might open any conversation very well and lead to anything, and she was not disappointed, for it seemed to give to the young girl courage to utter that which was struggling to her lips. Mrs. Ragg," she began hesitatingly. "Yes, my dear, let me fill your cup. Thank you, but I was going to say, a little more sugar. No, but I cannot place a morsel in my lips, Mrs. Ragg, or think or speak to you of anything else until you have told me if you have heard any news of poor Tobias." Yes. Minna Grey placed her two little hands upon her face and burst into tears. Mrs. Ragg made a snuffling sort of noise that no doubt was highly sympathetic, and after a pause of a few moments' duration, Minna gathered courage to speak again. "You know, Mrs. Ragg, the last you told me of him was that Mr. Todd had said he was mad, you know, and then you went to fetch somebody, and when you came back he was gone. And Mr. Todd told you the next day that poor Tobias ran off at great speed and disappeared. Has anything been heard of him since? Ah, my dear, alas! Why do you cry alas? Have you any more sad news to tell me? He was my only son, and all the world and his wife, as the saying is, can't tell how much I loved him." Minna Grey clasped her hands, and while the tears coursed down her young fair cheeks, she said, "And I, too, loved him." "I always thought you did, my dear, and I'm sure if you had been an angel out of heaven, my poor boy could not have thought more of you than he did. There was nothing that you said or did that was not excellent. He loved the ground you walked on, and a little old worsted mitten that you left at our place once, he used to wear round his neck, and kiss it when he thought no one was nigh, and say, 'This was my Minna's.'" The young girl let her head rest upon her hands and sobbed convulsively. "Lost, she said, and poor, kind, good Tobias is lost. No, my dear, it's a long lane that hasn't a turning. Pluck up your courage, and your courage will pluck up you. Keep sixpence in one pocket and hope in another. When things are at the worst they mend. You can't get further down in a well than the bottom." Minna sobbed on. "And so, my dear," added Mrs. Ragg, "I do know something more of Tobias." The young girl looked up. He lives. Laura Mussy, don't lay hold of a body so. Of course he lives, and what's more, the doctor says that you ought to see him. He's upstairs." Here. "Yes, to be sure, that's why I brought you to tea." Minna Grey took a fit of trembling, and then, making great efforts to compose herself, she said, Tell me all. Well, my dear, it's an ill wind that blows nobody good, and so here I am, cook in as good a place as mortal woman would wish to have. I can't tell you all the rights of the story because I don't know it, but certainly Tobias is upstairs in bed like a gentleman, only they say as his brains is something or another that makes him not understand anything or anybody, and so you see the doctor says if you speak to him, who knows but what he may come to himself. With an intuitive tact that belongs to some minds, and which Minna Grey, despite the many disadvantages of her social position, possessed in an eminent degree, she understood at once the whole affair. Tobias was suffering from some aberration of intellect, which the voice and the presence of one whom he loved fondly might dissipate. Would she shrink from the trial? Would her delicacy take the alarm and overcome her great desire to recover Tobias? Oh no, she loved him with a love that far outstripped all smaller feelings, and if ever there was a time when that love took complete possession of her heart, it was at this affecting moment, when she was told that her voice might have the magic power of calling back to him the wandering reason that harshness and ill-usage had for a time toppled from its throne. "Take me to him," she cried, "take me to him. If all that is wanted to recover him be the voice of affection, he will soon be as he was once to us. Well, my dear, take your tea, and I'll go and speak to the Colonel." It was now time for Colonel Geoffrey and his friend, the captain, to retire from the pantry, where we need not say that they had been pleased and affected listeners to what had passed between Mrs. Ragg and the fair and intelligent Minna Grey, who in beauty and intelligence far exceeded their utmost expectations. Chapter 49. In the course of a quarter of an hour the surgeon was sent for, and then Mrs. Ragg tapped at the drawing-room door to give the Colonel an account of the success of her mission, but he at once said to her, "We know all, Mrs. Ragg. We merely wish to see Tobias first, so that the medical gentleman may see exactly his condition, and then if you will bring Minna Grey here I will speak to her, and, I hope, put her quite at her ease as regards what she has to do." "Certainly, sir, certainly. Hold fast, and good comes at last." The surgeon and the two gentlemen went to Tobias's chamber, and there they found him in the same lethargic condition that, with only occasional interruptions, he had continued in since he had been in the Colonel's house. These interruptions consisted in moaning appeals for mercy, and at times the name of Todd would pass his lips, in accents which showed what a name of terror it was to him. The surgeon placed his hand upon Tobias's head. "Tobias," he said, "Tobias." A deep sigh was his answer. "Tobias, Tobias." "Oh God, God," cried Tobias feebly. "Spare me, I will tell nothing. Oh, spare me, Mr. Todd. Repent now, there, the blood, what a crowd of dead men, dead, 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 all dead." "No better," said the Colonel. "Not a bit. On the contrary, the longer he remains in this condition, the less chance there will be of his recovery. I shall lose hope if this last experiment produces no good results. Let us go and speak to the young girl." They all descended to the drawing-room, and Minna Grey was summoned. Colonel Geoffrey took her kindly by the hand and led her to a seat, and then he said to her, "Now, Miss Grey, remember that all here are friends to you and to Tobias, and that we all feel deeply for him and for you. You are very young, both of you, but that is no reason on earth why you should not love each other." Minna looked up at him through her tears as she said, "Is he very, very ill?" "He is indeed. We suspect, indeed I may say we know, that his mind has received so severe a shock that for a time it is deranged. But we hope that as that derangement, you understand, has not arisen from any disease, pleasant and agreeable impressions may restore him. What we want you to do is to speak to him as you, no doubt, have been in the habit of doing in happier times." Yes, sir. I think you know exactly what we mean." "I do, sir, indeed I do." "Oh, bless you, sir, she understands," said Mrs. Ragg. "A nod is as good as a wink to a blind horse, you know, gentlemen. Handsome is as handsome does, as I used to say to the late Mr. Ragg, who is naturally dead and gone and accordingly buried in St. Martin's." "You can tell us that another time, madam," said the surgeon. At present, you see, we are rather busy. Now, Miss Grey, if you will have the goodness to come with me, we will see what can be done for our young friend above stairs. Poor Minna Grey, how her colour went and came like the sunlight of an April day, as she accompanied the 3 gentlemen and Mrs. Ragg upstairs to Tobias's chamber. How she trembled when they reached the landing, and what a faintness came over her when the door was opened and she saw that dimly lighted room. Courage, whispered Colonel Geoffrey to her. This is a holy errand you are upon. Yes, yes, cut your coat according to your cloth, said Mrs. Ragg, who, provided she thought of a proverb, was not very particular with regard to its applicability to the circumstances under which she uttered it. Keep your feet to the length of your sheet. Pray, madam, said the surgeon, who seemed to have quite a horror of Mrs. Ragg, pray, madam, oblige me by being silent. A still tongue makes a wise head. Good God, Colonel, will you speak to her? Hush, Mrs. Ragg, said Colonel Geoffrey. Hush, you will perhaps be the means of spoiling this important effort for the recovery of your son if you are not perfectly quiet. Thus admonished, Mrs. Ragg shrank into the background a little, and the Colonel went to the window and let in a little more light. The surgeon conducted Minna Grey to the bedside, and she looked upon the boy who had won her childish heart through a world of tears. It is Tobias. Is he much altered? Oh, yes, much, much. He used to look so happy. His face was like a piece of sunshine. She sank upon a chair that was by the bedside and sobbed. This will never do, said the surgeon. Wait, oh, wait a little, she whispered. Only wait a little. I shall be better soon. The surgeon nodded, and then stepping back to the Colonel and the Captain, he said, This burst of grief must have its way, or it will mar all. We must have patience. They all hid themselves behind the folds of the bed furniture, and Mrs. Ragg sat down in an obscure corner of the room, working her knee up and down, as though she were nursing an imaginary baby. Gradually the sobs of Minna Grey subsided until all was still. She then gently took one of the thin-waisted hands of poor Tobias in her own and looked at it. Oh, how changed it was! She then bent over him and looked in his face. What permeative lines of care were there, battling with rounded muscles of early youth. Then she summoned all her courage to speak. She placed her lips close to his ear, and in the soft, sweet accents that had long before sank deep into his heart, she said, Tobias. My Tobias. The boy started. Dear Tobias, it is I, Minna. He opened his eyes, which had been closed and seemingly cemented by tears. Tobias, Tobias, dear. A smile, a heavenly smile. It was the first that had played upon his lips since he set foot in the shop of Sweeney Todd, now broke like a sunbeam over his face. I am mad, mad, he said gently, or that is the voice of my Minna. It is your Minna. It is, Tobias, look at me. He rose up in the bed. He cast one glance at the well-known and dearly remembered face, and then with a gasping sob of joy he clasped her in his arms. It's done, said the surgeon. Thank God, said Colonel Geoffrey. Mrs. Ragg drew her breath so hard through her nose that she made a noise like some wild animal in the agonies of suffocation. You really know me, Tobias. Know you, dear. Oh, why should I not know you, Minna? God bless you. May he bless you, Tobias. They wept together. Minna forgot that there was anybody in the world but herself and Tobias, and parting the long, straggling masses of his hair from before his face, she kissed him. For my sake, Tobias, now you will take care of yourself and recover quickly. Dear, dear Minna. He seemed never tired of holding her hands and kissing them. Suddenly, the surgeon stepped forward with a small vial in his hand. Now, Tobias, he said, you are much better, but you must take this. The look of surprise and consternation with which Tobias regarded him was beyond description. Then he glanced at the bedstead and the rich hangings, and he said, Oh, Minna, what is all this? Where am I? Is it a dream? Give it to him, said the surgeon, handing the vial to Minna. She placed the neck of it to his lips. Drink, Tobias. Had it been deadly poison she had offered him, Tobias would have taken it. The vial was drained. He looked in her face again with a smile. If this is indeed a dream, my Minna, may I never awaken, dear, dear. Tobias restored to his senses by Minna's assistance. He fell back upon the pillow. The smile still lingered upon his face, but the narcotic which the surgeon had administered to him had produced its effect, and the enfeebled Tobias fell into deep sleep. Minna Grey looked rather alarmed at this sudden falling off of Tobias from waking to sleeping, but the surgeon quieted her fears. "All is right," he said. "He will awaken in some hours wonderfully refreshed, and I have the pleasure of now predicting his perfect cure." "You do not know," said Colonel Geoffrey, "what pleasure that assurance gives me." "And me," said the captain. Minna looked all that she thought, but she could not speak, and Mrs. Ragg still kept up the mysterious noise she produced by hard breathing with her mouth close shut. "Now, madam," said the surgeon to her, "our young friend must be left alone for some hours. It is now 6 o'clock, and I do not expect he will awaken until 12. When he does so, I am very much mistaken if you do not all of you find him perfectly restored and composed, although very weak." "I will take care to be at hand," said the colonel. "Miss Grey, perhaps you will call and see how he is tomorrow, and all I can say is that you will be quite welcome to my house whenever you think proper, but let me impress upon you one thing." "What is it, sir?" "The absolute necessity of your keeping Tobias's place of abode and anything concerning him a most profound secret." "I will do so. If you do not, you will not only endanger the cause of justice, but in all probability his life, for he has an enemy with great resources and of the most unscrupulous disposition in the use of them. I say this much to you because the least indiscretion might be fatal. I will guard the secret, sir, as I would guard his life. That will do. Now come downstairs and let us have a glass of wine to drink to the speedy restoration to perfect health of Tobias. Come, Rathbone, what do you think? Shall we be one too many yet for Todd?" "I begin to think we shall. I feel certain of it. So soon as we see that Tobias is sufficiently well to make any statement, it will be necessary to send for Sir Richard Blunt." "Certainly. And then I hope and trust that we shall get at something that will elucidate the mystery that is still attached to the fate of poor Thornhill." "Ah, I fear he is gone. Dead. Yes, that fatal string of pearls has heralded him to death, I fear. But perhaps we shall hear a something concerning that yet from Tobias." They all sat down in the drawing-room, and with tearful pleasure Minna Grey drank a glass of wine to the health of Tobias, after which Mrs. Ragg saw her home again to Milford Lane, and no doubt all the road from this colonel's house to there did not want for a prolific subject of conversation. How happy Minna felt when she put up to heaven her simple prayer that night, previous to seeking repose. Chapter 50. We left the spectacle maker and his family rather in a state of confusion. Big Ben the beefeater had had his revenge upon both Mrs. Oakley and the saint, and it was a revenge that really did them no harm, so that in that respect it had turned out well. The Rev. Josiah Lupin did not return to the house, but Mrs. Oakley, in a terrible state of prostration from the effects of the sickness that had come over her, staggered again into the parlour. She looked at Mr. Oakley as she said, "If you were half a man you would take the life of that villain for treating me in the way he has. I have no doubt but he meant to take the life of the pious Mr. Lupin, and so add him to the list of martyrs." "My dear," said the spectacle maker, "if Mr. Lupin intrudes himself into my house, and any friend of mine turns him out, I am very much obliged to him. Perhaps you would be equally obliged to this monster, whom you call your friend, if he would turn me out. Mr. Oakley shook his head as he said, "My dear, there are some burthens which can be got rid of and some that must be borne." "Come, come, Mother Oakley," said Ben. "Don't bear malice. You played me a trick the last time I came here, and now I have played you one, that's all. It wasn't in human nature not to do it, so don't bear malice." Mrs. Oakley, if she had been in a condition to do so, no doubt would have carried on the war with Big Ben, but she decidedly was not, and after a shudder or two which looked as though she thought the toad was beginning again to oppress her, she rose to leave the room. "Mother," said Johanna, "it was not a real toad." "But you are," said Mrs. Oakley sharply. "You have no more feeling for your mother than as if she were a brickbat. Feeling now that at all events she had had the last word at somebody, Mrs. Oakley made a precipitate retreat and sought the consolations and solitude of her own chamber. Mr. Oakley was about to make some speech, which he prefaced with a sigh, when someone coming into the shop called his attention, and he left Johanna and Big Ben the beefeater together in the parlour. The moment they were alone, Ben began shaking his head and making some very mysterious signs, which completely mystified Johanna. Indeed, she began to be afraid that Ben's intellects were not quite right, although an ordinary observer might have very well supposed there was something the matter with his nether garments, for he pointed to them repeatedly and shook his head at Johanna. "What is the matter, cousin?" she said. "Oh dear, oh, are you ill? No, but I only wonder as you ain't. Didn't I see you in Fleet Street with these here on?" Oh, not these here exactly, but another pair. These would be a trifle too large for you. Oh dear Emmy, my heart bled all for to see such a young and delicate little puss, as you are taking to wear the thingammies so soon." Johanna now began to understand what Ben meant, namely, that he had seen her in Fleet Street disguised in male attire with her young friend Arabella Wilmot. "Oh, Ben," she said, "you must not think ill of me on that account." But, said Ben rather hesitatingly, as if he were only putting a doubtful proposition, "wasn't it rather unusual?" "Yes, Ben, but there were reasons why I put on such garments. Surely it was better to do so than to go without any," said Ben. No, I did not say that. I mean it was better for me to forget a little of that maiden delicacy which, than to let him." She burst into tears. "Halloa!" cried Ben as he immediately folded her in an immense embrace that went very near to smothering her. "Don't you cry, and you may wear what you like, and I'll come and help you to put him on. Come, there's a nice little dear, don't you cry. Lord bless you, you know how fond I am of you, and always was since you was a little tottering thing and couldn't say my name right. Don't you cry. You shall wear em as often as you like, and I'll go behind you in the street, and if anybody only so much as says half a word to you, I'll be down upon em. Fetch em now and put em on, my dear." Johanna must have laughed if her life had depended upon her gravity, for all that Ben said upon the subject was uttered in the sheer simplicity of a kind heart, and well she knew that in his rough way he doted on her, and thought there was not such another being in the whole world as she. And yet he looked upon her as a child, and the imperceptible flight of time had made no difference in Ben's ideas concerning Johanna. She was still to him the sweet little child he had so often dandled upon his knee and brought fruit and sweetmeats to when such things were great treasures. After a few moments he let her go, and Johanna was able to draw breath again. "Ben," she said, "I will tell you all." "All what?" "How I came to put on oh, these here, very good, cut on and let's know all the particulars. I suppose you felt cold, my dear, eh?" No. "Well then, tell it quick, for I was always a mortal bad hand at guessing. Your father is fitting an old gentleman with a pair of spectacles, and he seems hard to please, so we shall have lots of time. Go on." "Your good opinion is of such moment to me," said Johanna, "for I have very few to love me. Now that you have seen me in such a disguise, I should feel unhappy if I did not tell why I wore it." Ben lent the most attentive ear to what she said, and then Johanna briefly and distinctly told him all the story of Mark in Jestry, and how he had, as she thought, mysteriously disappeared at the barber's shop in Fleet Street. It will be seen that she still clung to the idea that the Thornhill of the arrived ship was no other than her lover. Ben heard her all out with the most fixed attention. His mouth and eyes gradually opened wider and wider as she proceeded, partly from wonder at the whole affair, and partly from intense admiration at the way in which she told it, which he thought was better than any book he had ever read. When she had concluded, Ben again folded her in his arms, and she had to struggle terribly to get away. "My dear child," he said, "you are a prodigy. Why, there's not an animal as ever I knew comes near you. And so the poor fellow had his throat cut in the barber's for his string of pearls. I fear he was murdered." "Not a doubt of it." "You really think so, Ben?" The tone of agony with which this question was put to him, and the look of utter desolation which accompanied it, alarmed Ben, and he hastily said, "Come, come, I didn't mean that. No doubt something has happened, but it will be all right some day or another, you may depend. Oh dear, the idea of your going to watch the barber with some boy's clothes on. Tell me what I can do, for my heart and brain are nearly distracted by my sufferings." Ben looked all round the room and then up at the ceiling, as though he had a hope and expectation of finding some startling suggestion written legibly before his eyes somewhere. At length he spoke, saying, "I tell you what, Johanna, my dear, whatever you do, don't you put on them things again. You leave it all to me. But what will you do? What can you do, Ben?" "Well, I don't know exactly, but I'll let you know when it's done. But do not run into any danger for my sake." "Danger, danger, I should like to see the barber that would interfere with me. No, my dear, no, I'm too well used to all sorts of animals for that. I'll see what I can do and let you know all about it tomorrow, and in the meantime you stick to the petticoats and don't be putting on those thingammies again. You leave it to me, will you now? Until tomorrow." "Yes, I'll be here tomorrow about this time, my dear, and I hope I shall have some news for you. Well, I declare it's just like a book, it is. You are quite a prodigy." Ben would have treated Johanna to another of the suffocating embraces, but she contrived to elude him, and as by this time the old gentleman in the shop was suited with a pair of spectacles, Mr. Oakley returned to the parlour. Johanna placed her finger upon her lips as an indication to Ben that he was to say nothing to her father of what had passed between them. For although Mr. Oakley knew generally the story of his daughter's attachment to Mark in Jestry, as the reader is aware, he knew nothing of the expedition to Fleet Street in disguise. Ben, feeling that he had now an important secret to keep, shut his mouth hard, for fear it should escape, and looked so mysterious that any one more sharp-sighted than the old spectacle-maker must have guessed that something very unusual was the matter. Mr. Oakley, however, had no suspicions, but as this state of things was very irksome to Ben, he soon rose to take his leave. "I shall look in again tomorrow," he said, "Cousin Oakley." "We shall be glad to see you, Mr. Oakley." "Yes," added Johanna, who felt it incumbent upon her to say something, "we shall be very glad to see you indeed." "Ah," said her father, "you and Ben were always great friends." "And we always shall be," said Ben. Then he thought that he would add something wonderfully clever, so as completely to ward off all suspicions of Oakley's if he had any, and he added, "She ain't like some young creatures that think nothing of putting on what they shouldn't." "Oh dear, no, not she, bye, I'll come tomorrow." Ben was quite pleased when he got out of the house, for among the things that Ben found it difficult to do was to keep a secret. "Well," he said when he was fairly in the open air, "if I ain't rather nonplussed at all this, what shall I do?" This was a question much easier asked than answered, as Ben found, but however he felt an irresistible desire to go and have a look at the shop of Sweeney Todd. "I can easily," he said, "go to Fleet Street, and then, if I find myself late, I can take a boat at Blackfriars for the Tower Stairs, and after all get into dinner comfortably enough." With this conclusion, Ben set off at a good pace down Snow Hill, and was soon at the beginning of Fleet Street. He walked on until he came to Sweeney Todd's shop, and there he paused. Now we have previously remarked that there was one great peculiarity in the shop window of Todd, and that was that the articles in it were so well arranged that someone always was in the way of obtaining any view from the outside into the establishment. Todd was therefore secure against the dangers arising from peeping and prying. Big Ben placed himself close to the window and made an attempt by flattening his nose against the panes of glass to peep in, but it was all in vain. He could not obtain the smallest glimpse into the inside. "Confound it!" he cried. "What a cunning sort of animal this is, to be sure. He won't let one peep through the bars of his cage, that he won't." Now Sweeney Todd became aware, by the additional darkness of his shop, that someone must be quite close to the window, and therefore, availing himself of a peep-hole that he had expressly for the purpose of reconnoitring the passing world without, he took a long look at Big Ben. It was some moments before Ben caught sight of a great eye in the window of Sweeney Todd glancing at him. This eye appeared as if it were set in the centre of a placard, which announced in glowing language the virtues of some condiment for the hair or the skin, and it had a most ferocious aspect. Big Ben looked fascinated and transfixed to the spot, and then he muttered to himself, "Well, if that's his eye, it's a rum un. Howsomedever, it's no use staying outside. I'll pop in and get shaved, and then I shall be able to look about me. Who's afraid?" As Ben turned round, he saw a plainly attired man close to his elbow, but he took no notice of him, although from his close proximity to him it was quite impossible that the plain-looking man could have failed to overhear what Ben said. In another moment Big Ben was in Todd's shop. "Shaved or dressed, sir?" said Todd. "Shaved," said Ben as he cast his eyes round the shop. "Looking for anything, sir?" said Todd. "Oh, no, nothing at all. Only a friend of mine, you see, said this was such a nice shop, you understand, to be shaved in. Was your friend finished off here, sir?" "Well, I rather think he was. Pray sit down. Fine weather, sir, for the season. Now, Pussy, my dear, get out of the way of the hot water." Todd was addressing an imaginary cat. "Are you fond of animals, sir?" "Lord bless me, I'm fond of all the world. God made us all, sir, from a creeping beetle to a beefeater." "Very likely," said Big Ben, as he seated himself in the barber's chair, "and so," added Todd as he mixed up a lather and made the most horrible faces, "we ought to love each other in this world of care. How is your friend, sir, who was so kind as to recommend my shop? I should like to know. What is he in eternity, dear me? Well, I rather think he is. Was it the gentleman who was hung last Monday, sir?" "Confound you, no. But there's somebody else who I think will be hung some Monday. I tell you what it is, Mr. Barber, my friend never got further than this infernal shop, so I'm come to inquire about him." "What sort of man, sir?" said Todd with the most imperturbable coolness. "What kind of man? Yes, sir, if you favour me with his description, perhaps I may be able to tell you something about him. By the by, if you will excuse me for one moment, I'll bring you something that a gentleman left here one day." "What is it?" "I will satisfy you directly, sir, and I'm quite certain your mind will be at rest about your friend, sir, whoever he was. Remarkable weather, sir, for the time of year." Todd had got only half-way from the shop to the parlour when the shop door opened and the plain-looking man walked in, the very same plain man who had stood so close to Big Ben at Todd's window. "Shaved," he said. Todd paused. "If, sir, you will call again in a few minutes, or if you have any call to make and can conveniently look in as you come back." "No, I'll take a seat. Todd and the beefeater have some words." The plain-looking man sat down close to the door and looked as calm and as unconcerned as anyone possibly could. The look with which Todd regarded him for a moment, and only one moment, was truly horrible. He then quietly went into his back parlour. In a moment he entered with a common kid glove and said to Ben, "Did this belong to your friend? A gentleman left it here one day." Ben shook his head. "I really don't know," he said. "Come, Mr. Barber, finish the shaving, for that gentleman is waiting." Ben was duly shaved, while the plain-looking man sat quietly in the chair by the door, and when the operation was finished, Ben looked in Todd's face and said solemnly, "A string of pearls." "Sir," said Todd without changing countenance in the least, "a string of pearls. Murder? What, sir?" Ben looked staggered. He well knew that if he had cut anyone's throat for a string of pearls, that such words said to him would have driven him frantic. But when he saw no change in Todd's face, he began to think that, after all, the accusation must be unfounded, and muttering to himself, "It must be nothing but the child's fancy after all," he hastily threw down 2p and left the shop. "Now, sir," said Todd to the plain-looking man. "Thank you." The plain-looking man rose, and as he did so he seemed just to glance through the door into the street as it was opened by Ben. Immediately his face was full of smiles as he cried, "Ah, Jenkins, is that you? Ha, ha, I missed you this morning. Excuse me, Mr. Barber, I'll look in again. My old friend Jenkins has just gone by." With this, out he flew from Todd's shop like a shot, and was gone towards Temple Bar before the barber could move or lay down the shaving cloth, which he had in his hands, all ready to tuck under his chin. Todd stood for a few moments in an attitude of irresolution. Then he spoke. "What does all this mean?" He said. "Is there danger? Curses on them both I would have, but no matter, I must be wrong, very wrong. That string of pearls may yet destroy me." "Destroy? No, 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 they must have yet more wit before they get the better of me, and yet how I calculated upon the destruction of that man. I must think, I must think." Todd sat down in his own strong chair and gave himself up to what is popularly denominated a brown study. Chapter 51. A ponderous stone was raised in the flooring of St. Dunstan's church. The beadle, the churchwarden, and the workmen shrunk back until they could get no further. "Ain't it a norrid smell?" said the beadle. Then the plain-looking man who had been at Sweeney Todd's advanced. He was no other than Sir Richard Blunt, and whispering to the churchwarden, he said, "If what I expect be found here, we cannot have too few witnesses to it. Let the workmen be dismissed." "As you please, Sir Richard, for what an awful stench there is, I have no doubt they won't be sorry to get away. Here, my men, here's £half-a-crown for you. Go and get something to drink and come back in an hour." "Thank your honour," cried one of the men. "And sure, by St. Patrick's bones, we want something to drink, for the stench in the church sticks in my blessed throat like a marrow bone, so it does." "Get out," said the beadle. "I hates low people and hearish. They thinks no more of beetles than nothink in the world." The workmen retired, laughing, and when the church was clear of them, the churchwarden said to Sir Richard Blunt, "Did you ever, Sir Richard, smell such a horrid charnel house sort of stench as comes up from that opening in the floor of the old church?" Sir Richard shook his head, and was about to say something, when the sound of a footstep upon the pavement of the church made him look round, and he saw a fat, pursy-looking individual approaching. "Oh, it's Mr. Vickley, the overseer," said the beadle. "I hopes as you're well, Mr. Vickley. Here's a horrid smell." "God bless me," cried the overseer, as with his fat finger and thumb he held his snub nose. "What's this? It's worse and worse." "Yes, sir," said the beadle. "Talking of the smell, we have let the cat out of the bag, I think." "Good gracious, put her in again then, it can't be a cat." "Begging your pardon, Mr. Vickley, I only spoke anatomically. If you comes here, sir, you'll find that all the smell comes out of this here opening." "What, an opening close to my pew? My family pew where I every Sunday enjoy my repose, I mean my hopes of everlasting glory. Upon my life, I think it's a piece of d impudence to open the floor of the church close to my pew. If there was to be anything of the sort done, couldn't it have been done somewhere among the free sittings, I should like to know?" "Mr. Vickley," said Sir Richard, "pray be satisfied that I have sufficient authority for what I do here, and if I had thought it necessary to take up the flooring of your pew while you had been in it, I should have done it." "And pray, sir," said Mr. Vickley, swelling himself out to as large a size as possible and glancing at his watch chain to see that all the seals hung upon the convexity of his paunch as usual, "who are you?" Oh dear, said the beadle. "Convulsions, convulsions, what a thing it is to see authorities a-going it at each other. Gentlemen, convulsions. Ain't there lots of poor people in the world? Don't you be a-going it at each other." "I am a magistrate," said Sir Richard, "and I am an overseer." "Ah, you may be an overseer or an underseer if you like. I am going to search the vaults of St. Dunstan's." The churchwarden now took the overseer aside, and after a while succeeded in calming down his irascibility. "Oh, well, said Mr. Vickley. "Authorities is authorities, and if so be as the horrid smell in the church can be got rid of, I'm as willing as possible. It has often prevented me sleeping, I mean listening to the sermon. Your servant, sir, I shall, of course, be very happy to assist you." The beadle wiped his face with his large yellow handkerchief as he said, "Now this here is delightful and affecting to see authorities agreeing together. Lord, why should authorities snap each other's noses off, when there's lots o' poor people as can be said anything to and done anything to, and they may snap themselves?" Well, added Mr. Vickley, I am quite satisfied. Of course, if there's anything disagreeable to be done in a church, and it can be done among the free seats, it's all the better. And indeed, if the smell in St. Dunstan's could have been kept away from the respectable part of the congregation, I don't know that it would have mattered much. Convulsions, cried the beadle, it wouldn't have mattered at all, gentlemen. But only think o' the bishop smelling it. Upon my life, gentlemen, I did think when I saw the right rev. Father in God's knows a looking up and down like a cat when she smells a bunch o' lights, and knowed as it was all owing to the smell in the church, I did think as I could have gone down through the floor, cocked hat and all that I did. Convulsions, that was a moment. It was, said the churchwarden. Mercy, mercy, said Mr. Vickley. The beadle was so affected at the remembrance of what had happened at the confirmation that he was forced to blow his nose with an energy that produced a trumpet-like sound in the empty church, and echoed again from nave to gallery. Sir Richard Blunt had let all the discourse go on without paying the least attention to it. He was quietly waiting for the foul vapours that arose from the vaults beneath the church to dissipate a little before he ventured upon exploring them. Now, however, he advanced and spoke. Gentlemen, I hope I shall be able to rid St. Dunstan's of the stench which for a long time has given it so unenviable a reputation. If you can do that, said the churchwarden, you will delight the whole parish. It has been a puzzle to us all where the stench could come from. Where is the puzzle now? Said Sir Richard Blunt, as he pointed to the opening in the floor of the church, from whence issued like a steamy vapour such horrible exhalations. Why, certainly it must come from the vaults. But, said the overseer, the parish books show that there has not been anyone buried in any of the vaults directly beneath the church for 30 years. Then, said the beadle, it's a very wrong thing of respectable parishioners, for of course them as has vaults is respectable, to keep quiet for 30 years and then begin stinking like blazes. It's uncommon wrong, convulsions. Sir Richard Blunt took a paper from his pocket and unfolded it. From this plan, he said, that I have procured of the vaults of St. Dunstan's, it appears that the stone we have raised, and which was numbered 30, discloses a stone staircase communicating with 2 passages from which all the vaults can be reached. I propose searching them, and now, gentlemen, and you, Mr. Beadle, listen to me. They all 3 looked at him with surprise as he took another letter from his pocket. Here, he said, are a few words from the Secretary of State. Pray read them, Mr. Vickley. The overseer read as follows. The Secretary of State presents his compliments to Sir Richard Blunt, and begs to say that as regards the affair at St. Dunstan's, Sir Richard is to consider himself armed with any extraordinary powers he may consider necessary. Now, gentlemen, added Sir Richard Blunt, if you will descend with me into the vaults, all I require of you is the most profound secrecy with regard to what you may see there. Do you fully understand? Yes, stammered Mr. Vickley, but I rather think I would as soon not go. Then, sir, be silent regarding the going of others. Will you go, sir? To the churchwarden. Why, yes, I think I ought. I shall be obliged to go. I may feel the want of a witness. We will take you with us, Mr. Beadle, of course. Me, convulsions. Yes, you go, you know, ex officio. The deuce, I don't want to go. Oh, convulsions. We cannot dispense with your services, said the churchwarden. If you refuse to go, it will be my duty to lay your conduct before the vestry. Oh, get a torch, said Sir Richard Blunt, and I will lower it down the opening in the floor. If the air is not so bad as to extinguish the light, it will not be too bad for us to breathe for a short space of time. Most reluctantly, and with terrible misgivings of what might be the result of the frightful adventure into which he was about to be dragged, the beadle fetched a link from the vestry. It was lighted, and Sir Richard Blunt, tying a string to it, let it down into the passage beneath the church. The light was not extinguished, but it burnt feebly and with but a wan and sickly lustre. It will do, said Sir Richard. We can live in that place, although a protracted stay might be fatal. Follow me. I will go first, and I hope we shall not have our trouble, only for our pains. Chapter 52. Sir Richard commenced the descent. "Come on," he said, "come on." He got down about 6 steps, but finding that no one followed him, he paused and called out, "Remember that time is precious. Come on. Why don't you go?" said the churchwarden to the beadle. "What me goer for a blessed churchwarden? Conwulsions, no, I thinks and I hopes as I knows my place better." "Well, but upon this occasion, if I don't mind it." "No, no, I could not, conwulsions, no." "Ah," said Sir Richard blunt, "I see how it is. I shall have to do all this business alone, and a pretty report I shall have to make to the Secretary of State about the proceedings of the authorities of St. Dunstan's." The churchwarden groaned. "I'm a-coming, Sir Richard, I'm a-coming. Oh dear, I tell you what it is, Mr. Beadle, if you don't follow me, and close too, I'll have you dismissed as sure as eggs is eggs." "Conwulsions, conwulsions, I'm a-coming." The churchwarden descended the stairs, and the beadle followed him. Down, down they went, guided by the dim light of the torch carried by Sir Richard, who had not waited for them after the last words he had spoken. "Can you fetch your blessed breath, sir?" said the beadle. "Hardly," said the churchwarden, gasping. "It is a dreadful place." "Oh, yes, yes. Stop, stop, Sir Richard, Sir Richard." There was no reply. The light from the torch grew more and more indistinct as Sir Richard Blunt increased his distance from them, and at length they were in profound darkness. "I can't stand this," cried the churchwarden, and he faced about to ascend to the church again. In his effort to do so quickly, he stretched out his hand and seized the beadle by the ankle, and as that personage was not quite so firm upon his legs as might be desired, the effort of this sudden assault was to upset him, and he rolled over upon the churchwarden with a force that brought them both sprawling to the bottom of the little staircase together. Luckily they had not far to fall, for they had not been more than 6 or 8 steps from the foot of the little flight. Terror and consternation for a few moments deprived each of them of the power of speech. The beadle, however, was the first to recover, and he in a stentorian voice called, "Murder! Murder!" Then the churchwarden joined in the cries, and they buffeted each other in vain efforts to rise, each impeding the other to a degree that rendered it a matter of impossibility for either of them to get to their feet. Mr. Vickley, who was waiting in the church above, with no small degree of anxiety the report from below, heard these sounds of contention and calls for help with mingled horror. He at once made a rush to the door of the church, and no doubt would have endangered the success of all Sir Richard Blunt's plans, if he had not been caught in the arms of a tall, stout man upon the very threshold of the church door. "Help! Murder! Who are you?" "Crotchet they calls me, and Crotchet's my name. London my birthplace is yourn the same. What's the row? Call a constable. There's blue murder going on in the vaults below. The devil there is. Just you get in there, will you, and don't you stir for your life, old fellow." So saying, Mr. Crotchet, who knew the importance of secrecy in the whole transaction, and who had been purposely awaiting for Sir Richard Blunt, thrust Vickley into a pew and slammed the door of it shut. Down fell the overseer to the floor, paralysed with terror, and then Mr. Crotchet at once proceeded to the opening in the floor of the church, and descended without a moment's hesitation. "Hilloa!" he cried, as he alighted at the bottom of the stairs upon the churchwarden's back. "Hilloa, Sir Richard, where are you?" "Here," said a voice, and with the torch nearly extinguished, Sir Richard Blunt made his appearance from the passage. "Who is there?" "Crotchet it is." "Indeed, why, what brought you here? What a row! Why, what's all this? You are standing upon somebody. Why, bless my heart, it's—" Out went the torch. "Fire! Help! Murder!" shouted the beadle. "I'm being suffocated. Oh, convulsions! Here's a death for a beadle. Murder! Robbery! Fire! Oh, oh, oh!" The churchwarden groaned awfully. "Ascend and get a light," said Sir Richard. "Quick, Crotchet, quick! God only knows what is the matter with all these people." Both Crotchet and Sir Richard Blunt scrambled over the bodies of the churchwarden and the beadle, and soon reached the church. The churchwarden made a desperate effort, and, shaking himself free of the beadle, He ascended likewise, and rolled into a pew upon the floor of which he sat, looking a little deranged. "If you don't come up," said Sir Richard Blunt, directing his voice down the staircase, "we will replace the stone, and you may bid adieu to the world." "Convulsions," roared the beadle. "Oh, don't, convulsions." Up he tumbled with the most marvellous celerity and rolled into the church, never stopping until he was brought up by the steps in front of the communion table, and there he lay, panting and glaring around him, having left his cocked hat in the regions below. Sir Richard Blunt looked ghastly pale, which Crotchet observing, induced him to take a small flask from his pocket, filled with choice brandy, which he handed to his chief. "Thank you," said Sir Richard. The magistrate took a draught, and then he handed it to the churchwarden as he said, "I'll fill it again." "All's right." The churchwarden took a pull at the brandy, and then the beadle was allowed to finish it. They were both wonderfully recovered. "Oh, Sir Richard," said the churchwarden, "what have you seen?" "Nothing particular. Indeed, no, you can have the stone replaced as soon as you like over the opening to the vaults." "And you have seen nothing?" said the beadle. "Nothing to speak of. If you have any doubts or any curiosity, you can easily satisfy yourself. There's the opening, pray descend. You see I have escaped, so it cannot be very dangerous to do so. I will not myself go again, but I will wait for either of you, if you please us. Now, gentlemen, go, and you will be able to make your own discoveries." "Me," cried the beadle. "Me, oh, convulsions, I thinks I sees me." "Not I," said the churchwarden. Cover it up, cover it up. I don't want to go down. I would not do so for £1,000. A covert smile was upon the lips of Sir Richard Blunt as he heard this, and he added, "Very well, I have no objection, of course, to its being at once covered up, and I think the least that is said about it will be the better." "No doubt of that," said the churchwarden. "Convulsions, yes," said the beadle. "If I was only quite sure as all my ribs was whole, I shouldn't mind, but somebody stood a-top of me for a good quarter of an hour, I'm sure." Some of the workmen now began to arrive, and Sir Richard Blunt pointed to them as he said to the churchwarden, "Then the stone can be replaced without any difficulty now, and, sir, let me again caution you to say nothing about what has passed here today. Not a word, not a word. If you fancy somebody stood upon your ribs, Mr. Beadle, I am quite sure somebody did upon mine." The workmen were now directed to replace the stone in its former position, and when that was completely done and some mortar pressed into the crevices, Sir Richard Blunt gave a signal to Crotchet to follow him, and they both left the church together. "Now, Crotchet, understand me." "I'll try," said Crotchet. "No one for the future is to be shaved in Sweeney Todd's shop alone." "Alone, yes. You will associate with King, Morgan, and Godfrey. I will stand all necessary expenses, and one or the other of you will always follow whoever goes into the shop, and there wait until he comes out again. Make what excuses you like, manage it how you will, but only remember Todd is never again to have a customer all to himself." "Humph! Why do you say humph?" "Oh, nothing particular, only hadn't we better grab him at once?" "No, he has an accomplice or accomplices, and their discovery is most important. I don't like to do things by halves, Crotchet, and so long as I know that no mischief will result from a little delay, and it will not if you obey my instructions, I think it better to wait." "Very good. Go at once then and get your brother officers, and remember that nothing is to withdraw your and their attention from this piece of business." "All's right. You know, Sir Richard, you have only to say what's to be done, and it's as good as done. Todd may shave now as many people as he likes, but I don't think he'll polish 'em off in his old way quite so easy." "That's right. Good day. When shall we see you, Sir Richard?" "About sunset." By the time this little conversation was over, Sir Richard Blunt and Crotchet had got through Temple Bar, and then they parted, Crotchet taking his way back to Fleet Street, and Sir Richard Blunt walking hastily to Downing Street. When he got there, he entered the official residence of the Secretary of State for the Home Department, and being well known to the clerk, he was at once conducted into a little room carefully hung round with crimson cloth, so as to deaden the sound of any voices that might be raised in it. In the course of a few minutes a small door was opened, and a shabby-looking man entered with a hesitating expression upon his face. "Ah, Sir Richard Blunt," he said, "is that you?" "Yes, your lordship, and if you are disengaged for a few minutes, I have something to communicate." "Ah, some new plot. Confound those Jacobin rascals." "No, my lord, the affair is quite domestic and social. It has no shade of politics about it." The look of interest which the face of the secretary had assumed was gone in a moment, but still, he could not very well refuse now to hear what Sir Richard Blunt had to say, and the conference lasted a quarter of an hour. At its termination, as Sir Richard was leaving the room, the secretary said, "Oh yes, of course, take full discretionary powers and the Home Office will pay all expenses. I never heard of such a thing in all my life." "Nor I, my lord. It's really horrible. It is even so far as we know already, and yet I think there is much to learn. I shall, of course, communicate to your lordship anything that transpires." "Certainly, certainly. Good day." Sir Richard Blunt left the Secretary of State and proceeded to his own residence, and while he is there making some alteration in his dress, we may as well take a glance at Crotchet and see what that energetic but somewhat eccentric individual is about. After parting with Sir Richard Blunt at Temple Bar, he walked up Fleet Street upon Sweeney Todd's side of the way until he overtook a man with a pair of spectacles on and a stoop in his gait, as though age had crept upon him. "King," said Crotchet. "All right," said the spectacled old gentleman in a firm voice. "What's the news?" "A long job, I think." "Where's Morgan?" "On the other side of the way." "Well, just listen to me as we walk along, and if you see him, beckon him over to us." As they walked along, Crotchet told King what were the orders of Sir Richard Blunt, and they were soon joined by Morgan. The other officer, Godfrey, who had been mentioned by the magistrate, was sent for. "Now," said Crotchet, "here we are 4 of us, and so you see we can take it 2 and 2 for 4 hours at a stretch as long as this confounded barber's shop keeps open." "But," said Morgan, "he will suspect something." "Well, we can't help that. It's quite clear he smugs the people, and all we have got to do is to prevent him smugging any more of 'em, you see." "Well, well, we must do the best we can." "Exactly. So now keep a bright look-out, and hang it all, we have been in enough rum adventures to be able to get the better of a rascally barber, I should think. Look out, there's somebody going in now." Chapter 53. Johanna had enough confidants now. Her father, Colonel Geoffrey, Big Ben, and Arabella Wilmot all knew the sad story of her love. It will be a hard case if, among so many counsellors, she hits upon the worst, a most truly hazardous course of proceeding. But then it is a fault of the young to mistake daring for ability, and to fancy that that course of proceeding which involves the most personal risk is necessarily the most likely to be successful. Colonel Geoffrey was, of all Johanna Oakley's advisers, the one who was most likely to advise her well. But unfortunately he had told her that he loved her, and from that time, with an instinctive delicacy of feeling which no one could have to greater perfection than Johanna, she had shunned him. And yet the reader, who knows the Colonel well, knows that, quite irrespective of the attachment that had sprung up in his bosom for the beautiful and heart-stricken girl, he would have played the part of a sincere friend to her and stood manfully between her and all danger. But it was not to be. From the moment that he had breathed to her the secret of his attachment, a barrier was, in her imagination, raised between them. Her father evidently was not one who could or who would advise anything at all energetic. And as for Big Ben, the conversation she had had with him upon the subject had quite been sufficient to convince her that to take him out of the ordinary routine of his thoughts and habits was thoroughly to bewilder him, and that he was as little calculated to plot and to plan in any emergency as a child. She would indeed have trembled at the result of the confidential communication to Big Ben, if she had been aware of the frightfully imprudent manner in which he had thrown himself into communication and collision with Todd, the consequences of which glaring act of indiscretion he was only saved from by Sir Richard Blunt entering the shop, and remaining there until Ben was shaved. Under all these circumstances, then, Johanna found herself thrown back upon her old friend Arabella Wilmot. Now, Arabella was the worst adviser of all, for the romantic notions she had received from her novel reading imparted so strong a tone to her character that she might be said in imagination to live in a world of the mind. It was, as the reader will recollect, to Arabella Wilmot that Johanna owed the idea of going to Todd in boys' apparel, a measure fraught with frightful danger, and yet to the fancy of the young girl fascinating upon that very account, because it had the appearance as though she were doing something really serious for Mark in jestry. To Arabella, then, Johanna went, after Ben had left her, and finding her young friend within, she told her all that had occurred since they last met. "What shall I do?" she said. "I tell my tale of woe, and people look kind upon me, but no one helps me." "Oh, Johanna, can you say that of me?" "No, no, not of you, Arabella, for you see I have come to you again, but of all others I can and may say it. Comfort yourself, my dear Johanna. Comfort yourself, my dear friend. Come now, you will make me weep too if I see those tears. What shall I do? What shall I do? There now, I am putting on my things, and as you are dressed we will go out for a walk, and as we go along we can talk of the affair, and you will find your spirits improve by exercise. Come, my dear Johanna, don't you give way so. I cannot help it, let us go. We will walk round St. Paul's churchyard. No, no, to Fleet Street, to Fleet Street. Why would you wish to add to your sorrows by again looking upon that shop? I do not know, I cannot tell you, but a horrible species of fascination draws me there, and if I come from home, I seem as though I were drawn from all other places towards that one by an irresistible attraction. It seems as though the blood of Mark in jestry called aloud to me to revenge his murder by bringing the perpetrators of it to justice. Oh, my friend, my Arabella, I think I shall go mad." Johanna sunk upon her knees by a chair and hid her fair face in her hands as she trembled with excess of emotion. Arabella Wilmot began to be really alarmed at the consequences of her friend's excited and overwrought feelings. "Oh, Johanna, Johanna," she cried, "cheer up. You shall go when you please, so that you will not give way to this sorrow. You do not know how much you terrify me. Rise, rise, I implore you. We will go to Fleet Street, since such is your wish." After a time, Johanna recovered from the burst of emotion that had taken such certain possession of her, and she was able to speak more calmly and composedly to her friend than she had yet done during that visit. The tears she had shed and the show of feeling that had crept over her had been a great relief in reality. "Can you pardon me for thus tormenting you with my grief?" said Johanna. "Do not talk so, rather wonder how I should pardon you if you tell your griefs elsewhere. To whom should you bring them but to the bosom of one who, however she may err in judgment regarding you, cannot err in feeling?" Johanna could only press her friend's hand in her own, and look the gratitude which she had not the language to give utterance to. It being then settled that they were to go to Fleet Street, it next became a matter of rather grave debate between them whether they were to go as they were, or Johanna was to again equip herself in the disguise of a boy. "This is merely a visit of observation, Johanna. I will go as I am." "Very well, dear." They accordingly set out, and as the distance from the house of Arabella Wilmot's father was but short to the shop of Sweeney Todd, they soon caught sight of the projecting pole that was his sign. "Now be satisfied," said Arabella, "by passing twice, once up Fleet Street and once down it." "I will," said Johanna. Todd's shop was closed as usual. There was never an open door to that establishment, so that it was, after all, but a barren satisfaction for poor Johanna to pass the place where her imagination, strengthened by many circumstantial pieces of evidence, told her Mark in jestry had met with his death. Still, as she had said to Arabella before starting, a horrible sort of fascination drew her to the spot, and she could not resist the fearful attraction that the outside of Todd's shop had for her. They passed rather rapidly, for Arabella Wilmot did not wish Johanna to pause, for fear she should be unable to combat her feelings and make some sort of exhibition of them in the open street. "Are you content, Johanna?" she said. "Must we pass again?" "Oh, yes, yes, again and again. I can almost fancy that by continued looking at that place I could see what has been the fate of Mark. But this is imagination and folly. It may be so, but when the realities of life have become so hideously full of horrors, one may be excused for seeking some consolation from the fairy cave. Arabella, let us turn again." They had got as far as Temple Bar when they again turned, and this time Johanna would not pass the shop so abruptly as she had done before, and anyone, to see the marked interest with which she paused at the window, would have imagined that she must have some lover there whom she could see, notwithstanding the interior of the shop was so completely impervious to all ordinary gazers. "There is nothing to see," said Arabella. "No, but yet, look, look." Johanna pointed to one particular spot of the window, and there was the eye of Sweeney Todd glaring upon them. "We are observed," whispered Arabella. "It will be much better to leave the window at once. Come away, oh, come away, Johanna." "Not yet, not yet. Oh, if I could look well at that man's face, I think I ought to be able to judge if he were likely to be the murderer of Mark in Jestry." Todd came to his door. "Good God, he is here," said Arabella. "Come away, come, never, no, perhaps this is providential. I must look at this man, happen what may." Todd glared at the two young girls like some ogre intent upon their destruction, and as Johanna looked at him, a painter who loved contrast might have indeed found a study from the wonderful difference between those two human countenances. They neither spoke for some few moments, and it was reserved for Todd to break the silence. "What do you want here?" he cried in a hoarse, rough voice. "Be off with you. What do you mean by knocking at the window of an honest tradesman? I don't want to have anything to say to such as you." He did it," gasped Johanna. "Did what?" said Todd, advancing in a menacing attitude, while his face assumed a most diabolical expression of concealed hatred. "Did what? Stop him, cried a voice from the other side of the street. "Stop pissin', he's given me the slip, and I'm blessed if he won't pitch into that 'ere Barber. Stop him. Pissin', come here, boy, come here. Oh, law, he's nabbed him. I knewed he would, as sure as a horse's hind leg ain't a gammon o' bacon. My eyes, won't there be a row, he's nabbed the Barber like ninepence." Before the ostler at the Bullfinch, for it was from his lips this speech came, could get one half of it uttered, the dog, who is known to the readers by the name of Hector, as well as his new name of Pisson, dashed over the road, apparently infuriated at the sight of Todd, and rushing upon him, seized him with his teeth. Todd gave a howl of rage and pain and fell to the ground. The whole street was in an uproar in a moment, but the ostler rushing over the way seized the dog by the throat and made him release Todd, who crawled upon all fours into his own shop. In another moment he rushed out with a razor in his hand. Hector's attack on Sweeney Todd. "Where's the dog?" he cried. "Where's the fiend in the shape of a dog?" "Hold hard," said the ostler, who held Hector between his knees. "Hold hard, I have got him, old chap. Get out of the way, I'll have his life." "No, you won't." "Humph," cried a butcher's boy who was passing. "Why, that's the same dog as said the barber had done for his master, and collected never such a lot of halfpence in his hat to pay the expenses of burying of him." "You villain," cried Todd. "Go to blazes," said the boy. "Who killed the dog's master?" Ah, who did it? Ah, the people began to laugh. "I insist upon killing that dog," cried Todd. "Do you?" said the ostler. "Now this here dog is a particular friend of mine, so you see I can't have it done. What do you say to that now, old stick in the mud? If you walk into him, you must walk through me first. Only just put down that razor, and I'll give you such a walloping, big as you are, that you'll recollect for some time." Down with the razor, cried the mob, who was now every moment increasing. Johanna stood like one transfixed for a few moments in the middle of all this tumult, and then she said with a shudder, "What ought I to do?" "Come away at once, I implore you," said Arabella Wilmot. "Come away, I implore you, Johanna, for my sake as well as for your own. You have already done all that can be done." "Oh, Johanna, are you distracted? No, no, I will come, I will come. They hastily left the spot and hurried away in the direction of Ludgate Hill, but the confusion at the shop door of the barber did not terminate for some time. The people took the part of the dog and his new master, and it was in vain that Sweeney Todd exhibited his rent garments to show where he had been attacked by the animal. Shouts of laughter and various satirical allusions to his beauty were the only response. Suddenly, without a word, Todd then gave up the contest and retired into his shop, upon which the ostler conveyed Pisson over the way and shut him up in one of the stables of the Bullfinch. Todd, it is true, retired to his shop with an appearance of equanimity, but it was like most appearances in this world, rather deceitful. The moment the door was closed between him and observation, he ground his teeth together and positively howled with rage. The time will come, he said, when I shall have the joy of seeing Fleet Street in a blaze and of hearing the shrieks of those who are frying in the flames. Oh, that I could with one torch ignite London and sweep it and all its inhabitants from the face of the earth. Oh, that all those who are now without my shop had but one throat. Ha, ha, how I would cut it. He caught up a razor as he spoke and threw himself into a ferocious attitude at the moment that the door opened, and a gentleman neatly dressed looked in, saying, "Do you dress artificial hair?" Chapter 54. "Yes," said Todd as he commenced stropping the razor upon his hand as though nothing at all was the matter. "I do anything in an honest and religious sort of way for a living in these bad times." "Oh, very well. A gentleman is ill in bed and wants his peruke properly dressed as he has an important visit to make. Can you come to his house?" "Yes, of course. But can't the peruke be brought here, sir?" "Yes, but he wants a shave as well, and although he can go in a sedan chair to pay his visit, he is too ill to come to your shop." Todd looked a little suspicious, but only a little, and then he said, "It's an awkward thing that I have no boy at present, but I must get one. And in the meantime, when I am called out, I have no resource but to shut up my shop." At this moment a stout man came in, saying, "Shaved, oh, you are busy. I can wait, Mr. Todd, I can wait," and down he sat. Todd looked at the newcomer with a strange sort of scowl as he said, "My friend, have not I seen you here before or somewhere else?" "Very likely," said the man. "Humph, I am busy and cannot shave you just now, as I have to go out with this gentleman." "Very well, I can wait here and amuse myself until you come back." Todd fairly staggered for a moment, and then he said, "Wait here in my shop and amuse yourself until I come back. No, sir, I don't suffer anyone, but it don't matter. Ha, ha, come in, I am ready to attend you. But stop, are you in a very great hurry for 2 minutes, sir?" "Oh dear no, not for 2 minutes." "Then it will only just take me that time to polish off this gentleman, and if you will give the address I am to come to, I will be with you almost as soon, sir, as you can get home, I assure you." "Oh dear no," cried the stranger, who had come in to be shaved, suddenly starting up. "I really could not think of such a thing. I will call again. It's only in Norfolk Street," said the applicant for the dressing of the artificial hair, "and 2 minutes can't make any difference to my friend at all." "Do you think," said the other, "that I would really interrupt business in this way? No, may I perish if I would do anything so unhandsome. Not I. I will look in again, Mr. Todd, you may depend when you are not going out. I shall be passing again, I know, in the course of the day. Pray attend to this gentleman's orders, I beg of you." So saying, the shaving customer bounced out of the shop without another word, and as he crossed the threshold he gave a wink to Crotchet, who was close at hand, and when that gentleman followed him he said, "Crotchet, Todd very nearly got me into a line. He was going out with the person we saw go to the shop, but I got away, or else, as he said, he would have polished me off." "Not a doubt of it in this here world, Foster," said Crotchet. "Ah, he's a rum un, he is. We haven't come across sich a one as he for one while, and it will be a jolly lot o' Sundays afore we meets with sich another." "It will, indeed. Is Fletcher keeping an eye on the shop?" "Oh, yes, right as a trivet. He's there, and so is Godfrey." While this brief conversation was going on between the officers who had been left to watch Sweeney Todd's shop, that individual himself accompanied the customer, whom he had been conversing with, to Norfolk Street, Strand. The well-dressed personage stopped at a good-looking house and said, "Mr. Mundell only lodges here for the present. His state of mind, in consequence of a heavy loss he has sustained, would not permit him to stay in his own house at Kensington." "Mr. Mundell," said Todd. "Yes, that is the gentleman you are to shave and dress. May I presume to ask, sir, what he is?" "Oh, he is a kind of merchant, you understand, and makes what use of his money he thinks proper." "The same," gasped Todd. The door of the house was opened, and there was no retreat, although, at the moment, Todd felt as though he would much rather not shave and dress the man of whom he had procured the £8,000 upon the string of pearls. But to show any hesitation now might beget enquiry, and enquiry might be awkward. So summoning all his natural audacity to his aid, Todd followed his guide into the house. He was a little puzzled to know who this person could be, until a woman made her appearance from one of the rooms upon the ground floor, and cried, "There now, go out, do. We don't want you any more. You have got your pocket money, so be off with you, and don't let me see your face again till night." "No, my dear," said the well-dressed personage. "Certainly not. This is the barber." "Good God, Blissett, do you think I am blind that I can't see the barber? Will you go? The captain is waiting for me to pour out his coffee and attend to his other concerns, which nobody knows better than you, and yet you will be perpetually in the way." "No, my dear, I only. Hoity-toity, are we going to have a disturbance, Mr. B? Recollect, sir, that I dress you well and give you money, and expect you to make yourself agreeable while I attend to the gentlemen lodgers, so be off with you. I'm sure of all the troublesome husbands for a woman to have, you are about the worst, for you have neither the spirit to act like a man, nor the sense to keep out of the way." "Ha!" said Todd. Both the lodging-house keeper and his wife started at the odd sound. "What was that?" said the woman. "Only me, madam," said Todd. "I laughed slightly at that bluebottle walking on the ceiling, that's all." "What a laugh!" said Blissett as he left the house, and then the lady of the mansion, turning to Todd, said, "You are to attend to Mr. Mundell, poor man. You will find him in the front room on the second floor, poor man." "Is he ill, madam?" "Oh, I don't know. I rather think he's grizzling about some of his money, that's all, but it don't matter one way or the other. They say he is as rich as a Jew, and I'll take good care he pays enough here." "Mrs. B, Mrs. B," cried a voice from the parlour. "Yes, Captain, I'm coming, Captain." The lady bounced into the breakfast parlour and closed the door, leaving Todd to find his way upstairs as he best could. After a hideous chuckle at the thought of Mr. Blissett's singular position in society, he commenced ascending the stairs. He accomplished the first flight without meeting with anyone, but upon the second he encountered a servant girl with a pail, and Todd gave her such a hideous glance, accompanied by such a frightful contortion of his visage, that down went the pail, and the girl flew upstairs again and locked herself in one of the attics. Without waiting to ascertain what effect the descent of the pail might have upon the nerves of the captain and the landlady, Todd pursued his course to the room whither he had been directed, and tapped at the door. "Come in," said a meek, tremulous voice. "Come in." Todd opened the door and stood in the presence of the man over whose long-tried skill and habitual cunning he had obtained such a triumph in the affair of the pearls at Mundell Villa. John Mundell now, though, was far from looking like the John Mundell of the villa. He sat by the fire, wrapped up in a flannel dressing-gown with a beard of portentous length. His cheeks had fallen in, his brow was corrugated by premature wrinkles, and the corners of his mouth were drawn down as though a look of mental distress had become quite a thing of habit with him now. "Who are you?" he growled out as Todd came into the room, and with a show of carefulness closed the door after him. "Who are you, eh? Come to shave you, sir, and dress your hair." "Ah," cried Mundell as he gave a start. "Where have I heard that voice before? Why does it put me in mind of my loss, my £8,000, my money, my money? Am I to lose another £8,000? That will make £16,000. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, who are you? Speak, friend, who are you?" Only a barber, sir, said Todd. Come to shave you and dress your hair. Ain't you well, sir? Shall I call again? No, 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 my losses distracts me. Only the barber. Ah, yes, to be sure, only the barber. I must go to court and ask for the Duke of something. Good God, yes, I will see all the dukes until I find out my duke. He who had my £8,000 and has left me so poor and so wretched. Oh dear, my money, my hard-earned money. Oh gracious, if I were to lose another £8,000 I should go mad, mad, mad. Shall I begin, sir? Said Todd. Begin what? Oh yes, my hair, and I must be shaved too, or they won't let me in at all. I will have the pearls or my money. I will see all the dukes and pounce upon my duke. Oh yes, I will have the pearls or the money. Pearls, sir, said Todd, as he began to arrange the shaving apparatus he had brought with him. Did you say pearls? Bah, what do you know about pearls, who, I dare say, never saw one? Bah, you, a poor beggarly barber, but I will have them back, or my money. I will raise London, but I will find them. I will see the Queen herself and know what duke she gave the pearls to, and then I will find him and have my money. Now, sir, a little this way. Oh dear, what do you charge? Anything you please, sir. When I come to a gentleman, I always leave it to his generosity to pay me what he pleases. Ah, more expense, more expense. That means that I am to pay for the service done me and something else besides for the sake of a compliment upon my liberality. But I ain't liberal, I won't be generous. Where's my money, my pearls, and now to go to all sorts of expense to go to court and see dukes? Oh, the devil, sir. Stop, what an odd thing. Why, you are very, very what, sir? Said Todd, making a hideous face. Like the Duke, or my fancy leads me astray. Wait a bit, don't move. Mundell placed his hands over his eyes for a moment, and then suddenly withdrawing them he looked at Todd again. Yes, you are like the Duke. How came you to be like a duke, the villain? Oh, if I could but see my pearls. What duke, sir? I would give £500, no, I mean £100, that is £50, to know what duke, screamed Mundell with vehemence. Then suddenly lapsing into quietness, he added, Shave me, I will go to court, and St. James's shall ring again with the story of my pearls. Lost. Did he abscond from his wife with them, or was he murdered? I wonder. £8,000 gone all at once. I might have borne such a loss by degrees, but d-n it. Really, sir, if you will go on talking about pearls and dukes, the shaving brush will go into your mouth, and there's no such thing as avoiding it. Confound you, go on, shave me and have done with it. Oh dear. John Mundell now contented himself by uttering drawn sighs, with now and then the accompaniment of a hideous groan, while Todd lathered his face with great affected care. The sighs and the groans both, however, ceased soon, and Todd became aware that the eyes of John Mundell were fixed upon him with a steady stare. No doubt the usurer was recalling bit by bit to his memory the features of the sham duke, and comparing them with Todd's. To be sure, upon the occasion of his visit to Mundell Villa, Todd had taken every precaution to disguise his features, but then it must be admitted that the features of the barber were rather peculiar, and that John Mundell was professionally a more than ordinary keen observer, and thus it was that, as Todd lathered away, he became more and more impressed by the fact that there was a startling resemblance between Todd and the nobleman who had borrowed £8,000 upon the string of pearls. What's your name? He said. Todd. Humph, a well-to-do man, poor as Job. How very like you are to a great man. Do you ever go to court? I am sure I have seen you somewhere. Very likely, said Todd, for I often go there. What, to court? Nay, sir, not to court, but somewhere. Will you have the whiskers left just as they are, or taken off entirely, sir? Tap, tap, came at the chamber door, and a boy peeped in, saying, Please, sir, the tailor has brought the things. Chapter 55. Come in, more expense, more losses. As if an honest man, who only does what he can with his own, could not come to the court with a hope of meeting with a civil reception unless he were decked out like a buffoon. Come in. Well, who are you? Augustus Snipes, sir, at your service. Brought home the clothes, sir. The full dress suit you were so good as to order to be ready today, sir. Oh, you are a tailor. Oh, dear no, sir. We are not tailors nowadays, we are artists. Curse you, whatever you are, I don't care. Some artist, I'm afraid, has done me out of £8,000. Oh dear, put down the things, what do they come to? £18 10 shillings and threepence, sir. John Mundell gave a deep groan, and the tailor brushed past Todd to place the clothes upon a side table. As he returned, he caught sight of Todd's face, and in an instant, his face lighting up, he cried, "Ah, how do, eh?" said Todd. "How did the pompadour-coloured coat and the velvet smalls do, eh? Fit well? Lord, what a rum start for a barber to have a suit of clothes fit for a duke." "Duke!" cried Mundell. Todd lifted one of his huge feet and gave the artist a kick that sent him sprawling to the door of the room. "That," he said, "will teach you to make game of a poor man with a large family, you scoundrel. What, you won't go, won't you? The artist shot out at the door like lightning and flew down the stairs as though the devil himself was at his heels. Todd carefully closed the door again and fastened it by a little bolt that was upon it. A strange expression was upon the countenance of John Mundell. His face looked perfectly convulsed, and he slowly rose from his chair. Todd placed one of his huge hands upon his breast and pushed him back again. "What's the matter?" said Todd. He knows you." "Well, the pompadour-coloured coat. Ah, I recollect the pompadour-coloured coat, too. I thought I knew your face. There was a something, too, about your voice that haunted me like the remembrance of a dream. You are— What? Help, tell me if I be mad, or if you are a duke in the disguise of a barber, or a barber in the likeness of a duke. Ah, that pompadour-coloured coat, it sticks in my throat." "I wish it did," growled Todd. "What do you mean, Mr. Mundell? Pray express yourself. What do you mean by those incoherent expressions? Are you human? Dear me, I hope so. Really, sir, you look quite wild. Stop, let me think. The face, the voice, the pompadour coat, the costume fit for a duke, it must be so. Man or devil, I will grapple with you, for you have got my pearls and my money. My £8,000, my gold that I have lived, that I have toiled for, that I have schemed and cheated to keep up, that I have shut my eyes to all sights for, and my heart to all tender emotions. You have my money, and I will denounce you." "Stop," said Todd. The usurer paused in what he was saying, but he still glared at Todd fiercely, and his eyes protruded from their orbits, while the muscles of his mouth worked as though he were still trying to utter audible sounds, but by some power was denied the capacity to utter them. "You say you have lost pearls." Yes, Orient pearls." Todd dived his hand into the breast of his apparel and produced the string of pearls. He held them before the ravished and dazzled eyes of John Mundell, as he said, "Were they like these?" With a cry of joy Mundell grasped at the pearls. Tears of gratified avarice gushed from his eyes. My own pearls, my beautiful pearls. Oh, blessed chance, my pearls back again. Ha, 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 echoed Todd as he stepped behind the chair on which John Mundell was sitting. With his left hand he took one vigorous grasp of the remaining hair upon the head of the usurer and forced his back against the chair. In another instant there was a sickening gushing sound. Todd, with the razor he held in his right hand, had nearly cut John Mundell's head off. Then he held him still by the hair. Gasp, 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 bubble, gasp, bubble. Ah, goggle, goggle. A slight convulsive movement of the lashes, and the eyes set and became opaquely dim. The warm blood still bubbled, but John Mundell was dead. Todd picked up the pearls and carefully replaced them in his bosom again. "How many strange events," he said, "hang upon these baubles. It's only one more, a dirty job rather, but business is business." He stood in the room as silent as a statue and listened intently. Not the slightest sound indicative of the proximity of anyone came upon his ears. He felt quite convinced that the deed of blood had been done in perfect secrecy. But then there he was. Who but he could be accused? There he stood, the self-convicted murderer. Had he not done the deed with the weapon of his handicraft that he had brought to the house? How was Todd to escape the seeming inevitable cold-blooded murder? We shall see. Huddled up in the chair was the dead body. Mundell had not fallen out of the capacious, easy seat in which he sat when he breathed his last. The blood rolled to the floor where it lay in a steaming mass. Todd was careful, very careful not to tread in it, and he looked down his garments to see if there were any telltale spots of gore. But standing behind the chair to do the deed as he had done, he had been saved from anything of the sort. There he stood, externally spotless like many a seeming and smirking sinner in this world, but oh, how black and stained within. "Humph," said Todd. John Mundell was half distracted by a heavy loss. He was ill, and his mind was evidently affected. He could not even shave himself. Oh, it is quite evident that John Mundell, unable to bear his miseries, real or ideal, any longer, in a fit of partial insanity, cut his throat. Yes, that will do. Todd still kept the razor in his grasp. What is he going to do? Murder again the murdered? Is he afraid that a man, with 20 murders on his head, will jostle him from his perilous pinnacle of guilty safety? No, he takes one of the clammy dead hands in his own. He clasps the half-rigid fingers over the handle of the razor, and then he holds them until, in the course of a minute or so, they have assumed the grasp he wishes, and the razor with which he, Todd, did the deed of blood is held listlessly, but most significantly, in the hand of the dead. The murder of the usurer. "That will do," said Todd. The door is reached and unfastened, and the barber slips out of the room. He closes the door again upon the fetid hot aroma of the blood that is there, fresh from the veins of a human being like himself. No, not like himself. No one can be like Sweeney Todd. He is a being of his own species, distinct, alone, an incarnation of evil. Todd was in no particular hurry to descend the stairs. He gained the passage with tolerable deliberation, and then he heard voices in the parlour. "What a man you are," said Mrs. Blissett. "Ah, my dear, I am indeed. Who would not be a man for your sake? As for Mr. Blissett, I don't think him worth attention." "Nor I," said the lady, snapping her fingers. "I don't value him that. The poor mean-spirited wretch, he's not to be compared to you, Captain." "I should think not, my love. Have you got any change in your pocket?" "Yes, I think I have about 7 shillings or so." "That will do. Much obliged to you, madam. I mean, my dear Mrs. B. Ah, if you would but smother Blissett, so that I might have the joy of making you Mrs. Captain Coggan, what a happy man I should be." Todd tapped at the door. "What was that?" cried the captain in evident alarm. "Is it Blissett?" "No, Captain, oh no, I should like to see him interrupt me indeed. A pretty thing that I cannot do what I like in the house I keep. Come in." Todd just opened the door far enough to introduce his hideous head, and having done so, stared at the pair with such a selection of frightful physiognomical changes that they both sat transfixed with horror. At length Todd broke the silence by saying, "He's frightfully nervous." What, who?" gasped the captain. "What?" repeated Mrs. Blissett. "What's his name upstairs that I was sent for to shave just now?" "What, Mr. Mundell? Ah, poor man, he has been in a very nervous state ever since he has been here. He continually talks of a heavy loss he has had." "Yes," said Todd, "I suppose he means you to pay me." "Me? Yes, ma'am. He says he is too nervous and excited for me to shave him just now, but he has borrowed a razor from me and says he will shave himself in the course of an hour or so and send it back to me." "Oh, very well. Your money will be sent with the razor, no doubt, for although Mr. Mundell is so continually talking of his losses, they tell me he is as rich as a Jew." "Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, sir." The captain cast a supercilious glance upon Todd, but did not deign to make the remotest reply to the mock civility with which he was bidden good morning. No one stands so much upon his dignity as he whose title to any at all is exceedingly doubtful. The female heart, however, is mollified by devotion, and Mrs. Blissett returned the adieu of Todd. When he got into the passage, he uttered one of his extraordinary laughs, and then opening the street door, he let himself out. Todd by no means hurried back to Fleet Street, but as he walked along he now and then shrugged his shoulders and shook his huge hands, which to those acquainted with his peculiarities would have been sufficient indications of the fact that he was enjoying himself greatly. At length he spoke. So, what a providence we have, after all, watching over us. The moment I am in any real danger as regards the string of pearls, up starts some circumstance that enables me to ward it off. Well, some day I almost think I shall turn religious and build a church and endow it. Todd was so tickled at the idea of his building a church and endowing it that he stopped at the corner of Milford Lane to enjoy an unusual amount of laughter. As he did so, he saw no other than Mrs. Ragg, slowly coming towards him. "Ah," he said, "Tobias's mother, the mother of the Tobias that was. I will avoid her." He darted on, and was through Temple Bar before Mrs. Ragg could make up her mind which way to run, for run she fully intended to do, when she saw Todd standing at the corner of Milford Lane. But she had no occasion for hurrying from him, as he walked in the direction of his shop as speedily as possible. Although he was perfectly satisfied with the clever manner, he had ridded himself of the usurer, who probably might have been a source of annoyance to him, and who might eventually have been the means of bringing him to justice. He thought that he might be losing opportunities of making more victims for the accumulation of his ill-gotten wealth. Chapter 56. We will now return and see with what zeal Sir Richard Blunt and his active co-operators are at work, and how that persevering gentleman has taken the cause of humanity in hand, with a determined will to bring the atrocious criminals to a just tribunal. Sir Richard and his men continued to pass and repass Todd's window, and one or other had an eye upon the door, so that it was almost impossible for anyone to go in without the officers seeing them, and as some one of the officers followed each customer into the shop, under some pretence, and did not return till the strangers had been shaved, it was impossible that he could continue his murderous trade. The Barrowit, however, could not continue to remain long in the vicinity of Todd's shop without exciting the suspicions of that crafty demon in human form. Todd seemed very ill at ease, and his eye was more frequently at the hole which commanded a view of everything within range of his window, and in spite of the various guises the officers assumed, he seemed to take a more close survey of their features than he had done when they had first visited his shop. It was rarely that his customers came in pairs, otherwise it would have continually prevented his schemes, but now none came alone, each one had his companion or attendant. One morning, almost as soon as the barber had opened his shutters, a seafaring man entered his shop in haste, and throwing himself on a chair, requested to be shaved immediately. He appeared to have but lately returned from India or some other hot climate, for his features were well bronzed, and from his general aspect and conversation he appeared to be a man of superior station in life. However, in this manner the barber reasoned and came to the conclusion that he should have a good morning's work if none of his tormentors came to avert his intentions. "A fine morning, sir," said Todd. "Very," said the stranger, "but make haste and accomplish your task. I have a payment to make to a merchant in the city this morning by 9 o'clock, and it is now more than 8:30. "I will polish you off in no time," said the barber with a grin. "Then you can proceed and transact your business in good time. Sit a little nearer this way, sir. The chair will only stand firmly in one position, and it is exceedingly uncomfortable for gentlemen to remain, even for a few moments, on an unsteady chair." Todd adjusted the chair, by dint of what appeared to the stranger to be a deal of unnecessary trouble, and he said, "You seem remarkably anxious to put the chair in what you call a comfortable position, but we sailors are rather rough, therefore you need not make so much fuss about my comfort for so short a time, but proceed with the business." Todd seemed rather disconcerted at the stranger's remarks, and could not understand whether his words were uttered by chance or imported more than Todd liked. "It is a maxim of mine, sir," said Todd, "to make everybody that comes to my shop as comfortable as possible during the short time they remain with me. 1/2 inch further this way, sir, and you will be in a better position." As he spoke, he drew the chair to the spot he wished it, which circumstance seemed to please him, for he looked around him, and indulged in one of those hideous grins he executed just when he was on the point of committing some diabolical act. The gurgling noise he made in his throat caused the seaman to give a sudden start, which Todd, perceiving, said, "Did you hear the noise my poor old cat made, sir? She often does so when strangers come in, sir." It did not sound much like a cat, but if I had an animal that made such a demoniacal noise I should soon send her to rest. Every one to their taste, though. I suppose you term the noise that almost startled me agreeable. "Yes, sir," said the barber. "I like to hear her because I think she is enjoying herself, and you know men and beasts require a something to stimulate the system." By this time the lather was over the seaman's face. He could not speak, except at the imminent risk of swallowing a considerable quantity of the soap that Todd had covered his face with. The barber seemed dexterously to ply a razor on the seaman's face, which caused him to make wry faces, indicating that the operation was painful. The grimaces grew more fantastic to the beholder, but evidently less able to be withstood by the person operated upon. "Good God, Barber," he at length ejaculated, "why the devil don't you keep better materials? I cannot stand this. The razor you are attempting to shave me with has not been ground, I should think, for a 12-month. Get another and finish me off, as you term it, in no time." "Exactly, sir. I will get one more suited to your beard, and will return in 1 minute, when you will be polished off to my satisfaction." He entered the little parlour at the back of the shop, but previously he took the precaution of putting his eye to the hole that gave a sight into the street. Turning round, apparently satisfied with his scrutiny, he went in search of the superior razor he spoke of. A low grating sound, like that of a ragged cord commencing the moving of pulleys, was to be heard when Sir Richard Blunt threw the door open, and took a seat in the shop near where the stranger was sitting. He was so disguised that Todd could not recognise him as the same person that had been in his shop so many times before. The barber's face was purple with rage and disappointment, but he restrained it by an immense effort and spoke to Sir Richard in a tolerably calm tone. "Hair cut, sir, or shaved, sir? I shall not be long before I have finished this gentleman off. Perhaps you would like to call in again in a few minutes." "Thank you. I am not in a particular hurry, and being rather tired I will rest myself in your shop if you have no objection." "My shop is but just open, and our ventilation being bad, it is much more pleasant to inhale the street air for a few minutes than the vitiated air of houses in this neighbourhood. I am not much afraid of my health for a few minutes, therefore would rather take rest." Todd turned his face away and ground his teeth, when he found that all his arguments were unavailing in moving the will of his new customer. Therefore he soon finished shaving the first customer. "At your service, sir," said Todd to Sir Richard, who seemed absorbed in reading a newspaper he took from his pocket. He looked up and saw that the stranger was nearly ready to leave, therefore he continued reading till the stranger was in the act of passing out of the shop, when he said, "What time do the royal family pass through Temple Bar to the city this morning?" "9:30, said Todd. "Then I have not time to be shaved now. I will call in again. Good morning," saying which he also left the shop. In a few minutes after leaving the shop of Todd, Sir Richard and the men employed by him were in consultation, and he urged strongly that the men should remain nearer to the shop than they had hitherto done, for if Sir Richard had been 2 minutes later, most likely he who had escaped the angry billows would have been launched into eternity by the villainous barber. For the remainder of the day Todd was more closely besieged than ever, and when night came on, Sir Richard Blunt, with 2 of his men, set watch upon the house of Mrs. Lovett. Sir Richard had provided himself with skeleton keys, candles, and other house-breaking implements, for the purpose of entering Mrs. Lovett's house after that lady had retired, as he had the full sanction of the law to use every means he could think of in bringing the culprits to justice. About 11 o'clock Mrs. Lovett was seen in her bedroom, with a candle in her hand, and making every preparation for retiring. In a few minutes the light was put out, and everything seemed still as death. Nothing was to be heard in the adjoining streets but the monotonous tread of the watchmen, with an occasional drawling forth of the hour of the night. This was the time Sir Richard had waited for. It was the time for him to act. He approached the street door and applied his implements with success, for the door yielded to the baronet's tools, and he soon was in the shop of the pea-maker. As complete a silence reigned within as was maintained without. He waited for some time yet, though, before he moved. Finding at length that all was profoundly still, and feeling quite convinced that Mrs. Lovett had really retired for the night, the magistrate set about procuring a light. By the aid of some chemical matches that he had with him, this was soon accomplished, and a faint blue light shone upon the various articles in the pie-shop of Mrs. Lovett. He then took a small piece of wax taper from his pocket and lit it. This gave him sufficient light to enable him to distinguish with accuracy any object in the place. Once again he listened, in order to be quite sure that Mrs. Lovett was not stirring, and then, finding himself perfectly satisfied upon that head, he fearlessly commenced an examination of the shop. There was nothing to excite any very particular attention, except the apparatus for lowering the platform upon which the pies were sent up from the ovens below, and in a few moments the whole attention of Sir Richard Blunt was concentrated upon that contrivance. He did not meddle with it further than looking at it sufficiently to fully comprehend it, for he had other views just then. After, then, making himself quite master of the details of that piece of machinery, he turned his whole attention to the parlour. By the aid of a skeleton key which he took from his pocket, he opened the door with ease, and at once entered that room, where lay the remains of the supper which Mrs. Lovett had so liberally provided for Sweeney Todd. This parlour was rather a large rambling room, with a number of snug, handy-looking cupboards in various corners. It was towards those cupboards that Sir Richard Blunt directed his attention. They were all locked, but with the means he had with him, ordinary locks presented no impediment to the prosecution of his research. Chapter 57. Suddenly he heard, or fancied he heard, a noise above in the house like the sudden shutting of a door. "Oh," thought Sir Richard, "all is safe. She is shutting herself in for the night, I suppose. Well, Mrs. Lovett, we will see what we can find in your cupboards." The little bit of wax light, which Sir Richard had lighted, gave but a weak kind of twilight while he moved about with it in his hand, but when he stuck it on a corner of the mantel-shelf, it burnt much clearer, and was sufficient to enable him just to see what he was about. So thoroughly impressed was he with the idea that Mrs. Lovett had retired to rest, that he paid no sort of attention to the house, and may be said, in a manner of speaking, to have negligently shut his ears to all sounds that did not violently attack them. He opened a cupboard, in which were some books, and on the top shelf, lying in a confused kind of heap, were some watches, and several sets of very rich buckles for shoes. There were likewise several snuff-boxes in the lot. Were these little trifles presented to Mrs. Lovett by Todd as proofs of the thriving business he was carrying on? Sir Richard put 2 of the watches in his pocket. "These may be identified," he said. "And now, if I can but find the door by which she descends to the oven below, At this moment he was startled by a sudden accession of light in the room. His first idea, and a natural enough one too, was that the little wax light was playing some vagaries incidental to all lights, and he turned rapidly from the cupboard to look at it. What was his astonishment to see the door that led to the upper part of the house open, and Mrs. Lovett, partially undressed, standing upon the threshold with a chamber candlestick in her hand in which was a rushlight, the dim and dubious rays from which had produced the extra illumination that had first startled Sir Richard Blunt. No wonder that, with amazement upon his countenance, he now glanced upon this vision, for such it looked like at the moment, and yet he saw that Mrs. Lovett it was to all intents and purposes, and that he was discovered in his exploring expedition in her parlour, appeared to be one of those facts it would have required no small share of moral hardihood to dispute. Seeing, however, should not always be believing, despite the venerable saying which asserts as much. Mrs. Lovett in a state of somnambulism. I must apprehend her now, thought Sir Richard Blunt. I have no resource but to apprehend her at once. With this object he was about to dart forward, when something strange about the appearance of Mrs. Lovett arrested his attention and stayed his progress. He paused and remained leaning partly upon the back of a chair, while she slowly advanced into the room, and then as she came nearer to him, he became convinced of what he had begun to suspect, namely, that she was walking in her sleep. There is something awful in this wandering of the mortal frame, when its senses seem to be locked up in death. It looks like a resurrection from the grave, as though a corpse was again revisiting the glimpses of the pale moon, and even Sir Richard Blunt, with all his constitutional and acquired indifference to what would be expected to startle anyone else, could not help shrinking back a little, and feeling an unusual sort of terror. This transient nervousness of his, though, soon passed away, and then he set himself to watch the actions of Mrs. Lovett with all the keenness of intense interest and vividly awakened curiosity. She did not disappoint him, moving forward into the room with a slow and stately action, so that the little flame of the rushlight was by no means disturbed. She reached the middle of the parlour, and then she paused. She assumed such a natural attitude of listening that Sir Richard Blunt voluntarily shrunk down behind the chair, for it seemed to him at the moment that she must have heard him. Then, in a low and slightly indistinct tone, she spoke. "Hush, hush, so still. The poison, where is the poison? Will he take it? Ah, that is the question, and yet how clear it is. But he is fiend-like in his suspicions. When will he come?" She moved on towards the cupboard in which the decanter of poisoned wine had been placed, and opening it, she felt in vain upon the shelf for it. It was still upon the table, and if anything more than another could have been a convincing proof of the mere mechanical actions of the somnambulist, this fact, that she passed the wine where it was, and only recollected where it had been, would have been amply sufficient. After finding that her search was ineffectual, she turned from the cupboard and stood for a few moments in silence. Then a horror shook her frame, and she said, "They must all die. Bandage your eyes, and you will shut out the death shrieks. Yes, that will be something to get rid of those frightful echoes. Bandage after bandage will and shall do it." Sir Richard stood silently watching, but such was the horror of the tones in which she spoke that even his heart felt cold, as though the blood flowed but sluggishly through its accustomed channels. Who, he thought to himself, for the world's wealth would have this woman's memory of the past? She still held the light, and it appeared to him as though she were about to go into the shop, but she paused before she reached the half-glass door of communication between it and the parlour, and shook like one in an ague. Another, she said. "How strange it is that I always know. The air seems full of floating particles of blood, and they all fall upon me. Off, oh horror, horror, I choke. Off, I say, how the hot blood steams up in a sickly vapour. There now, why does Todd let them shriek in such a fashion?" She now shook so that Sir Richard Blunt made sure she would either drop the light she carried, or at all events shake it out, but neither of these contingencies took place, and after a few moments she got more calm. The violent agitation of her nerves gradually subsided. She spoke horrors, but it was in a different tone, and abandoning, apparently, the intention of going into the shop, she approached a portion of the parlour which had not yet been subjected to the scrutiny of Sir Richard Blunt, although it would not ultimately have escaped him. The appearance of this part of the room was simply that there was there a cupboard, but the back of this seeming cupboard formed, in reality, the door that led down the flight of stairs to the other strong iron door that effectually shut in the captive cook to his duties among the ovens. This was just the place that Sir Richard Blunt wanted to find out, and here we may as well state that Sir Richard had an erroneous but very natural idea under the circumstances that the cook or cooks were accomplices of Mrs. Lovett in her nefarious transactions. Had he been at all aware of the real state of affairs below, our friend, who had become so thoroughly disgusted with the pies, would not have been left for so long in so precarious a situation. Mrs. Lovett paused, after opening the lock of the cupboard, and in a strange, sepulchral sort of voice she said, "Has he done it?" "Done what?" Sir Richard would fain have asked, but although he had heard that people, when walking in their sleep, will answer questions put to them under such circumstances, he was doubtful of the fact and by no means wished to break the trance of Mrs. Lovett. "Has he done it?" she again repeated. "Is he no more? How many does it make? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, 7, it must be the 7th, and I have heard all. Hush, hush, Todd, Todd, I say, are you dead?" No, no, he would not drink the wine. The devil, his master, whispered to him that it had in it the potent drug that would send his spirits howling to its maker, and he would not drink. God, he would not drink. No, no, no. She pronounced these words in such a tone of agony that her awakening from the strange sleep she was in seemed to be a natural event from such a strong emotion, but it did not take place. No doubt Mrs. Lovett had been long habituated to these nocturnal rambles. She now began slowly and carefully the descent of the stairs leading to the oven, but she had not got many paces when a current of air from below, and which, no doubt, came through the small grating in the iron door, extinguished her light. This circumstance, however, appeared to be perfectly unnoticed by her, and she proceeded in the profound darkness with the same ease as though she had had a light. Sir Richard would have followed her as he was, but in the dark he did not feel sufficient confidence in her as a guide to do so, and with as noiseless a tread as possible he went back and fetched from the chimney-piece shelf his own little wax light, which was still burning, and carefully guarding its flame from a similar catastrophe to what had happened to Mrs. Lovett's light, he descended the staircase slowly and cautiously after her. She went with great deliberation, and it was not until being rather surprised at the total absence of sound from her tread that upon looking down to her feet he found that they were bare. After this he could have no doubt but that almost immediately upon her lying down in bed this somnambulistic trance had come over her, and she had risen to creep below and go through the singular scene we are describing. Step by step they both descended until Mrs. Lovett came to the iron door. She did not attempt to open it. If she had, heaven only knows what might have resulted from the desperate risk the captive cook might have made to escape. But even in the madness of Mrs. Lovett, for a sort of madness the scene she was enacting might be called, there was a kind of method, and she had no idea of opening the iron door that shut the cook from the upper world. Pausing, then, at the door leading to the ovens, she, with as much facility as though she had had broad daylight to do it in, unfastened the small square wicket in the top part of the window. A dull reddish glare of light came through it from the furnaces which night nor day were extinguished. "Hist, hist," said Mrs. Lovett. "Who speaks?" said a dull hollow voice which sounded as if coming from the tomb. "Who speaks to me?" Mrs. Lovett shut the small wicket in a moment. "He has not done it yet," she said. "He has not done it yet, no, 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 but blood will flow, yes, it must be so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, the 7th and not the last. Horrible, horrible, most horrible, if now I could forget." She began rapidly to ascend the stairs, so that Sir Richard Blunt had to take 2 at a step, and once 3 in order to be up before her, and even then she reached the parlour so close upon him that it was a wonder she did not touch him. But he succeeded in evading her by a hair's breadth, and then she stood profoundly still for a few moments with her hands clasped. This quiescent state, however, did not last long, for suddenly, with eagerness, she leaned forward and spoke again. "No suspicion," she said, "all is well. Dear me, heap up thousands more. Oh, Todd, have we not enough? There, clean up that blood. Here is a cloth. Stop it up, don't you see where it is running to like a live thing? He is not dead yet. How clumsy. Another blow with the hammer. There, on the forehead. What a crash. Did the bone go that time? Why, the eyes have started out. Horror, horror, oh God, no, 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 I cannot come here again. Oh God, is she sunk down upon the floor in a huddled-up mass, and Sir Richard Blunt, who could not forbear shuddering at the last words that had come from her lips now he thought that her trance was over, rapidly approaching her, said, "Wretched woman, your career is over." She suddenly rose, and with the same stately movement as before, she made her way from the parlour by the door leading to the staircase. During all the strange scenes she had gone through, she had not abandoned the light, and although the air in the narrow passage of the staircase had extinguished it, she still continued to carry it with the same care as though it lit her on her way. Seeing that she still walked in that strange and hideous sleep, the magistrate let her pass him, nor did he make any attempt to follow her. "Be it so," he said. "Let her awaken once again in the fancied security of her guilt. The doom of the murderess is hanging over her, and she shall not escape, but there is time yet." He watched her until by the turn of the stairs she disappeared from his sight, and then he sat down to think. And there, for a brief space, we leave Sir Richard while we take a peep at Tobias. Chapter 58. Mrs. Ragg, when she met Sweeney Todd, after he had so comfortably put out of this world of care, John Mundell, the usurer, was really upon a mission to Minna Grey, to tell her that Tobias was, to use her own expressive phraseology, never so much better. Together with this news, Mrs. Ragg, at the Colonel's suggestion, sought the company of Minna to tea upon that afternoon, and the consent of all parties whom it might concern being duly obtained to that arrangement, we will suppose Minna upon her way to Colonel Jeffreys. Timidly, and with a bashful boldness, if we may use the expression, did the fair young girl ring the area bell at the Colonel's. But he and his friend, Captain Rathbone, were both in the parlour and saw her advance, so that she was at once welcomed into that portion of the house. The Colonel, like most gentlemen, had the happy knack of making those with whom he spoke at their ease, so that Minna in a very short time recovered her first agitation, for if she had gone 1,000 times to that house, agitated she would have been at first, and was able to discourse with all that gentle fervour and candid simplicity which belongs to such minds as hers. "A most favourable change," said the Colonel, "has taken place in Tobias, a change which I attribute to the strong influence which your visit had upon him. Such an opinion is not a mere fancy of mine, for the medical gentleman who is in attendance upon him fully concurs in that view of the case." Minna had no need to say that she was pleased, for she looked all the delight that such a communication was calculated to give her. "Under these circumstances, then," continued the Colonel, "that which was only a faint hope of his recovery has become a certainty." Minna's eyes filled with tears. "Yes," added Captain Rathbone, "and we expect that to you he will make such revelations as shall bring proper punishment upon all those who have in any way been the cause of this calamity." "Oh, forgive them all now," said Minna. "Since he recovers, we can forgive them all, you know now. That cannot be, for the persecution that Tobias has endured is but part of a system which he will be the means of exposing. Will you come upstairs at once now, Miss Grey, and see him?" Oh, yes, yes. How her heart beat as she ascended the staircase, and how quickly she inspired and respired when she actually got to the door of Tobias's room. But then she heard the kind, although not very musical voice of Mrs. Ragg from within say, "But my dear, you will give her time to come." "A long time, mother," said Tobias. Ah, how well Minna knew that voice. It was the voice of Tobias as of old, the same voice in tone perhaps only a little weakened, and rendered more soft by sickness than it had been, but to her it was like the soft memory of some well-remembered tone that she had heard, and wept with joy to hear in happier days. "I am here, Tobias, I am here. Minna, Minna." She entered the room radiant and beautiful as some fairy come to breathe joy by the magic of some spell. Tobias stretched out his arms towards her. She paused a moment, and then with a soft and gentle movement embraced him. It was but for an instant she held him in her arms, and then she stepped back a pace or two and looked at him. "Quite well," said Tobias, understanding the look. "Quite. Oh, yes, Minna, and as happy as 50 kings. Are kings happy? Well, I don't know that they are, Minna, but at all events if they are, they can't possibly be happier than I am. Bless the boy, said Mrs. Ragg. How he does talk, to be sure. Why, Tobias, said Colonel Geoffrey, you are wonderfully improved within this last hour. Yes, sir, and still more wonderfully since the best physician in the world has come to see me. The direction of his eyes towards Minna Grey let them know, if they had not guessed it before, who Tobias considered the best physician in the world to him. Minna shook her head and said, But Tobias, it is to this gentleman that you owe your life. Yes, replied Tobias, and if ever I forget to be grateful to him for all that he has done for me, I shall consider myself the worst person in the world. I as bad quite as Sweeney Todd. Tobias shuddered perceptibly as he pronounced Todd's name, and it was quite evident that even in safety, as he could not but feel himself, and profoundly protected from the deadly malice of his late master, he could not divest himself of the absolute horror which even a mere remembrance of him engendered. Well, Tobias, said the Colonel as he drew a chair close to him, since you have named Todd, pray tell us all about him. All. Yes, all, Tobias. I will tell all I know. Come closer to me, Minna. I feel when you are near me as though God had sent one of his angels to keep Todd from me. Oh, yes, I will tell all I know. How can he harm me now? How indeed, Tobias, said Minna. Tobias still trembled. What a shock that bold, bad, unscrupulous man had given to the nerves of that boy. His bodily health might be restored, and his mind once more be brought back to sanity, but if Tobias Ragg were to live to the age of a patriarch, the name of Todd would be to him a something yet to shrink from, and the tone of his nervous system could never be what it once was. Minna looked up in his face, and the Colonel, too, gazed fully upon him, so that Tobias found he was absolutely called upon to say something. Yes, he began, I remember that people came to the shop, and that they never went out of it again. Can you particularize any instance? Yes, the gentleman with the dog. Colonel Geoffrey showed by his countenance how much he was interested. Go on, he said. What about the gentleman with the dog? I don't know how it was, added Tobias, but that circumstance seemed to tell more upon my fancy than any other. I suppose it was the conduct of the dog. What sort of a dog was it? A large, handsome dog, and Todd would not let it remain in the shop, so his master made him wait outside. Did he name the dog? Tobias passed his hand across his brow several times, and then his countenance suddenly brightening up, he said, Hector, yes, Hector. Colonel Geoffrey nodded. What then happened, Tobias? Said Minna. Why, I think Todd sent me out upon some message, and when I came back the gentleman was gone, but not the dog. Now, Tobias, can you tell us what sort of a man the man with the dog was? Yes, fresh-coloured and good-looking rather, with hair that curled. I should know him again. Ah, Tobias, said the Colonel, I am afraid we shall none of us ever see him again in this world. Never, said Tobias. Todd killed him. How he did it, or what he did with the body, I know not, but he did kill him, and many more I am certain as that I am now here. Many people came into the shop that never left it again. No doubt, and now, Tobias, how came you in the street by London Bridge so utterly overcome and destitute? The madhouse. Madhouse. Yes, I shall recollect it all. Where are you, mother? Bless us and save us. Here, to be sure, said Mrs. Ragg. Did I not come to you at your room and find you ironing, and did I not tell you that I had something to say about Todd and ask you to fetch somebody? To be sure. Well, when you left, Todd came, and after once looking in his face I almost forgot what happened, except that there was a madhouse and a man named Watson. Watson, said Colonel Geoffrey as he made a note of the name. Yes, added Tobias, and Fogg. Good. Fogg, I have it. Now, Tobias, where did you encounter this Fogg and Watson? That I cannot tell. I recollect trees and a large house and rooms and a kind of garden and some dark and dismal cells, and then my mind seems, when I think of all those things, like some large room full of horrors, and anything comes before me just like some dreadful dream. I recollect falling, I think, from some wall, and then running at my utmost speed until I fell, and then the next thing that I remember was hearing the voice of Minna in this house. One thing, said Captain Rathbone, is pretty certain, and that is that this madhouse, if it were one in reality, must be in the immediate vicinity of London, or else the strength of Tobias would not have enabled him to run so far as to London from it. Mrs. Ragg, I believe Todd told you that he had placed Tobias in a madhouse, did he not? Said the Colonel. Yes, sir, he did, the Waggabone. Well, I am inclined to think that it was a madhouse, one of those private dens of iniquity which are, and have been for many years, a disgrace to the jurisprudence of this country. If so, then, said the captain, there will be no great difficulty in finding it with the clue that Tobias has given us respecting the names. I will not be satisfied until I have rooted out that den, said the Colonel, but at present all our exertions must be directed to ascertain the fate of poor Ingestry. Every circumstance appears really to combine in favour of the opinion of Johanna Oakley, to the effect that this Thornhill and Mark Ingestry were the same. It does look marvellously probable, said the captain. Do you recollect any more, Tobias? Said Minna. Not clearly, Minna, and I am afraid that what I have recollected is not very clear, but it was the dog that made an impression upon my memory. Many things are, however, now each moment crowding to my mind, and I think that I shall soon be able to recollect much more. Not a doubt, Tobias, do not attempt to strain your memory too far now. Things will come back to you gently and by degrees. I have no doubt of that, sir, but what, Tobias? Oh, sir, you are quite sure. Sure of what? That when I least expect it, round the curtains of my bed, or from behind some chair, or from some cupboard about twilight, I shall not see the hideous face of Sweeney Todd, and feel his eyes glancing upon me. Poor Tobias covered his eyes with both his hands, as he gave almost frenzied utterance to these words, and both Colonel Geoffrey and his friend, the captain, looked on with aspects of deep commiseration. The former, after the pause of a few moments to allow the renewed excitement of Tobias fully to subside, spoke to him in a kind but firm voice. Tobias, listen to me. Do you hear me? Yes, sir. Oh, yes. Then I have to tell you that it is impossible Sweeney Todd can now come upon you in the way you mention, or in any other way. Impossible, sir. Yes, quite. He is now watched by the officers of justice day and night. His house door is never lost sight of for a moment while he is within it, and when he is abroad he is closely followed and carefully watched by men, any one of whom is more than a match for him. So be at peace upon that head, for Sweeney Todd is more securely kept now than any wild beast in his den. Chapter 59. All left Sir Richard Blunt, not in a critical situation, but in what may be called an embarrassing one, inasmuch as he could not very well make up his mind what to do next. He had heard much towards her enunciation from the lips of Mrs. Lovett, and he had possessed himself of some property, which he hoped would be authenticated as having belonged to some of Todd's victims. He had likewise found out the mode of secret communication with the ovens below, but whether or not to make any further use of that information just then was a question. While he was debating these matters in his mind, he saw that his little wax light was expiring. He accordingly produced another from his pocket and lit it, and during the process of so doing, he made up his mind to risk a descent into the regions below, so far as the iron door. He at first took his light in his hand to take it with him, but a few moments' reflection decided him to go in the dark, and placing it upon a corner of the shelf as he had done before, he opened the cupboard at the back of which was the secret door, and soon found himself upon the little staircase. Of course, the object of Sir Richard Blunt was to make what discovery he could, without betraying the fact of his own presence, and accordingly with such a design, hastened lightly as foot could fall, so that he was some few minutes in reaching the iron door, which he felt with his left hand, which he kept during his progress outstretched before him. The next object was to get the little wicket open without noise, for he recollected that Mrs. Lovett had made a sharp sound by the sudden withdrawal of a bolt that secured it on the side next to the staircase. By carefully feeling over the door, he at last lit upon this bolt, and then, by taking his time over it, he succeeded in drawing it back without creating the least sound. When this was done, the wicket yielded easily, for it had no other fastening than that bolt, and when it opened, which it did towards the stairs, the same dull reddish glare came through the small aperture that he had noticed when Mrs. Lovett was there. But he found what he had not noticed upon that occasion, namely, that when the wicket was removed there were iron bars farther securing the opening, so that it was quite clear it was intended to be a thing of strength. When, however, the magistrate found that there was nothing between him and the region of the ovens but this grating, he placed his ear close to it, in order to listen if anyone was stirring. After a few moments he heard a deep groan. Somewhat startled at this sound, for it was certainly unexpected, he tried to pierce with his eyes the obscurity of the place, but the darkness, although not absolute, was of that puzzling character that the more he looked the more all sorts of odd images seemed to be conjured up before his eyes. He began, too, to think that the groan must have been only some accidental sound that he had mistaken, but he was quickly relieved from such an opinion by hearing it again, much more distinctly and unequivocally than it had before sounded upon his ears. There was no possibility of mistaking this groan now, but while the certainty that a groan it was came upon his ears, he became only the more puzzled to account for it. And this state of feeling in him certainly arose from the difficulty he naturally had in conceiving the possibility of anyone being upon the premises, and engaged in the service of Mrs. Lovett, unless they were accomplices of that lady. The idea of the captive cook was not at all likely to cross the imagination of anyone, and in her revelations upon that head during her somnambulistic tour, Mrs. Lovett had not been sufficiently explicit to enable Sir Richard Blunt to come to a different conclusion. I will listen for it again, he thought. After a few moments more he was rewarded for his patience by not only hearing another groan, but a voice, in accents of the most woebegone character, said, "I cannot sleep, it is of no avail. Alas, who dare sleep here? God help me, for I am past all human aid. Who on earth can this be?" said the magistrate to himself. "It would be better for them to kill me at once," continued the voice. "Anything would be preferable to this continued horror, but I suppose they have not suited themselves yet with someone to take my place, so I am not to be sent to see my old friends. Oh, bitter, bitter fate! I would that I were dead." The captive pea-maker contemplates suicide. There was a heartiness in the pronunciation of the last word that quite convinced Sir Richard Blunt of their sincerity, but yet he thought he ought to listen to a little more before he ran the risk of falling into any trap that might be laid for him by Mrs. Lovett or her satellites, if she had any. He had not to wait long, for whoever it was that was speaking had got into a good train of groaning, and did not seem inclined to leave off for some time. "Is she a woman, or the devil in petticoats?" said the voice. Humph, thought Sir Richard Blunt, that would be rather a hard question to answer upon oath. "How much longer am I to bear this load of misery?" continued the voice. "No sleep, no food, but just what will sustain nature in her continued sufferings. Oh, it is most horrible. Have I been preserved from death under many adventurous and fearful circumstances, at last to die here like a rat in a hole? What on earth can be the matter with this man?" thought Sir Richard. There was a pause in the lamentations of the man now for a few seconds, during which he only groaned once or twice, just as if by way of letting anyone know, who might be listening, that he was not pacified. At length, with a sudden burst of passion, he cried, "I can bear it no longer. Death of my own seeking, and by my own choice as to method, is far preferable to this state of existence. Farewell, all farewell to you, fair and gentle girl, whom I loved and whose falseness first gave me a pang such as the assassin's dagger could not have inflicted. Farewell, dear companions of my youth whom I had hoped to see again." "Stop," said Sir Richard Blunt. The captive cook was still. "Stop," cried Sir Richard Blunt again. "Good God, who is that?" said the voice from the region of the oven. "Your good genius, if I save you from doing anything rash. Who and what are you? Tell me all. To be betrayed. Ah, you are some spy of Mrs. Lovett's, of course, and you only wished to draw me into conversation for my destruction. What were you going to do just now? Take my own life? Well, if you find I am an enemy instead of a friend, as I profess to be, you can but carry out your intention." "That's true." The captive cook pronounced these two words in such a solemn tone that the magistrate was more than ever convinced of his sincerity, and that he was far more a victim of Mrs. Lovett and her associate the barber than an accomplice. "Speak freely," said Sir Richard. "Who and what are you?" "I am the most unhappy wretch that ever breathed. I am cribbed and cabined and confined. I live upon raw flour and water. I curse the hour that I was born and wish I had been a blind kitten and drowned rather than what I am. But what do you do here? Make numberless pies. Well, it's all very fine for you to say well, whoever you are, but it is anything but well with me. Where are you?" "Upon the staircase near an iron door." "Ah, you are at the aperture through which that abominable Mrs. Lovett issues to me her commands and her threats. If you have any compassion in your nature, and the smallest desire to hear a story that will curdle your blood, you will find out the means of opening that door, and then I will climb up to it and make one effort for freedom." "My good friend, I am very much afraid it would materially derange my plans to do so." "Derange your what?" "My plans. And are any plans to be placed in competition with my life and liberty? Oh, human nature, human nature, what a difference there is in you when you are upon the right side of the door from what you are when you are upon the wrong." "My friend," said Sir Richard Blunt, "that is a very philosophical remark, and I compliment you upon it. But now answer me truly one question, and for your own sake, and for the sake of justice, I beg you to answer me truly." "What is it? Are you in present fear of death?" "No, not while I continue to make the pies." "Very good, very good. Now by all that's abominable, I only wish you had but to make them here for 1 week, and at the same time know as much as I know. I rather suspect that you would never say very good again." 1 week? Yes, only a week. Pray how long have you been here? "I have lost count of the long weary days and the anxious nights. Oh, sir, be you whom you may, do not sport with me, for I am very, very wretched." "If I could but be sure that you are a victim of the woman who lives above," said Sir Richard. "Sure that I am a victim? Oh God, you suspect me of being her accomplice. Well, well, it is but natural, finding me here, I ought to expect as much. What can I say, what can I do to convince you of the contrary?" "Reveal all. Do you not know then that what? I may suspect much, but I know nothing." Then, the man's voice sunk to a husky whisper, and when he had spoken a few words there was a death-like silence between him and Sir Richard Blunt. The latter at length said, "And you affirm this?" "I am willing to swear to it. Release me from here and take me to any court of justice you please, and I will affirm it. If you have any suspicion of my good faith, manacle me, bind me up in iron until I tell all." "I am convinced." "Oh, joy! I shall look upon the blessed sun again. I shall see the green fields. I shall hear the lark sing and drink in the odour of sweet flowers. I am not quite desolate." Sir Richard Blunt could hear him sobbing like a child. The magistrate did not interrupt this burst of feeling. He was, on the contrary, quite glad to be a witness of it, for it convinced him of the sincerity of the man. He could not think it possible he should find attending upon Mrs. Lovett's ovens so consummate an actor as it would have taken to play that part. After a few moments, however, he spoke, saying, "Now, my friend, are you one who will listen to reason in preference to merely acting upon the feelings and suggestions of the moment?" "I hope so." "Well, then, I think I could set you free tonight, but to do so would materially interfere with the course of that justice which is about speedily to overtake Mrs. Lovett. By remaining here you will keep things as they are for the present, and that, I assure you, is a great object. You say that while you continue making pies your life is not in positive peril. I ask of you, for the sake of justice, to put up with your present position a short time longer. Liberty is sweet. It is, but you would not like such a woman as Mrs. Lovett to take the alarm and escape the consequences of her crimes. Oh, no, no, I will remain. For how long will it be? I cannot say exactly, but the time may be counted by hours, and not one shall be lost. Have but a little patience, and I will come to you again. When next you hear my voice at the grating, it will be to give the signal of liberty. How can I thank you? Never mind that. Good night, and take care of yourself. All will be well. Good night, good night. Chapter 60. At 7 o'clock on the morning following these strange events, there were early prayers at St. Dunstan's, and the bells called together the devout at 6:30. Todd was there. Is the reader surprised? Has he never yet in his mundane experience met with a case of sanctimonious villainy? Does he think that going to prayer is incompatible with such a life as Todd's? Foe, live and learn. Todd met the beadle upon the steps of the church. "Ah, Mr. T," said that functionary, "it does one good to see you, that it does a deal of good. I say that of all the tradesmen in Fleet Street you is the piousest." "We owe a duty to our Creator," said Todd, "which all the pomps and vanities of this world ought to make us neglect. Have you heard o' the suicide in Norfolk Street?" Todd shook his head. "Why, the beadle of St. Clement's was asking of me only last night what sort of man you was." "Yes, to be sure. It's a gentleman as you went to shave, and as you lent a razor to, as has cut his blessed throat in Norfolk Street." "God bless me," said Todd, "you don't mean that. Dear, dear, we are indeed here today and gone tomorrow. How true it is that flesh is grass. And so the gentleman cut his throat with my razor, did he? Above a bit. Well, well, it is to be hoped that the Lord will be merciful to the little frailties of his creatures." "Convulsions, do you call that a little frailty?" Todd had passed on into the body of the church, and any minute observer might have noticed that when he got there was a manifest and peculiar twitching of his nose, strongly resembling the evolutions of a certain ex-chancellor. Then, in a low tone to himself, Todd muttered, "They make a great fuss about the smell in St. Dunstan's, but I don't think it is so very bad after all." Perhaps one of Todd's notions in going to early morning prayers was to satisfy himself upon the point of the stench in the church. The morning service was very short, so that Todd got back to his shop in ample time to open it for the business of the day. He gave a glance at the window, to be quite sure that the placard announcing the want of a pious lad was there, and then with all the calmness in the world he set about sharpening his razors. Not many minutes elapsed ere a man came in, leading by the hand a boy of about 13 years of age. "Mr. Todd," he said, "you want a lad." "Yes, you don't know me, but I am Cork, the greengrocer in the market." "Oh," said Todd, "you see this is Fred by the first Mrs. C, and the second Mrs. C. Thinks he'd better go out to something now. If you will take him prentice, we will provide him, and he can run into our place for his meals and tell us all the gossip of the shop, which will amuse Mrs. C, as she's in a delicate condition, and I have no doubt you will find him just the lad for you." "Dear, dear," said Todd, "what's the matter, Mr. T? I'm so aggravated. Is he pious?" "Decidedly." "Does he know his catechism and his belief?" "Oh, yes, only ask him, Mr. Todd, only ask him." "Come here, my dear boy. Who was Shindrad, the great uncle of Joshua, and why did Nebuchadnezzar call him Zitchafoba-Teza, the cousin of Neozobel Coxa cried?" Said the boy. "Law, what learning," said the greengrocer. "Ah, Mr. Todd, you are one too many for Fred, but he knows his catechism." "Well," said Todd, "if the boy that I have promised to think about don't suit me, I'll give you a call, Mr. Cork. But you see I am such a slave to my word that if I promise to think about anything, I go on thinking until it would astonish you how I get through it." "Well, I'm sure we are very much obliged to you, Mr. Todd. Come along, Fred." "Indeed," said Todd when he was once more alone. "That would suit me certainly. A lying, gossiping boy, to be running home 3 or 4 times a day with all the news of the shop. Good, very good indeed." Todd stropped away at the razors with great vehemence, until he suddenly became aware that someone must be blocking up nearly the whole of the window, for a sudden darkness, like an eclipse, had stolen over the shop. We have before had occasion to remark that Todd had a kind of peephole amid the multifarious articles which blocked up his windows, so that he was enabled to look out upon the passing world when he pleased. Upon this occasion he availed himself of this mode of ascertaining who it was that had stopped the light from making its way into the shop. It was no other than our old acquaintance, Big Ben from the Tower, who was on his way to Mr. Oakley's. The heart of Ben had been sensibly touched by the distress of Johanna, and he was going to give her a word or two of comfort and encouragement, which would wholly consist of advising her to never mind. But still Ben's intention was good, however weak might be the means by which he carried it out. As for passing Todd's window without looking in, he could no more help having a good stare than he could help doing justice to a flagon of old ale if it were placed before him, and upon this occasion the little placard announcing the want of a pious youth fixed the whole of Ben's wonder and attraction. "A pious lad," said Ben. "Oh, the villain, never mind, easy does it, easy does it." "Curses on that fellow," muttered Todd. "What is he staring at? A pious lad," ejaculated Ben. "Pious, oh, pious. Shaved this morning, sir," said Todd, appearing at his door with a razor in his hand. "Shaved or dressed, polish you off surprisingly in no time, sir. Walk in, sir, walk in. A nice comfortable shave makes a man feel quite another thing. Pray walk in, sir. I think I have had the pleasure of seeing you before." Ben cast an indignant look at Sweeney Todd, and then, as upon the spur of the moment, for Ben was rather a shrewd thinker, he could not find anything strong enough to say, he wisely held his peace and walked on. Todd looked after him with a savage scowl. "Not much plunder," he muttered, "but suitable enough in another point of view. Well, we shall see, we shall see." Ben continued his course towards the city, ever and anon repeating as he went, "A pious lad, a pious lad, oh, the rascal." When he reached within a few doors of the spectacle makers, he saw a boy with a letter in his hand looking about him, and probably seeing that Ben had a good-humoured countenance, he said to him, "If you please, sir, can you tell me which is Mr. Oakley's?" "Yes, to be sure. Is that letter for him?" "No, sir, it's for Miss Oakley." Ben laid his finger upon the side of his nose and tried to think. "Miss Oakley," he said. "A letter for Miss Oakley." And then, as nothing very alarming consequent upon that proposition presented itself to him, he said, "Easy does it." "Do you know the house, sir?" asked the boy. "Yes, to be sure. Come along, boy." "Yes, sir." "Who's the letter from?" "A gentleman, sir, as is waiting at the Unicorn in Addle Street." "A gentleman as is waiting at the Addle in Unicorn Street," said Ben. And then, not being able still to hit upon anything very outrageous in all that, he contented himself once more with an easy does it. The boy accompanied him to the door of Mr. Oakley's, and then Ben said to him, "I'll give the letter to Miss Oakley if you like, and if you don't like you can wait till I send her to you. Easy does it." "Thank you, sir," said the boy. "I'd rather give it to the young lady myself." "Very good," said Ben. "Rise betimes and hear early chimes." With this effort of proverbial law, Ben marched into the shop where old Oakley was, with a magnifying glass fitted to his eyes, performing some extraordinary operation upon a microscope. Ben merely said, "How is you?" and then passed on to the back room, having received from the old optician a slight nod by way of a return of the friendly salutation. Ben always esteemed it a stroke of good fortune when he found Johanna alone, which in the present instance he did. She rose to receive him and placed one of her small hands in his, where for a moment or two it was completely hidden. "All right," said Ben. "Yes, as usual, no news. I saw a boy at the door with a letter from a Unicorn." "From a what?" "No, an Addle, no, let me see. A Unicorn waiting with a gentleman in Addle something. Easy does it. That ain't it neither. Where is she?" Guessing that it was someone with a communication from some friend to her, Johanna had glided to the door and got the letter from the boy. She came with it to the parlour at once and opened it. It was from Colonel Geoffrey and ran as follows: "Dear Miss Oakley, if you will oblige me with another meeting in the Temple Gardens this evening, at or about 6, I have something to tell you, although I am afraid nothing cheering. Believe me to be your sincere friend, John Geoffrey. She read it aloud to Ben and then said, "It is from the gentleman who, I told you, Ben, had interested himself so much in the fate of poor Mark." "Oh, said Ben. "Easy does it. Tell him, if he'd like to see the beasts at the tower any time, only to ask for me." "Yes, Ben. Well, my dear, I came by the Barber's, and what do you think?" Johanna shook her head. "Guess again. Spare me, Ben. If you have any news for me, pray tell me. Do not keep me in suspense." Ben considered a little whether what he had to say was news or not, and then taking rather an enlarged view of the word, he added, "Yes, I have. Todd wants a pious boy." "A what is a pious boy?" "He's got a bill in his window to say that he wants a pious boy. What do you think of that now? Did you ever hear of such a villain? Easy does it. And he came out too and wanted to polish me off." "Oh, Ben. Oh, Johanna, take things easy. I mean that you should be very careful indeed not to go into that man's shop. Promise me that you will never do so." "All's right, never be afeard, or you'd never tame the beastesses. If I was only to go into that fellow's shop and fix a eye on him so, you'd see." Ben fixed one of his eyes upon Johanna in such a manner that she was glad to escape from its glare, which was quite gratifying to him, Ben, inasmuch as it was a kind of tacit acknowledgment of the extraordinary powers of his vision. "Easy does it," he said. "All's right. Do you mean to meet this colonel?" "Yes, Ben. All's right. Only take care of yourself down Fleet Street, that's all." "I will, indeed. What do you say to taking me with you?" "Where, Ben?" "Why, where you go to meet the colonel, my dear." "Personally, I should not entertain the smallest objection, but there is no danger in the transaction. I know that Colonel Geoffrey is a man of honour, and that in meeting him upon such an occasion I am perfectly safe." "Good again," said Ben. "Easy does it. Hilloa, what's that in the shop?" "Only my mother come home." "Only? The deuce! Excuse me, my dear, I must be off. Somehow or another your mother and I don't agree, you see, and ever since I had that dreadful stomach ache one night here, it gives me a twinge to see her, so I'll be off. But remember, easy does it." Chapter 61. With this sage aphorism, Ben effected a hasty retreat from the optician's house by the private door, so that he should not run the risk of encountering Mrs. Oakley, who had made her appearance by the shop way. When Johanna was alone, she once again read the little missive from the colonel, and then, burying her face in her hands, she tried still to think that it was possible he might have some good news to tell her. And yet, if such had been the case, would he not have written it? Would he, feeling for her as she knew he did, have kept her in a state of suspense upon such a subject? Ah, no. He would rather have, in spite of all obstacles, made his way into the shop and called to her. Johanna, mark in Jestry lives, if he had really been in a position to say so much. As these thoughts chased each other through the mind of the young girl, she shed abundance of tears, and so absorbed was she in her grief that she was not aware that anyone was present until she felt a light touch upon her shoulder, and upon starting round suddenly, she saw her friend Arabella Wilmot standing close to her. "Johanna, yes, Arabella, I am here. Yes, dear Johanna, but you are weeping." I am. To you these tears shall be no secret, Arabella. Alas, you who know my heart know how much I have to weep for. You can bear with me. You are the only one in all the world whom I would willingly let see these bitter, bitter tears." At those words Johanna wept afresh, and the heart of her young friend was melted, but recovering sooner than Johanna, Arabella was able to speak somewhat composedly to her, saying, "Have you heard anything, Johanna, new?" No, except that Mr. Geoffrey wishes to see me again to tell me something, and as he has not said in his letter what it is, I can guess it is no good news." "Nay, is not that assuming too much?" No, I know he would, if he had had any joyous intelligence for me, have written it. He would feel of what a suspense even a few hours would be upon such a subject. No, Arabella, I feel that what he has to say is some terrible confirmation of my worst fears. Arabella found it no easy task to combat this course of reasoning upon the part of Johanna. She felt its force, and yet she felt at the same time that it was somewhat incumbent upon her to resist it, and to make at least the endeavour to ward off the deep depression that had seized upon Johanna. "Now listen to me," she said. "Perhaps what Colonel Geoffrey has to say to you is, after all, a something hopeful, but at the same time, being only hopeful and nothing positive, he may have felt how difficult it was to write it, without exciting undue effects in your mind, and so prefers saying it, when he can accompany it by all the little collateral circumstances which alone can give it its proper value." There was something like a gleam of sunshine in this idea. "Do you understand me, dear Johanna?" "Yes, yes." Johanna spoke more firmly than before. The last argument of her friend had had all its weight with her, and had chased away many of the gloomy thoughts that had but a few moments before possessed her. What a strange compound is the human mind, and how singularly does it take its texture, chameleon-like, from surrounding circumstances. But a few moments since, and to Johanna the brief epistle of the Colonel was suggestive of nothing but despair. How different now was its aspect! Arabella Wilmot had by a few simple words placed it in a new light, so that it started to the imagination of Johanna symbols of life. "Ah, you are hoping now," said Arabella. I am. Perhaps it is as you say, Arabella. I will think it is." Miss Wilmot was now almost afraid that she had gone too far and conjured up too much hope, but she could not bear the idea of dashing down again the fairy fabric of expectation she had moved in the bosom of Johanna, and merely added, "Well, Johanna, since you find that the letter will at all events bear two interpretations, I am sure that, until you may be convinced it owns to the worst, you will be as composed as possible." "I will." "And now, Arabella, will you? And can you accompany me this evening to the Temple Gardens to meet Colonel Geoffrey?" "Yes, Johanna, I both can and will, if such is your wish." "It is, Arabella, much my wish, for I feel that if what our friend the Colonel has to say should not be of a hopeful character, I should never be able to repeat it to you so as to have your opinion of it. Then we will go together, but we will not pass that dreadful man's shop." "Todd's?" "Yes, why not, Arabella? I feel the moment that I leave this house as though some irresistible fascination dragged me there, and I think I could no more pass down Fleet Street without directing my eyes to that building, which perchance has proved fatal to poor Mark, than I could fly. But I shrink from that man recognizing us again. We will pass upon the other side of the way, Arabella, but do not say nay to me, for pass I must." There was such a frantic sort of earnestness in the manner in which Johanna urged this point, that Arabella no longer made any sort of opposition to it, and the two young girls soon arranged a time of meeting, when they would proceed together to the Temple Gardens, to give Colonel Geoffrey the meeting he so much desired. As nothing of a very particular character occurred that day, we will at once follow Arabella and Johanna upon the mission, premising that the hours have slipped away which intervened between the time of Johanna receiving the note from Colonel Geoffrey, and the time when, if she kept the appointment with him, it would be necessary for her to start from home to do so. Both the young girls made as great alterations in their attire as they could upon this occasion, so that they should not be strikingly recognizable again by Todd, and then Arabella reminding Johanna that the bargain between them was to pass upon the other side of the way, they both set off from the old spectacle maker's. As they neared Fleet Street, the agitation of Johanna became more and more apparent, and Arabella was compelled to counsel her to calmness, lest the passers-by should notice how much she felt, from some cause to them unknown. "My dear Johanna," she said, "your arm trembles in mine. Oh, pray be calm." I will, are we near?" "Yes, let us cross." They reached the other side of the way from that on which Todd's shop was situated, to the great relief of Arabella, who as yet knew not of the placard that Todd had exhibited in his window, announcing the want of a pious youth. The sight of the shop, however, seemed to bring that circumstance to the mind of Johanna, and she told her young friend of it at once. "Oh, Johanna," said Arabella, "does it not seem as though, She paused, and Johanna looked inquiringly at her, saying, "What would you say, Arabella? What would you say?" "Nothing now, Johanna, nothing now. A thought struck me, and when we return from this meeting with your friend the Colonel, I will communicate it to you. Oh, do not look opposite, do not." All such injunctions were thrown away upon Johanna. Look opposite she did, and as she herself had truly said, it would have been quite impossible for her to avoid the doing so, even if the greatest personal risk had been risked in the action. But Todd's shop, to look at from the other side of the way, presented no terrors. It simply presented the idea of a little barber's shop, of no very great pretensions, but of sufficient respectability, as barbers' shops were in those days, not to make any decent person shrink from going into it. No doubt in the crowd of Fleet Street, for Fleet Street was then crowded, although not to the extent it is now, Johanna and her friend passed quite unnoticed by Todd, even if he had been looking out. At all events, they reached Temple Bar without any obstruction or adventure. Finding then that they had passed the main entrance to the temple, they went down the nearest adjacent street, and pursuing a circuitous route through some curious-looking courts, they reached their destination yet a little before the appointed hour. Colonel Geoffrey, however, was not likely to keep Johanna Oakley waiting. "There," said Arabella, "is that the Colonel?" Johanna looked up just as the Colonel approached and lifted his hat. Yes, yes, in another moment he was with them. There was a look upon the countenance of Colonel Geoffrey of deep concern, and that look, at one glance that was bestowed upon it by Johanna Oakley, was quite sufficient to banish all hidden hopes that she might yet have cherished regarding the character of the news that he had to impart to her. Arabella Wilmot, too, was of the same opinion regarding the physiognomical expression of the Colonel, who bowed to her profoundly. Johanna and Arabella meet and consult Colonel Geoffrey in Temple Gardens. "I have brought my dearest friend with me," said Johanna, "from whom I have no secrets." "Nor I," said the Colonel, "now that I hear she stands in such an enviable relation to you, Miss Oakley." Arabella slightly bowed, and Johanna, fixing her eyes, in which tears were glistening upon him, said, "You have come to tell me that I may abandon all hope." "No, no, heaven forbid." A bright flush came over the face of the young girl, and clasping her hands, she said, "Oh, sir, do not play with feelings that perhaps you scarcely guess at. Do not tamper with a heart so near breaking as mine. It is cruel, cruel." "Do I deserve such a charge?" said the Colonel, "even by implication?" "No, no," said Arabella. "Recollect yourself, Johanna. You are unjust to one who has shown himself to be your friend, and a friend to him whom you hope to see again." Johanna held out her little childlike hand to the Colonel, and looking appealingly in his face, she said, "Can you forgive me? It was not I who spoke, but it was the agony of my heart that fashioned itself at the moment into words my better judgment and my better feelings will not own. Can you forgive me? Can I, Miss Oakley? Oh, do not ask me. God grant that I could make you happy." "I thank you, sir, deeply and truly thank you, and now, you would say, tell me my news." "Yes, oh yes. Then let us walk upon this broad path by the river, while in the first instance I tell you that it was only from a deep sense of duty, and a feeling that I ought not, upon any consideration, to keep anything from you, that I came here today to give you some more information, and yet fresh information." "You are very, very good to me, sir." "No, no, do not say that, Miss Oakley. I am a friend. I am only very selfish. But in brief, the lad who was in the barber's service at the time we think Mark in Jestry called at the shop with the string of pearls in his possession has told us all he knows upon the subject freely." "Yes, yes, and he knows very little. But that little just amounts to this, that such a person did come to the shop, and that he is quite clear that he never left it." "Quite clear that he never left it," repeated Johanna, "that he never left it. Quite clear that—" She burst into tears, and clung to Arabella Wilmot for support. The Colonel looked inexpressibly distressed, but he did not speak. He felt that any commonplace topics of consolation would have been an insult, and he had seen enough of human feelings to know that such bursts of passionate grief cannot be stemmed, but must have their course, and that such tears will flow like irresistible torrents into the ocean of eternity. Arabella was greatly distressed. She had not expected that Johanna would have given way in such a manner, and she looked at Colonel Geoffrey as though she would have said, "Is it possible that you can say nothing to calm this grief?" He shook his head but made no reply in words. In a few moments, however, Johanna was wonderfully recovered. She was able to speak more composedly than she had done since the commencement of the interview. "Tell me all now," she said. "I can bear to hear it all." "You know all, Miss Oakley. The poor boy in whose fate I have felt sufficiently interested to take him into my care says that such a man as Thornhill did come to his master's shop. That he, the boy, was sent out upon some trivial errand, merely to get him out of the way, and that pending his return the visitor disappeared. He deposes to the fact of the dog watching the door." "The dog?" "Yes, Thornhill, it seems, had a faithful dog with him." "Ah, Arabella, we must have seen that dog. Has not the creature, then, fallen a victim to Todd's malevolence?" "We think not, sir," said Arabella. Go on," said Johanna. "What more?" "The boy states that he is certain he saw the hat of the visitor with the dog in Todd's house after Todd had declared he had left and proceeded to the city." "The hat, the dog. Alas, alas! Nay, Miss Oakley, do not forget one thing, and that is, that neither you nor anyone else have as yet identified this Mr. Thornhill as Mr. Ingestry." "No, not positively, but my heart tells me." "Ah, Miss Oakley, the heart is the slave of the feelings and of the imagination. You must not always trust to its testimony or emotions upon cold fact." "There is yet hope, then, Johanna," said Arabella. "A bright hope for you to cling to, for, as this gentleman says, there is nothing positive to prove that Mr. Thornhill was Mark Ingestry. I would not, were I you, abandon that hope on any account while I lived and could still clutch it. Would it not be a great thing, sir, if any papers or documents which this Thornhill might have had about him could be recovered?" "It would indeed." Arabella at first seemed upon the point of saying something contingent upon this remark of the Colonel's, or rather this acquiescence of his in her remark, but she thought better of it and was silent, upon which Johanna spoke, saying, "And that is really all, sir?" "It is, Miss Oakley, but will nothing be done? Will no steps be taken to bring this man Todd to justice?" "Yes, everything will be done, and indeed anything that can be done consistently with sound policy is actually now. Sir Richard Blunt, one of the most acute, active, and personally daring of the magistrates of London, has the affair in hand, and you may be quite assured that he will pursue it with zeal." "And what is he doing?" "Collecting such evidence against Todd that at a moment the law will be enabled to come upon him with a certainty that by no ingenious quibble can he escape." Johanna shuddered. "I thank you, sir, from my heart," she said, "for all the kindness and I need not again trespass upon your time or your patience." "Ah, Miss Oakley, will you deny me your friendship?" "Oh, no, no." "Then why deny me the privilege of a friend to see you sometimes? If I cannot say to you anything positively of a consoling character regarding him whom you so much regret, I can at least share your sorrows and sympathize with your feelings." Johanna was silent, but after a few moments she began to feel that she was acting both with harshness and injustice towards one who had been all that the kindest and most generous friend could be to her. She held out her hand to the Colonel, saying, "Yes, sir, I shall be always happy to see you." The Colonel pressed her hand in his, and then turning to Arabella Wilmot, they parted at the garden. Chapter 62. "Johanna," said Arabella Wilmot as they passed out of the temple by the old gate at Whitefriars, "Johanna, if there had been no Mark Ingestry in the world, could you not have loved someone else truly?" "No, no, oh no, not such a one as Colonel Geoffrey. No, Arabella, I respect and admire Colonel Geoffrey. He comes fully up to all my notions of what a gentleman should be, but I cannot love him." Arabella sighed. The two young girls passed Todd's shop upon the other side of the way, and Johanna shuddered as she did so, and repeated in a low voice, "He went there, but he never left." "Nay, but you should remember that was Thornhill." "Yes, Thornhill, alias Ingestry. You will cling to that idea. I cannot help it, Arabella. Oh, that I could solve the dreadful doubt. You speak to me of finding consolation and hope from the possibility that this Thornhill might not have been in jestry. But I feel, Arabella, that the agony of that constant doubt, and the pangs of never-ending thought and speculation upon that subject will drive me mad. I cannot endure them. I must be resolved one way or the other. It is suspense that will kill me. I might in the course of time reconcile myself to the fact that poor Mark had gone before me to that world where we shall assuredly meet again. But the doubt as to his fate is indeed madness. There was a manner about Johanna, as she pronounced these words, that was quite alarming to Arabella. Perhaps it was this alarm which went a long way towards inducing her, Arabella, to say what she now said to Johanna. Have you forgotten your idea of going disguised to Todd's, Johanna? And have you forgotten what Mr. Ben, your friend from the tower, told you? What? Oh, what, Arabella? What did he tell me that I should remember? Why, that Todd had placed a placard in his window stating that he wanted a boy in his shop. Oh, Johanna, it would be so romantic, and to be sure I have read of such things. Do you think you would have courage sufficient to dress yourself again in my cousin's clothes and go to Todd's shop? Yes, I understand you, and apply for the vacant situation. Yes, Johanna, it might, afford you an opportunity of searching the place, and then if you found nothing which could assure you of the presence at one time there of Mark in jestry, you would come away with a heart more at ease. I should. He could but kill me. Who? Sweeney Todd. Oh, no, Johanna, your stay would not exceed a few short hours. Oh, what long hours they would be. Well, Johanna, I almost dread the counsel I am giving to you. It is fraught probably with 1,000 mischiefs and dangers that neither you nor I have sufficient experience to see. And now that I have said what I have, I beg of you to think no further of it, and from my heart I wish it all unsaid. No, Arabella, why should you wish it unsaid? It is true that the course you suggest to me is out of the ordinary way and most romantic, but then are not all the circumstances connected with this sad affair far out of the ordinary course? Yes, and yet, Arabella, I will do it. Oh, Johanna, if any harm should come to you, then absolve yourself, Arabella, from all reproach upon the subject. Remember always that I go upon my own responsibility, and against your wishes, feelings, and advice. All that I now ask of you is that you will once more lend me that disguise, and assist me in further making myself look like that I would represent myself, and I shall then, perhaps, ask no more of your friendship in this world. Arabella was horrified. The plan she had proposed had, from her course of romantic reading, such charms for her imagination that she could not have forborne mentioning it. But now that in earnest Johanna talked of carrying it out, she became terrified at what might be the consequences. In the open streets she was afraid of making a scene by any further opposition to Johanna, whose feelings, she saw, were in a great state of excitement. But she hoped that she would be able yet to dissuade her from her purpose when she got her home. Say no more now of it, Johanna, and come home with me, when we will talk it over more at large. I am resolved, said Johanna. The very resolution to do something bold and definite has given me already a world of ease. I am different quite in feeling to what I was. I am sure that God is, even now, giving me strength and calmness to do this, much for him who would have risked anything for me. To reason with anyone impressed with such notions would have been folly indeed, and Arabella forbore doing so at that juncture. She could not but be amazed, however, at the firmness of manner of Johanna now, in comparison with the frantic burst of grief which she had so recently been indulging in. Her step was firm, her lips were compressed, and her countenance, although more than usually pale, was expressive in every feature of highly wrought determination. She will do it or die, thought Arabella, and if anything happens to her I shall wish myself dead likewise. In this state of feeling, not a very amiable one, the two young girls reached the abode of Arabella Wilmot. The strongly marked feeling of composure and determination by no means left Johanna, but if anything seemed to be rather upon the increase, while occasionally she would mutter to herself, "Yes, yes, I will know all, I will know the worst." When they were alone in the little chamber of Arabella, that little chamber which had witnessed so many of the mutual confidences of those two young girls, Arabella at once began to say something that might provoke a discussion about the propriety of the hazardous expedition to Todd's, but Johanna stopped her by saying, as she laid her hands gently upon her arm, "Arabella, will you do me 2 favours? 100, but nay, hear me out, dear friend, before you say another word. The first of those favours is that you will not, by word or look, try to dissuade me from my purpose of going in disguise to Todd's. The second is that you will keep my secret when I do go." "Oh, Johanna, Johanna, promise me." "Yes, I do. I am satisfied. And now, my own dear Arabella, let me tell you that I do not think that there is any such danger as you suppose in the expedition. In the first place, I do not think Todd will easily discover me to be aught else than what I pretend to be, and if I should see that I am in any danger, Fleet Street, with all its living population, is close at hand, and such a cry for aid as I, being as I am, forearmed by being forewarned, could raise, would soon bring me many defenders." Arabella sobbed. "And then, after all, I only want to stay until, by one absence of Todd's from the house, I shall be able to make a search for some memorial of the visit of Mark in Jestry there. If I find it not, I return to you at once better satisfied, and with better hopes than I went forth. If I do find it, I will call upon the tardy law for justice." "Johanna, Johanna, you are not the same creature that you were. I know it, I am changed, I feel that I am." Arabella looked at the sweet childish beauty of the face before her, and her eyes filled with tears again at the thought that something near akin to despair had implanted upon it that look of unnatural calmness and determination it wore. "You doubt me," said Johanna. "Oh, no, no, I feel now that you will do it, and feeling that, I likewise feel that I ought not to drive you to seek assistance from another in your enterprise. But something must be arranged between us." "In what respect?" "Such as if I should not hear of you within a certain time, you would feel bound to find me some help. Be it so, Arabella. If I do not come to you or send to you before the midnight of tomorrow, do what you will, and I shall not think that you have committed any breach of faith." "I am content, Johanna, to abide by those conditions, and now I will say nothing to you to bend you from your purpose, but I will pray to heaven that you may become successful, not in finding any record of Mark in Jestry, but in procuring peace to your mind by the utter absence of such record." "I will go now." "No, no, Johanna. Bethink you what pain your unexplained absence would give to your father. Something must be said or done to make him feel at ease during the perhaps many hours that you will be absent. It is well thought of, Arabella. Oh, how selfish we become when overwhelmed by our own strange emotions. I had forgotten that I had a father. It was now agreed between the two young girls that Johanna should go home, and that Arabella Wilmot should call for her, and ask Mr. Oakley's permission for her, Johanna, to come to her upon a visit for 2 days. It was no very unusual thing for Johanna to pass a night with her friend, so that it was thought such a course now would have the effect of quieting all anxiety on account of the absence of the young girl from her parental home. Chapter 63. Temporary insanity and a dividend of 1 shilling upon the razor. Such was the enlightened verdict of 12 sapient shopkeepers in the Strand upon John Mundell. Peace to his manes. He is gone where there are no discounts, no usury laws, no unredeemed pledges, and no strings of pearls. Good day to you, John Mundell. Ha, 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 laughed Sweeney Todd. That affair is settled in an uncommonly satisfactory manner. What an odd thing it is, though, that nobody now comes into my shop, but somebody else, upon some shuffling excuse or another, comes in within 2 minutes afterwards. Now, if I were superstitious, which I am not," here Todd looked first over his right shoulder and then over his left with 2 perceptible shudders, "if, as I say, I were superstitious, which, Hilloa, who's this? "Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Todd," said a woman in widow's weeds as she entered the shop, "but they do say that. What?" screamed Todd, "what? That you are charitable to the poor. Oh, that's all. Aye, that's all. Very good, I am charitable to the poor, very, very charitable to the poor. What may your business be, madam? You don't know me, Mr. Todd, I dare say, but my name is Slick." Slick? No, madam, I have not the pleasure of knowing you, and may I again ask why I am honoured with the visit? Why, sir, I have got up a little humble petition. You see, sir, my husband, Solomon Slick, is a watchmaker, and one day, about a month ago, he went out to go to the city with 2 chronometers, to take to Brown, Smuggins, Bugsby and Pod, who employ him, and he was never afterwards heard of, leaving me with 6 children and 1 at the breast. Now, Mr. Brown is a kind sort of man, and spoke to Pod about doing something, but Bugsby and Smuggins, they will have it that my husband ran away with the watches, and that we are only watching the best time to go to him. But my aunt, Mrs. Longfinch in Bedfordshire, will do something for us if we go there, so I am trying to get up £1 or 2 to take me and the little ones. Todd made a chuckling noise like a hen in a farmyard and looked the picture of compassionate commiseration. Dear, what a shocking thing. It is indeed, sir. And have you no idea of what has become of him, madam? Not in the least, sir. Not in the least, but I said to myself, I dare say Mr. Todd will be so good as to assist us in our necessities. Certainly, madam, certainly. Do you know what is the most nourishing thing you can give to your children? Alas, sir, the poor things, since their poor father went, have had little choice of one thing or another. It was he who supported them. But what is it, sir? Mrs. Lovett's pies. Ah, sir, they had 1 apiece, poor things, the very day after poor Solomon Slick disappeared. A compassionate neighbour brought them, and all the while they ate them they thought of their father that was gone. Very natural that, said Todd. Now, Mrs. Slick, I am but a poor man, but I will give you my advice and something more substantial. The advice is that if anybody is moved to compassion and bestows upon you a few pence for your children, you go and lay it out in pies at Mrs. Lovett's. And as for the more substantial something, take that and read it at your leisure. Todd, as he spoke, took from a drawer a religious tract entitled The Spiritual Quartern Loaf for the Hungry Sinner, and handed it to Mrs. Slick. The poor woman received it with a look of disappointment and said with a slight shudder, "And is this all you can do, Mr. Todd?" "All," cried Todd. "All. Good gracious, what more do you want? Recollect, my good woman, that there is another world where the poor will have their reward, provided that in this they are not too annoying to the rich and the comfortable. Go away. Dear, and this is gratitude. I must go and pray for the hardness of heart and the Egyptian darkness of the common and the lower orders in general, and you in particular, Mrs. Slick." The woman was terrified at the extraordinary faces that Todd made during the delivery of this harangue, and hastily left the shop, having dropped the spiritual quartern loaf for hungry sinners in the doorway. "Ha, said Todd when she was gone. They thought of their father, did they, while they ate Lovett's pies? Ha. At this moment a man made his appearance in the shop and looked with a sly twinkle at Sweeney Todd. The latter started, for in that man he imagined no other than an under-attendant at the establishment of Mr. Fogg at Peckham. That this man came with some message from Fogg he did not for a moment doubt, but what could it possibly be, since he, Todd, fully believed that Tobias Ragg was no more. "Do you know me?" said the man. As a general proposition, Todd did not like to say yes to anything, so he looked dubious and remarked that he thought it might rain soon, but if he, the man, wanted a clean shave, he, Todd, would soon do for him. "But really, Mr. Todd, don't you know me?" "I know nobody," said Todd. The man chuckled with a hideous grimace that seemed habitual to him, for he at times indulged in it when to all appearance no subject whatever of hilarity was on the topic, and then he said, "I come from Fogg." "Fogg's not Fogg." The man did not at first seem to understand this nice distinction that Todd drew between coming from Fogg's establishment and coming from Fogg himself, but after knitting his brows and considering a little, he said, "Oh, I see." No, I don't come from Fogg, confound him, he don't use me well, so I thought I'd come to tell you. The shop door opened, and a stout, burly-looking man made his appearance. Todd turned upon him with a face livid with passion as he said, "Well, sir, what now?" "Eh," said the stout, burly man, "ain't this a barber's shop?" "To be sure it is, and once for all, do you want to be shaved or do you not?" "Why, what else could I come in for?" "I don't know, but you have been here more than once, more than twice, more than thrice, and yet you have never been shaved yet." "Well, that is a good one." "A good what?" "Mistake, for I have only just come to London today, but I'll wait while you shave this gentleman. I am in no hurry." "No, sir," said Todd, "this gentleman is a private friend of mine, and don't come to be shaved at all." The stout, burly-looking man seemed rather confused for a moment, and then he turned to the stranger and said, "Are you really a private friend of Mr. Todd's?" "Very," said the other. "Then I scorn to interrupt anyone in their confidential discourse, just because my beard happens to be a day old. No, I trust that time and old English politeness will ever prevent me from doing such a thing. So, Mr. Todd, I will look in upon some other occasion, if you please." "No, no," said Todd. "Sit down. Business is business. Pray sit down. You don't know how disappointed I shall feel if I don't polish you off now that you are here, sir." "Could not think of it," said the other, in whom the reader has, no doubt, recognized one of Sir Richard Blunt's officers. "Could not for a moment think of it. Good day." Before Todd could utter another remonstrance, he was out of the shop, and when he got about 12 paces off he met Crotchet, who said, "Well, what do you bring it in now?" "I must cut it. Todd is beginning to recollect me, and to think there is something odd going on." "Mister," Crotchet gave a slight whistle and then said, "Worry good, but did you leave a hindividdle in the shaving crib to be done for?" "Yes, but he said he was a private friend of Todd's." "Good again, that will do. He's safe enough, I dare say, and if he isn't, why he ought to be more particular in addressing of his acquaintances. Do you know where the governor is?" "No, I have not seen him, but will you tell him, Crotchet, why I think it's better for me to be scarce for a day or two?" "To be sure, old fellow, you can go on some other day." "Surely, surely." Chapter 64. It took Todd, master as he was, or used to be in the art of dissimulation, some few minutes to recover his composure, after the officer had left the shop, and during that time the gentleman from Fogg's looked at him with the quiet, sniggering kind of laugh so peculiar to him. Todd was evidently, day by day, losing that amount of nerve which had at one time formed his principal characteristic. It was getting, in fact, clear to himself that he was not near so well fitted for the business he was carrying on as he had been. Turning to the man from Fogg's, he said, while he put on as bland a smile as he could, "Well, my friend, I suppose you have sought me with some motive. Pray speak out and tell me what it is." The man laughed. "I have had a row with Fogg," he said, "and we parted in anger. I told him I would split upon the den, but he is a deep one, and he only coughed. Fogg, though, somehow don't laugh as he used. However, as well as he could laugh he did, and says he, 'Peter, my lad,' says he, 'if you do split upon the old den, I'll get you transported as safe as you think yourself.' Well, I didn't like that." "Then you are probably," said Todd in a bland manner, "you are probably aware that you may be obnoxious to the law." "Phew," said the fellow. "And what followed?" "Why, Peter," added Fogg, "you may leave me if you like, and once a month there will be a couple of guineas here for you. There's the door, so away, I insist, and it has struck me that if Fogg gives me a couple of shiners a month to hold my tongue, other gentlemen might do as much, and through one and another I might pick up a crust and something to moisten it with." The man laughed again. Todd nodded his head as much as to say, "You could not have explained yourself clearer," and then he said, "Peter, in your way you have a certain sort of genius. I might just remark, however, that after paying Fogg handsomely for what he has done, it is rather hard that Fogg's cast-off officials should come upon Fogg's best customers and threaten them out of any more." "I know it's hard," said the man. "Then why do you do it?" "Because, to my thinking, it would be a deuced sight harder for me to want anything. And besides, I might get into trouble and be in the hands of the police, when who knows but that in some soft moment someone might get hold of me and get it all out of me. Wouldn't that be harder still for all? It would. Ah, Mr. Todd, I always thought you were a man of judgment, that I did. You do me infinite honour. Not at all. I say what I think, you may take your oath of that. But when I saw you come about that last boy, I said to myself, Mr. Todd is carrying on some nice game, but what it is I don't know. Howsomedever, he is a man with something more than would go into a small teaspoon hereabouts. Mr. Peter tapped his forehead with his finger as he spoke, to intimate that he alluded to the intellectual capacity of Todd. You are very obliging, said Todd. Not at all, not at all. How much will you stand now? I suppose if I say the same as Mr. Fogg you will be satisfied, Mr. Peter. Times are very bad, you know. Peter laughed again. No, no, Mr. Todd, times are not very bad, but I do think what you say is very fair, and that if you stand the same as Fogg, I ought not to say one word against it. How charming it is, said Todd, casting his eyes up to the ceiling, as though communing with himself or some higher intelligence supposed to be in that direction. How charming it is to feel that you are at any time transacting business with one who is so very obliging and so very reasonable. Somehow Peter winced a little before the look of Todd. The barber had come into his proposal a little too readily. It almost looked as though he saw his way too clearly out of it again. If he had declaimed loudly and made a great fuss about the matter, Mr. Peter would have been better pleased, but as it was he felt, he scarcely knew why, wonderfully fidgety. That boy, he said, to change the conversation, that boy used to say some odd things of you, Mr. Todd. Insanity, said Todd, is a great calamity. Oh, very, and so clouds the faculties that the poor boy no doubt said things of me, his best friend, that if he had been restored to reason he would have heard spoken of with a smile of incredulity. Ha, ha, by the by, ha, ha, well, sir, said Todd, who did not in the smallest degree join in the odd laugh of Peter. Well, sir, I was merely going to say, have you by any chance heard anything more of him? Todd walked close to Peter and placed his two brawny hands upon his shoulders as he slowly repeated, Have I by any chance heard anything more of him? What do you mean? Speak out, or by all that's powerful, this is the last moment of your existence. Speak out, I say. Murder, fool, be more explicit and you are safe. Be open and candid with me, and not a hair of your head shall suffer injury. What do you mean by asking me if I have heard anything more of him? Don't throttle me. Speak. I can't while you hold me so tight. I can hardly breathe. Todd took his hands off him and crossing his arms over his breast, he said in tones of most unnatural calmness, Now speak. Well, Mr. Todd, You only what? Asked you naturally enough if you had heard anything of the boy Tobias Ragg, you know, since he ran away from Fogg's, that's all. Since he what? Ran away from Fogg's one night. Then he is not dead. The villain Fogg sent word to me that he was dead. Did he though? Well, I never. That was so like Fogg. Only to think now. Lord bless you, Mr. Todd, he made his escape and ran away, and we never heard anything more of him from that time to this. The idea now of Fogg telling you he was dead. Well, I did wonder at your taking the thing so easy and never coming down to inquire about it. Not dead, not dead. Not as I know on. Curses. Ah, that will do you good, Mr. Todd. Whenever I am put out, I set to swearing like a good one, and that's the way I come round again. Don't mind me, you swear as long as you like. It was a shame for Fogg not to tell you he had bolted, but I suppose he thought he'd take his chance. The villain? Worser, nor a villain, said Peter. Who knows now what mischief may be done all through that boy? Why, he may be now being gammoned by the police and a parson to tell all he knows. Oh dear, oh dear. Todd sunk upon a chair, not the shaving one, and resting his hand upon his head, he uttered a sepulchral groan. Peter shook himself. You don't seem well, Mr. Todd. I didn't think you was the sort of man to be down on your blessed luck in this sort of way. Cheer up. What's the use of grieving, as the old song says? Todd groaned again. And if so be as the kid, continued Peter, did run away, my opinion is as he'd seen enough and felt enough while he was at Fogg's to make him as mad as a March hare. There was hope in that suggestion, and Todd looked up. You really think then, Mr. Peter, that his intellects, his what? His mind, I mean, has not withstood the shock of what he went through while he was in Fogg's establishment. How could it? Once or twice things very nigh infected me, and how should he stand up agin 'em? But arter all, Mr. Fogg, what was it all about? That's what used to bother me. Was there anything in what he said, or wasn't there? My good fellow, said Todd, I have only one question to ask you. Fire away. And that is if you would prefer to have a sum of money down and not trouble me any more. Down? Yes, down, on the nail. Well, it's temptatious, I own. Let me see. Thus Fogg's wriggler annuity, as a fellow may call it, and a good round sum down from you, Mr. T. I think you said a good round sum down on the nail, didn't you? Yes, any sum in reason. Done then, I'll do it, honour bright and shining. Mr. T, when I says a thing it's said and no mistake, and if I take something down you won't hear no more of me. Whatever you may think, Mr. T, I ain't one of them fellows as will spend their tin and then come asking for more. Not I. Oh dear no. Only give me what's reasonable down and the thing's settled. Very good, said Todd in a voice which was calm and composed. Just step this way into the back parlour and I'll satisfy you. As for troubling me any more, I am, I assure you, as perfectly easy upon that point as it is at all possible to be. Chapter 65. The arrangement come to between Todd and his visitor seemed to give equal satisfaction to both, and Mr. Peter, if he had what the phrenologists call an organ of caution at all developed, must have had acquisitiveness so large as completely to overpower its action at the present time. The idea of getting from Todd's fears a sum of money at once, and from Fogg's fears a regular small annuity, was to him a most felicitous combination of circumstances, and his reflections upon the pleasant consequences resulting therefrom had such full possession of him that his scruples vanished, and as he followed Todd into the back parlour from the shop, he muttered to himself, I'll try and get enough out of him to open a public house. Todd heard the wish, and turning quickly with what he intended should be an engaging smile, he said, And why not, Peter, and why not? Nothing would give me more sincere gratification than seeing you in a public house, for although a man may be a publican, he need not be a sinner, you know. I say he need not be a sinner, and there would be nothing in the world, Peter, to prevent you from having prayers night and morning, and I am sure I should be most happy to come now and then if it were only to say Amen. Humph, said Peter. You are too good, you are much too good, really. Not at all, Peter. Let us be as good as we may, we cannot be too good. Human nature is a strange compound, you know, mixed up of several things opposite to each other, like a lather in a shaving dish. With this sentiment Todd held open the door of the sanctum behind his shop, and by a cautious wave of his hand invited Mr. Peter to enter. That gentleman did so. Now, said Todd in quite a confidential tone, what is your peculiar affection in the— Here Mr. Todd went through the pantomimic action of draining a glass. Peter laughed, and then shaking his head waggishly, he said, What a rum un you are! Fogg had his funny ways, but I do think you beat him, that you do. Well, if I must say I have a partiality, it's to brandy. Do you know, I think, between you and me and the post, that a drop of good brandy is rather one of them things that makes human nature what it is. What a just remark, said Todd. Peter looked as sage as possible. He was getting upon wonderfully good terms with his own sagacity, a certain sign that he was losing his ordinary discretion. Todd opened a small cupboard in the wall, what a number of small cupboards in the wall Todd had, and produced a long-necked bottle and a couple of glasses. He held the bottle up to the dim light, saying, That's the thing, rather. If it looks like it, said Peter. And it is, said Todd, what it looks. This bottle and the liquor within it have basked in the sun of a fairer clime than ours, Peter, and the laughing glades of the sweet south have capped it in beauty. Peter looked puzzled. What a learned man you are, Mr. T, he said. You seem to know something of everything, and I dare say the brandy is to the full as good as it looks. This was decidedly a quiet sort of hint to decant some of it without further loss of time, and Todd at once complied. He filled Peter's glass to the brim, and his own more moderately, and as the golden liquor came out with a pleasant bubble from the bottle, Peter's eyes glistened, and he sniffed up the aroma of that pure champagne brandy with the utmost complacence. "Beautiful, beautiful," he exclaimed. "Pretty well," said Todd. "Pretty well, it's glorious." Mr. Peter raised the glass to his lips, and giving a nod to Todd over the rim of it, he said, "I looks towards you." Todd nodded, and then in another moment Peter put down his empty glass. "Out and out," he gasped. "Out and out, ah, that is the stuff." Todd tossed off the glass with the toast of a long life and a merry one, which was duly acknowledged by Peter, who replied, "The same to you, Mr. T, and lots of M." "It's like milk," said Todd as he filled Peter's glass again. "It's for all the world like milk and never can do anyone any harm." "No, no, enough there, stop." Todd did stop when the glass was within a hair's breadth of running over, but not before, and then again he helped himself, and when he set the bottle upon the table he said, "A biscuit." "Not for me, no. Nay, you will find it pleasant with the brandy. I have one or two here. Rather hard, perhaps, but good. Well, I will then. I was afraid you would have to go out for them, that was all, Mr. T, and I wouldn't give you any trouble for the world. I only hope we shall often meet in this quiet, comfortable way, Mr. T. I always did respect you, for, as I often said to Fogg, of all the customers that come here, Mr. Todd for me. He takes things in an easy way, and if he is a thundering rogue, he is at all events a clever one." "How kind! No offence, I hope, Mr. Todd." "Offence, my dear fellow, oh dear me, how could you think of such a thing? Offence, indeed, you cannot possibly offend me. I'm rejoiced to hear you say so, Mr. T, I am really, and this is the very best, brandy that ever where are you going, Mr. T? Only to get the biscuits, they are in the cupboard behind you, but don't stir, I beg, you are not at all in the way." "Are you sure?" "Quite." Todd stepped easily between Peter's chair and the wall, and opening another of the mysterious small cupboards, he laid his hand upon a hammer with a long handle that was upon the shelf. "If this," said Peter, "was the last word I had to say in the world, I would swear to the goodness of the brandy." As he uttered the words he turned his head sharply and faced Todd. The hammer was upraised, and would, if he had not so turned, have descended with fatal effect upon the top of his head. As it was, Peter had only time to utter one shriek, when down it came upon the lower part of his face. The crush was hideous. The lower jaw fell crushed and mangled, and with a frightful oath Todd again raised the hammer, but the victim closed with him, and face to face they grappled. The hammer was useless, and Todd cast it from him as he felt that he required all his strength to grapple with the man who, at that moment, fastened on him with the strength of madness. Over chair, over the table to the destruction of all that was on it, they went, coiled up in each other's embrace, dashing here and there with a vehemence that threatened destruction to them both, and yet not a word spoken. The frightful injury that Peter had received effectually prevented him from articulating, and Todd had nothing to say. Down they both come, but Todd is uppermost. Yes, he has got his victim upon the floor, and his knee is upon his chest. He drags him a few inches further towards the fireplace. Inches were sufficient, and then grappling him by the throat, he lifts his head and dashes it against the sharp edge of an iron fender. Crash, 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 the man is dead. Crash again. That last crash was only an injury to a corpse. Once more Todd raised the now lax and smashed skull, but he let it go again. It fell with a heavy blow upon the floor. "That will do," said Todd. Sweeney Todd butchers the turnkey. He slowly rose and left his cravat in the hands of the dead man. He shook himself, and again that awful oath which cannot be transcribed came from his lips. Rap, rap, rap. Todd listened. What's that? Somebody in the shop? Yes, it must be, or someone wanting to come in rather, for he had taken the precaution to make the outer door fast. Rap, rap, rap. I must go, said Todd. Stop, let me see. He snatched a glass from the wall and looked at himself. There was blood upon his face. With his hand he hastily wiped it off, and then, walking as composedly as he could into the shop, he opened the door. A man stood upon the threshold with quite a smile upon his face as he said, "Busy, I suppose?" "Yes, sir," said Todd. "I was just finishing off a gentleman. Shaved or dressed, sir?" "Shaved, if you please, but don't let me hurry you by any means. I can wait a little. Thank you, sir, if you will oblige me for a moment or two. You will find some amusements, sir, from the evening Courant, I dare say." As he spoke, he handed the then popular newspaper to his customer and left him. Todd took good care to close the door leading into the parlour, and then proceeding up to the body of the murdered Peter, he with his foot turned it over and over until it was under the table, where it was most completely hidden by a cover that hung down to within an inch of the floor. Before Todd had got this operation well completed, he heard his shop door open. That door creaked most villainously. By so doing, while he was otherwise engaged, he could always hear if it was opened or attempted to be opened. Todd was in the shop in a moment and saw a respectable-looking personage, dressed in rather clerical costume, who said, "You keep powder?" "Certainly, sir." "Then I wish my hair powdered, but do not let me interrupt this gentleman." "I can wait." "Perhaps, sir, if you could make it convenient to look in again," said Todd. "You will probably be more amused by looking at the shops than by waiting here while this gentleman is shaved." "Thank you, you are very kind, but I am rather tired and glad of the opportunity of having a rest." "Certainly, sir. As you please. The Courant, sir, at your service." "Thank you, thank you." The clerical-looking old gentleman sat down to read the Courant, while Todd commenced the operation of shaving his first customer. When that operation was half completed, he said, "They report, sir, that St. Dunstan's is giving way." "Giving way?" said the clerical-looking gentleman. "How do you mean about giving way?" "Why, sir," said Todd with an air quite of reverential respect, "they say that the old church has a leaning towards Temple Bar, and that if you stand at the opposite side of the way you may just see it." "I can't, but they do say so." "Bless me," said the clerical-looking gentleman, "that is a very sad thing indeed, and nobody can be more sorry than I am to hear such a tale of the old church." "Well, sir, it may not be true." "I hope not, indeed. Nothing would give me greater pain than to be assured it was true. The stench in the body of the church that so much has been said about in the parish is nothing to what you say, for who ought to put his nose into competition with his eternal welfare?" "Who, indeed, sir? What is your opinion of that alarming stench in old St. Dunstan's?" "I am quite at a loss to make it out." "And so am I, sir, so am I. But begging your pardon, sir, if I am not making too free, I thought as you were probably a clergyman, sir, you might have heard something more about it than we common folks." "No, no, not a word. But what you say of the church having a leaning to Temple Bar is grievous. Well, sir, if you were to go and look, you might find out that it was no such thing, and by the time you return I shall have completely finished off this gentleman." "No, no. I make no sort of doubt in the world but that you would by that time have finished off the gentleman. But as for my going to look at the old church with any idea that it had a leaning to anything but itself, I can only say that my feelings as a man and a member of the glorious establishment will not permit me. But, my dear sir, you might satisfy yourself that such was really not the case." "No, no. Imagination would make me think that the church had a leaning in all sorts of directions, until at last fancy might cheat me into a belief that it actually tottered." The clerical-looking gentleman pronounced these words with so much feeling that the person who was being shaved nearly got cut by twisting his head round in order to see him. "True, sir," said Todd, very true indeed, and very just. Imagination does indeed play strange freaks with us at times, I well know." The horrible face that Todd made as he spoke ought to have opened the eyes of anyone to the fact that he was saying anything but what he thought, but no one saw it. When he pleased, Todd generally took care to keep his faces to himself. "I don't wonder, sir," he said, "that your feelings prompt you to say what you do. I'm afraid I have taken off a little too much whisker, sir." "Oh, never mind. It will grow again. said the person who was being shaved. Todd suddenly struck his own head with the flat of his hand, as a man will do to whose mind some sudden thought has made itself apparent, and in a voice of doubt and some alarm he pronounced the one word, "Powder. What's the matter? You are a long time shaving me." "Powder," said Todd again. "Gunpowder," said the three-quarter shaved man, while the clerical-looking personage entirely hid his face with the currant. "No," said Todd. "Hair powder. I told this gentleman, whose feelings regarding the church do him so much honour, that I had hair powder in the house, and it has just come over me like a wet blanket that I have not a particle." The clerical-looking gentleman quickly laid down the currant and said wildly, "Are you sure you have none?" "Quite sure, sir." "Then I won't occupy your shop and read your currant for nothing, and as I am here I will have a shave." "That's very kind of you, sir," said Todd. "Very kind." "Not at all," said the gentleman, taking up the paper again with all the coolness in the world. "Not at all. Don't mention it. I always like to carry out the moral maxim of, 'Do unto others as you would that others should do unto you.'" "How charming!" exclaimed Todd, lifting up his hands, in one of which was the razor. "How charming it is in this indifferent and selfish age to meet with anyone who is so charitable as to do more than merely speak of such a sentiment as a curiosity in morals." "You are above your condition as regards education," said the clerical-looking gentleman. "Why, to tell the truth, sir." "Pshaw," said he who was being, or rather not being shaved. "Pshaw. And all this while the very soap is drying upon my face." "1,000 pardons," said Todd. "Many apologies," said the clerical gentleman, hastily resuming the perusal of the currant. "Sir," added Todd, as he finished the shaving and whipped off the cloth from the patient, "sir, I should have finished you 5 minutes ago, so that I am sure no one would have heard the slightest complaint from you, but for the truly engaging conversation of this gentleman here, whom I shall have great pleasure now in polishing off." "Oh, don't name it," said the shaved customer, laying down a penny. "Don't name it. I said I was in no hurry, so I can hardly blame you for taking your time." He went through the usual operation of a partial slouch of cold water from a pewter basin, and then dried himself upon a jack towel, and left the shop. "Now, sir," said Todd. The clerical-looking gentleman waved his hand as though he would have said, "For goodness' sake don't interrupt me until I have finished this paragraph." Todd fixed his eyes upon him and began slowly stropping the razor he had been recently using. "Now, sir, if you please. One moment, I shall get through the deaths in an instant." Todd continued stropping the razor, when suddenly the currant dropped from the hands of the clerical-looking gentleman, and he uttered a groan that made Todd start. "Hopkins, Gabriel Hopkins. Sir, Hopkins, my friend, my counsellor, my fellow student, my companion, my mentor, my Hopkins." The clerical-looking gentleman shut up his face in his hands and rocked to and fro in an agony of grief. "Good God, sir," cried Todd, advancing. "What is the meaning of this?" "In that paper you will find the death of Hopkins inserted, sir." "Yes, in the obituary of that paper. Gabriel Hopkins, the true, the gentle, the affectionate, the Christian Hopkins." "How sorry I am, sir," said Todd. "But pray sit in this chair, sir, a shave will compose your feelings." "A shave, you barbarian? Do you think I could think of being shaved within 2 minutes of hearing of the death of the oldest and best friend I ever had in the world? No, no. Oh, Hopkins, Hopkins." The gentleman in a paroxysm of grief rushed from the house, and Todd himself sunk upon the shaving chair. It must be so," cried Todd, as his face became livid with rage and apprehension. "There is more in these coincidences than mere chance will suffice to account for. Why is it that if I have a customer here, someone else will be sure to come in, and then after waiting until he is gone himself, leave upon some frivolous excuse? Do I stand upon a mine? Am I suspected? Am I watched? Or more terrible, 10 times more terrible question still, am I at length with all my care discovered?" Chapter 66. We will leave Todd to the indulgence of some of the most uncomfortable reflections that ever passed through his mind, while we once again seek the sweet companionship of the fair Johanna and her dear romantic friend, Arabella Wilmot. The project which these two young and inexperienced girls were bent upon was one that might well appall the stoutest heart that ever beat in human bosom. It was one which, with a more enlarged experience of the world, they would not for one moment have entertained, but by long thought and much grief upon the subject of her hopeless love, Johanna had much observed that clearness of perception that otherwise would have saved her from what to all appearance is a piece of extravagance. As for Arabella, she had originally conceived the idea from her love for the romantic, and it was only when it came near to the execution of it that she started at the possible and indeed highly probable danger of the loss to one whom she loved so sincerely as she loved Johanna. But all that has passed away. The remonstrances have been made and made in vain. Arabella is silenced, and nothing remains but to detail to the reader the steps by which the courageous girl sought to carry out a plan so fraught with 1,000 dangers. Both Arabella and Johanna sought the abode of the latter's father, for the first step in the affair was to say something there which was to account seemingly satisfactorily for any lengthened stay of Johanna from home. This was by no manner of means a task of any difficulty, for in addition to the old spectacle maker being innocence itself as regarded the secreting anything in the shape of a plot, Arabella Wilmot was the very last person in all the world he would have thought capable of joining in one. As for Mrs. Oakley, she was by far too intent, as she said herself frequently, upon things which are eternal to trouble herself much about terrestrial affairs, always except they came to her in the shape of something enticing to the appetites. What a state of things that a mother should forget the trust that is placed in her when she is given a child, and fancy she is really propitiating the Almighty by neglecting a stewardship which he has imposed upon her. But so it is. There are, we fear in different ways, a great many Mrs. Oakleys in the world. "Ah, my dear Miss Wilmot," said the old spectacle maker to Arabella when he saw her, "how glad I am to see you, how fresh you look." Arabella's face was flushed with excitement and some shame that the errand she came upon was to deceive. She had not heard yet of the spurious philosophy that the end sanctifies the means. "I have come to. Yes, my dear, to stay a while and let us look at your pretty face. Come, my dear Johanna, your mother is out. What can you get for your friend, Miss Wilmot? Here, my dear, take this half-crown and get some sweetmeats, and I will open for you a bottle of the old Malaga wine." Johanna's farewell of her father prior to her encounter with Todd. Johanna's eyes filled with tears, and she was compelled to turn aside to conceal those telltale traces of emotion from her father. Arabella saw that if anything was to be said or done in furtherance of the affair upon which Johanna had now set her heart, she must do it or say it. Summoning all her courage, she said, "My dear sir." Sir, bless me, my child, when did you begin to call your old kind friend sir? My dear Mr. Oakley. Ah, that's nearer the old way. Well, my dear Arabella, what would you say to me? Will you trust Johanna with me tonight and perhaps tomorrow night? "I don't think Johanna can come to much harm with you, my dear," said Mr. Oakley. "You are older than she a little, and at your age a little goes a long way, so take her, Arabella, and bring her back to me when you like." With what a shrill of agony did Arabella hear Johanna thus committed to her care. She was compelled to grasp the back of the old spectacle maker's chair for support. Yes, sir," she said. "Oh, yes, Mr. Oakley. Well, my dears, go, and God bless you both." To both Arabella and Johanna's perception there was something ominous about this blessing at such a time, and yet it had really about it nothing at all unusual, for Mr. Oakley was very much in the habit of saying to them, "God bless you," when they left him, but feeling, as they did, the hazard that she, Johanna, might encounter before again she heard that voice say, "God bless you," if, indeed, she ever again heard it, no wonder the words sank deep into their hearts and called up the most painful emotions. Johanna certainly could not speak. Arabella tried to laugh, to hide an emotion that would not be hidden, and only succeeded in producing an hysterical sound that surprised Mr. Oakley. "What's the matter, my dear?" he said. "Oh, nothing, nothing, dear Mr. Oakley, nothing." "Well, I'm glad to hear it. Perhaps I only fancy it, but you both seem. What do we seem, father?" said Johanna, looking very pale and speaking with a great effort. "Not quite as usual, my darling. That, gasped Johanna, can only be fancy." "Of course not," said Oakley. "Fancy, I think I said it was, or if I did not, I meant to say so, my love." "Come," said Arabella. Yes, father, good day." She kissed his cheek, and then before the old man could say another word, she rushed to the door. "Farewell," said Arabella. "Good day, Mr. Oakley." I thank you, sir. Good day, sir." Dear, said the old man, what is the matter with the girls? How odd they both seem today. What can be the cause of it? I never before saw them so strange in their manner. Ah, I have it. My wife has met them, I dare say, and has said some unkind things to them about hats or ribbons or some harmless little piece of girlish pride. Well, all that will pass away. I'm glad I hit upon it, for at this moment old Oakley was astounded by the sudden entrance of Johanna, who, clasping him in her arms, cried in a voice half choked with tears, "Good-bye, father, good-bye. God help me." Without then waiting for a word from the spectacle maker, she again rushed from the shop, and joining Arabella a few doors off, they both hurried to the house of the latter. Old Oakley tottered back until he came to a seat, upon which he sank, with an air of abstraction and confusion that threatened to last him for some time. And in that, for the present, we must leave him, while we look narrowly at the conduct of the two young creatures who have, in the pride of their virtue and their nobleness of purpose, presumed to set up their innocence against the deep craft of such a man as Sweeney Todd. Well might Johanna say, "God help me." "It is done," said Johanna as she clutched her friend by the arm. "It is done now, the worst is over." "Oh, Johanna." "Well, Arabella, why do you pause? What would you say?" "I scarcely know, and yet I feel that it ought to be something that I have promised you. I would not say." "Let your lips be sealed then, dear friend, and be assured that now nothing but the visible interposition of God shall turn me from my purpose. I am calm and resolved." These words, few as they were too significant, and spoken with too evident sincerity to permit a doubt of their deep intensity and truth, and from that moment Arabella Wilmot looked upon the scheme of Johanna going in disguise to Todd's as quite settled so far as regarded the attempt. It was the result now only that had to be looked to. "I will say no more, Johanna, except as regards detail. In that I may offer you advice." "Oh, yes, Arabella. Thankfully received advice, as well you know. What is it you would say?" "That you ought to wait until the morning, and so perhaps lose precious hours." "Oh, no. Do not ask me now to submit to any delays, Arabella. But if there be reason, Johanna." "Well, the reason, then, the reason. I think that, if possible, it would be well to avoid the necessity of remaining a night at Todd's. And so if you go in the morning, you see, Johanna, you may have an opportunity before nightfall of making all the discoveries you wish, or of satisfying yourself that they are not to be made at all." "It might be so, and yet I almost think night will be the best time of all. But by waiting until tomorrow morning, Johanna, you will have both day and night." Yes. I wish I knew what would be the best, Arabella. My feelings are wound up to this enterprise, and I am altogether in such a frightful state of excitement concerning it, that I know not how I should be able to support myself under the delay of the remainder of today and the whole of the ensuing night. In the night you will have repose, and tomorrow morning with much more calmness and effect you will be able to start upon your errand. Believe me, Johanna, I don't counsel this delay with any hope or wish or expectation that it will turn you from your purpose, but simply because I think it will the better ensure its successful termination. Successful? What will you call successful, Arabella? Your coming back to me uninjured, Johanna. Ah, that speaks your love for me, while I love him for whose sake I am about to undergo so much. sufficiently to feel that were I sure he was no more, my own death at the hands of Sweeney Todd would be success. Johanna, Johanna, don't speak in such a strain. Have you no thought for me? Have you no thought for your poor father, to whom, as you well know, you are the dearest tie that he has in the world? Oh, Johanna, do not be so selfish. Selfish? Yes, it is selfish when you know what others must suffer because they love you, to speak as though it were a thing to be desired that you should die by violence. Arabella, can you forgive me? Can you make sufficient allowances for this poor distracted heart to forgive its ravings? I can, I do, Johanna, and in the words of your father I am ever ready to say God bless you. You will not go till tomorrow. After the pause of a few moments, Johanna said faintly, I will not, I will not. Oh, that is much. Then at least for another night we shall enjoy our old sweet companionship. They by this time had reached the home of Arabella, and as it was an understood thing that Johanna was not expected home, the two young girls retired to converse in unrestrained freedom upon all their hopes and fears. Chapter 67. Yes, said Todd, as he suddenly with a spring rose from the shaving chair, upon which we left him enjoying reflections of no very pleasant character. Yes, the game is up. He stood for a few moments now in silence, confronting a small piece of looking glass that hung upon the wall exactly opposite to him, and it would appear that he was struck very much by the appearance of his own face, for he suddenly said, How old and worn I look. No one could have looked upon the countenance of Todd for one moment without fully concurring in this opinion. In truth, he did look old and worn, but a comparatively short time has elapsed since we first presented him to the readers of this most veracious narrative. Then he was a man whose hideous ugliness was combined with such a look of cool, triumphant villainy, that one did not know which most to ponder upon. Now his face had lost its colour, a yellowish whiteness was the predominating tint, and his cheeks had fallen. There was a wild and an earnest restlessness about his eyes that made him look very much like some famished wolf, with a touch of hydrophobia to set him off. And certainly, take him for all in all, one would not be over-anxious to see his like again. Old and worn, he repeated, and the game is up, I am decided. Off and away is my game, off and away. I have enough to be a prince anywhere where money is worshipped, and that of course must be the case in all civilized and religious communities. I must keep in some such. In the more savage wilds of nature man is prized for what he is, but, thank God, in highly cultivated and educated states he is only prized for what he has been. Ha, ha! If mankind had worshipped virtue I would have been virtuous, for I love power. A thought seemed suddenly to strike Todd, and he went into the parlour muttering to himself, My friend Peter must be effectually disposed of. He raised the cover which was upon the table, and with a grunt of satisfaction added, Gone, that will do. There was no trace of the body that he had kicked under the table. By some strange mysterious agency it had entirely disappeared, and then Todd went somehow to the back of the house and got a wet mop, by the aid of which he got rid of some stains of blood upon the floor and the fender. All's right, he said. I have done some service to Fogg, and I will, when I am far enough off for any sting not to recoil upon myself, take good care that the law pays him a visit. The villain as well as the fool, to deceive me regarding the boy Tobias. What can have become of him? This was a question that gave Todd some uneasiness, but at length he came to the conclusion that the dreadful treatment he, Tobias, had received at the asylum had really driven him mad, and that in all human probability he had fallen or cast himself into the river, or gone into some field to die. Were it otherwise, he said, I should and must have heard something of him before now. Todd then fairly began packing up. From beneath several tables in the room he dragged out large trunks, and opening then some of the drawers and cupboards that abounded in his parlour, he began placing their valuable contents in the boxes. My course is simple enough, he said. Very simple, I must and will by violence, for she is by far too wily and artful to allow me to do so by any other means. Get rid of Mrs. Lovett. Then I must and will possess myself of all that she calls her share of the proceeds of business. Then, at night, the dead hour of the night, after having previously sent all my boxes full of such valuables as from their likelihood to be identified, I dare not attempt to dispose of in England to Hamburg, I will set the whole house in a flame. The idea of burning down his house, and if possible involving a great portion of Fleet Street in the conflagration, always seemed to be delightful enough to Todd to raise his spirits a little. Yes, he added, with a demoniac grin, there is no knowing what amount of mischief I may do to society at large upon that one night, besides destroying amid the roar of the flames a mass of accumulated evidence against myself that would brand my memory with horrors, and for aught I know cause a European search after me. As he spoke, watches, rings, shoe buckles, brooches, silver heads of walking canes, snuff boxes, and various articles of bijouterie were placed row upon row in the box he was packing. Yes, he added, I feel that there is danger. I know now that I have spies upon me, that I am watched. But it is from that very circumstance that I ground my belief that as yet I am safe. They fancy there is something to find out, and they are trying to find it out. If they really knew anything, of course it would be, Todd, you are wanted, having placed in one of the boxes as many articles of gold and silver as made up a considerable weight. Todd lifted it at one end, and feeling satisfied that if he were to place any more metal in the box it would be too heavy for carriage, he opened a cupboard which was full of hats, and filled up the box with them. By this means he filled up the box, so that the really valuable articles within it would not shake about, and then he securely locked it. One, he said, some half-dozen of such will be sufficient to carry all that I shall think worth the taking. As for my money, that will be safest about me. I will outwit them yet, I will be off and away, only just in time. Suspicion will take a long time to ripen into certainty, and before it does, the flaming embers of this house will be making the night sky as fair and magnificent as the most golden sunset of summer. Another box was now opened, and in that, as it was of considerable length, he began to pack swords of a valuable character. He went to the rooms above stairs, which, as the reader is already aware, contained much valuable property, and brought down troops of things, which with complacent looks he carefully placed in the chest. Ever and anon, as he went through this process, he kept muttering to himself his hopes and fears. What is to hinder me in some principality of Germany from purchasing a title which shall smother all remembrance of what I now am, and as the Baron's something I shall commence a new life, for I am not old. No, I am not old, far from old, although late anxieties have made me look so. I am not so nervous and fearful of slight things as I was, although my imagination has played me some tricks of late. Some slight noise, that sounded as if in the house, although it was in all probability in the next one, came upon his ears, and with a howl of terror he shrunk down by the side of the box he had been packing. Todd alarmed at strange sounds whilst packing his plunder. Help, mercy, what is that? The noise was not repeated, but for the space of about 10 minutes or so, Todd was perfectly incapable of moving except a violent attack of trembling, which kept every limb in motion, and terribly distorted his countenance, if it might be called so. What was it? He at length gasped. I thought I heard something, nay, I am sure I heard something. A slight noise, but yet slight noises are to me awfully suggestive of something that may follow. Am I really getting superstitious now? He slowly rose and looked fearfully round him. All was still. True, he had heard a voice, but that was all. No consequences had resulted from it, and the fit of trembling that had seized him was passing away. He went to the cupboard where he kept that strong stimulant that had so much excited the admiration of Peter. He did not go through the ceremony of procuring a glass, but placing the neck of the bottle to his throat, he took a draught of the contents which would have been amply sufficient to confound the faculties of any ordinary person. Upon Todd, however, it had only a sort of sedative effect, and he gradually recovered his former diabolical coolness. "It was nothing," he said. "It was nothing. My fears and my imaginations are beginning now to play the fool with me. If there were none others, such would be sufficient warnings to me to be off and away." He continued the packing of the box which had been temporarily suspended, but ever and anon he would pause and, lifting up one of his huge hands, placed it at his ear to listen more acutely, and when nothing in the shape of alarm reached him, he would say with a tone of greater calmness and contentment, "All is still, all is still. I shall be off and away soon, off and away." The dusky twilight had crept on while Todd was thus engaged, and he was thinking of going out when he heard the creaking noise of his shop door opening. As he was but in the parlour, he made his way to the shop at once and saw a young man who spoke with an affected lisp as he said, "Mr. Todd, can you give my locks a little twirl? I'm going to a party tonight and want to look fascinating." "Allow me," said Todd, as he rapidly passed him and bolted the door. "I am annoyed by a drunken man, so while I am dressing your hair I wish to shut him out, or else I might scorch you with the tongs." "Oh, certainly. If there's anything, do you know, Mr. Todd, that I really dislike more than another, it's a drunken man. There's only one thing in society," said Todd, "can come near it. Sit here, sir. What's that? Why, a drunken woman, sir." "Very good, very good." Someone made an effort to enter the shop, but the bolt which Todd had shot into its place effectually resisted anything short of violence sufficient to break the door completely down. "Mr. Todd," cried a voice. "In a moment, sir," said Todd. "In a moment." He darted into the parlour. There was a loud bang in the shop as though something had fallen, and then a half-stifled shriek. Todd reappeared. The shaving chair in which the young man had been sitting was empty. Todd took up his hat and threw it into the parlour. He then unbolted the door and admitted a man who glanced around him, and then without a word backed out again, looking rather pale. Todd did not hear him mutter to himself as he reached the street, "Sir Richard will be frantic at this. I must post off to him at once and let him know that it was none of our faults. What an awkward affair, to be sure." Chapter 68. For the remainder of that day Todd was scarcely visible, so we will leave him to his occupation, which was that of packing up valuables, while we take a peep at a very solemn hour indeed at old St. Dunstan's church. The two figures on the outside of the ancient edifice had struck with their clubs the sonorous metal, and the hour of 2 had been proclaimed to such of the inhabitants of the vicinity who had the misfortune to be awake to hear it. The watchman at the gate of the temple woke up and said past 6, while another watchman, who was snugly ensconced in a box at the corner of Chancery Lane, answered that it was 4 o'clock and a rainy morning. Now it was neither 4 o'clock nor a rainy morning, for the sky, although by no means entirely destitute of clouds, was of that speckled clearness which allows the little stars to pass out at all sorts of odd crevices, like young beauties, through the jalousies of some Spanish castle. The moon, too, had, considering all things, a pretty good time of it, for the clouds were not dense enough to hide her face, and when behind them she only looked like some young bride, with the faint covering of bashful blonde before her radiant countenance. And at times, too, she would peep out at some break in that veil with such a blaze of silvery beauty as was dazzling to behold, and quite stopped the few passengers who were in the streets at that lone hour. "Look," said one of 4 gentlemen who were walking towards Temple Bar from the Strand. "Look, is not that lovely?" "Yes," said another. "A million fires are out in London now, and one can see the blue sky as it was seen when, wild in the woods, the painted savage ran. But after all," said another, "I prefer good broadcloth to red ochre. What say you, Sir Richard?" "I am of your lordship's opinion," said Sir Richard Blunt, who was one of the party of 4. "I certainly think we have gained something by not being ancient Britons any longer than was absolutely necessary. This is, in truth, a most splendid night." It is," they all said. By this time, strolling along in an independent sort of fashion, they had reached Temple Bar, and then Sir Richard, bowing to the one who had not yet made any sort of remark, said, Mr. Villimer, you have not forgotten the keys. Oh no, Sir Richard, oh no. Then, gentlemen, we are very near our place of destination. It will be advisable that we look about us and use the utmost precaution to be sure that we are not watched by anyone. Yes, yes, said the other. You will be the best judge of that, Sir Richard. With your tact, you will be able to come to a conclusion upon that subject much better than we can. Sir Richard Blunt made a slight kind of bow in acknowledgment of the compliment to his tact, and then, while what we may call the main body waited under the arch of Temple Bar, he advanced alone into Fleet Street. After advancing for a short distance, he took from his pocket a small silver whistle and produced upon it a peculiar thrilling note. In a moment a tall man with a great coat on him merged from behind a column that lent its support to a doorway. "Here you is," said the man. "Is all right, Crotchet?" said Sir Richard. "Yes, everything is quiet enough. Not a blessed mouse hasn't wagged his tail or smoothened his whiskers for the last half-hour or so. Very good, Crotchet. I'm afraid, though, I cannot dismiss you just yet, as the business is very important." "What's the odds," said Crotchet, "as long as you are happy?" Sir Richard Blunt smiled as he added, "Well, Crotchet, you deserve, and you shall have an ample reward for the services you are doing and have done in this affair. I and some gentlemen will go into the church, and I wish you to remain at the porch, and if you find occasion to give any warning, I think your whistle will be quite shrill enough to reach my ears." "Not a doubt on it, Sir Richard. If what they calls the last trumpet is only half as loud as my last whistle, it will wake up the coves, and no mistake." "Very good, Crotchet. Only don't make any profane allusions in the hearing of the gentlemen with me, for one of them is the Under-Secretary of State, and the other two are men of account. We have to meet someone else in the church." "Then he hasn't come. That's awkward. The Lord Mayor was to meet us. Ah, who is this?" A private carriage stopped on the other side of the way, and someone alighted, and a voice cried, "Go home now, Samuel, and put up the horses. I shall not want you any more tonight. Go home." "Shan't we call anywhere for you, my lord?" said Samuel the coachman. "No, no, I say, go away at once." "That's the Lord Mayor," said Sir Richard. "He is pretty true to his time." As he spoke, Sir Richard crossed the road, and addressed the chief magistrate of the city, saying, "A fine night, my lord." "Oh, Sir Richard, is that you? Well, I am very glad to meet with you so soon. If I were to tell you the difficulty I have had to get here, you would not believe me. Indeed, you could not." "Really, my lord?" "Yes, you must know, Sir Richard, between you and I, and here the Lord Mayor, who did not like to say post, looked about him, and his eyes falling upon Temple Bar, added, "Bar, I say, between you and me and the bar, the Lady Mayoress, although a most excellent woman, indeed I may say an admirable woman, has at times her little faults of temper. You understand?" "Who is without?" said Sir Richard. "Ah, who indeed, Sir Richard? That is a very sensible remark of yours. Who is without, as you justly enough say?" "The Lord Mayor," said Sir Richard, who had been gradually leading his lordship to Temple Bar, and now announced his arrival to the three gentlemen who were there in waiting. The three gentlemen professed themselves to be quite delighted to see the Lord Mayor, and the Lord Mayor professed to be quite in raptures to see the three gentlemen, so that a pleasanter party than they all made could not have been imagined. "Now," said Sir Richard Blunt, "I think, with all deference, gentlemen, that the sooner we proceed to business the better." "Yes, yes," said Mr. Villimer, who was the senior churchwarden. "Oh, yes, certainly." "And yet," said the Lord Mayor, "we must be very cautious." "Oh, very, very cautious," cried Villimer. "But a bold front is the best," remarked Sir Richard. "Yes, as you say, sir, there's nothing like a bold front," cried Villimer. Sir Richard, with a quiet smile, said to the Under-Secretary, "A very obliging person, you perceive, Mr. Villimer is." "Oh, very," laughed the secretary. Preceded now by the churchwarden, they all made their way towards the church, but the watchman at the corner of Chancery Lane must have had something upon his mind. He was so very wakeful, for after they had all passed but Crotchet, he looked out of his box and said, "Thieves, what's that to you?" said Crotchet, facing him with a look of defiance. Can't you be quiet when you is told? Murder, said the watchman as he began to fumble for his rattle. Hark ye, old pump, said Crotchet. I've settled 8 watchmen atween this here and Charing Cross, and you'll make 9 if you opens your mouth again. The appalled watchman shrank back into his box. 8, did you say? Yes. Crotchet took the lantern off its hook in front of the box and smashed it upon the head of the guardian of the night, whereupon the aforesaid guardian shrank completely down to the bottom of the box, with the fragments of the lantern hanging about him, and said not another word. I rather think, said Mr. Crotchet to himself, as I've settled that old fellow comfortable. With this conviction upon his mind, the amiability or the non-amiability of which we shall not stop to discuss, Mr. Crotchet ran hastily after the rest of the party and stationed himself by the church porch, according to orders. By this time, Mr. Villimer, the churchwarden, had produced a little Gothic-looking key, and proceeding to a small side door, he, after some rattling, partly consequent upon the lock being in a state of desuetude and partly from personal nervousness, he did succeed in turning the rusty wards, and then with an ominous groan the door yielded. Sir Richard Blunt had quite satisfied himself that there were no eavesdroppers at hand, so he was anxious to get the party housed. Perhaps in this instance churched would be a more appropriate expression. Gentlemen, he said, the night is stealing past, and we have much to do. That is true, Sir Richard, said the secretary. Come on, Donkin, and let us get through it. The Lord Mayor shook a little as he passed through the little door, last, having, although king of the city, given the pass to every one of his companions, upon that most mysterious mission to old St. Dunstan's church at such an hour. Perhaps he had a faint hope that they might leave him entirely behind, and shut the door precipitately, so that he could not get in. If he had any such hope, however, it was doomed, like too many human hopes, to bitter disappointment, for Sir Richard Blunt held the door open for him, saying blandly, Now, my lord, we could not get on without you. Oh, thank you, you are very good. The Lord Mayor crossed the threshold, and then Mr. Villimer, who had occupied a remote and mysterious position at the back of the door, closed it and locked it on the inside. If you were to lose the key, Mr. Villimer, said the Lord Mayor. Why then, interposed Sir Richard Blunt, I'm afraid we should have to stay there until Sunday, unless some couple kindly got married in the meantime. The Lord Mayor gave a very odd kind of cough as he said, What would the Lady Mayoress say? The air without had been cold, but what was that compared with the coldness within? At least the street breeze had been dry, but in the church there was such a fearful dampness pervading the narrow passage in which the party found itself, that everyone felt as though his very marrow was cold. This passage, said Mr. Villimer, hasn't been opened for many a long day. Indeed, said the secretary. No, my lord, it has not, and it's only a wonder that, after a good hunt in the vestry cupboard, I at all found the key of it. Fortunate that you did, said Sir Richard Blunt, who was all this time making exertions to procure a light, which were as often defeated by the dampness of the air. At length he was successful in igniting a piece of wax candle, and he said, Gentlemen, this will show us our way through the church to the vestry, where we can get lanthorns. Yes, said the Lord Mayor, who was getting so nervous that he thought himself called upon to make some reply to anything and anybody. Yes, lanthorns in the vestry. Well, said the secretary, my Lord Mayor, your mayoralty will be distinguished by this dreadful affair for all time to come. Many thanks to your lordship, it will. The secretary smiled as he whispered to his friend Donkin, The city magistrate don't seem happy, Donkin. Far from it. At the end of the little narrow, damp, gloomy, cobwebby passage in which they were, was another little door, the upper half of which was of highly ornamented iron fretwork, the side of which next to the church interior being gilt. This door likewise yielded to a key which Mr. Villimer produced, and then they found themselves at once in the western aisle of the church. The stench don't seem so bad, said Sir Richard. No, sir, said Villimer. We have got all the windows open far up above there, and there's quite a current of air too, right up the belfry. Chapter 69. Sir Richard shaded with his hand the little light that he carried as he walked solemnly across the nave towards the chancel, where the vestry room was situated. He was followed closely by the whole party, and the audible breathing of the Lord Mayor sufficiently proclaimed the uneasy state of his lordship's nerves. "How strange it is," said the secretary, "that men will pile up stones and timber until they make something to enter, which then terrifies their weak natures, and they become the slaves of the very materials that they have made to enclose and roof in a certain space upon which otherwise they would stand unmoved." "It is so," said Donkin. "Why, the fact is, I suppose," said Sir Richard Blunt, "that it is what is called original sin that sticks to us, and so conscience doth make cowards of us all, whether we are personally or not obnoxious to the pangs of the still small voice." "Upon my word, Sir Richard," said the secretary, "you are quite a free thinker, indeed you are." Suddenly the whole party paused, for something resembling a moan was heard from among the pews in the centre of the church, and every one was anxious to listen for a repetition of the sound. "Did you hear it?" whispered the secretary. "In faith I did," said Mr. Donkin. "And I," said Sir Richard Blunt. "And we," said the Lord Mayor in defiance of grammar. I feel rather unwell. Gentlemen, do you know—" "Hush, let us listen," said the secretary. They all stood profoundly still for a few minutes, and then, just as they were one and all beginning to think that after all it must be a mere thing of fancy, the same mournful moan came once more upon their ears. "There can be no mistake," said Sir Richard. "We all hear that, is it not so, gentlemen?" Yes, said everybody. "I'm getting worser," said the Lord Mayor. "This mystery must be cleared up," said the secretary. "Is it a trick upon us, do you think, Sir Richard?" "No, my lord, certainly not." "Then we cannot go on until this is cleared up. You are armed, of course, Sir Richard?" "Yes, my lord." Sir Richard Blunt took from his pocket a double-barrelled pistol. There was now a sort of pause, as though each of those present expected the others to say or to do something which should have the effect of discovering what the singular noise portended. Of course, Sir Richard Blunt felt that in such an emergency he would be the man naturally looked to. "It is absolutely necessary," he said, "that we should find out what this means before proceeding farther." Yes, said the Lord Mayor, "no doubt of it. And in the meantime I'll run to the mansion house and get some assistance, gentlemen." "Oh no, my lord, oh no," said the secretary to the chief magistrate of the city. "We cannot think of sparing you." But, certainly not," said Sir Richard Blunt, who was keenly alive to the tone of irony in which the secretary spoke. "Certainly not. And as I fancy the sound which has excited our curiosity comes from about the centre of the pews, you and I, my lord, will go and find out who it is. Come, if you please, at once." I, stammered the Lord Mayor. "I really if I felt quite well, do you know, Sir Richard, I should not hesitate a moment." Foe, said Sir Richard, taking his arm and leading him unwillingly forward. "Remember that the eyes of those are upon you whose opinions are to you of importance." With a groan, the unfortunate Lord Mayor, who from the first had shrunk from the enterprise altogether, being fearful that it might possibly involve dangerous consequences, allowed himself to be dragged by Sir Richard Blunt in the direction of the pews. "If you have a pistol," said the magistrate, "you had better keep it in your hand ready for service." "Lord bless you," said the Lord Mayor in a nervous whisper, "I never fired off a pistol in all my life." "Is that possible?" "I don't know about being possible, but it's true." "Well, you do surprise me. So you see, Sir Richard," added his temporary lordship, suddenly popping into the churchwarden's pew which they had just reached. "So I'll stay here and keep an eye upon you." Sir Richard Blunt was not at all sorry to get rid of such a companion as the Lord Mayor, so with a cough he left him in the pew and went forward alone, determined to find out what it was that made the extraordinary noise. As he went forward towards the spot from whence it had come, he heard it once again, and in such close proximity to him that, albeit unaccustomed to allow anything to affect his nerves, he started back a pace. Shading, then, the little bit of wax candle that he had in his hand, he looked steadily in the direction of the low moaning sound. In an instant he found a solution of the mystery. A couple of pigeons stood upon the hand rail of one of the pews, and it was the peculiar sound made by these birds that, by the aid of echo in the silent, empty church, had seemed to be of a very different character from its ordinary one. And from such simple causes, said Sir Richard, arise all the well-authenticated stories of superstition which fancy and cowardice give credence to. He looked up and saw that in the wish to ventilate the church, the windows had been liberally opened, which had afforded the means of ingress to the pigeons, who, no doubt, would have slumbered soundly enough until morning, if not disturbed by the arrival of the party at the church. As Sir Richard Blunt retraced his steps, he passed the pew where the Lord Mayor was, and willing to punish that functionary for his cowardice, he said in a well-affected voice of alarm, "Gracious heaven, what will become of us?" With a groan, the Lord Mayor flopped down to the floor of the pew, and there he lay, crouching under one of the seats in such an agony of terror, that Sir Richard felt certain he and the others would be able to transact all the business they came about, before he would venture to move from that place of concealment. The magistrate speedily informed the rest of the party what was the cause of the alarm, and likewise hinted the position of the Lord Mayor, upon which the secretary said, "Let him be. Of course, as a matter of courtesy, I was obliged to write to him upon the subject, but we are as well and perhaps better without him." "I am of the same opinion," said Sir Richard. They now went at once to the vestry, and 2 good lanterns were then procured and lit. The magistrate at once led the way to the stone that had been raised by the workmen in the floor of the church and which had never been effectually fastened down again. In a corner where no one was likely to look, Sir Richard placed his hand for a crowbar which he knew to be there, and having found it, he quickly raised the stone on one side. The other gentlemen lent their assistance, and it was turned fairly over, having exposed the steps that led down to the vaults of old St. Dunstan's church. "Let us descend at once," said the secretary, who, to tell the truth in the whole affair, showed no lack of personal courage. "Allow me to precede you, gentlemen," said Sir Richard Blunt, "and you, Mr. Villiers, will, perhaps, bring up the rear." "Yes, oh yes," said the churchwarden with some degree of nervousness, but he was quite a hero compared to the Lord Mayor. Sir Richard handed one of the lanterns then to Mr. Villiers, and took the other himself. Without another moment's delay, then, he began the descent. They could all, as they went, feel conscious that there was certainly a most unearthly smell in the vaults, a smell which, considering the number of years that had elapsed since any interments had taken place in them, was perfectly unaccountable. As they proceeded, this stench became more and more sickening, and the secretary said, as he held a handkerchief to his mouth and nose, "The Bishop of London spoke to me of this, but I really thought he was exaggerating." "It would be difficult to do that," said Sir Richard. "It is as bad almost as it can very well be, and the measures taken for the purpose of ventilation have not as yet had a very great effect upon it." "I should say not." With tolerable speed the magistrate led the party on through a vast number of vaults, and through several narrow and rather tortuous passages, after which he came to an iron door. It was locked, but placing the lantern for a few moments upon the floor, he soon succeeded in opening it with a skeleton key. The moment he had done so, the secretary exclaimed, "Heyday, this is something different." "In what respect, my lord?" "Why, if my senses don't deceive me, the horrible charnel house smell which we have been enduring for some time past has given way to one much more grateful." "What is it like, my lord?" "Well, I should say some delicious cooking was going on." "You are right, there is cooking going on. We are not very far from Mrs. Lovett's pie manufactory." "Indeed?" "Yes, and the smell, or rather I ought to say the odour of which the air is full, comes from the bakehouse." The secretary gave a perceptible shudder, and Mr. Villiers uttered a groan. The gentleman who was with the secretary was about to say something, but the magistrate in a low voice interrupted him, saying, "Pardon me, but now we are in close proximity to the place of our destination, I would recommend the profoundest caution and silence." "Certainly, certainly, we will only be silent spectators." "It is better, I think," added Sir Richard Blunt, "to allow me to carry on the whole of the conversation that is to ensue, and at the same time any of you gentlemen can suggest to me a question to ask, and I will at once put it to the man we come to speak to." "That will do, Sir Richard, that will do." The magistrate now hurried on, as though those savoury steams that scented the air from the bakehouse of Mrs. Lovett's pies were to him more disagreeable than the horrible smell in the vaults that made everybody shake again. In a few minutes he arrived at a room, for it could not be called a vault. It had a floor of rough stone flags, which seemed as though they had originally belonged to some of the vaults, and had been pulled up and carried to this place to make a rude flooring. There was nothing very remarkable about the walls of this place, save at one part, and there was evidently a door, across which was placed a heavy iron bar. "It is through there," said Sir Richard. But you do not intend to open it?" "Certainly not. There is a small crevice through which there will be no difficulty in maintaining a conversation with the imprisoned cook, if I can only make him hear me from this spot." Chapter 70. The object of Sir Richard Blunt was, of course, to make the cook hear him, but no one else. With this aim he took a crown piece from his pocket and tapped with the edge of it upon the stonework, which at that place protruded from the wall to the extent of nearly a foot. The stone shelves upon the other side were let into the wall in that fashion. The monotonous ringing sound of the coin against the stone was likely enough to reverberate through the wall, and that the cook was rather a light sleeper or did not sleep at all was soon sufficiently manifest, for a voice which the magistrate recognized as his cried from the other side, "Who is there? If a friend, speak quickly, for God knows I have need of such. If an enemy, your utmost malice cannot make my situation worse than it is." Sir Richard placed his mouth close to a crevice and said, "A friend, and the same who has spoken to you before." "Ah, I know that voice. Do you bring me freedom? Soon, but I have much to ask of you. Let me look at the daylight, and then ask what you will. I shall not tire of answering. Nay, the principal thing I have to ask of you is yet a little more patience. Patience, patience. It seems that I have been years in this place, and yet you ask me to have more patience. Oh, blessed liberty, am I not to hail you yet? Can you forget that you have another object, namely, to bring to the just punishment of the law those who have placed you and others in this awful position? Yes, yes, but you would forego all that to be free, a few short hours before you would be free with the accomplishment of all that justice and society required. No, no, God help me, I will have patience. What is it that you demand of me now? Speak. Your name. Alas, alas! Surely you cannot hesitate to tell one who has run some risks to befriend you who you are. If by my telling that I saw that those risks were made less, I would not hesitate. But as it is, London and all that it contains now is so hateful to me that I shall leave it the instant I can. Falsehood, where I most expected truth, has sunk deeply like a barbed arrow into my heart. Well, I certainly had hoped you would have placed in me that amount of confidence. No, I dare not. Dare not. Yes, that is the word. The knowledge of my name spread abroad, that is to say, my real name would inflict much misery for all. I can just now say to the contrary upon one whom I yet wish all the happiness that God can give his creatures in this world. Let it be thought that I and the world have parted company. You are a strange man. I am, but the story I have to tell of the doings in this den of infamy will come as well from a Mr. Smith as from anyone else. I wish you now in a few words to relate to me what you know, fully and freely. Anticipating that a statement would be wanted, I have, with no small amount of trouble, manufactured for myself pens and ink, and have written all that I have to say. How can I give you the document? There is a chink here in the wall through which I am addressing you. Can you pass it through? I will try. I see the chink now for the first time since my long and painful residence here. Your light upon the other side has made it quite apparent to me. I think by folding my paper close I can pass it through to you. Try it." In about half a minute Sir Richard Blunt got hold of a piece of folded paper which was pushed partly through the chink. He pulled it quite through and handed it to the secretary, who, with a nod, at once put it in his pocket. "And now for how long," said the cook, "am I to pine for freedom from this dreadful place? Recollect that each hour here has upon its passing wings a load of anxieties and miseries, such as I only can appreciate. I have brought a letter for you, Sir Richard, which will contain all the intelligence you wish and give you such instructions as shall not only ensure your safety, but enable you to aid materially in bringing your persecutors to justice. Place your hand to the crevice and take it." "I have it." "Well, read it at your leisure. Have you any means of knowing the time of day in your prison?" "Oh, yes. There is a clock in the bakehouse by which I am forced to regulate the different batches of pies." "That will do. Have you had any more threats from Mrs. Lovett?" "None. As long as I perform my loathsome duty here, I see no one and hear of no one. Be of good cheer, your desolate condition will not last long. It is not easy under present circumstances to enter at large into matters which might induce you to declare who you really are. But when you and I meet in the bright sunshine from which you have been debarred for so long, you will think very differently from what you do now upon many things. Well, sir, perhaps I shall. Good night to you. Take what rest and refreshment you can, my good friend, and believe that there are better days in store for you." "I will strive to think so. Good night." There was such a mournful cadence in the voice of the imprisoned young man as he said "good night," that the secretary remarked in a low voice to Sir Richard, "Would it not be a mercy now to let him free, and take him away with us? I don't like his concealing his name, my lord. Well, it is not the thing exactly. His imprisonment now will be of very short duration indeed, and his liberation is certain unless by some glaring act of imprudence he mars his own fortune. But now, gentlemen, I have a sight to show you in these vaults that you have come to see, and yet that I think it would have been wise if you had left unseen." "Indeed?" "Yes, you will soon agree with me in opinion." Sir Richard, bearing the lantern in his hand, led the way for a considerable distance back again, until they were fairly under the church, and then he said, "A large vault belonging to a family named Weston, which is extinct, I fancy, for we can find no one to claim it, has been opened near this spot." "By whom?" "That you will have no difficulty in guessing. It is that vault that I wish to show you. There are others in the same condition, but one will be enough to satiate your appetites for such sights. This way, gentlemen, if you please." As the light from the two lanterns fell upon the faces of Sir Richard Blunt's companions, curiosity and excitement could be seen paramount upon their features. They followed him as their guide without a word, but they could not but see that he trod slowly, and that now and then a shudder crossed his frame. "Even you are affected," said the secretary, when the silence had lasted some minutes. "I were something more or less than human," replied Sir Richard Blunt, "if I could go unmoved into the presence of that sight, that I feel it to be my duty to show to you. It must be horrible indeed. It is more horrible than all the horrors your imagination can suggest. Let us go quicker." Apparently with a desperate feeling of resolution, such as might actuate a man who had some great danger to encounter, and who after shrinking from it for a time should cry, "Well, the sooner it is over the better," did the magistrate now quicken his steps, nor paused he until he arrived at the door of the vault of which he had spoken. "Now, Mr. Villiers," he said, "be so good as to hold up your lantern as high as you can, at the same time not to get it above the doorway, and I will do the same by mine. All that we want is a brief but clear view." "Yes, yes, quite brief," said the secretary. Sir Richard Blunt laid his hand upon the door of the vault, which was unfastened, and flung it open. "Behold," he said, "one of the vaults of old St. Dunstan's." For the space of about a minute and a half no one uttered a word, so it behoves us to state what that vault contained, to strike such horror into the hearts of bold, educated men. Piled one upon each other on the floor, and reaching half-way up to the ceiling lay a decomposing mass of human remains. Heaped up one upon another, heedlessly tossed into the disgusting heap anyway, lay the gaunt skeletons with pieces of flesh here and there only adhering to the bones. A fetid steam rose up from the dead, and upon the floor was a pool of corruption, creeping along as the declivities warranted. Eyes, teeth, hands half denuded of flesh, glistening vermin, shiny and sleek with the luxurious feeding they got, slipped glibly in and out of the heaped-up horror. Todd's victims in the vaults of old St. Dunstan's church. "No more, no more," cried the secretary. "I sicken," said his friend, "I am faint." Sir Richard Blunt let go the door, and it slammed shut with a hollow sound. "Thank God," he said. For what?" gasped Mr. Villiers. "That you and I, my friend, need not look upon this sight again. We are all sufficient evidence upon our oaths that it is here to see." "Yes, yes, come away," said the secretary. "You told me something of what was to see, Sir Richard Blunt, but my imagination did not picture it to be what it is." "I told you that likewise, my lord." You did." With hurried steps they now followed the magistrate, and it was with a feeling of exquisite relief that they all found themselves, after a few minutes, fairly in the body of the church, and some distance from that frightful spectacle they had each thought it to be their duty to look upon. "Let us go to the vestry," said the secretary, "and take something. I am sick at heart and stomach both." "And I am everything, and hungry too," cried a voice, and the Lord Mayor popped his head up from the churchwarden's pew. No one could help laughing at this, although, to tell the truth, those men, after what they had seen, were in no laughing mood, as the reader may well imagine. "Is that our friend the King of the City?" said the secretary. "It is," said Sir Richard. "Well, I must say that he has set a good example of bravery in his dominions. He has indeed. Gentlemen, added the Lord Mayor as he rolled out of the churchwarden's pew, don't think of going into the vestry without me, for it was I who gave a hint to have refreshments put there, and I have been dying for some of them for this last half-hour, I assure you." Chapter 71. We return to Johanna Oakley. "What is the meaning of all this?" said Sweeney Todd, as he sat in his shop about the hour of 12 on the morning following that upon which Johanna Oakley and her friend Arabella had concerted so romantic a plan of operations regarding him. "What is the meaning of all this? Am I going mad?" Now Todd's question was no doubt a result of some peculiar sensations that had come over him, but, propounded as it was to silence and to vacancy, it of course got no answer. A cold perspiration had suddenly broke out upon his brow, and for the space of about 10 minutes he was subject to one of those strange foreshadowings of coming ills to him, which of late had begun to make his waking hours anything but joyous, and his dreams hideous. "What can it mean?" he said. "What can it mean?" He wiped his face with a miserable-looking handkerchief, and then with a deep sigh he said, "It is that fiend in the shape of a woman." No doubt he meant his dear friend Mrs. Lovett. Alas, what a thorn she was in the side of Sweeney Todd! How poor a thing, by way of recompense for the dark and terrible suspicions he had of her, was his heaped-up wealth. Todd, yes, Sweeney Todd, who had waded knee-deep do we say? Lip-deep in blood for gold, had begun to find that there was something more precious still which he had bartered for it, peace, that peace of mind, that sweet serenity of soul which, like the love of God, is beautiful, and yet passeth understanding. Yes, Todd was beginning to find out that he had bartered the jewel for the setting. What a common mistake! Does not all the world do it? They do. But the difference between Todd and common people merely was that he played the game with high stakes. "Yes," added Todd after a pause, "curses on her. It is that fiend in the shape of a woman who cows my better part of man, and she or I must fall. That is settled. Yes, she or I. There was a time when I used to say she and I could not live in the same country, but now I feel that we cannot both live in the same world. She must go, she must lapse into the sleep of death." Todd rose and stalked to and fro in his shop. He felt as if something was going to happen. That undefinable fidgety feeling which will attack all persons at times came over him, and yet it was not a feeling of deep apprehension that was at his heart. Oh, he muttered, it is the recollection of that dreadful woman, that fiend who, with a seeming prescience, knows when there is poison in her glass and baffles me. It is the dim and shadowy thought of what I must do with her that shatters me. If poison will not do the deed, steel or a bullet must. Ah, someone was trying the handle of the shop door, and so timidly was it tried, that Todd stood still to listen, without saying "come in" or otherwise encouraging the visitor. "Who is it?" he gasped. Still the handle of the door-lock only shook. To be sure, it was a difficult door to open to all who did not know it well. Todd had taken care of that, for if there was anything more than another which such a man as he might be fairly enough presumed to dislike, it would be to be glided in upon by the sudden opening of an easy-going door. "Come in," he now cried. The person without was evidently anxious to obey the invitation, and a more strenuous effort was made to unfasten the door. It yielded at length. A young and pretty-looking lad, apparently of about 13 or 14 years of age, stood upon the threshold. He and Sweeney Todd looked at each other in silence for a few moments. If a painter or a sculptor could have caught them as they stood, and transferred them to canvas or to marble, he might have called them an idea of guilt and innocence. There was Todd with evil passions and wickedness written upon every feature of his face. There was the boy with the rosy gentleness and innocence of heaven upon his brow. God made both these creatures. It was Todd who broke the silence. A gathering flush was upon the face of the boy, and he could not speak. "What do you want?" said Todd. He rattled his chair as he spoke, as though he would have said, "It is not to be shaved." The boy was too much engaged with his own thoughts to pay much attention to Todd's pantomime. He evidently, though, wished to say something which he could not command breath to give utterance to. Like the Amen of Macbeth, something he would fain have uttered seemed to stick in his throat. "What is it?" again demanded Todd eagerly. This roused the boy. The boy, do we say? Our readers have already recognized in that boy the beautiful and enthusiastic Johanna Oakley. "There is a bill in your window." Johanna applies to Todd to become his errand boy. A what? Todd had forgotten the announcement regarding the youth he wanted, with a taste for piety. "A bill, you want a boy, sir." "Oh," said Todd, as the object of the visit at once thus became clear and apparent to him. "Oh, that's it. Yes, sir." Todd held up his hand to his eyes as though he were shading them from sunlight as he gazed upon Johanna, and then, in an abrupt tone of voice, he said, "You won't do." "Thank you, sir." She moved towards the door. Her hand touched the handle. It was not fast. The door opened. Another moment and she would have been gone. "Stop," cried Todd. She returned at once. "You don't look like a lad in want of a situation. Your clothes are good. Your whole appearance is that of a young gentleman. What do you mean by coming here to ask to be an errand boy in a barber's shop? I don't understand it. You had different expectations." "Yes, sir, but Mrs. Green—" "Mrs. who?" "Green, sir, my mother-in-law, don't use me well, and I would rather go to sea or seek my living in any way than go back again to her. And if I were to come into your service, all I would ask would be that you did not let her know where I was." "Humph, your mother-in-law, you say?" "Yes, sir, I have been far happier since I ran away from her than I have been for a long time past." "Ah, you ran away. Where lives she?" "At Oxford. I came to London in the wagon, and at every step the lazy horses took, I felt a degree of pleasure that I was placing a greater distance between me and oppression." "Your own name?" "Charlie Green. It was all very well as long as my father lived, but when he was no more my mother-in-law began her ill usage of me. I bore it as long as I could, and then I ran away. If you can take me, sir, I hope you will." "Go along with you. You won't suit me at all. I wonder at your impudence in coming." "No harm done, sir. I will try my fortune elsewhere." Todd began sharpening a razor as the boy went to the door again. "Shall I take him?" he said to himself. "I do want someone for the short time I shall be here. Humph, an orphan, strange in London. No one to care for him, the very thing for me, no prying friends, nowhere to run the moment he is sent of an errand with open mouth, proclaiming this and that has happened in the shop. I will have him." He darted to the door. "Hoy, hoy!" Johanna turned round and came back in a minute. Todd had caught at the bait at last. She got close to the door. "Upon consideration," said Todd, "I will speak to you again, but just run and see what the time is by St. Dunstan's church." St. who?" said Johanna, looking around her with a bewildered, confused sort of air. "St. who?" "St. Dunstan's in Fleet Street." "Fleet Street? If you will direct me, sir, I dare say I shall find it. Oh yes, I am good at finding places." "He is strange in London," muttered Todd. "I am satisfied of that. He is strange. Come in, and shut the door after you." With a heart beating with violence that was positively fearful, Johanna followed Todd into the shop, carefully closing the door behind her as she had been ordered to do. "Now," said Todd, "nothing in the world but my consideration for your orphan and desolate condition could possibly induce me to think of taking you in, but the fact is, being an orphan myself," here Todd made a hideous grimace, "I say, being an orphan myself, with little to distress me amid the oceans and quicksands of this wicked world, some very strong sense of religion," another hideous grimace, "I naturally feel for you." "Thank you, sir. Are you decidedly pious?" "I hope so, sir." "Humph, well, we will say more upon that all-important subject another time, and if I consent to be your master, Charlie Green, sir." "Aye, Charlie Green. If I consent to take you for a week upon trial, you must wholly attribute it to my feelings." "Certainly, sir. Have you any idea yourself as to terms?" "None in the least, sir." "Very good. Then you will not be disappointed. I shall give you 6d. a week, and your board wages of 3d. a day, besides perquisites. The 3d. I advise you to spend in 3-penny pies at Mrs. Lovett's in Bell Yard. They are the most nutritious and appetizing things you can buy, and in the Temple you will find an excellent pump, so that the half-hour you will be allowed for dinner will be admirably consumed in your walk to the pie shop, and from thence to the pump, and then home here again." "Yes, sir. You will sleep under the counter here of a night, and the perquisites I mention will consist of the use of the pewter wash-hand basin, the soap, and the end of a towel." "Yes, sir. You will hear and see much in this place. Perhaps now and then you will be surprised at something. But, Master Charlie, if you go and gossip about me or my affairs, or what you see or what you hear, or what you think you would like to see or hear, I'll cut your throat." Charlie started. "Oh, sir," he said, "you may rely upon me. I will be quite discreet. I am a fortunate lad to get so soon into the employment of such an exemplary master." "Ha!" Todd, for a space of 2 minutes, made the most hideous and extraordinary grimaces. "Fortunate lad," he said. "Exemplary master, how true. Ha!" Poor Johanna shuddered at that dreadful charnel house sort of laugh. My God, she thought, was that the last sound that rung in the ears of my poor Mark ere he bade adieu to this world for ever? Then she could not but utter a sort of groan. "What's that?" said Todd. "What, sir?" I thought someone groaned or sighed. Was it you? No. Well, it was nothing. See if that water on the fire is hot. Do you hear me? Well, don't be alarmed. Is it hot? I think, put your hand in it. Quite hot, sir. Well then, Master Charlie, a customer. Come in, sir, come in, if you please, sir. A remarkably fine day, sir. Cloudy though, pray be. Seated, sir. Ahem. Now, Charlie, bustle. Shaved, sir, I presume. N the door." Todd was making exertions to shut the door after the entrance of a stout-built man in an ample white coat and a broad-brimmed farmer-looking hat. But he could not get it close, and then the stout-built man cried out, "Why don't you come in, Bob, leave off your tricks? Why, you is old enough to know better." "It's only me," said another stout-built man in another white coat as he came in with a broad grin upon his face. "It's only me, Mr. Barber. Ha, ha, ha." Todd looked quite bland as he said, "Well, it was a good joke. I could not for the moment think what it was kept the door from shutting, and I always close it because there's a mad dog in the neighbourhood, you see, gentlemen." Crack went something to the floor. "It's this mug, sir," said Charlie. "I dropped it." Well, my dear, don't mind that. Accidents, you know, will happen, bless you." Todd, as he said this, caught up a small piece of Charlie's hair in his finger and thumb and gave it a terrific pinch. Poor Johanna with difficulty controlled her tears. Now, sir, be seated if you please. From the country, I suppose, sir. Yes, a clean shave, if you please. We comed up from Berkshire, both on us with beasts. You and your brother, sir. My cousin T. Otherun is, ain't you, Bill? Yes, to be sure. Now, Charlie, the soap dish. Look alive, my little man, will you? Yes, sir. You must excuse him being rather slow, gentlemen, but he's not used to the business yet, poor boy. No father, no mother, no friend in all the world but me, sir. Really? Yes, poor lad, but thank God I have a heart. Leave the whiskers as they are, sir. Yes, and I can feel for the distresses of a fellow creature. Many's your brother, I beg pardon, cousin, will be shaved likewise, sir. Pound I have given away in the name of the Lord. Charlie, will you look alive with that soap dish? A pretty boy, sir, is he not? Very. His complexion is like a pearl. Johanna dropped the soap dish and clasped her hands over her eyes. That word pearl had for the moment got the better of her. Chapter 72. We regret to leave Johanna in such a predicament, but the progress and due understanding of our tale compel us briefly to revert to some proceedings of Arabella Wilmot, a short detail of which can nowhere come in so well as at this juncture. Up to the moment of parting with Johanna, when the latter went upon her perilous enterprise, Arabella had kept up pretty well, but from that moment her spirits began to fail. All the romantic feelings which had at first prompted the advice that concentrated Johanna's expedition to Todd's evaporated before the hard, truthful fact that she, Arabella, had led her young friend into a situation of the greatest peril. Each moment added to the mental agony of the young girl, and at length her sufferings became too acute for further dallying with, and wringing her hands, all she could ask herself was, "What shall I do to save her? What shall I do to save her?" Arabella felt that it would kill her to endure the suspense of 1 hour instead of 24, but to whom was she to turn in this sad condition of her feelings? If she went to old Mr. Oakley, what could she expect but the greatest reproaches for leading one so dear to him into such a path of danger? And those reproaches would not be the less stinging on account, probably, of their being only implied and not spoken. If she appealed to her own friends, it would only be a kind of second-hand mode of appealing to Mr. Oakley, for they, of courses, would go to him. "Oh, wretched girl that I am!" she cried, as she wrung her hands. "What shall I do? What ought I to do?" It was very improbable that, in the midst of such a state of feeling as this, Arabella Wilmot should think of the wisest and best thing to do, and yet, strange to say, she did. By mere accident the name of Sir Richard Blunt came to her mind. She had heard Colonel Geoffrey speak of him, and from common report, too, she knew he was a man who, of all others, was likely, from inclination as well as power and duty, to aid her. The idea of going to him gained strength and consistency each moment in her mind, as good ideas will. "Yes, yes," she exclaimed, as with frantic eagerness she arrayed herself for the event, for she had gone home after seeing Johanna on her way. "Yes, yes, I will go to him, I will tell him all. He shall know what a silly, foolish, wicked girl I have been, and how by my mad, mad counsel I have perhaps destroyed Johanna. But he will save her. Oh, yes, he will save her from the consequences of the visit to Todd, and save me from madness." Now, a more decidedly prudent resolve than this could not possibly have been aimed at by Arabella, had she been as cool and collected. As, on the contrary, she was nervous and excited, and it had all the effect upon her mind, for it was astonishing how the mere feeling that she was about to take a good course calmed her down. She had the prudence to interpose no delays by speaking to any one of her intention, but hastily getting into the street, she ran on for some time without reflecting that she had but a very vague idea of where Sir Richard Blunt was to be found. It is astonishing how, under the passions of extraordinary circumstances, people will boldly do things which ordinarily they would shrink from. It was so with Arabella Wilmot. She walked into a shop and at once asked if they could tell her the exact address of Sir Richard Blunt, the magistrate. "Yes, it is at No. 6 Essex Street, Strand." Off she went again. Fleet Street was passed. True, she lingered a little opposite to Todd's shop, and the idea came across her of rushing in and saying, "Johanna, come away." But she controlled that feeling from a conviction that she was doing better by going to the magistrate, who, if it were necessary to take that course, could take it much more effectually than she could. Essex Street was gained, and Arabella's trembling hand sounded an alarm upon the knocker. "Is Sir Richard within?" "No, but if you particularly want him, he is at his private office in Craven Street." To Craven Street then she sped. The number she had been told was 10, and upon the door of that house being opened, she asked a man who was big enough to block up all the passage, and who did so, for the magistrate. "Yes, but you can't see him, he's busy." "I must." "But you can't, my dear." "I will." The man whistled. "Will is a short word, my dear, for you to use. How do you mean to do it, eh?" A door opened, and with his hat on ready to go out, Sir Richard Blunt himself appeared. Another minute and Arabella would have missed him, and then God knows where for the next 12 hours he would be. "What is this, Davis?" he said. "Here's a little un says she will see you, Sir Richard." "Ah, thank God!" cried Arabella, rushing forward and catching a tight hold of the magistrate by the arm. "Yes, I will see you, sir. I have a matter of life and death to speak to you of." "Walk in," said Sir Richard. "Don't hurry yourself in the least, miss. Pray be composed. I am quite at your disposal." Arabella followed him into a small room. She still kept close to him, and in her eagerness she placed her hand upon her breast as she said, Sir, you and you only. Todd, oh God, he will kill her, and I am more her murderer than he. Johanna, my poor Johanna." Sir Richard slightly changed colour at the sound of those names, and then he said calmly and slowly, "I don't think, unless you can assume a greater command of your feelings, that you will ever be able to tell me what you came about." "Oh, yes, be seated, I pray you." Yes, in a moment. Oh, how calm and unimpassioned you are, sir." "It would not do for us both to lose our judgment." Arabella began to feel a little piqued, and that feeling restored her powers to her, probably quicker than any other could have possibly done. She spoke rapidly but distinctly. "Sir, Miss Johanna Oakley has gone to Sweeney Todd's to find out what has become of Mr. Mark in Jestry, and I advised her to do so. But now the knowledge that I did so advise her has driven me nearly mad. It will drive me quite mad." Sir Richard rose from the armchair into which he had thrown himself and said, "Miss Oakley, said you? Why, what folly! But she has gone home again. No, she is disguised as a boy and has taken the situation that Todd put a placard in his window about, and she will be found out of course and murdered." "No doubt of it." Oh God, is there no lightning to strike me dead?" "I hope not," said Sir Richard Blunt. "I don't want a thunderstorm in my parlour." "But, sir—" "But Miss Wilmot, is she there now?" She is." "When did she go?" "About 2 hours since." "Oh, sir, you must do something. You shall do something to save her, or I will run into the streets and call upon any passenger I meet that has the form of a man to aid me. I will raise the town, sir, but I will save her." That course would be about as wise as the original advice to Miss Oakley to go upon the expedition at all. "Now answer me calmly what I shall ask of you." I will. What is the prime cause of action that Miss Oakley projects as the result of this disguised entrance into Todd's shop, provided he be deceived by it? To search the place upon the first opportunity for some relic of Mark in Jestry, and so put an end to the torturing suspense regarding his fate. Sir Richard Blunt shook his head. "Do you think that Sweeney Todd would leave such relics within such easy acquisition and inspection? Is he the sort of man, think you, to expose himself to such danger? Oh, Miss Wilmot, this is indeed a hare-brained scheme." It is, and I have come to you for aid, and— Hush, is the secret of this expedition entirely confined to you and to Miss Oakley? It is. Will her friends not miss her? No, all has been arranged with what now I cannot help calling a horrible ingenuity. She is like one led to slaughter, and she will pass away from the world, leaving the secret of her disappearance to you and to me only. Sir, I am young, and there are those in this great city who love me, but if Johanna be not saved, I will no longer live to be the most wretched of beings. If there can be found a poison that will let me leave the world to cast myself at the feet of God and of Johanna in another, I will take it. Sir Richard looked at his watch. An hour and a half, you say? More than that, let me think. It was 12, yes, it was 12. More you see, sir, than that. Tell me, sir, tell me at once what can be done. Speak, oh, speak to me. What will you do? I don't know, Miss Wilmot. With a deep sigh, Arabella fainted. It was seldom, indeed, that, even amid his adventurous life, the magistrate found a circumstance that affected him so strongly as that which Arabella Wilmot had related to him. For a short time, even he, with all his powers of rapid thought, and with all the means and appliances which natural skill and practice had given him to meet any emergency, could not think of any mode of escape from the peculiarly awkward position into which this frightfully imprudent step of Johanna had plunged him. "My good girl," he said, "oh, she has fainted." He rung a handbell, and when a man appeared in answer to the summons, he said, "Is Mrs. Long within?" "Yes, Sir Richard." "Then bring her here, and tell her to pay every attention to this young lady, who is a friend of mine, and when she recovers, say to her that I shall return in an hour." "Certainly, Sir Richard." In a few moments a matronly-looking woman, who acted in that house as a sort of general manager, made her appearance, and had Arabella removed to a chamber. Before that the magistrate had hastily put on his hat, and at a quick pace was walking towards Fleet Street. What he intended to do in the emergency, for emergency he evidently thought it was, we shall see quickly. Certain it is that, even by that time, he had made up his mind to some plan of proceeding, and our readers have sufficient knowledge of him to feel that it is likely to be the very best that could be adopted under the circumstances. Certainly Johanna had, by the bold step she had taken, brought affairs to something like a crisis, much earlier than he, Sir Richard Blunt, expected. What the result will be remains to be seen. Chapter 73. We left Johanna in rather an awkward situation. The two graziers were in Todd's shop, and she, at the pronunciation of the word pearl, which had too forcibly at the moment reminded her of the string of pearls which no doubt had been fatal to Mark in Jestry, had dropped the soap dish and covered her face with her hands. "What is this?" cried Todd. "What, sir? What is that, I say? What do you mean by that, you stupid hound? If I only—" He advanced in a threatening attitude with a razor in his hand, but Johanna quickly saw what a fault she had committed, and felt that, if she were to hope to do any good by her visit to Todd's shop, she must leave all such manifestations of feelings outside the threshold. "I have broken it," she said. "To be sure you have, but—" And then, you see, sir, I was overcome at the moment by the thought that as this was my first day here, how stupid you would think me. Stupid, indeed. Poor little chap, said one of the graziers. Let him off this once, Mr. Barber. He seems a delicate little lad. Todd smiled. Yes, Todd admirably got up a smile, or a something that looked like a smile. It was a contortion of feature which did duty for a piece of amiability upon his face, and in a voice that he no doubt fully intended should be dulcet and delightful, he spoke. "I'm quite a fool to my feelings and to my good nature," he said. "Lord bless you, gentlemen, I could not hurt a fly. Not I. I used at school to be called affectionate Todd." "In joke," said one of the graziers. "No, gentlemen, no, in earnest. You don't say so. Well, my boy, you see no harm will come to you, as your master forgives you about the soap dish, and we are in no sort of hurry." "Well," said Todd, as he bustled about for another article in which to mix the lather. "Well, do you know, sir, I'm so glad to hear that you are in no hurry. Indeed, yes, sir, because if you are strangers in London, both of you, it will give you an opportunity of seeing some of the curiosities, which will do for you to talk of when you get home, you know." "Why, that would take too much time." "Not at all, sir. Now, for example, Charlie, my dear, whip up that lather. There's the Church of St. Dunstan's, which, although I say it, now, Charlie, look sharp, is one of the greatest of London curiosities. The figures at the clock I allude to more particularly. I think you said the whiskers were to be left just as they are, sir." "Yes." "Well then, gentlemen, If you have never seen the figures in the front of old St. Dunstan's strike the chimes, it's one of those things that it's quite a pity to leave London without watching narrowly. They may talk of the Tower, sir, or of the wild beasts at Exeter Change, but give me for a sight where there is real ingenuity, the figures striking the chimes at old St. Dunstan's. Indeed, yes, let me see. It's just a half-hour nearly now, and your friend can go, although you are being shaved, and then by the time you are comfortably finished off, the next quarter will be getting on. Charlie. Yes, sir. Put on your cap and go with that gentleman to St. Dunstan's. You must cross over the way, and then you will soon see the old church and the two figures as large as life and 5 times as natural. Johanna took up the cap she had worn in her disguise and stood by the door. Why don't you go, Bill? Said the grazier who was being shaved. Why, the fact is, said the other, I would not give a pin's head to see it without you. Do you know Mr. Barber, he makes such comical remarks at anything that it's worth one half the fun to hear him. Oh, no, I can't go without him. Very good, said Todd. Then I'll finish him off, and you shall both go together in a few moments, though I am afraid you will miss this time of the chimes striking. There was now a silence of a few moments' duration in the shop, but nothing in the shape of rage or disappointment was visible in the manner of Todd, although both of those passions were struggling at his heart. Now, sir, he said at length, and with a whisk he took the cloth from under the grazier's chair. That will do, I thank you, sir. Towel and plenty of water in that corner, sir. Thank you. No, I shall do, said the other grazier in reply to a mute invitation from Todd to sit down in the shaving chair. I shall do pretty well, I thank you. Till tomorrow. Very good, sir. Hope I shall have the pleasure of your patronage another time, as well as your recommendation, gentlemen. You may depend, said the grazier who had been shaved, that we shall do all we can for you and shall not lose sight of you. Todd bowed like a Frenchman, and the graziers left the shop. No sooner was the door closed upon them than his countenance altered as if by magic, and the most woefully diabolical expression came over it, as with eyes flashing with rage, he cried, Curses on you both, but I will have one of you yet, may the bitterest curse of, but no matter, What, sir? Said Johanna. What do you say, sir? Hell's fury, what is that to you? Do dare you, you devil's cub, to ask me what I said? By all that's furious, I'll tear out your teeth with red-hot pincers and scoop your eyes from their gory sockets with an old oyster knife. D.N.U. I'll flay you. Johanna shrank back aghast. The pure spirit of the young girl that had been used to little else but words of love and kindness started at the furious and brutal abuse that was launched at it by Todd. Did I not tell you, he continued, that I would have no prying, no peeping, no remarking about this or the other? I'll crush the life out of you, as I would that from a mad dog. A strange howling cry at the door at this moment came upon the ears of Todd. His countenance changed, and his lips moved as though he was still saying something, but he had not power to give it audibly. At length, somewhat mastering his emotion, he said, What's that? A dog, sir. A dog, confound all dogs. Another howl and a violent scratching at the door was farther and most conclusive evidence of the canine character of the visitor. Charlie, said Todd in quite a soft tone, Charlie. Yes, sir. Take the poor dog something to eat, or to drink, rather, I should say. You will find a saucer in yon cupboard with some milk in it. If he only, bless him, takes one lick at it, I shall be satisfied. You know, Charlie, God made all things, and we should be good to his creatures. Yes, sir, said Johanna with a shudder. She went to the cupboard, and found the saucer, in which there seemed to be a drop of fresh milk. She walked to the door while Todd, as though he did not feel by any means sure of the pacific intentions of the dog, at once rushed into his back parlour and locked himself in. Todd had a peephole from the back parlour into the shop, but he could not see further than the shop door. Moreover, Johanna's back was towards him, so he could only guess at what was going on if the dog did not actually come across the threshold. That the milk which Todd was so solicitous should be given to the dog was poisoned occurred to Johanna in a moment, and just before opening the door she threw it into a corner, upon some loose shavings and odds and ends of waste paper that were there. Johanna then opened the door. In an instant Hector, the large dog of the unfortunate Thornhill, whose identity with Mark in Jestry appeared to be so established in the mind of Johanna, sprang upon her with an angry growl. It was only for one brief moment, however, that Hector made any such mistake as fancying Johanna to be Sweeney Todd, and then he, with an affectionate whine, licked the hands of the young girl. "Pisson, Pisson," cried a loud voice, and in another moment the ostler from the coach office opposite rushed to the door and caught the dog around the neck. "Ah, there ye is agin. Why, what a goose of a feller you is, to be sure, Pisson. Don't you know now as well as I do that Barber will do you a mischief yet, you great blockhead you? Come home, will yer? Come home now, come along why yer." "Yes, yes," said Johanna. Take him away, take him away." "Won't I, that's all. I suppose you are a young shaver. Only let me catch you interfering with Pisson, that's all, and won't I let you know what's what, young feller." The ostler, having uttered this most uncalled-for threat to poor Johanna, took Pisson in triumph over the way. Johanna closed the door. "Is he gone?" said Todd. "Yes, sir, and the milk, is that gone likewise?" "Every drop of it." "Ha, ha, ha, well, well, only to think now, ha, ha, I hope that milk won't disagree with the noble animal. How fond I am of him. How often he has been over here in his little pretty playful way to try and bite pieces out of my legs. Bless him. If now that milk should give him a stomach ache, what a pity it would be. Did I hear a man's voice?" "Yes, sir, some man came and called the dog away. How good of him, and what a pity it would have been if he had called the noble animal away before the milk was all consumed. Dear me, some people would grudge a creature a drop of milk. Ahem, Charlie." "Yes, sir, I am going out." Johanna's heart beat rapidly. "If anyone should come, you can say it is of no use their waiting, for I am gone to shave and dress a whole family at some distance off, and may not be back for some hours. But, Charlie, for your own private information, let me tell you that I may look in at any moment, and that, although I shall be busy, I shall be able to come in for a minute or so when I am least expected." Todd gave an awful leer at Johanna as he spoke. "Yes, sir," she said. Todd carefully locked the parlour door. "Charlie, how do you like your place?" "Very well, sir, and I think in a little time I shall like it better. Good lad, good lad. Well, well, perhaps I ought not to say too much so soon, but if you merit my esteem, Charlie, I shall do as much for you as I did for the last lad I had. After some term of service with me, I provided him with an independent home, a large house and a garden. Ha, how very kind." "Yes, very. And is he happy?" "Quite, in a manner of speaking, notwithstanding human nature is prone to be discontented, and there are persons who would sigh, if in paradise, for some change, even if it were to a region supposed to be its opposite zone. Charlie, however, I think will be of a different mind, and when your time comes, which it certainly will, to reap the fruits of your service with me, I am sure that no one will hear you complain." "I will not be ungrateful, sir." "Well, well, we shall see. And now, while I am gone, let there be no peeping or prying about, no attempts to open doors or force locks, no scrambling to look upon shelves, or raking in odd corners. If you do, I will cut your throat, Charlie, with the bluntest razor I have." Todd had got on his gloves by this time, and then he left the shop. Johanna was alone. Yes, there she was at last, alone in that dreadful place, which now for days upon days had been food for her young imagination. There she was in that place, which her waking thoughts and her dreams had alike peopled with horrors. There she was between those walls, which had perchance echoed to the last despairing death-cry of him whom she had loved better than life itself. There she was in the very atmosphere of murders. His blood might form part of the stains that were upon the dingy walls and the begrimed floor. Oh, it was horrible. "God help me now, God help me now," said Johanna as she covered her face with her hands and wept convulsively. She heard a faint sound. It was the chiming of St. Dunstan's clock, and she started. It put her in mind that time. Her great ally now was fleeting. "Away, tears," she cried as she dashed the heavy moisture from her long eyelashes. Away tears, I have been strong in purpose. I have already waded through a sea of horrors, and I must be firm now. The time has come. The time that I looked forward to when I thus attired myself and thought it possible to deceive this dreadful man. Courage, courage, I have now much to do. First she crept to the door and looked out into the street. A vague suspicion that Todd, after all, might only be watching near at hand somewhere took possession of her. She looked long and anxiously to the right and to the left, but she saw nothing of him. Then she fastened the door upon the inside. If he should return very suddenly, she said, I shall have notice of it by his efforts to open the door. That will give me a moment for preparation, possibly. Then, with such an anxious look as no language could do justice to in its delineation, Johanna looked round the shop. Where was she to begin her investigation? There were drawers, cupboards, chests, shelves. What was she to look at first? Or was she in dread of some contrivances of Todd's to find out that she had looked at all, yet at this the last moment, forego the risk and rush into the street and so home? No, no, I am in God's hands, she said, and I will not flinch. And yet, although she felt that she was quite alone in that place, how cautiously she trod. How gently she touched one thing and then another, and with what a shudder she laid her hand for a moment to steady herself upon the arm of the shaving chair. By so leaning upon it she found that it was a fixture, and upon a further examination of it she found that it was nailed or screwed to the floor firmly. It was an old-fashioned massive chair, with a wide, deep reclining seat. A strange feeling of horror came over her as she regarded it. Chapter 74. What was there in the chair that Johanna should, for some few moments, now that she had begun to look at it, not be able to take her eyes off it? She tried to shake it, but it was as fast as a rock, and for all she knew it was quite usual to have a shaving chair fixed to the floor. In all likelihood it was in the best position for light which the dingy shop afforded. She left the chair at last, and then a large cupboard in one corner of the room attracted her attention. It was locked. In vain did she try to force it open. It would not yield. She tried, too, the parlour door without effect. That was quite fast, but as she turned the handle of the lock she fancied she heard, or she really did hear something move in the room. A faint feeling came over her for a moment, and she was glad to hold by the wall close at hand to support herself. It must have been fancy, as she said faintly, I am learning nothing and the time is flying fast. A kind of counter ran parallel to the window, and beneath it was a space covered in by doors. Todd surely had forgotten that, for one of the doors was open. Johanna looked in and beheld quite a collection of sticks and umbrellas. Some clothing too lay upon the lowest shelf. With trembling hands, Johanna pulled at the sleeve of some article and found it to be a jacket, such as a sailor of the better sort might wear, for it was exquisitively fine, and had no end of silver buttons upon it. Her sight was dimmed by tears as she said to herself, "Oh, God, was this his?" She held the jacket up to the light, and she found the breast portion of it stained, and all the buttons there tarnished. What was it but blood? The blood of the hapless wearer of that article of dress that produced such an effect. But yet how was she to prove to herself that it had been Mark in jestry? Then it was that the thought struck her of how ill-conceived had been that undertaking, which might, in the midst of all its frightful dangers, only end in furnishing her with more food for the most horrible surmises, without banishing one sad image of her imagination, or confirming one dreadful dream of the fate of her lover. "'Tis all in vain," she gasped. "All in vain, I shall know nothing and only feel more desolate. It would be a mercy if that were to kill me. Ah, no, not yet, not yet." Someone was trying the handle of the shop door. With frightful energy Johanna hid the jacket, but not in its proper place, for she only thrust it beneath the cushion of a chair close at hand, and then shutting the door of the receptacle beneath the counter, she rose to her feet, and with a face pale as monumental marble, and her hands clasped rigidly, she said, Who is there?" "Hilloa, open the door," said a voice. Someone again tried the handle and then kicked vigorously at the lower panel. "Patience," said Johanna. "Patience." She opened the door. "Is Mr. Todd at hand?" said a lad. "No, no, you are his boy, are you not?" "I am." "Then take this." The lad handed a sealed letter to Johanna and in a moment left the door. She held the letter in her hand, scarcely looking at it. Of course she thought it was for Todd, but after a few moments her eyes fell upon the superscription, and there, to her surprise, she read as follows: "To Miss Oakley, who is requested to read the enclosed quickly and secretly, and then to destroy it. Johanna receives a mysterious letter in Todd's shop." To tear open the letter was the work of a moment. The sheet of paper tumbled in Johanna's hands as she read as follows: "From Sir Richard Blunt to Miss Oakley. Miss Oakley, the expedition upon which you are at present says much more for your courage and chivalrous spirit than it can ever say for your discretion or the discretion of her who permitted you so far to commit your life to such chances. You should, considering your youth and sex, have left it to others to carry out such schemes, and it is well that those others are aware of your position, and so, in a great measure, enabled to shield you from, perhaps, the worst consequences of your great indiscretion, for it cannot be called anything else. Your young friend, Miss Wilmot, herself awakened, when, thank God, it was not too late, to the utter romantic character of the office, and communicated all to me. I blame both you and her very much indeed, and cannot speak in too strong language of the reprehensible character of your expedition. And now, my dear girl, do not be under any kind of apprehension, for you are well looked after, and Sweeney Todd shall not hurt a hair of your head. If you should find yourself in any danger, seize the first small heavy article at hand and throw it with all the strength you can through the shop window. Assistance will immediately come to you. And now, as you are where you are, I pray you to have confidence in me and to remain until someone shall come to you and say St. Dunstan, upon which you will know that he is a friend and you will follow his directions. God bless you. Richard Blunt." Every word of this letter fell like sunshine upon the heart of Johanna, and she could not help mentally ejaculating, "I am saved, I am saved. Yes, yes, I am not deserted. Strong, bold, good men will look to me. Oh, what kindness breathes in every sentence of this letter. Yes, yes, I am not forsaken, not forsaken." Tears came into the eyes of the young girl, and she wept abundantly. Her overcharged heart was relieving itself. After a few moments she began to be more composed, and had just crumpled up the letter and cast it into the fire for fear of accidents, when a shadow darkened the doorway. She saw Todd looking in above the curtain that was over the upper half of the door, and partially concealed some panes of glass that were let into it. As soon as Todd saw Johanna's eyes upon him, he entered the shop. "What's that?" he said, pointing to the burning letter. "Paper, sir." "What paper?" "A bill that a boy left. Something about churchwardens, sir, and the parish of St. Bride's, Fleet Street, and how things mean to. Bar anyone else been?" "No, sir." Todd stood in the middle of the shop and cast his eyes slowly round him to see that all was as he had left. Then in a low growling tone he added, "No peeping and prying, eh? No rummaging in odd corners and looking at things that don't concern you, eh?" "Certainly not, sir." Johanna crept close to the counter upon which lay a tolerably large piece of stone used for grinding razors upon. She thought that would do very well to throw through the window, and she kept an eye upon it with that intent, if such an act should by a trick of Todd's appear to be necessary. Todd took the key of the parlour door from his pocket and placed it in the lock. Before he opened the door, though, he turned the handle, and as he did so Johanna thought that he inclined his head and listened attentively. She threw down a chair which made a lumbering noise. "Confound you," roared Todd. He passed into the parlour, but in a moment with a glance of fury he looked out, saying, "You tried this door." "Aye, sir," said Johanna, creeping closer still to the sharpening stone. "Yes, villain you. At least I think so, I am pretty sure, but mark me, if I were quite sure you should suffer for it." He closed the door again, and then when he was alone he placed his 2 hands upon his head for a few moments and said, "What does it mean? A boy brought him a letter, I saw him come and go. At least it looked like a letter. Could it be the bill he spoke of, and then the sudden upset of that chair which prevented me from hearing if the piece of catgut I had fastened to the handle of the door had been moved before I touched it or not? I will kill him. That is safe. It is the only plan. I will kill all who is now in my way. All. Yes, I will, if needs be, wade up to my neck in blood to the accomplishment of my wishes. Todd went to a cupboard and got out a large knife such as is used by slaughtermen in the shambles and hid it under the table cover, but in such a place that he could lay hold of it and draw it out in a moment. "Charlie," he cried, "Charlie." "Yes, sir. Step in here a moment, I want you, my boy." "Shall I or shall I not?" thought Johanna. "Is this danger or only the appearance of it? Heaven direct me now. Oh, what shall I do? What shall I do? Charlie, are you coming, my boy?" "Yes, sir, I am coming. God protect me." "The barber at home?" cried a voice at the door, and in another moment a man with a ruddy, jolly-looking countenance made his appearance in the shop. "Barber at home, eh, my little lad?" Yes. Johanna heard a bitter execration come from the lips of Todd, and then with quite a serene smile upon his face, as though he were in the most unruffled mood possible, he made his appearance. "Could you make me a wig?" said the man, taking off his hat and showing that his hair was closely cropped. "Certainly, sir. If you will sit down and allow me to measure your head, I shall have great pleasure, Charlie." "Yes, sir. You can go to Lovett's in Bell Yard and get your dinner now. There's 2 pence for you, my lad, and if you have not yet tasted Mrs. Lovett's pies, you will say when you do that they are the most delicious things in the whole world of cookery." "Shaved, if you please," said another man, walking into the shop and pouncing down upon a chair as though it were his own property. "Ah, dear me, I'm tired rather. Don't hurry yourself, Mr. Todd. I can wait while you are doing what you have to do for that gentleman." "Charlie," said Todd with quite a sweet expression of face, "you need not go just yet. I want the hot water, see to it." "Yes, sir." Todd then, in the most careful and business-like manner, proceeded to take the measure of the gentleman's head for a real head of hair, and when he had finished he said, "Now, sir, if you will leave it all to me, I will match your hair to a shade." "Match it?" "Yes, sir. But that's just what I don't want. I have had my hair all cut off and am going to wear a wig for the sole reason that I have got tired of the old colour." "Well then, sir, what colour do you propose now?" "A few shades lighter than my own. But pray shave this gentleman, and I will tell you how I wish it to look at my leisure." The man took a seat and crossed one leg over the other with the most home sort of look in the world, and the one who had come in to be shaved plumped into the shaving chair and gave his chin a rub as though he would say, "I don't care how soon you begin." Todd smiled. "Charlie, the lather." "Yes, sir, here it is." "Here, my little man," said the gentleman, "in want of a wig. If you can tie a bow, just make one in front of my cravat. A small one." The gentleman slipped a small piece of paper into Johanna's jacket pocket. Chapter 75. Johanna started. "St. Dunstan's," said the stranger. "What?" said Todd. "St. Dunstan's last Sunday I don't think was so highly scented with the flavour of the grave as usual." "Oh," said Todd. Johanna trembled, for certainly Todd looked suspicious, and yet what could he have seen? Literally nothing, for he was so situated that the slight action of the stranger in putting the slip of paper into her jacket pocket must have escaped him with all his watchfulness. She gathered courage. Todd glanced at her, saying, "What is the matter, Charlie? You don't look well at all, my lad." "I am not very well, sir." "How sorry I am, I think, do you know, Charlie?" Todd was lathering the man's face as he spoke. "That one of Mrs. Lovett's hot pies would be the thing for you." "Very likely, sir." "Then I think I can manage now to spare you." As he said this, Todd bent an eagle glance upon the gentleman who had ordered the wig, and it seemed as if he doled out his words to Johanna with a kind of reference to the movements of that personage. The gentleman had found a hat brush and was carefully rubbing up his hat. "I do hope," he said, "that the wig will be as natural as possible." "Depend upon it, sir," said Todd. "I'll warrant if you look in here, and try it on some day when there's no one here but you and I to set you against it, you will never complain of it." "No doubt. Good morning." Todd made his best bow, accompanied by the flourish of his razor that made the man who was being shaved shrink again, as the reflected light from its highly polished blade flashed again in his eyes. "Now, Charlie, I think you may go for your pie," added Todd, "and don't hurry, for if anything is wrong with your stomach, that will only make it worse, you know. You are a good master to the lad," said the man who was lathered ready for shaving. "I hope so, sir," said Todd. "With the help of Providence we all ought to do our best in this world, and yet what a deal of wickedness and suffering there is in it too." "Ah, there is. I am sure, sir, it makes my heart bleed sometimes to think of the amount of suffering that only 24 hours of this sad workaday world sees. But I was always of a tender and sympathetic turn from my cradle. Yes, from my cradle." Todd made here one of his specially horrible grimaces which the man happened to see in a glass opposite to him, the reflective focus of which Todd had not calculated upon. And then as the sympathetic barber stropped his razor, the man looked at him as though he would have speculated upon how could such an article looked in a cradle. "Now, sir, a little to this side. Are you going, Charlie?" "Yes, sir, that will do, sir. I'll polish you off very shortly indeed, sir. Are you going, Charlie?" Johanna darted from the shop, and the moment she got clear of it, she by natural impulse drew the little slip of paper from her pocket and read upon it, "Miss O. Do not, if you can help it, leave anyone alone in Todd's shop, as circumstances may prevent us from always following his customers in. But if you should be forced to leave while anyone is there, knock at No. 133 Fleet Street. This is from your friend R. B." 133, said Johanna as she glanced around her. 133. It is close at hand, here. The number was only a short distance from Todd's, and Johanna was making her way to it when someone stopped her. "From Todd's," said a voice. Yes, a man is there. Alone, yes," and, before she could say another word, the stranger darted from her and made his way into Todd's shop. Johanna paused and, shrinking into a doorway, stood trembling like an aspen leaf. "Oh, heaven!" she ejaculated, "into what a sea of troubles have I plunged? Murder and I will become familiar, and I shall learn to breathe an atmosphere of blood. Oh, horror, horror, horror!" The crowd in that dense thoroughfare passed on, and no one took heed of the seeming boy, as he wept and sobbed in that doorway. Some had no time to waste upon the sorrows of other people. Some buttoned up their pockets as though they feared that the tears that stood upon that pale face were but the preludes to some pecuniary demand. Others again passed on rapidly, for they were so comfortable and cosy that they really could not have their feelings lacerated by any tale of misery, not they. And so Johanna wept alone. Ding dong, what is that? Oh, St. Dunstan's chimes. How long has she been from the shop? Shall she return to it, or fly at once and seek for refuge from all the sorrows and from all the horrors that surround her in the arms of her father? "Direct me, O God!" she cried. Someone suddenly clasps her arm. Johanna, it was Arabella Wilmot. Johanna, disguised as a boy, is found weeping by Arabella near St. Dunstan's. "Johanna, dear Johanna, you are safe, quite safe. Come home now, oh come, come. You hear, Arabella?" "Yes, I am mad. At least I was going mad, Johanna, in my agony to know what had become of you, and notwithstanding I have told Sir Richard Blunt, I had no faith in the love and the courage of any one but myself. I was coming to Todd's." "To Todd's?" "Yes, dear, to Todd's. I could no longer exist unless I saw with my own eyes that you were safe. What a fatal step that might have been!" "It might, perhaps it would, but God in his goodness has again, my dear Johanna, averted it by enabling me to meet you here. Come home now, come at once." "Yes, I think. Come, you have done already much. Let for the future your feelings be that for Mark in Jestry you have adventured what not one girl in a million would adventure." At this mention of the name of Mark in Jestry, a sharp cry of mental agony burst from the lips of Johanna. "Oh, I thank you, Arabella, thank me. Yes, you have recalled me to myself. You have, by the mention of that name, recalled me to my duty from which I was shrinking and falling away. You have told me in the most eloquent language that could be used that as yet I have done nothing for him who is, dead or alive, my heart's best treasure. Oh, Johanna, you will kill me. No, Arabella, no, goodbye. Go home, love, go home, and pray for me, pray for me. Johanna, for mercy's sake. Oh, what are you about to do? Speak to me. Do not look upon me in that way. What are you about to do, Johanna? Go to the shop. To Todd's. Yes, it is my place. I am in search of Mark in Jestry. If he be living, it is I who must clear that man who is suspected of his murder. If he be no more, it is I who, weak and fragile as I am, must drag him to justice. No, no, no. I say yes, do not stay me if you love me. Arabella clasped the arm of Johanna, but with a strength that only the immense amount of mental excitement she was suffering from could have given her. Johanna freed herself from the hold of her friend, and dashing from the doorway was in another moment lost to the sight of Arabella in the barber's shop. What now? Cried Todd fiercely as Johanna bounded into the shop so hurriedly. Nothing, sir, only the dog. Bolt the door, bolt the door. Yes, sir. Todd wiped his brow. That infernal dog, he muttered, will be the death of me yet. And so, Charlie, the malignant beast flew at you, did he? The savage will attack you, will he? Yes, sir, so it seems. We will kill it. I should like to cut its throat. It would be a pleasure, Charlie. How strange that strong poisons have no effect upon that dog. Curses on it. Indeed, sir. None whatever. It is very odd. Todd remained in a musing attitude for some time, and then suddenly starting, he said, Charlie, if that man come again after his wig, get him into talk, will you, and learn all you can about him. I have to go a little way into the city just now, and shall speedily return. I hoped you liked the pie. Pie, sir. Yes, love its pie. Oh, yes, delicious. Ha, ha, he, ho. Drawing on a pair of huge worsted gloves, Todd walked out of the shop without saying another word. The moment he was gone, Johanna passed both her hands upon her breast, as if to stay the wild beating of her heart as she whispered to herself, Alone, alone once more. It was well that she had only whispered that much, for in the next moment Todd gently put his head into the shop. She started. Oh, sir, you frightened me. Beware, was all he said. Beware. The frightful head, more terrifying to Johanna than would have been the fabled Medusa's, was withdrawn again. And this time Johanna resolved to be certain that he was gone before she gave the smallest outbreak to her feelings, or permitted herself to glance around her in any way that could be construed into prying curiosity. She made a feint of clearing up the place a little, and with a broom that had about 6 hairs only left in it, she swept the hobs of the little miserable grate in which a fire was kept for the shaving water. This occupied some little time, but still not feeling sure that Todd was really gone, she then went to the door and looked right and left. He was not to be seen, and so when she went back she bolted the shop door upon the inside again, and really felt that she was alone once more in that dreadful place. That poor Johanna was now in a great state of mental excitement is not a matter of surprise, for the events that had recently taken place were decidedly of a character to produce such a mental condition. The interview with Arabella had, no doubt, materially aided in such an effect. With trembling eagerness she now began again to look about her, and her great aim was by some means to get into the parlour, for if anywhere, she thought that surely there she should find some traces of that lost one who occupied, since the suspicions of the foul usage he had met with, a larger place in her affections than before. Feeling how surrounded she was by friends, probably Johanna was a little more reckless as regarded the means she adopted of carrying out her intention. The parlour door was quite fast, but surely in the shop she thought she might find some weapon by the aid of which it could be burst open, and even if Todd should suddenly return, it was but a rush and she would reach the street, and if he intercepted her in that, as God knew he might, she could take the means of summoning assistance pointed out to her by Sir Richard Blunt, and cast something through the window into the street. Full of these thoughts and feelings then, and only alive to the mad wish she had of discovering some traces of her lover, Johanna hunted the shop over for some weapon with which to attack the parlour door. She opened a cupboard. A hat fell from within at her feet. One glance at that hat was sufficient. It was of a peculiar colour. She remembered it. It was the hat of the man whom she had left being shaved when she was sent ostensibly to purchase a pie at Mrs. Lovett's in Bell Yard. Johanna's hurry was over. A sickening feeling came over her as she asked herself what was the probable fate of the owner of the hat. Another victim, she gasped. She tottered back overpowered by the thought that there had been a time when, opening that cupboard door, the carelessly cast-in hat of Mark in Jestry would have fallen to her feet, even as did that of the stranger, who no doubt now was numbered with the dead. She sank almost in a state of fainting into the shaving chair. "Oh, yes, yes," she said. "This is horribly, frightfully conducive. My poor Mark, you have gone before me to that home where alone we may hope to meet again. Alas, alas, that I should live to feel such a truth." She burst into tears and sobbed so bitterly that anyone who had seen her would have truly thought her heart was breaking in that wild paroxysm of grief. What a mercy it was that Todd did not come in at such a moment as that, was it not? The sobs subsided into sighs. The tears no longer flowed in abundance, and after about 5 minutes Johanna arose, tottering and pale. She drenched her eyes and face with cold water until the traces of the storm of emotion were no longer visible upon her face, and then she knelt by the shaving chair and clasping her hands, she said, "Great God, I ask for justice upon the murderer." She rose and felt calmer than before, and then, sitting down by the little miserable fire, she buried her face in her hands and tried to think how she should bring to justice the man who had been the blight of her young existence, the canker in the rosebud of her youth. You would have been shocked if you could just for a moment have looked into Sweeney Todd's shop and seen that girl in such an attitude, without a sigh and without a tear, while all her dearest hopes lay about her heart in the very chaos of a frightful wreck. Chapter 76. Business at Mrs. Lovett's was brisk. During the whole of that day, that most eventful day upon which the fair Johanna Oakley had gone upon her desperate errand to Sweeney Todd's, the shop in Bell Yard had been besieged by customers. Truly it was a pity to give up such an excellent business. The tills groaned with money, and Mrs. Lovett's smiles and pies never appeared so perfect as upon that day. At about 12:30 o'clock, when the Lord Chancellor suddenly got up from his chair in the great hall of Lincoln's Inn, and put on his furry-looking hat, and when the curtain which shuts in his lordship from invidious blasts was withdrawn with a screaming jerk, and a gentleman was stopped in the middle of an argument, what a rush of lawyers' clerks there was to the pie shop in Bell Yard. Then was it that the anxious solicitor's fag, who must know something, and have some brains, smiled at the prospect of the luxurious repast he was about to have, and jingled the 2p he had kept in a side pocket for only one pie, and grudged it not out of his hard-earned pittance. Then was it that the bloated barrister's clerk, who had grown shining and obese upon fairs, and who is not required to know anything but the complete art of insolence to his brothers, nor to have any more brains than will suffice him to make up his book in the long vacation, smacks his lips at the thought of Lovett's pies, and sends the expectant boy of the chamber, the snob of a snob, for 3 2s. Lean and hungry-looking young men start into Bell Yard from the Strand, producing crumbled pieces of paper, bag their 2p, and retire to eat it in some corner of the old temple. All is bustle, all is animation, and the side counter, that one, you know, which ran parallel to the window, was lined by clerks who sat eating and driving their heels against the boarding, and joking and laughing, how they did laugh. And then what stories they told of their governors, and how such an one was going out of practice, and how such another one was a screw, and so on, to the great delight of the mere boys, who hoped one day to wear their hair long and grey, and to dress in an outrageous caricature of the mode. As the machine that let down at the back of the counter to bring up the pies went down for the 1 o'clock batch, It was noticed that Mrs. Lovett looked a little anxious. The fact was that the cook had been so prompt upon that day in his movements that she began to think there must be, as folks say, something in it, and she was beginning to terrify herself with the idea that he had some scheme of redemption for himself in view that might most unseasonably develop itself before the customers. "Ah, Mrs. Lovett," said one young gent, while the gravy ran down the sides of his mouth from the pie he was consuming, "you don't seem at all yourself today, indeed you don't." "Who do I seem then?" "Ha, ha, upon my life that's good," roared another. A small amount of wit did for Lovett's pie shop. It was like the House of Commons in that particular, and loud laughter was sure to welcome the smallest joke. Mrs. Lovett's eyes were bent upon the abyss down which the trap had descended but a moment before. "Ain't they coming, mum?" said one. "Oh, don't I sniff 'em," said another, working his nose like an ex-chancellor. "Don't I sniff 'em, delicious," cried another. A feeling of relief was visible upon the face of Mrs. Lovett as the trap slowly ascended, bringing with it the 1 o'clock batch in all their steaming glory. The whole shop was in a moment filled with the fresh appetite-giving aroma of those bubbling hot pies, and as the French newspapers say, when a member of the extreme right or halfway to the left or 2 degrees from the centre swerves, there was a sensation. 5 minutes, only 5 minutes, and the whole batch was cleared off, not one was left. "Another batch of 100, gentlemen, at 2, said Mrs. Lovett with a bland look. "At 2, mum," cried a customer. "Why, what's to become of the 1/2 batch? "We are rather short of meat," said Mrs. Lovett with one of her strange metallic smiles. "The devil you are, ain't there butchers enough?" "Oh dear, yes, but we could not get such meat as we put in our pies at the butcher's." "You kill your own, mum, then, I suppose?" "We do," replied Mrs. Lovett with another smile more metallic than the former. "And where is your farm, mum?" "Really, sir, you want to know too much. I appeal to those gentlemen if any of them know where my farm is." No, d-n it no, nor don't care," said all the lawyers' clerks. "Don't know anything about it." "And don't care," said another. "Sufficient for the day is the pie thereof." "Very good, ha ha, very good." The crowd gradually dispersed. Mrs. Lovett put a placard in the window announcing a hot batch at 2 o'clock. She then closed the shop door and retired to the parlour. She cast herself upon a sofa, and hiding the light from her eyes with one of her arms, she gave herself up to thought. Yes, that bold bad woman was beginning to have her moments of thought, during which it appeared to be as though 1,000 mocking fiends were thronging around her. No holy thoughts or impulses crossed her mind. Solitude, that best of company to the good and just, was to her peopled with countless horrors, and yet there must have been a time when that woman was pure and her soul spotless, a time when it was free from the black engraved spots which now deformed it, and yet who, to look upon her now, could fancy that she was ever other than what she seemed? Who could bring themselves to think that she had not been placed at once by the arch-fiend, as she was upon the beautiful world, to make in the small circle around her a pestilence, a blight, and a desolation? There are persons in the world that it would be the greatest violence to our feelings ever to attempt to picture to our imaginations as children, and as such surely were Sweeney Todd and Mrs. Lovett. Was she ever some gentle little girl fondly clinging to a mother's arms? Was he ever a smiling infant with pretty dimples? Was there at his or her birth much joy? Did a mother's tears ever fall upon his or her cheek in sweet gratitude to God for such a glorious gift? No, we cannot. We will not believe that such persons as Sweeney Todd and Mrs. Lovett ever came into this world otherwise than ready-made man and woman. Any other belief concerning such fiends in human shape is too repugnant. But we are forgetting that Mrs. Lovett is upon the sofa all this while, and that her metallic smile has quite vanished, giving way to such a look of utter abandonment of spirit that you would have shuddered to have cast but one glance upon her. She could bear the quietude of the attitude she had assumed but for a very short time, and then she sprang to her feet. Yes, she said, it must, and it shall come to an end. She stood for some few moments trembling, as though the dim echo of that word end, as she had jerked it forth, had awakened in her mind a world of horrifying thoughts. Again she sank upon the couch, and speaking in a low, plaintive voice, she said, Yes, I have need of the waters of oblivion, one draught of which shuts out forever all memory of the past. Oh, that I had but a cup of such nectar at my lips! Not a doubt of it, Mrs. Lovett. It is the memory of the wicked that constitutes that retribution which is assuredly to be found in this world as day follows night. I must have this, she muttered. Let Todd be dead or alive, I must have it. I am going mad, I feel certain. That I am going mad, and the only way to save myself is to flee. I must collect as much money as I can and then flee far away. If I cannot quite obliterate the past from my memory, I can at least leave it as it is and add nothing to it. Yes, that man may live, he seems to bear a charmed life, but I must flee. She rested her head upon her hands and in a softer voice said, Let me think of the means now that I have yet a little time. What do I dread most? The man below? Yes, he is at work for his deliverance. I feel that he is, and if he succeed before I flee from here, all is lost, all is lost. I must speak to him, filled with this idea, and with an unknown dread of what the discontented cook might do. Mrs. Lovett stepped into the shop first, and made the door fast by slipping a bolt at the back of it. It was not very often that immediately after the disposal of a batch of pies, any customers came in, and if they should attempt to do so for the purpose of purchasing any stale pies, she was by far too intent upon what she was come about, and considered it by far too important to heed what they might think or say upon finding the door fast. She then opened the seeming cupboard in the parlour, which conducted to the strong iron door, with the small grating at the top of it. She reached that point of observation with great rapidity, and peered into the cavernous dungeon-like bakehouse. At first she could see nothing by the uncertain light that was there, but as her eyes got accustomed to the absence of daylight, she could just see the figure of the cook sitting upon a stool and apparently watching one of the fires. It is a long, long time. What is a long time? Cried Mrs. Lovett. The captive cook sprang to his feet in a moment, and in a voice of alarm he said, Who spoke? Who is that? I, replied Mrs. Lovett. Do you not know me? Ah, said the cook, directing his eyes to the grating above the door, I know you too well. What do you want with me? Have I failed in doing your bidding here? Have I disappointed you of a single batch of those execrable pies? Certainly not, but I have come to see if you are quite comfortable. Comfortable? What an insult! Nay, you wrong me. That is impossible. This is the commencement only of some new misery. Speak on, madam, speak on. I am helpless here and condemned to suffer. Notwithstanding these words of the cook, there was a certain tone of hilarity about him that Mrs. Lovett might well be surprised at, and she asked herself, what does he hope? The fact is that much as he wished still to enact the character of a man full of despair, the cook could not get out of his head and heart the promises of Sir Richard Blunt, promises which still rung in his ears like a peal of joy bells. Come, come, said Mrs. Lovett, you are getting reconciled to your fate. Confess as much. I reconciled, never, but you are not so unhappy. Worse, this apathetic condition that I am now in, and which to you may look like the composure of resignation, will end in all likelihood in raging madness. Indeed, yes, madam, I feel already the fire in my brain. Be calm, calm, calm. It is all very well for you upon that side of the iron door to talk of calmness, madam, but upon this side the words sound strange. It will not sound so strange when I tell you that I have absolute compassion upon you, and that the cause of my present visit was to talk to you of some means by which the worst portion of your fate here might be in some measure ameliorated, and your existence rendered tolerable. Chapter 77. The cook was so surprised at these words from Mrs. Lovett that for some moments he made no answer to them. Pray speak again, he said at length when he could find words in which to express himself. I repeat, she said, that I am desirous as far as lies in my power to ameliorate your condition of which you so much complain. Indeed, you are too suspicious. Humph, I think, madam, when you come to consider all things, you will hardly think it possible for me to be too suspicious. You are wrong again. I dare say now in your mind you attribute most of your evils to me. Well, madam, candidly speaking, should I be far wrong by so doing? You would be quite wrong. Alas, alas, you what, madam? Pray speak up. I am the victim of another. You cannot suppose that of my own free will I should shut up in these gloomy places a person of your age and by no means ill-looking. I have him there, thought Mrs. Lovett. What human heart is proof against the seductions of flattery? Oh, I have him there. The cook was silent for some few moments, and then he said, quite calmly, as though the tribute to his personal appearance had not had the smallest effect, "Pray go on, madam. I am quite anxious to hear all that you may have to say to me." This composed manner of meeting her compliments rather discomposed Mrs. Lovett, but after all, she thought, he is only acting an indifference he is far from feeling. With this impression she resolved to persevere, and she added, in a kind and conciliating tone of voice, "I grant that circumstances are such that you may well be excused for any amount of doubt that you may feel regarding the honesty of my words and intentions towards you." "I quite agree with you there, madam," said the cook. "Then all I have to do is, by deeds, to convince you that I am sincere in my feelings towards you. As I have before said, I am in the power of another, and therefore is it that, contrary to my nature, I may seem to do cruel things at which my heart revolts." "I cannot conceive anything so distressing," said the cook, "except being the unfortunate victim as I am of such a train of circumstances. That is what I am coming to." "Are you? I wish you were." There was a tone of irony about the enforced cook which Mrs. Lovett did not at all like, but she had an object to gain, and that was to fully persuade him that the shortest way to his freedom would be to remain profoundly quiet for a day or two, and then she would be able to make her own arrangements and be off without troubling either him or Todd with any news of her departure or her whereabouts. "You still doubt me," she said. "But listen, and I think you will soon be of opinion that although I have wronged you as yet, I can do something to repair that wrong." "I am all attention, madam. Then in the first place you are quite tired of eating pies and must have some other kind of food. You never said a truer thing in all your life, madam. That other food, then, I will provide for you. You shall, within an hour from now, have anything to eat or to drink that you may please to name. Speak, what is it to be?" "Well," he said, "that is kind indeed. But I can do without food further than I have here, for I have hit upon a mode of making cakes that please me. Nevertheless, if you can bring me a bottle of brandy, in order that I may slightly qualify the water that I drink, I shall be obliged to you. You shall have it, and now I hope you will be convinced of the sincerity of my desire to be of service to you. But my liberty, madam, my liberty, that is the grand thing after all that I must ever pant for." "True, and that is what you shall have at my hands. In the course of 2, or it may be 3 days, I shall have perfected some arrangements which will enable me to throw open your prison for you, and then—" "Then what? May I hope that you will not think so harshly of me as you have done?" "Certainly not. Then I shall be repaid for all I do. You must believe me to be the victim of the most cruel circumstances, of which some day you may be informed. At present to do so would only be to involve both you and myself in one common destruction." "Then don't mention it." "I will not, but beware of one thing." "What is that?" "Simply this, that any attempts upon your own part to escape from here previous to the time when I shall have completed my arrangements to set you free will not only derange all that I am planning for you, but end in your utter destruction. For he who has forced me into my present cruel situation will not for one moment hesitate at the murder of us both. So if you wish to be free in a few days you will try nothing, but if on the contrary you wish to destroy both yourself and me, you will make some attempts to rescue yourself from here." Mrs. Lovett waited rather anxiously for his answer to this speech. "I dare say you are right," he said at length. "You may be assured I am. Then I consent. Mrs. Lovett drew a long breath of relief as she muttered to herself, "It will do. I have him in the toils, and come what may, I am free from the torturing thought that he may achieve something that may have the effect of delivering me up to the hands of justice. When I am gone, he may remain where he is and rot for all I care." "You have done wisely," she said aloud, "and if anything could more powerfully than another incite me to the greatest exertions to liberate you, it would be the handsome manner in which you have placed confidence in me." "Oh, don't mention it." Again there was that tone of sarcasm about the cook's voice, which created a doubt in the mind of Mrs. Lovett if, after all, he was not merely playing with her, and in his heart utterly disregarding all that she said to him. It is quite questionable if this doubt was not in its bitterness worse than the former anxieties that had preyed upon the mind of the lady, but she found she could do nothing to put an end to it, so she merely said, "Well, I feel much happier now, so I will go at once and get you the brandy that you ask for. I hope he will drink it freely. It will aid him in drowning reflection." "Thank you," said the cook. "I shall expect it with impatience. It confound her, she can't very well put anything queer in the brandy. I will take care to taste a very small portion of it first, for Sir Richard Blunt has cautioned me particularly to be careful of poison." "I am going," said Mrs. Lovett. "Goodbye, madam. I only hope you will be able to carry your benevolent intentions into effect, and," added the cook to himself, "that I may some fine morning have the pleasure of seeing you hanged." "Farewell," said Mrs. Lovett, and she too had her aside as she ascended the stairs, for she muttered, "If I were only a little better assured than I am that you meditated something dangerous, I would steal upon you while you slept, and with a knife soon put an end to all trouble regarding you." Mrs. Lovett alarmed at the strange faces at her window in the pie shop. Now it happened that when Mrs. Lovett reached her shop, she saw 3 people outside the window. The actions of these people attracted her observation. One was a big stout man, of such a size as was rarely seen in the streets of London. The other was a young girl, nicely attired, but with a look of great grief and agitation upon her countenance. The third person of the group was a gentlemanly-looking man, attired in a great coat which was buttoned up to his chin. The big stout man was making a kind of movement towards the door of the pie shop, and the gentleman with the great coat was holding up his hand and shaking his head as though forbidding him. The big stout man then looked angry, and then Mrs. Lovett saw the young girl cling to him and heard her say, "Oh, no, no, I said I wanted nothing. Come away." Then the gentleman with the great coat pulled his collar down a little, upon which the young girl sprang towards him and, clasping his arm, cried in tones of intense interest, "Ah, sir, is it indeed you? Tell me, is she saved? Oh, is she saved?" "She will be," was the reply of the gentleman in the great coat. "Come away." The big stout man appeared to be getting rather furious at the idea of the gentleman with the great coat dictating what he and the young girl should do, but she by a few words pacified him, and then, as if they were the best friends in the world, they all walked away towards the Strand, conversing very seriously and rapidly. "What does this mean?" said Mrs. Lovett. Terror overspread her countenance. "Oh, conscience, conscience, how truly dost thou make cowards of us all!" What could compensate Mrs. Lovett for the abject terrors that came over her now? What could recompense her for the pang that shot across her heart, at the thought that something was amiss in the fine-drawn web of subtlety that she and Sweeney Todd had drawn? Alas! Was the money in the Bank of England, upon which she expected to enjoy herself in a foreign land, now any set off against that shuddering agony of soul with which she said to herself, "Is all discovered?" Her strength forsook her. She quite forgot all about the cook, and the brandy she had promised him. She forgot even how necessary it was, in case anyone should come, for her to keep up the appearance of composure. And tottering into the back parlour, she sunk upon her knees on the floor, and shook as though the spirit of 20 agues possessed her. So it will be seen that Todd was not quite alone in his sufferings from those compunctious visitations, which we have seen at times come over him in his shop, but we will leave Mrs. Lovett to her reflections, hoping that even she may be made a little wiser and a little better by those soft whisperings of awakened sense, and that she may find someone among the invisible hosts of spirits of another world who may whisper to her, "Repent, repent, it is not yet too late." Let us look at those three persons whose mysterious conduct at the shop windows had, like a match applied to gunpowder, at once awakened a fever in the breast of Mrs. Lovett, which she was scarcely aware slumbered there. These folks made their way then into Fleet Street, and as the reader has probably guessed already who they are, we may as well make a merit of saying that the big one was our old friend Ben, the beefeater. The gentlemanly-looking man was Sir Richard Blunt, and the young lady was no other than Arabella Wilmot. Poor Arabella! Of all the personages concerned in our dramatis personae, we have no hesitation in saying that your sufferings are the greatest. From the moment that Johanna had started upon that desperate expedition to Sweeney Todd's, peace left the bosom of her young friend. We have already traced the progress of Arabella to Sir Richard Blunt's office, and we have seen what was the result of that decidedly judicious movement. But notwithstanding she was assured over and over again subsequently by Sir Richard that Johanna was now well protected, she could not bring herself to think so or to leave the street. It was by her lingering about in this way that she became in the company of our friend Ben. The fact was that the kind of statement or confession that Johanna had made to Ben on that occasion of his visit to her father's house, when she found herself alone with him in the parlour, had made such an impression upon the poor fellow that he described it himself in the most forcible possible language, by saying, "It interferes with my meals." Now, everything that had such an effect as that must to Ben be a matter for the most serious consideration indeed. He accordingly, finding that the peace of the Tower was fled, so far as he was concerned, had come into the city upon a sort of voyage of discovery to see how matters were going on. As he was proceeding along Fleet Street, he chanced to cast his eyes into the entrance of a court, nearly opposite Sweeney Todd's, and there he saw a female form crouching. There was something about this female form which Ben thought was familiar to him, and upon a close look he felt certain it was Johanna's friend Arabella Wilmot. Full of surprise at finding her there, Ben paused and stared at her so long that she at last looked at him, and recognizing him immediately flew to his side and grasping his arm cried, "Oh, pity me, Mr. Ben, pity me." "Hold," said Ben, who was not, as the reader is aware, the fastest thinker in the world. "Hold, easy does it." Ben tried to look very wise then. "Oh, you will hate me, Ben." I say you will hate me, Ben, when you know all." Ben shook his head. "Shan't do any such thing," he said. "Lord bless your pretty eyes, I hate you, I couldn't." But, come, added Ben, "just take your little bit of an arm under mine. Easy does it, you know, always think of that if anything goes amiss. Easy does it, and then you will find things come right in the long run, you may take my word for it." Chapter 78. Arabella was weeping so that for some little time she could say nothing more to Ben, and he did not, in the profundity of his imagination, very well know what to say to her, except now and then muttering the maxim of "easy does it," which Ben thought singularly applicable to all human affairs. But this was a state of things which could not last, and Arabella Wilmot, nerving herself sufficiently to speak in a few minutes, said to Ben in a low self-deprecatory tone, "Oh, sir, I have done something very wrong." Said Ben, opening his eyes to their utmost. "Yes," added Arabella, "very wrong indeed. Humph, you would not probably have expected it of me, Mr. Ben, would you now?" "Well, said Ben, "easy does it. I am a wicked, wicked girl." Oh dear," said Ben. "You cannot guess, Mr. Ben, what I have done, but I feel I ought to tell you, and it will be quite a relief to me to do so." Ben shook his head. "I tell you what it is, my dear," he said. "Your best plan is to go and tell your mother, my dear. That's the proper person to tell. She is sure to find it out somehow or another, and you had better tell her at once, and then easy does it." "My mother? Tell my mother. Oh no, no, no. Well, if you have got any respectable old aunt now who is a good, kind old soul and would not make too much fuss, you had better tell her. But goodness gracious, my dear, what puts it into your head to tell me? Because I think you are kind-hearted. Well, but, and then, of course, as you are mixed up, you know, Mr. Ben, in the whole transaction, it is only proper that you should know what has happened at last. Ben turned fairly round and looked down into the face of Arabella Wilmot with such a coarse expression of alarm upon his face that at any other than so serious a time she must have laughed. "Me," he cried, "me? Yes, Mr. Ben. Me mixed up in the oh dear. Ah, Mr. Ben, you know you are by far too kind not to be, and so I feel as though it would be quite a relief to me to tell you everything." "Everything?" "Yes, all, not all the particulars, surely. Come, I ain't an old woman, you know, my dear." "An old woman, Ben? No, my dear, I say I ain't an elderly female, so I don't think I ought to listen to all the particulars, do you know? Come, you go home now and say no more about it to me. Easy does it, you know, and keep your own counsel. I won't say a word, but don't you, because you are in such a state of mind as you hardly know what you are about, go on blubbering to me about all the particulars, when perhaps tomorrow you'll give one of your pretty little ears that you had not said a word to me about it. Alas, foe, easy does it. Who am I to cling to but you? Cling to me, perhaps you'll say it's me. What's you, Mr. Ben? Explain yourself, how strange you talk. What do you mean, Mr. Ben? Well, that's cool, said Ben. What's cool? I tell you what it is, Miss Arabella W., I'm disappointed in you. Ain't you ashamed to look me in the face? Ashamed? Yes, positively ashamed. No, Mr. Ben, I may regret the indiscretion that is past, but I cannot see in it anything to be ashamed of. You don't? Indeed, Mr. Ben, I do not. Then, Miss A.W., you are about the coolest little piece of goods I have met with for some time. Come, easy does it. But haven't you been telling me all this time about something you have been about that was rather improper in a manner of speaking? It might have been the tone in which Ben pronounced the word improper, or it might have been the sagacious shake of the head which Ben accompanied his words with, or it might have been that Arabella was drawing a conclusion from the whole transaction, but certain it is that she began to have a glimmering perception that Mr. Ben was making a great mistake. "Oh, heaven," she said, "what are you saying, Mr. Ben? I am speaking of the advice I was foolish enough to give Johanna." "Advice? Yes, that is all. Into what mischief could you have tortured my meaning? I am much mistaken in you, sir." "What, then, it isn't ahem, that is to say, you haven't, dear me, I shall put my foot in it directly. What a fool I am." "You are indeed," said the now indignant Arabella, and a slight flush upon her cheeks showed how deeply wronged she was by the unworthy construction Ben had put upon her innocent words. "Good-bye, Miss A.W., added Ben. "Good-bye, I see I am out of your books, but if you fancy I meant any harm, you don't know me. God bless you, take care of yourself, my dear, and go home. I won't stay to plague you any longer. Good-bye." Stop, Ben paused. "I am sure, Mr. Ben, you did not mean to say a single word that could be offensive to a friendless girl in the street." Then, easy does it. Let us be friends again then, Mr. Ben, and I will tell you all, and you will then blame me for being so romantic as to give Johanna advice which has induced her to take a step which, although my reason tells me she is now well protected in, my imagination still peoples with horror. Ben's eyes opened to an alarming width. "You recollect meeting us in this street, Ben?" "Oh, yes, when Johanna was disguised." "Yes, Miss A., when she had on them ahem, you may depend upon it, my dear, there's no good comes of young girls putting on pairs of thingammies, don't you ever do it. But, Mr. Ben, hear me. Well, I was only saying, you stick to the petticoats, my dear, they become you and you become them, and don't you be trusting your nice little legs into what do you call M's. Mr. Ben, I've done. Easy does it. Now go on and tell us what happened, my dear. Don't mind me, go on. Then Johanna in boy's clothes is now, oh, the little vixen, didn't I tell her not? Is now filling the situation of errand boy at Sweeney Todd's opposite. Can I be otherwise than wretched, most wretched? Arrant boy, No, not errand boy. At Todd's opposite in boy's clothes. Oh, just you wait here and I'll soon put that to rights. I'll. Only you wait in this doorway, Miss A.W. Just a moment or two, and I'll teach her to go and do such things. No, Ben. You will ruin all, you will indeed. I implore you to stay with me. Let me tell you all that has happened and how Johanna is protected. In the first place, Ben, you must know that Sir Richard Blunt, the magistrate, has her under his special protection now, and he says that he has made such arrangements that it is quite impossible she can come to any harm. But, nay, listen me out. He says that nothing can now expose her to any danger but some injudicious interference. I ought not, you see, to have told you, Mr. Ben, but since I have, I only ask of you for Johanna's sake, for her life's sake, to do nothing. Ben looked aghast. And how long is the little lamb to be left there? He asked. Only a few hours, I think now, Ben, only a few hours. Where are we now, Mr. Ben? Why, this, my dear, is Bell Yard we have strolled into, and that is the famous pie shop of which they talk so much. They say the woman has made an immense fortune by selling them. As Ben made a kind of movement towards Mrs. Lovett's window, it was then that Sir Richard Blunt, who had followed him and Arabella Wilmot from Fleet Street, and who had in fact overheard some portion of their conversation, stepped up in the manner that Mrs. Lovett had remarked from within the shop. We have before stated that the three personages, consisting of the magistrate, Big Ben the Beefeater, and Arabella Wilmot, walked to Fleet Street together from Bell Yard. Sir Richard Blunt shook his head at Arabella Wilmot as he said, "Miss Wilmot, I cannot help saying that it would have been better in every respect, and possibly much more conducive to the safety of Miss Oakley, if you had gone home quietly and not lingered about Fleet Street." "I could not go, sir, but yet a consideration for Miss Oakley's safety should have induced you to put that violence upon your own feelings. I felt that when once you, sir, had pledged yourself for her safety, that safe she was, and that my weeping perchance in a doorway in Fleet Street could not be so important as to compromise her." "I am fairly enough answered," said Sir Richard Blunt with a slight smile. "But what say you to coming with me to the Temple?" "The Temple?" Arabella cast a lingering look towards Todd's shop, which Sir Richard at once translated and replied to it by saying, "Fear nothing for your young friend. She knows she is protected, but even she does not know the extent to which she is so protected. I tell you, Miss Wilmot, that I pledge my own life for her safety, and that, although to all seeming she is in the power of Todd, such is not the case. Indeed, I have a force of no less than 25 men in Fleet Street now, one half of whom have their eyes upon Todd's shop. By heaven, I would not have a hair of that young and noble girl's head injured for the worth of this great kingdom." "Bravo!" cried Ben, as he seized Sir Richard by the hand and gave it a squeeze that nearly brought the tears into the eyes of the magistrate. "Bravo, that's what I like to hear. All's right. Bless you, sir, easy does it. You are the man for my money. Will you both come with me then?" "To be sure," said Ben, "to be sure, and as we go along I'll tell you what a sad mistake I made about Miss Arabella here. You must know that I met her crying in Fleet Street, and she—" Arabella shook her head and frowned. And she nothing." "Well," said Sir Richard, "I must confess I have heard anecdotes with a little more point to them." "You don't say so," said Ben. "I think I will go home," said Arabella gently. "If you will," replied the magistrate, "of course, I cannot say anything to stay you, but I think it will be a great disappointment to Colonel Geoffrey not to meet with you today." "Colonel Geoffrey!" exclaimed Arabella, while her face became of the colour of a rosebud. "Colonel Geoffrey!" There was just the ghost of a smile upon the face of Sir Richard Blunt as he calmly replied, "Yes, I am on my way to meet that gentleman in the garden of the Temple, and I am sure he would be glad to see you." "Glad to see me?" "Yes, as so true a friend of Johanna's, he will be more than glad, he will be delighted." "Delighted? Do you doubt the Colonel's friendly feeling towards you?" "Oh, no, I know, certainly not." "Then let me beg of you to come." "No, not now, I will go home. It will look particular for me to go to the garden to meet him." "It will look much more particular to refuse, I think, Miss Wilmot. You are with me and with your old friend and Johanna's relative, Mr. They calls me Ben. Mr. Ben, and so you cannot refuse," he said, "to go to meet Colonel Geoffrey, you know. Come, come, I pray you come. Indeed, I know the Colonel wishes to speak to you, and as it would be obviously out of order for him to call upon you, I think you ought, seeing that you're not alone, to give him, as a gentleman of wealth and honour, this opportunity of doing so." "You say he wishes to speak to me?" "He does indeed. What do you say, Mr. Ben? Don't you think Miss Wilmot might as well come with us?" "Easy does it," said Ben, "and that's my opinion all the world over." "Then allow me to look upon it that we have prevailed with you, Miss Wilmot. Pray do me the favour to take my arm." Arabella trembled, but she did take the arm of Sir Richard Blunt, and made no further opposition to proceeding to that Temple Gardens, where already such affecting interviews had taken place between the Colonel and poor Johanna. The gardens appeared to be empty when they reached it, but from behind some shrubs Colonel Geoffrey in a moment made his appearance, for Sir Richard, in consequence of his meeting with Ben and Arabella, was considerably behind his time. Chapter 79. If anyone had been looking at the face of Arabella Wilmot at this particular juncture, and if the party so looking had chanced to be learned in reading the various emotions of the heart from the expression of the features, they might have chanced upon some curious revelations. It was only one glance that Arabella gave to the Colonel, but that was sufficient. A word slightly spoken, and in due season, may say more than a volume of preaching, and so one transient glance, fleeting as a sunbeam in an English April, may, with most eloquent meaning, preach a sermon that would puzzle many a divine. But we have become so familiar with the reader, and put ourselves upon such a cordial shake-hands sort of feeling in particular with you, Miss, who are now reading this passage, that we will whisper a secret in your ear, and the more readily, too, as to whisper we must come particularly close to that soft downy cheek, and almost be able to look askance into those eyes in which the light of heaven seems dancing. Arabella Wilmot is in love. Yes, Arabella Wilmot is in love with Colonel Geoffrey, and small blame to her, as they say in Ireland, for is he not a gentleman in the true acceptation of the term? Not a manufactured gentleman, but one of nature's gentlemen. You will have promised, my dear what's-your-name, that Arabella to herself even has hardly confessed her feelings, but still they are creeping upon her most insidiously, as such feelings somehow or other will and do creep. To be sure, if anyone were to stop her in the street or anywhere else to say, "Arabella, you are in love with Colonel Geoffrey," she would say, "No, no, no," many times over, but yet it is true. You read it in her glistening eyes, and thus alone should love be read. She says it in her gentle sighs, and thus alone should love be said. After this, who will be hardy enough, my dear, to dispute the fact with you and I? And now we will watch her, aye, that we will, and see how she will behave herself under such trying circumstances. Colonel Geoffrey advanced, and as in duty and gallantry called upon, he, after slightly bowing to the gentleman, spoke to Arabella. "This is an unexpected pleasure, Miss Wilmot," he said. "I hope I see you well. Here is a seat close at hand. May I have the pleasure of conducting you to it?" "Johanna is," stammered Arabella. "Well, I hope," interposed the Colonel. "Oh, no, no, that is, yes." The Colonel looked puzzled. He was not a conjurer, and so might look puzzled if he looked like any ordinary man who hears anyone say no and yes in the same breath without any injury to his reputation. "Mr. Ben," said Sir Richard Blunt, "I have something for your private ear if you will just step on with me." "My private ear," said Ben with a confused look, as if he would have liked to add, "Which is that?" "Yes, this way if you please." Ben walked on with the magistrate, and Colonel Geoffrey was alone with Arabella Wilmot. Yes, alone with the one person who insensibly had crept into her affections. Alas, is the pure love of that young creature scattered to the winds? Is she one of those who drag about them in this world the heavy chain of unrequited affection? We shall see. Arabella had permitted the Colonel to hand her to one of the garden seats near at hand, How could she prevent him? If he had chosen instead to hand her into the river, it would have been just the same, and she would have gone. He led her by that wreath of flowers which in old Arcadia was first linked by Cupid, and which in all time since has wound itself around the hearts of all the boy-god's victims. "Miss Wilmot," said the Colonel, and now his voice faltered a little, "I have much wished to see you." "Very fine indeed," said Arabella. "You said something about the weather, did you not?" "Not exactly," he said. "I had much wished to see you." "Me, yes, and to begin at the beginning, you know I loved Johanna Oakley. Yes, I loved her. Yes, I loved her for her beauty, and for the gentle and the chivalrous devotion of her character, you understand. I loved her for the very tears she shed for another, and for the very constancy with which she clung to the memory of his affection for her. I saw in her such childlike purity of mind, such generosity of disposition, such enchanting humanity of soul, that I could not but love her. Yes, gasped Arabella. Yes, will you pardon me for saying all this to you? Oh yes, go on, unless you have said all. I have not. Then you have only to add that you love her still. Yes, but Arabella's heart beat painfully. "Ah," she said, "has true love any reservations? You love her, and yet you have something else to say." I love her still, but it is not as I loved her. She has convinced me of her constancy to her first affection, that. Yes. That being so convinced, I now love her, but with that love a brother might feel for a dear sister, and I almost think it was a kind of preparation to try to awaken in the smouldering fires of her lost love a new passion. She has made me feel that the love of woman once truly awakened is an undying passion and can know no change, no extinction. True, oh how true. I have learnt from her that when once the heart of a young and gentle girl, one in whom there are no evil passions, no world-wise failings nor earthly varieties, is touched by the holy flame of affection, it may consume her being, but it never can be extinguished. Arabella burst into tears. "Love," added the Colonel, "may be trodden down, but like truth it can never be trodden out." Never, sobbed Arabella. "Let me go now, oh sir, let me go home now." "One moment." She trembled, but she sat still. "Only a moment, Arabella, while I tell you that man's love is different from this. That man can reason upon his affections, and that when the first beauty and excellence upon which he may cast his eyes is denied to his arms, he can look for equal beauty, equal excellence, equal charms of mind and person in another, and Arabella tried to go, but somehow she felt spellbound and could not rise from that garden seat. "And," added the Colonel, with as pure a passion, "man can make an idol of her who can be his, as he approached her who could not. Miss Wilmot, I love you." "Oh no, Johanna." Colonel Geoffrey declares his love for Arabella. "I do not shrink from the pronunciation of that name. I have said that I loved Johanna. If she had been fancy-free and would have looked upon me with eyes of favour, I would have made her my wife. But such was not to be, and for the same qualities that I loved her, I love you. I am afraid I have not explained my feelings well." "Oh, yes, that is, I don't know. And now, Miss Wilmot, will you allow me to hope that what I have said to you may not be all in vain? No. Allow me to go now. My mind is too full of the fate of Johanna even to permit me to reject in the language taught." "Reject? Yes," she said, "reject. I wish you all the happiness this world can afford to you, Colonel Geoffrey." "Then you will be mine." No, farewell." She rose, and this time the Colonel did not attempt to detain her. He stepped back a pace or two, and bowed, and then rose and walked a pace or two away. Then she turned, and holding out her hand, she cried, "We may be friends." The Colonel took the little hand in silence, but the expression of his face was one of deep chagrin. "Good-bye," said Arabella. How courageous she had become all of a sudden, as it were. "And is this all?" said Geoffrey. "Yes, all. When I see Johanna, I will remember you to her." The Colonel bowed again as he replied, "I shall be much beholden to you, Miss Wilmot, for that kindness, and I hope you will find, that is, meet with someone who don't chance to know that your love is a kind of second hand. That is, I don't mean that, but yes, that is all." Arabella was saying too much. The Colonel replied gently, "I am truly obliged for the highly explanatory speech just uttered by Arabella Wilmot, whom I have the honour to wish a very good day." Arabella trembled. "No, no, not thus, Colonel Geoffrey. We are friends indeed. Remarkable good acquaintances," said the Colonel as he walked away towards Sir Richard Blunt and Ben. Arabella walked hastily on, having but one idea at the moment, and that was to leave the garden, but she could not find the gate, and Ben ran after her as well as he could, calling, "Miss A.W., Miss A.W., where are you going? Don't you go yet. I'll take care of you and see you all right, you know, or perhaps you'd like to take a wherry here at the Temple stairs and go to the tower and see the animals fed." "Yes, no, that is anything," replied Arabella. "I will go home now, I am so very, very wretched." "What wretched? Here, Colonel Thingummy," she says she. "If you dare," said Arabella as she placed her hand upon the arm of Ben. "If you dare." "Law," said Ben as he looked down from his altitude upon the frail and beautiful young creature. "Law, easy does it." The voice of Ben, however, had brought both the Colonel and Sir Richard Blunt to the spot. During that brief time that had elapsed since the Colonel had last spoken to Arabella, Sir Richard had told him of the perilous position of Johanna, and the look of anxiety upon his face was most marked. Arabella heard him say, "Make use of me in any way you please, Sir Richard. Regard my safety or even my life as nothing compared to her preservation." Arabella knew what he meant. "Ben," she said, "will you come with me and see me a part of my way home?" "Yes, my dear, to be sure. Then you won't come and see the critters fed today, I supposes?" "No, no." "Very well, easy does it. Come along, my dear, come along. Lord love you, I'll take care of you. I should only like to see anybody look at you while you are with me, my duck. Bless your little bits of twinkling eyes. Thank you, thank you. Law, it's enough to make a fellow go mad in love to see such critters as you, my dear, but whenever I thinks of such things I says to myself, I'll just pop in and see Mother Oakley, and that soon puts it all out of my head, I can tell you." "Indeed?" "Yes, you should go in at feeding time some day and see her coming it strong with fried ingins." "Fried what?" Ingins, round things, Injuns are, that's it, onions. Very like, but come on, my dear, come on, easy does it, always remember that whenever you gets into any fix, easy does it." Did Arabella think the Colonel would run after her and say something? Yes, she did, but he came not. Did she think he would be loath to part with her upon such terms as they had seemed to part? Yes, yes. Surely he could not let her go without some kinder, softer word that he had last spoken to her, but he did. He only watched her with his eyes, and when Sir Richard Blunt, who, it would appear, knew something of the Colonel's feelings, said to him, "All right, I suppose, Colonel Geoffrey," he only shook his head. "What, anything amiss? She has rejected me." "Oh, is that all? All and enough too? Phoo, she was sure to do that. Don't you know the old adage that woman's nay still stands for naught? Why, man, no comes as naturally to the tip of a young girl's tongue when she means yes as don't when she expects to be kissed. I tell you she loves you. She adores the very ground you walk on. And yet she taunted me with my passion for Johanna and called me a second-hand lover. Did she, though? Ha, 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 ha. Upon my life that was good, was it not? Chapter 80. Mrs. Lovett, we are neglecting you. Excuse us, fascinating piece of wickedness. We are now in Bell Yard again. It will be recollected what a mental ferment the appearance of Ben and Arabella and Sir Richard Blunt at the window of her shop had put her in. Not that she knew any of those parties, nor that she connected any of them in any way with her feelings, except so far as their attitudes might at that moment lead her to suppose. The attitudes certainly were such as to create suspicion. All this, joined to the previous state of mind of Mrs. Lovett, did not tend to produce that heavenly calm, which philosophers tell us is such a remarkably nice thing. On the contrary, the mind of Mrs. Lovett rather resembled a raging torrent, boiling and bubbling to some destruction which was afar off, and which could only be reached through the perils and dangers of some stormy passage. She was sighing for peace. She had begun to sicken for the results of her life of iniquity. not those results which an indignant and outraged public would have visited her with, but those results which she and all persons, who deliberately and systematically commence a career of guilt, picture to themselves. Criminality is never engaged in for its own sake. There is always some ultimate object in view, which makes the retrospect less horrible, and the prospect dim and dubious, though it may be yet a thing of pleasurable anticipation. Of course, we are only reasoning upon those minds that reflect. There are many who lead a life of criminality, who do so as the manifestation of an intellect that can picture nothing else. But the reader knows that Mrs. Lovett was not of such an order. She was to some extent an educated, and to a considerable extent a clever woman. Hence, then, she had always pictured to herself wealth and retirement, respect and power, as the ends for which she was striving with such unscrupulous means. But of late, with a shuddering horror, she had begun to dread that all she had hoped for was getting only more distant. She had contracted a strong notion of the bad faith of Todd, and if such were really the case, all was indeed lost. If he allowed his cupidity just to induce him to commit the crime that would be one too many, destruction must fall upon them both. If likewise he instantly made an effort to take to himself all the profits of the unholy traffic that they were mutually engaged in, all would be lost to both. For was she a likely woman to crouch down in silence under such a blow? No, the scaffold prepared by her instrumentality for Todd would be scarcely less a triumph to her that she herself would share it with him. He ought to have known better than he did. How clear and long-sighted we find people upon subjects that from this distance may be supposed to present difficulties, and yet how shallow they are upon what is close to them. One would have thought that such a man as Todd could easily have said to himself, with regard to Mrs. Lovett, "I dare not tamper with the objects of that woman," and he would have said it with truth. But on the contrary, he only looked upon her as a convenient tool, which was to be thrown aside when it had served all the purposes for which he intended it. There could not have been a more fatal mistake upon the part of Todd as concerned his safety. But to return to Mrs. Lovett, the brandy she had promised to the prisoner was quite forgotten. She sat revolving in her mind how she could put an end to the state of horrible doubt and perplexity in which she was. There were some little difficulties in the way of Mrs. Lovett emerging from her present condition. It has been before hinted at that Todd and the fair lady of the pie shop had between them accumulated a large sum of money, and that the money was duly deposited in the hands of a stockbroker, who was by no means to part with it to either of them, except upon an order signed by both. So far all looked fair enough, and as they were likewise bound together by such a bond of mutual guilt, it did not look likely that either would make an endeavour to get the better of the other. Suppose there was £40,000 in the hands of the stockbroker, it did not seem, we say, under all the circumstances likely that Todd, being fairly entitled as between them to £20,000, would peril the safety of both their necks by getting up a quarrel about the division equitably of the spoil. The same reasoning will apply to Mrs. Lovett. But these unlikely things are the very things that do come to pass to upset the finest plans. Todd never from the first, whenever that was, meant that Mrs. Lovett should share with him. No, he thought that he, as the superior genius, the greater villain, would manage to cheat her, and that she would, for her own safety's sake, be obliged to put up with what he chose to give her. That would have been only such a pittance as to keep her constantly in a state of dependence upon him. Now, to do Mrs. Lovett justice upon the old equitable principle of giving the devil his due, she never had any intention, until she saw symptoms of bad faith in Todd, of attempting to act otherwise than fairly by him. She loathed him, and all she meant to do was, when the division of the spoil should take place, to ascertain where he was going, and then to get as far off him as possible. Of late, however, finding that Todd was getting lucky, and feeling quite convinced that he aimed at her life, other views had dawned upon her, as we are already well aware. She did not so much care for all the money as she would have liked in her retirement, wherever it was, to have felt sure that Todd was not an inhabitant of the earth, and hence she had taken the pains, all of which had been frustrated, to put him into another world. But a feeling, superstitiously consequent upon her failure, had started up in her mind that he bore a charmed life, and hence she bethought herself of flying from England. But the money, how was she to get the money to do so? How was she, without his cognizance, to get her share of the funds which had been placed in the hands of a stockbroker? Now, since she had begun to feel uncomfortable regarding the faith of Todd, Mrs. Lovett had kept what cash she saved at home. Therefore some weeks had elapsed since she had paid a monetary visit to the city. If she had gone as usual, she might have got some news. To a woman of lively and discursive imagination like Mrs. Lovett, a plan of operation was not long in suggesting itself. Why, she asked herself, should she hesitate to put Todd's name to the document necessary to get her half of the money from the stockbroker? What a natural consequence from this question it was to ask herself another, which was, if I am forging Todd's signature at all, might I not do it for the whole amount as for half, and so take the only revenge upon him which he would feel, or which I dare offer myself the gratification of exacting from him? When such a question as this is asked, it is practically answered in the affirmative. Mrs. Lovett felt quite decided upon it. She was a woman of courage. No faint-hearted scruple interposed between the thought and the execution of a project with her. The recent scene that had taken place in front of her window decided her. Now or never, she told herself, now or never is the time to escape. I have nothing to encumber myself with. Let Todd keep his jewels and trinkets. All I want is the money which is in the hands of Mr. Anthony Brown, the stockbroker, and that I will have forthwith. Mrs. Lovett did not know the exact amount, but as it was a joint account, such an amount of ignorance need not appear at all surprising to the stockbroker. So she drew up an order for the money, and signed it with both Todd's name and her own, leaving a blank for the amount. She then carefully locked up all doors but that of the outer shop, and having procured the services of a young girl from a greengrocer's shop in the vicinity to mind the place for an hour, as she said, she considered she was all right. The girl had attended to the shop before for Mrs. Lovett at times when no batches of pies were expected from the regions below, so she did not feel at all surprised at the call upon her services. "I shall be an hour," said Mrs. Lovett. "You can take a pie or two for yourself if you feel at all hungry, and if Mr. Todd should come in, say I'm gone to call upon a dressmaker in Bond Street." "Yes, mum, Mrs. Lovett left the shop. At the corner of Bell Yard she turned and cast a glance at it. She hoped it was a farewell one. She shuddered and passed on, and then she muttered to herself, "If I am, which assuredly I shall be, successful in the city, I will take post-horses there at once for some seaport, and from thence reach the continent before Todd can dream of pursuit, or find out what I have done, or where bestowed myself." She was not so impudent as to pass Todd's shop, but she went down one of the streets upon the opposite side of Fleet Street, and came up another, which was considerably past the house which was so full of horrors. A lumbering old hackney coach met her gaze. It was disengaged, and Mrs. Lovett got into it. "To Lothbury," she said, and after swaying to and fro for a few moments, the machine was set in action and duly steering up Ludgate Hill. The impatience of Mrs. Lovett was so great that she would gladly have done anything to induce the horses to go at a faster rate than the safe 2 miles and a half an hour to which they were accustomed, but she dreaded that if she exhibited any signs of extreme impatience she might excite suspicion. To the guilty, any observation of a more than ordinary character is a thing to dread. They would fain glide through life gently, and not at all do they sigh to be the observed of all observers, but the longest journey even in the slowest hackney coach must come to an end. As Ben the beefeater would have said, easy does it, and as Mrs. Lovett's journey was anything but a long one, the gloomy precincts of Lothbury soon loomed upon her gaze. After the customary oscillations and wheezing and creaking of all its joints and springs, the coach stopped. "Wait," said Mrs. Lovett with commendable brevity, and alighting, she entered a dark doorway upon the side of which was painted, in letters that had contracted so much the colour of the woodwork that they were nearly illegible, Mr. Anthony Brown. This was the stockbroker who held charge of the ill-gotten gains of that pair of unworthies, Mrs. Lovett and Sweeney Todd. A small door covered with what had been green baize, but which was now of some perfectly original brown, opened into the outer office of the man of business, and there a spruce clerk held dominion. At the sound of the rustling silks of Mrs. Lovett he raised his head from poring over the cumbrous ledger, and then seeing, to use his own vernacular, it was a monstrous fine woman, he condescended to alight from his high stool, and he demanded the lady's pleasure. Mr. Brown: "Yes, madam, certainly Mr. B. is in his private room. What name shall I have the pleasure of saying?" "Lovett." "Lovett, yes, madam, certainly, ahem. Pray be seated, madam, if you please." Mrs. Lovett made a gesture of dissent, and the clerk went upon his errand. He was scarcely absent a moment, and then holding open a door, he said with quite a chivalric air, "This way, if you please, madam." A monstrous fine woman, he added to himself. The door closed after Mrs. Lovett, and she was in the private room of Mr. Anthony Brown. "Ah, Mrs. Lovett, pray be seated, madam. I am truly glad to see you well." "Well, to be sure, you do look younger and younger and younger every time I have the pleasure of a visit from you. Thank you, Mr. Brown, for the compliment. My visits have not been so numerous as usual of late." "Why, no, ma'am, they have not, but I hope we are going to resume business again in the old way." "Not exactly." "Well, my dear madam, whatever it is that has procured me the honour and the pleasure of this visit, I am sure I am very glad of it and shall not quarrel with it. He, nice weather, Mrs. Lovett." "Very." "Ah, madam, it was a world of pities to disturb the investments, it was indeed. But ladies will be ladies." "Sir, I merely said ladies will be ladies, you know. And indeed, I fully expected the interesting ceremony had come off before now, I did indeed, and I should have wagered a new hat." "Mr. Brown, what are you talking about?" "About? Yes, what do you mean?" "Why, that is, the about, concerning, the my dear madam, if I have inadvertently trodden upon your sensibilities, I really—" "You really what?" Mr. Brown looked perplexed. Mrs. Lovett looked a little furious. "Sir," she said, "before I explain the cause of my visit to you, I insist upon knowing to what all your mysterious hints and remarks allude. Speak freely and plainly, sir." "Well then, madam, when Mr. Todd was last here, he said that you had at last consented to reward years of devotion to you by becoming his, and that the ceremony which was to make him a happy man by uniting him to so much excellence and beauty was to come off almost immediately, and that was the reason you had both agreed to withdraw all the money I had in such snug and comfortable safe investments for you both." Chapter 81. Be so good, reader, as to picture to yourself the look of Mrs. Lovett. We feel that one brief moment of imagination will do more to enable you to feel and to see with your mind's eye her aspect, than as if we were to try a paragraph upon the subject. How that he of Mr. Brown's rung in her ears. It was at any time almost enough to provoke a saint, and we need not say that this time of all others was not one at which Mrs. Lovett's feelings were attuned to gentleness and patience. Besides, she certainly was no saint. A rather heavy inkstand stood upon the table between Mrs. Lovett and the stockbroker. The next moment it narrowly escaped his head, leaving in its progress over his frontispiece a long streak of ink down his visage. "Wretch," said Mrs. Lovett, "it is not true." "Murder," cried Mr. Brown. Mrs. Lovett covered her face with both her hands for a moment, as though to enable her to think clearly it were necessary to shut out the external world, and then starting up she advanced to the door of the room. "Murder," said the stockbroker again. "Silence, a constable. If you dare to say one word of this interview, I will return and tear you limb from limb." Mrs. Lovett opened the door of the private room with such a vengeance that the nose of the clerk, who had been listening upon the other side, was seriously damaged thereby. He started back with a howl of pain. "Fool!" said Mrs. Lovett as she passed him, and that was all she condescended to say to him, not by any means an agreeable reminiscence of his last words with a lady to a gentleman who prided himself upon his looks. Rather, Mrs. Lovett reached the street and walked for some distance as though street it was not. She was only roused to a sense of the world in which she was by hearing the sound of a voice calling, "Mum, mum, here yer is, mum, mum, woo." She turned and saw the coach in which she had come to the stockbroker. "Going back, mum," said the man. "Yes, yes." She stepped into the vehicle, looking more like an animated statue than aught human. The man stood touching what was once the brim of a hat as he said, "Where to, mum?" Mrs. Lovett looked at him with an air of such abstraction that it was quite clear she did not see him, but she heard the question that came to her like an echo in the air. "Where to, mum?" "To Fleet Street." Wheeze, creak, sway, sway, and the coach moved on again. Mrs. Lovett sunk down among the straw with which the lower part of the vehicle was plentifully strewed, and then with her head resting upon the seat, her throbbing temples clasped in her hands, she tried to think. Yes, she called upon all that calmness, that decision, that talent or tact, call it which you will, that had saved her for so long, not to desert her now in this hour of her dire extremity. She called upon everything for aid but upon heaven, and then to ease her mind she cursed a little. Somebody says, swearing when the passions are at war and light the chambers of the brain with anger's flash, has an effect quite moral, a kind of safety valve sparing what might be a tremendous crash. And so Mrs. Lovett got cooler, but not a whit the less determined, as the crazy vehicle conveyed her to Fleet Street. She fully intended now to measure conclusions with Todd. The distance was so short that even a hackney coach performed it with tolerable promptitude. Mrs. Lovett did not wish to alight exactly at the door of Todd's shop, so she was rather glad upon finding the coach stop at the corner of Fleet Street by the Old Market, and the driver demanded what number. "This will do." She was in the street in another minute. It took a minute to get out of a hackney coach. It was like watching the moment to spring from a boat to the shore in a heavy surf. And yet, O much vilified old hackney coach, how much superior wert thou to thy bastard son, the present odious, rattling, bumping, angular, bone-dislocating, horrid cab. The driver received about double his fare, and a cabman of the present day would have gathered a mob by his vociferations, and blackguarded you into a shop, if you had treated him in such a way. Nothing less than 3 times what he's entitled to ever lights up the smallest spark of civility in the soul of a modern cab driver, but the old hackney coachman was always content with double. So upon this occasion Mrs. Lovett got a "thank ye, mum," and a long straw that had taken an affection for the skirt of her dress was arrested by Jarvey and restored to the coach again. Mrs. Lovett walked to all appearance composedly up Fleet Street. Alas, in this world who can trust to appearances? She had time, before reaching the shop of Sweeney Todd, to arrange slightly what she should say to that worthy. Of course he could know nothing of her visit to the city, of her interview with Mr. Brown, and she need not blurt that out too soon. She would argue with him a little, and then she would be down upon him with the knowledge of his knavery and treachery. She reached the shop. No wonder she paused there a moment or two to draw breath. You would have done the same, and after all Mrs. Lovett was mortal. But she did not hesitate for long. The threshold was crossed, the handle of the door was in her hand, it was turned, and she stood in Todd's shop. Todd was looking at something in a bottle which he was holding up to the light, and Mrs. Lovett saw too that a pretty genteel-looking lad was poking about the fire, as if to rouse it. "Ah, Mrs. Lovett," said Todd, "how do you do? Some more of that fine grease for the hair, I suppose, madam." Todd winked towards the lad, our dear friend Johanna, as though he would have said, "Don't appear to know me too well before this boy. Be careful, if you please. I have something to say to you, Mr. Todd." "Oh, certainly, madam. Pray walk in, this way if you please, madam, to my humble bachelor parlour, madam. It is not fit exactly to ask a lady into, but we poor miserable single men, you know, madam, can only do the best we can. Ha, ha, this way. No, not come in. No, I have something to say to you, Mr. Todd, but I will say it here." And now Mrs. Lovett gave a sidelong glance at the seeming boy, as much as to say, "You can easily send him away if you don't want him to listen to our discourse." Todd saw the glance, and the diabolical look that he sent to Mrs. Lovett in return would indeed have appalled anyone of less nerve than she was possessed of. But she had come to that place wound up firmly to a resolution, and she would not shrink. Todd had no resource. "Charlie," he said, "you can go and take a little turn. Here is a penny to spend. Get yourself something in the market. But be sure you are back within half an hour, for we shall have some customers, no doubt." "Yes, sir." Johanna did not exactly know whether to think that Mrs. Lovett came in anger or friendship, but at all events she felt that it would be hazardous to remain after so marked a dismissal from Todd, although she would gladly have heard what the subject of the conversation between those two was to be. Neither Mrs. Lovett nor Todd now spoke until Johanna had fairly gone and closed the door after her. Then Todd, as he folded his arms and looked Mrs. Lovett fully in the face, said, "Well, the time has come." "What time?" "For the end of our partnership, the dissolution of our agreement. I will go on no further. You can do as you please, but I am content." "Humph," said Todd. "After much thought, I have come to this conclusion, Todd. Of course, let me be where I may, the secret of our road to fortune remains hidden here." She struck her breast as she spoke. "All I want is my half of the proceeds, and then we part, I hope, for ever." "Humph," said Todd. And the sooner we can forget, if that be possible, the past, the better it will be for us both. Only tell me where you purpose going, and I will take care to avoid you." Humph! Passion was boiling in the heart of Mrs. Lovett, and that was just what Todd wanted, for well he knew that something had gone amiss, and that as long as Mrs. Lovett could keep herself calm and reasonable, he should stand but a poor chance of finding out what it was unless she chose, as part of her arrangement, to tell it. But if he could but rouse her passion, he should know all. Therefore was it that he kept on replying to what she said with that cold, insulting sort of humph. "Man, do you hear me? Humph, you villain! Humph, our Mrs. Lovett took from a side table an iron which, in the mystery of hair-dressing, was used for some purpose, and in a cool, calm voice she said, "If you do not answer me as you ought, I will throw this through your window into the street. And the first person who comes in consequence, I will ask to seize Todd, the murderer, and offer myself as evidence of his numerous atrocities, contrite evidence, myself repenting of my share in them, and relying upon the mercy of the Crown, which, in recompense for my denouncing, you may graciously pardon me." "And so it has come to this," said Todd. "You see and hear that it has." It was rather a curious coincidence that Mrs. Lovett had threatened Todd that she would awaken public attention to his shop by the same means that Sir Richard Blunt had recommended to Johanna to use in case of any emergency, namely, throwing something through the window into the street. If Mrs. Lovett had been goaded by Todd to throw the iron through a pane of his glass, the officers of Sir Richard would quickly have made their appearance to hear her denunciation of the barber. Unhappy woman! If she had but known what the future had in store for her, that act which she threatened Todd with, and which to her imagination seemed such a piece of pure desperation, would have been the most prudent thing she could have done. But it was not to be. There was a few moments' silence now between them. It was broken by Todd. "Are you mad?" he said. "No." "Then what in the name of all that is devilish has got possession of you? I have told you my determination. Give me £20,000, you may profit by the odd sum. Give me that amount and I will go in peace. You know I am entitled to more, but there is no occasion for us to reckon closely. Give me the sum I seek and you will see me no more. You take me by surprise. Just step into the parlour and— No, no. Why not? Do you suspect? I suspect nothing, but I am sure of much. Now, for me to set foot within your parlour would be tantamount to the commission of suicide, and I am not yet come to that, you understand me." Todd understood her. His hand strayed to a razor that lay partially open close to him. Mrs. Lovett raised the iron. Mrs. Lovett and Todd quarrel. "Beware," she said. Todd shrunk back. Foe, this is child's play," he said. "You and I, Mrs. Lovett, ought to be above all this, far above it. You want your half of the proceeds of our joint business, and I must confess at the moment that the demand rather staggered and distressed me. But the more I think of it, the more reasonable it appears." "Very well, give it to me then." "Why, really now, my dear Mrs. Lovett, you quite forget that all our joint savings are in the hands of Mr. Brown." Todd glared at her as though he would read her very soul. She felt that he more than suspected she knew all, and she adopted at once the bold policy of avowing it. "I do not forget anything that it is essential should be remembered," she said. "And among other things I know that by forging my name you have withdrawn the whole of the money from the hands of Brown. It is not worth our while to dispute concerning your motives for such an act. Let it suffice that I know it and that I am here to demand my due." "Ha, ha, you laugh." "I do indeed." "Why, really now, ha, ha, this is good. And so it is this withdrawal of the money from Brown that has made all this riot in your brain. Why, I withdrew it from him simply because I had certain secret information that his affairs were not in the best order, and from a fear, grounded upon that information, that he might be tempted to put his hand into our purse if he found nothing in his own." Well, it matters not what were your reasons. Give me my half. It will be then out of your custody, and you will have no anxiety concerning it, while I can have no suspicions. In a moment, you will, if I had it here, but I have reinvested the whole, you see, and cannot get it at a moment's notice. I have moved it from the hands of Brown to those of Black. Chapter 82. "Black," said Mrs. Lovett. "Yes, Black. Do you think me so?" Green, she was going to say, but the accidental conjunction of the colours, brown, black, and green, suddenly struck her as ludicrous, and she altered it to foolish. "Do you think me so foolish as for one moment to credit you?" "Hark you, Mrs. Lovett," pursued Todd, suddenly assuming quite a different tone. "You have come here full of passion because you thought I was deceiving you. You are. Allow me to proceed. It is, I believe, one of the penalties of all associations for why do I hesitate about a word? Guilty purposes that there should be mutual distrust. I tell you again that if I had not moved the money from Brown, we should have lost it all. But why not come to me and get my signature?" "There really was not time," said Todd, dropping his words out one by one with a staccato expression. "That is too absurd." Todd shrugged his shoulders as though he would have said, "Well, if you will have it so, I cannot help it." And then he said, "I was in the city. I heard the rumour of the instability of Brown. I flew into a shop. I wrote the order like a flash of lightning. I went to Brown's like an avalanche, and I brought away the money, as if heaven and earth were coming together." There was not the ghost of a smile upon Todd's face as he made use of these superlatives. Mrs. Lovett began to be staggered. "Then you have it here." No. "You have, tell me that you have, and that this Mr. Black you mentioned is a mere delusion. Black may be no colour, but it is not a delusion. You trifle with me, beware. In a word then, my charming Mrs. Lovett, I dreaded to bring the money here. I thought my house the most unsafe place in the world for it. I and you stand upon the brink of a precipice. A slumbering volcano is beneath our feet. Pshaw, where is your old acuteness that you do not see at once how truly foolish it would have been to bring the money here? Juggler, fiend, hard words, Mrs. Lovett." She dashed her hand across her brow as though by that physical effort she could brush from her intellect the sophistical cobwebs that Todd had endeavoured to move before it, and then she said, "I know not, I care not. All I ask, all I demand is my share of the money. Give it to me and let me go." "I will. When? This day. Stay, the day is fast going, but I will say this night, if you really in your cool judgment insist upon it." I do. "Well, you shall have. This night after business was over and the shop was closed, I intended to have come to you and fully planned all this that you have unfortunately tortured yourself by finding out." I regret that you think of so quickly leaving the profits of a partnership which in a short time longer would have made us rich as monarchs. Of course, if you leave, I am compelled. You compelled? Yes, how can I carry on business without you? How could I, without your aid, dispose of the— Hush, hush, Mrs. Lovett shuddered. As you please, said Todd. I only say I regret that a co-partnership that promised such happy results should now be broken up. However, that is a matter for your personal consideration merely. If I had thought of leaving and being content with what I had already got, of course it would have compelled you to do so. Therefore I cannot complain, although I may regret your excuse of a right of action that equally belonged to me, if I only thought you sincere. And why not? If I could only bring myself to believe that the money was once more rightly invested. You shall come with me yourself, if you like, in the morning to Mr. Black the broker in Church Lane, No. 3, and ascertain that all is right. You shall there sign your name in his book so that he may know it, and then you will be satisfied, I presume. Yes, I should then. And this dream of leaving off business would vanish. Perhaps it would. But what? Why did you say to Brown that our union was to take place? Because it was necessary to say something to account for the sudden withdrawal of the money, and surely I may be pardoned, charming Mrs. Lovett, for even in imagination dreaming that so much beauty was mine. The horrible leer with which Todd looked upon her at this moment made her shudder again, and the expression of palpable hatred and disgust that her countenance wore added yet another, and not the least considerable, link to the chain of revenge which Todd cherished against her in his cruel and most secret heart. While he was philosophizing about guilty associations producing a feeling of mutual distrust, he should have likewise added that they soon produce mutual hatred. For a few moments they looked at each other, that guilty pair, with expressions that sought to read each other's souls, but they were both tolerable adepts in the art of dissimulation. The silence was the most awkward for Todd, so he broke it first by saying, You are satisfied, let me hope. I will be. You shall be. Yes, when I have my money. Henceforward, Todd, we will have much shorter reckonings, so shall we keep much longer friends. If you keep in some secret place your half of the proceeds of our business, said Todd. Mrs. Lovett made a sort of gulf of the word, but she adopted it. If you, I say, keep your half of the proceeds of our business and I keep mine, I don't see how it is possible for us to quarrel. Quite impossible. He began to strop a razor diligently and to try its edge across his thumb-nail. Mrs. Lovett's passion, that overwhelming passion which had induced her to enter Todd's shop and defy him to a species of single combat of wits, had in a great measure subsided, giving place to a calmer and more reflective feeling. One of the results of that feeling was a self-question to the effect of, what will be the result of an open quarrel with Todd? Mrs. Lovett shook a little at the answer she felt forced to give herself to this question. That answer was continued in 2 words, mutual destruction. Yes, that would be the consequence. Todd, she said in a softened tone, if I had forged your name and gone to the city and possessed myself of all the money, what would you have thought? Tell me that. Just what you thought, that it was the most scandalous breach of faith that could possibly be, but an explanation ought to put that right. It has. Then you are satisfied. I am. At what time shall we go together tomorrow morning to Mr. Black's in Church Lane? Name your own time, said Todd with the most assumed air in the world. Black lives at Balham Hill and don't get to business until 10, but any time after that will do. I will come here at 10 then, so be it. Ah, Mrs. Lovett, how charming it is to be able to explain away these little difficulties of sentiment. Never trust to appearances. How very deceitful they are apt to be. There was an air of candour about Todd that might have deceived the devil himself. Notwithstanding all his hideous ugliness, notwithstanding his voice was of the lowest order, and notwithstanding that frightful laugh, and that obliquity of vision that seemed peculiar to himself in its terrible malignancy, there was a plausibility about his manner when he pleased that was truly astonishing. Even Mrs. Lovett, with all her knowledge of the man, felt that it was a hard struggle to disbelieve his representations. What must it have been to those who knew him not? "No," said Mrs. Lovett, "it don't do to trust to appearances." She still held the iron in her hand. "Nor," added Todd, giving the razor he had been putting an edge to a flourish, "nor will it do to listen always to the dictates of compassion, for if we did, what miseries might we inflict upon ourselves? Now here is a cure in point." "Where?" "I allude to this little affair between us. If you had flown to Bow Street, and there, to spite me, made a full disclosure of certain little facts, why, the result would have been that we might both have slept in Newgate tonight." "Yes, yes, and then there would have been no recall. You could not have freed us by telling the police that you had made a mistake. Then the gallows would have risen up in our dreams. Horrible. And it being easily discovered that it was no love of public justice or feeling of remorse that induced you to the betrayal, they would have shown you no mercy, but you would have swung from the halter amid the shouts and execrations of, 'No, no, I say yes. No more of this, no more of this.' Can you bear to paint such a picture? Does it not seem to you as though you stood upon that scaffold and heard those shouts? Oh, horror, horror! You don't like the picture? No, no. Ha, ha, well, Mrs. Lovett, you and I had far better be friends than foes, and above all you ought by this time to feel that you could trust me. The very fact that to all the world else I am false ought to prove to you that to you I am true. No human being can exist purely isolated, and I am not an exception. Say no more, we will meet tomorrow. Tomorrow be it then, at 10. At 10 be it, and then we will go to Black. Come now, since all this is settled, take a glass of wine to our— No, no, not that. I am not very well, a throbbing headache. That is no. As you please, as you please. By the by, did Black give me a receipt, or did he say it was not usual? Stay a moment, I will look in my secretaire. Sit down a moment in the shaving chair. I will be with you again directly. We will settle that tomorrow, said Mrs. Lovett. I feel convinced that Black did not give you a receipt. Good day. She left the shop, unceremoniously carrying the iron with her. Todd breathed more freely when Mrs. Lovett was gone. He gave one of his horrible laughs as he watched her through the opening in his window. Ha, ha, curses on her, but I will have her life first ere she sees 1 guinea of my hoard. He saw Charlie Green crossing the road. Ah, the boy comes back. 'Tis well, I don't know how or why it is, but the sight of that boy makes me uneasy. I think it will be better to cut his throat and have done with him. Todd was suddenly silent. He saw 2 women pass, and as they did so, one pointed to his shop and said something to the other, who lifted up her hands as though in pious horror. One of these women was Mrs. Ragg, poor Tobias's mother. The other was a stranger to Todd, but she looked like what Mrs. Ragg had been, namely, a laundress in the Temple. Curses, he muttered. Johanna entered the shop. Todd caught up his hat. Charlie. Yes, sir. I shall be gone 5 minutes. Be vigilant. If anyone should come, you can say I have stepped a few doors off to trim Mr. Pentweasel's whiskers. Yes, sir. Todd darted from the shop. Mrs. Ragg and her friend were in that deep and earnest course that is a foe to rapid locomotion, so they had not got many yards from Todd's door. He was rarely seen, however, for either to paint a moral or adorn a tale. Mrs. Ragg turned suddenly and pointed to the shop, and then both the ladies lifted up their hands as though in horror, after which they resumed their deep and all-absorbing discourse as before. Todd followed them closely, and yet with abundance of caution. Chapter 83. The 2 females took their way to the Temple. Todd had been quite right in his conjectures. The friend of Mrs. Ragg was one of the old compatriots of the laundress tribe, and that good lady herself, although, while there was no temptation to do otherwise, she had kept well the secret of her son's residence at Colonel Jeffrey's, broke down like a frail and weak vessel as she was with the weight of the secret the moment she got into a gossip with an old friend. Now Mrs. Ragg had only come into that neighbourhood upon some little errand of her own, and with a positive promise of returning to the Colonel's house as soon as possible. She would have kept this promise, but that amid the purlieus of Fetter Lane she encountered Martha Jones, her old acquaintance. One word begot another, and at last as they walked up Fleet Street, Mrs. Ragg could not help, with many head-shakings and muttered interjectional phrases, letting Martha Jones know that she had a secret. Nay, as she passed Todd's shop, she could not help intimating that she fully believed certain persons, not 100 miles off, who might be Barbers or who might not, would some day come to a bad end in front of Newgate in the Old Bailey. It was at this insinuation that Martha Jones lifted up her hands, and Mrs. Ragg lifted up hers in sympathy. Todd had seen this action upon the part of the ladies. To overhear what they were saying was to Todd a great object. That it in some measure concerned him he could not for a moment doubt, since the head-shaking and hand-uplifting reference that had been made to his shop by them both as they passed could not mean anything else. And so, as we have said, he followed them cautiously, dodging behind bulky passengers, so that they should not see him by any sudden glance backwards. One corpulent old lady served him for a shield half up Fleet Street, until indeed she turned into a religious bookseller's shop, and left him nothing but thin passengers to interfere between him and the possibility of observation. But Mrs. Ragg and her friend Martha Jones were much too fully engaged to look behind them. In due course they arrived opposite to the temple, and then, after much flurrying, in consequence of real and supposed danger from the passing vehicles, they got across the way. They at once dived into the recesses of the legally learned temple. Todd dashed after them. "Now, my dear Mrs. Ragg," said Martha Jones, "you must not say no, it's got a beautiful head upon it and will do you good." "No, no, really, like cream. But really I. Come, it ain't often you is in the temple, and I knew very well he don't miss a bottle now and then, and twixt you and me and the pump, I think we has as much a right to that beautiful bottled ale as Mr. Juggers has, for I take my Bible oath he don't mean to pay for it, Mrs. Ragg." "You don't say so?" "Yes, I does, Mrs. Ragg. Oh, he's a bad un, he is. Ah, Mrs. Ragg, you don't know, nor nobody else, what takes place in his chambers of a night." "Is it possible?" "Yes, I often say to myself what universal profundity he must be possessed with, for he was once intended, he says, for the church, and I heard him say he'd have stuck to it like bricks, if he could have heard of any church that was intended for him." "Shocking! Yes, Mrs. Ragg, there's profundity for you. Did Martha Jones mean profanity?" "Ah," interposed Mrs. Ragg, "we live in a world." "Yes, Mrs. Ragg, we does, but as you was a-saying." "As you was a-saying about somebody being hung if rights was rights, you know." "Oh dear, really you must not ask me, indeed you must not." "Well, I won't, but here we are in Pump Court." Todd darted into a doorway and watched them up the staircase of No. 6 in that highly classic locality. He slunk into the doorway, and by taking a perspective glance up the staircase, he saw them stop upon the first floor. He saw that they turned to the right. He darted up a few stairs and just caught sight of a black door. Then there was a sharp sound as of some small latch closing suddenly, after which all was still. Todd ascended the stairs. "Curses on them," he muttered. "What can they mean by looking in such a manner at my shop? I thought the last time I saw that woman, Ragg, that she was cognizant of something. If now she, in her babbling, would give me any news of Tobias, he must be dead." By this time Todd had got to the top of the first flight of stairs and stood upon the landing close to several open doors, that is to say, outer black heavy-looking doors, and within them were smaller ones armed with knockers. "To the right," he muttered. They went to the right, this must be the door. He paused at one and listened. Not a sound met his ears, and his impatience began to get extreme. That these two women were going to have a conference about him he fully believed, and that he should be so near at hand, and yet not near enough to listen to it, was indeed galling. In a few moments it became insupportable. "I must and will know what they mean," he said. "My threats may wring the truth from them, and if necessary I should not scruple to silence them both. Dead men tell no tales, so goes the proverb, and it applies equally well to dead women." Todd smiled. He was always fond of a conceit. Yes, he muttered, every circumstance says to me now in audible language, go, 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 and go I will far away from England. I feel that I have not now many hours to spare. This fracas with Mrs. Lovett expedites my departure wonderfully, and tomorrow's dawn shall not see me in London. But I must ascertain what these women are about. Yes, and I will do so at all risks. A glance showed him that the act of temerity was a safe one. The door opened upon a dingy sort of passage, in which were some mops, pails, and brooms. At its further extremity there was another door, but it was not quite shut, and from the room into which it opened came the murmur of voices. There were other doors right and left, but Todd heeded only that one which conducted to the room inhabited. He crept along the passage at a snail's pace, and then having achieved a station exactly outside the door, he placed one of his hands behind one of his elephantine-looking ears, and while his countenance looked like that of some malignant demon, he listened to what was going on within that apartment. Martha Jones was speaking. Todd listens and learns a dangerous secret. It is good indeed, Mrs. Ragg, as you may well say, and the glasses sticks to the table, when they is left overnight, showing, as Mr. Juggus says, as it's a glutinous quality this ale is. Sticks to the table, said Mrs. Ragg. Yes, mum, sticks, but as you was a-saying. Well, Martha, in course I know that what goes to you goes no farther. Not a step, and you won't mention it to no one. Not a soul, another glass. No, no. Only one, nonsense, it don't get into your head. It's as harmless as milk, Mr. Juggus says. But ain't you afeard, Martha, he may come in? Not he, Mrs. Ragg. Chambers won't see him again till night. Oh, he's a shocking young man. Well, Mrs. Ragg, as you was a-saying. Well, it is good. As I was a-saying, Martha, I don't feel uneasy now about Tobias, poor boy, for if ever a poor lad as was a orphan in a half-and-half kind of way, seeing that I am his natural mother, and living and thanking God for the same, and health leastways as far as it goes at this present moment of speaking, I, bless me, where was I? At Tobias. Oh, yes, I was at Tobias. As I was saying, if ever a poor body was well provided for, Tobias is. The Colonel. The who? The Colonel, Martha, the Colonel as has took the care of him, and who, sooner or later, will have all the truth out of him about the toddy Sween. Who? Bless my poor head, I mean Sweeney Todd. Dear me, what am I thinking of? The Barber. Yes, Martha, that horrid Barber in Fleet Street, and between you and me there isn't in all the mortal world a more horrid wretch living than he is. I'm all of a shake. He. Yes, what? He takes folks in and does for kills em. What, why, what? You don't mean to say, why? Take another glass, Mrs. Ragg. You don't mean to say that Tobias says that Todd the Barber is a murderer. My dear Mrs. Ragg, take another glass and tell us all about it. Only look at the cream on the top of it. You'll excuse me, Mrs. Jones, but the truth is I ought not to say more than I have said. And if the Colonel only knew I'd said as much, I can tell you, I think he'd be like a roaring lion. But Tobias is quite a gentleman now, you see, and sleeps in as fine a bed as a nobleman could have for love or money. The Colonel is very good to him, and there never was such a kind good. Mrs. Ragg began to run over with tears of ale. Bless me, and where does he live? Who? The Colonel, the good, kind Colonel. Dear me, I forget what you said his name was. Geoffrey, and may his end be peace. He will get the reward of all his good actions in another world than this, Martha. Ah, Martha, such men as he can afford to smile at, their latter ends. No, I couldn't. Only half a glass, look at the, no, cream on it. I must go, indeed. In course the Colonel, since I have been his cook, knows what cooking is, for though I say it perhaps as should not, I am a cook and not a spiler of folks' victuals. Of course what's said goes no further. I know I can trust you, Martha. Oh dear, yes, in course. I'll just put on my shawl and walk a little way with you, Mrs. Ragg. Dear me. What is it, Martha? It's a-raining like cats and dogs, it is. Well, I never. What shall you do, Mrs. Ragg? What shall you do? Call a coach, I shall, Martha. The last words the Colonel said to me was, Mrs. Ragg, rather than there should be any delay in your return, says he, As Tobias may want you, call a coach, and I will pay for it. Todd had only just time to dart down the staircase before the two ladies made their appearance, and then hiding sometimes in doorways and sometimes behind columns and corners, he dodged them into Fleet Street. A coach was duly called, and Mrs. Ragg, by the assistance of Martha Jones, was safely bestowed inside it. Todd heard distinctly the Colonel's address given to the coachman, who would have it twice over so that he should be sure he had it all right. "That will do," said Todd. He darted across the street and made the best of his way to his shop again. He listened at the door for a few moments before he entered, and he thought he heard the sound of weeping. He listened more attentively, and then he was sure. Someone was sobbing bitterly within the shop. It must be Charlie, thought Todd. He placed his ear quite close to the panel of the door in the hope that the boy would speak. Todd was quite an adept at listening, but this time he was disappointed, for the sham Charlie Green spoke not one word, yet the deep sobs continued. Todd was not in the best of tempers. He could stand the delay no longer, and bouncing into the shop he cried, "What the devil is the meaning of all this? What is the meaning of it, you young rascal? I suspect." "Yes, sir," said Johanna, looking Todd full in the face, "and so do I." You, suspect what?" "That I shall have to have it out, for its aching distracts me. Did you ever have the toothache, sir?" "The toothache? Yes, sir, it's worse than the heartache, and that I have had." "Ah, humph, any one been?" "One gentleman, sir, to be shaved. He says he will call again." "Very good, very good." Todd took from his pocket the key of the back parlour, that key without which in his own possession he never left the shop, and then after casting upon Johanna a somewhat sinister and threatening look, he muttered to himself, "I suspect that boy. If he refuse to come into the parlour, I will cut his throat in the shop, but if he come in I shall be better satisfied. Charlie, come here." "Yes, sir," said Johanna, and she walked boldly into the parlour. "Shut the door." She closed it. "Humph," said Todd, "it is no matter. I will call you again when I want you." Chapter 84. Was Todd satisfied with Johanna's excuse about the toothache? Was he satisfied of the good foible of the supposed Charlie Green by the readiness with which she had come into the parlour? We shall see. If he were not satisfied, he was staggered in his suspicions sufficiently to delay, and delay just then was to Sweeney Todd one of the most fatal things that could be imagined. There are crumbs of consolation under all circumstances. When Johanna was best sent out of the shop, upon the occasion of the visit of Mrs. Lovett to Todd, she had scarcely got a half-dozen steps from the door of the Barber's, when a man in passing her, and without pausing a moment, said, "Miss Oakley, be so good as to follow me." Johanna at once obeyed the mandate. The man walked rapidly on until a fruiterer's shop was gained, into which he at once walked. "Mr. Austen," he said to a man behind the counter, "is your parlour vacant?" "Yes, Sir Richard, and quite at your service," said the fruiterer. By this Johanna found that she had made no mistake, and that the person she had followed was no other than Sir Richard Blunt, the magistrate, who was interesting himself so much for her safety, as well as for the discovery of what had befallen Mark in Jestry. The fruiterer's parlour was a prettily fitted-up place, where a couple of lovers might in a very romantic manner, if they chose, eat strawberries and cream, and quite enjoy each other's blissful society, in whispered nothing the while. Sir Richard handed Johanna a seat as he said, "Miss Oakley, I am very much pleased indeed to have this opportunity of seeing you, and of saying a few words to you." "Ah, sir, how much do I owe you?" "Nay, Miss Oakley, you owe me nothing. When once I happily become aware of your situation, it becomes my duty as well as my inclination to protect you in every way against what, I am sure you will forgive me for calling your rashness." "Call it what you will, sir." "Well, Miss Oakley, we will dismiss that part of the subject. Are you going upon any errand, or have you a little time to spare?" "I have some time." "Then it is a very proper thing that you should enjoy it in taking some proper refreshment." "I want nothing." "Nay, but you shall have something whether you want it or not, before I say any more to you about Todd and his affairs." Johanna, whose mental excitement had prevented her completely from feeling the amount of exhaustion which otherwise must by that time have come over her, would still have protested that she wanted nothing, but Sir Richard Blunt opened the door of the parlour and called out, "Mr. Orton, is your daughter at home?" "Yes, Sir Richard, Anne is upstairs." "Very good. My young friend here can find the way, I dare say. Is it the first floor?" "Yes, don't you hear her practising upon her spinnet?" The tinkling sounds of a spinnet, then all the fashion, came upon their ears, and Sir Richard said to Johanna, "Go upstairs now to that young lady. She is about your own age and her father's housekeeper. She will find you something to eat and drink, and then come down to me as soon as you can." Sir Richard nodded to Mr. Orton, who nodded in return, and then Johanna, seeing that it was all right, ascended the staircase and, guided by the sound of the spinnet, soon found herself in a tolerably handsome room. Upon the first floor, a young girl with a profusion of chestnut curls hanging down her back was seated at the spinnet. Johanna made up to her at once, and throwing her arms round her neck, said, "And will you say a kind word to me?" The girl gave a slight scream and rose. "Well, I'm sure, you impertinent, handsome girl," said Johanna. "Boy," faltered Miss Orton. "No, girl," added Johanna. "Your father sent me to you, and Sir Richard Blunt suggested it. Shall I leave you again?" "Oh, no, no," said Anne Orton as she sprang towards Johanna and kissed her on both cheeks. "You are Miss Johanna Oakley. How is it that you know me?" "My father is an old friend of Sir Richard's, and he has told us all your story. How truly delighted I am to see you. And so you have escaped from that odious Todd, and—" "Immediate refreshment, my dear, and all the attention you can cram into a very short space of time to Miss Oakley, my dear," said Mr. Orton, just putting his head so far into the room as to make himself plainly and distinctly heard. "Yes, father, yes. How kind you all are," said Johanna. "No, no, at least we wish to be, but what I mean is that we are no kinder than we ought to be. My father is so good I have no mother. And I, too, am motherless. Yes, I heard that Mrs. Oakley lived, you would say, and yet am I motherless." Johanna burst into tears. The sense of desolation that came over the young girl's heart whenever she thought how little of a mother the fanatical personage who owned that title was to her, generally overcame all her firmness, as upon the present occasion. Anne flung her arms around Johanna, and the two young creatures wept in unison. We will leave them to their sacred intercourse. Sir Richard Blunt remained in conversation with Mr. Orton for about a quarter of an hour, and then both Johanna and Anne came downstairs. Johanna looked calmer and happier. Anne had said some kind things to her, such as none but a young girl can say to a young girl. "I am ready," said Johanna. "Ready for what?" inquired Sir Richard Blunt with a look of earnest affection in the face of the beautiful heroine, for if ever there were a heroine we really think Johanna Oakley was one, and we are quite sure that you agree with us. "For my mission," said Johanna, "I am ready. And can you really find courage to go again to that? Sir Richard could not find a fitting name for Todd's home, but Johanna understood him, and she replied gently, "I may not pause now, it is my duty." "Your duty?" "Yes, oh Mark, I cannot restore you from the dead, but in the sacred cause of justice I may bring your murderer to the light of day. It is my duty to do so much for your memory." Anne turned aside to hide her tears. Mr. Orton, too, was much affected, and there was an unwonted jar, as though some false note had been struck in voice of Sir Richard Blunt as he spoke, saying, "Miss Oakley, I cannot deny that by your going back to Todd's house you may materially assist in the cause of justice, but yet I advise you not to do so. I know you are all careful of my safety, while "Ah, Johanna," said Anne, "you do not know yet that you are so desolate as to wish to die." Yes, I am desolate, and so," added Sir Richard, "because you loved one who has been, according to your judgment upon the circumstances that have come to your knowledge, torn from you by death, you will admit no other ties which could bind you to the world. Is that right? Is it like you?" The tones of voice in which these words were uttered, as well as the sentiment embodied in them, sunk deeply into Johanna's heart. Clasping her hands together, she cried, "Oh, no, no, do not think me so inhuman, do not think me so very ungrateful. Had you forgotten Arabella Wilmot? Had you forgotten your father? Nay, had you forgotten the brave Colonel Geoffrey? No, no, I ought not to forget any when so many have so kindly remembered me, and you too, sir, I ought not, and will not forget you, for you have been a kind friend to me. Nay, I am nothing. Seek not, sir, to disparage what you have done, you have been all kindness to me." Before he was aware of what she was about, Johanna had seized the hand of Sir Richard Blunt, and for one brief moment touched it with her lips. The good magistrate was sensibly affected. "God bless me," said Mr. Orton, "something very big keeps blocking up the whole of my window." They all looked, and as they were silent at that moment they heard a voice from the street say, "Come, come, my dear, don't set the waterworks a-going. Always remember that easy does it. You come in here and have something to eat if you won't go home. Law bless me, what will they think has become of me at the Tower?" "Why, it is Ben," cried Johanna. "Ben," said Anne. "Who is Ben?" "Hush, stop," said Sir Richard, "I pray you stop." Johanna would have rushed out to speak to Ben, who certainly was at the window of the fruiterer's shop with Arabella Wilmot upon his arm, endeavouring to persuade her to enter and partake of some refreshment. "I will bring him in," said Sir Richard. "Retire into the parlour, I beg of you, Miss Oakley, for he will make quite a scene in the shop if you do not." Johanna knew well Ben's affection for her and doubted not, but that, as Sir Richard said, he would not scruple to show it even in the open shop, probably to the great edification of the passers-by. She accordingly retired to the parlour with Anne. In a few moments Sir Richard Blunt ushered in both Ben and Arabella Wilmot. Arabella, with a shriek of joy, rushed into Johanna's arms, and then with excess of emotion she fainted. Ben caught up Johanna fairly off her feet, as though he had been dancing some little child, and holding her in a sitting posture upon one arm, he said, "Bless you, easy does it. Easy, I say, does it. Don't you think I'm a-crying? It's a tea chest has flew in my eye from that grocer's shop opposite. Oh, you little rogue, you, easy does it. What you have got them, what do you call M's on, have you?" The kiss that Ben gave her might have been heard at Sweeney Todd's, and then when prevailed upon to sit down, he would insist upon holding her fast upon his knee. "I must go," said Johanna, and then looking at Arabella, she added, "Let me go before she awakens from her transient forgetfulness to beg me to stay." Ben was furious at the idea of Johanna going back to Todd's, but Sir Richard overruled him, and after some trouble got him to consent. Then turning to Johanna, he said, "The moment night comes on, you will have some visitors, and remember, Miss Oakley, that St. Dunstan's is the watchword. Whoever comes to you with that in his mouth is a friend." "I will remember, and now farewell, and God bless and reward you for all your goodness to me. I will live for the many who love me yet, and whom I love in this world." Was it not a world of wonders that amid all this Johanna did not go mad? Surely something more than mortal strength must have sustained that young and innocent girl in the midst of all these strange events. No human power that she possessed could have possibly prevented her mind from sinking, and the hideous fascinations of an overcharged fancy from breeding rude riot in her brain. But there was a power who supported her, a power which from the commencement of the world has supported many, a power which while the world continues will support many more, strengthening the weak and trampling on the strong, the power of love in all the magic of its deep and full intensity. Yes, this was the power which armed that frail and delicate-looking girl with strength to cope with such a man. Man shall we call him? No, we may say such a fiend as Sweeney Todd. If it required no small amount of moral courage to go in the first instance upon that expedition, so fraught with danger, to Todd's shop, what did it require now to enable her to return after having passed through much peril, and tasting the sweets of friendship and sympathy? Surely any heart but Johanna's must have shrunk aghast from ever again, even in thought, approaching that dreadful place. And yet she went. Yes, upon her mission of justice she went. To be sure, she was told that as far as human means went, She would be upheld and supported from those without. But what could that assure to her further than that if she fell she should not fall unavenged? Truly, if some higher, some far nobler impulse than that derived from any consciousness that she was looked after, had not strengthened her, the girl's spirit must have sunk beneath the weight of many terrors. With a sad smile she once again crossed the threshold of that house, which she now no longer suspected to be the murderer's haunt. She knew it. Chapter 85. How she sped with Todd we are already aware. Let us take a peep at the archdemon in that parlour which he considered his sanctuary, his city of refuge as it were. At least Todd considered it to be such, whether it was or not. He sits at a table, the table beneath which there was no floor, and covering up his face with his huge hands, he sets about thinking. Yes, that man now abandons himself to thought as to how he is, with a blaze of wickedness, to disappear from the scene of his iniquities. It was not remorse that now filled his brain. It was not any feeling of bitter, heartfelt regret for what he had done that oppressed him now. No such feeling might possibly find a home in his heart at the hour of success, but now when he saw and felt that he was surrounded by many difficulties, it had no home in his brain. But yet he thought that they were only difficulties that now surrounded. He did not as yet dream of positive danger. He still reasoned, as you have heard him reason before, namely, that if anything beyond mere suspicion were entertained regarding his mode of life, he would be at once apprehended. He thought that somebody, most likely Colonel Geoffrey, was trying to find out something, and the fact that he, Todd, was there in his own parlour a free man, appeared to him proof sufficient that nothing was found out. How fallacious! If he had but known that he was virtually in custody even then, as he, indeed, really was, for Fleet Street was alive with officers and the emissaries of the police. If he had but guessed so much for a moment, what a wild tumult would have been raised in his brain. But he knew nothing and suspected little. After a time from generalizing upon his condition, Todd began to be particular, and then he laid down, as it were, one proposition or fact which he intended should be the groundwork of all in other proceedings. That proposition was contained in the words, "Before the dawn of tomorrow I must be off." "That's settled," said Todd, and he gave the table a blow with his hand. "Yes, that's settled." The table creaked ominously, and Todd rose to peep into the shop to see what his boy was doing. Charlie Green, alias Johanna Oakley, was sitting upon a low stool reading a bill that someone had thrown into the shop, and which detailed the merits of some merchandise. How far away from the contents of that bill which she held before her face were her thoughts? "Good," said Todd. "That boy, at all events, suspects nothing, and yet his death is one of the things which had better not be left to chance. He shall fall in the general way of this place. What proper-feeling errand boy would wish to survive his master's absence? Ha! Of late Todd had not been very profuse in his laughs, but now he came out with one quite of the old sort. The sound startled himself, and he retired to the table again. By the dim light he opened a desk and supplied himself with writing materials. The twilight was creeping on, and he could only just see. Spreading a piece of paper before him, he proceeded to make a memoranda of what he had to do. It was no bad plan this of Todd's, and the paper, when it was finished, was quite a curiosity in its way. It ran thus, mem. To go to Colonel Geoffrey's, and by some means get into the house and murder Tobias. Mem. To pack off goods to the wharf where the Hamburg vessel, called the Diana, sails from. Mem. To arrange combustibles for setting fire to the house. Mem. To cut Charlie Green's throat if any suspicion arise, if not to let him be smothered in the fire. Mem. To have a letter ready to post to Sir Richard Blunt, the magistrate, accusing Mrs. Lovett of her own crimes and mine likewise. I think that is all, said Todd. He folded the paper and placed it in his bosom, after which he came out of the parlour into the shop and called to Johanna. Charles. Yes, sir. Go to the market and get me a couple of stout porter. I want something carried a short distance. Yes, sir. Away went Johanna, but before she got half-way down to Fleet Market she met Sir Richard, who said, What is it? He wants a couple of porters to carry something. Very well, get them, depend upon me. I do, sir. I feel now in good heart to go through with anything, for you are near to me and I know that I am safe. You are safe. It will need to be some very extraordinary circumstances, indeed, that could compromise you, but go at once for these porters. I and my men will take good care to find where they go to. There was no difficulty in finding parties in abundance at the end of Fleet Market, and Johanna speedily returned, followed by 2 sturdy fellows. Todd had quite a smile upon his face as he received them. "This way," he said, "this way. I hope you have been lucky today and have had plenty of work." "No, master," said one, "we haven't, I'm sorry to say." "Indeed," added Todd. "Well, I am very glad I have a little job for you. You see these 2 little boxes. You can carry one each of you, and I will go with you and show you where to." One of the porters raised one of the boxes, and then he gave a long whistle as he said, "I say, master, is there penny pieces or paving stones in this here? It's deuced heavy, that it is." "And so is this, Bill," said the other. "Oh, my eyes, ain't it? There must be 1/4 of a pound of goose feathers in here." "Ha," said Todd, "how funny you both are." "Funny? Yes, to be sure, but come. This will put strength into you if you had none before." He took a bottle and glass from a cupboard, and gave each of the men a full measure of such frightfully strong spirits that they winked again, and the tears came into their eyes as they drank it. "Now shoulder the little boxes and come along," he said, "and I tell you what I'll do. If you step in here in the evening and I should happen to be at home, I'll give each of you a shave for nothing, and polish you off in such a manner that you will recollect it as long you live." "Thank you, master, thank you, we'll come." One of the porters helped his companion with the chest on to his back and head, and Todd then lent a helping hand with the other. "Charlie," he said, "I shall be back in 1/4 of an hour." Away he went, preceding the porter by some 1/2 steps only, but yet ever and anon keeping a wary eye upon the 2 chests, which contained cash and jewels, sufficient to found a little kingdom. If he got clear off with those 2 chests only, he felt that he would not give himself much uneasiness about what was left behind. But was Todd going to trust these 2 porters from out his own immediate neighbourhood with the secret of the destination of the boxes? No, he was by far too crafty for that. After proceeding some distance, he took them round the unfrequented side of St. Paul's churchyard, and stopping suddenly at the door of a house that was to let, he said, "This will do. Here, master. This will do, put them down." The porters complied, and Todd set down upon one of the boxes as he said, "How much?" "1 shilling each of us, master." "There's double the money, and now be off, both of you, about your business." The porters were rather surprised, but as they considered themselves sufficiently paid, they made no objection and walked off with considerable alacrity, leaving Todd and his treasure in the street. "Now for a coach," he muttered. "Now for a coach. Here, boy," to a ragged boy who was creeping on at some short distance. "Earn a penny by fetching me a coach directly." The boy darted off, and in a very few minutes brought Todd a hackney coach. The boxes, too, were got upon it by the united efforts of Todd, the coachman, and the boy, and not till then did Todd give the correct address of the wharf in Thames Street from which the Hamburg ship was going, and in which he fully intended to embark that night. The ship was advertised to sail at the turn of the tide, which would be about 4 o'clock in the morning. All this did not take long to do. The coach rumbled along Thames Street, but Todd was not aware that Mr. Crotchet had got up behind the vehicle, but such was the fact, and when the lumbering old machine stopped at the wharf, that gentleman got down, and felt quite satisfied with the discovery he had made. "He's a trying of it on," soliloquized Mr. Crotchet in the bolting line, "but it ain't no manner of a go. He'll swing, and he can't help it if he were to book himself to the moon and there was a coach or a ship as went all the way and no stoppages." "Mem," said Todd to himself, "to go to Colonel Jeffreys and murder Tobias. Ha, law," said the coachman, "was that you, sir? What do you mean? Why as made that horrid sort of noise?" Mind your business, my friend, and tell me if you can take me quickly to Islington, for I have no time to lose. Like the wind, sir, you can go with these here 'osses, replied the coachman. Did you ever see sich bits o' blood, sir? One on M's blind, and t'other on M is deaf, which is advantages as you don't get in one pair. Advantages? Law bless you, yes, sir. The blind goes unknown quick, 'cause you sees, sir, he thinks he's only in some dark place, and in course he wants to get out on it as soon as he can. Indeed? Yes, sir, and the deaf he goes quick too, 'cause as he hears nothink, he thinks as there never was sich a quiet place as he's goes, and he does it out o' feeling and gratitude, sir, ye sees. Be quick then, and charge your own price. Todd sprang into the vehicle, and stimulated by the idea of charging his own price, the coachman certainly did make the bits of blood do wonders, and in quite an incredibly short space of time, Todd found himself in the immediate neighbourhood of the Colonel's house. It was now getting dark, but that was what he wished. He dismissed the coach, and took from the angle of a wall, near at hand, a long and earnest look at the Colonel's house, and as he did so dark and hideous thoughts concerning Tobias passed through his mind. Chapter 86. Well, Tobias, said Colonel Geoffrey as he entered the pretty, cheerful room into which the now convalescent boy had been removed. Well, Tobias, how are you now? Much better, sir. Oh, sir, I. What would you say? I feel that when I see you, sir, I ought to say so much to convince you of how truly and deeply grateful I am to you, and yet I can scarcely ever say a word about it. I pray for your happiness, sir, indeed I do. Your name and my mother's and Minna Gray's are always uttered to God by me. Now, Tobias, said Colonel Geoffrey gravely, I am quite satisfied that as regards all that has passed you feel as you ought to feel, and for my own part I beg you to feel and to know that your saying anything about it only distresses me. Distresses you, sir? Yes, it does indeed. I see your eyes are upon the door. You expect Minna to-day, I am sure. Yes, sir. My mother was to bring her, sir. A ringing at a bell now came upon Tobias's ear, and his colour went and came fitfully. You are still very weak, my poor boy, said the Colonel, but you are certainly much improved. Do you feel any confusion in your head now? None at all, only when I think of Todd suddenly, ever it makes me feel cold and sick, and something seems to rush through my heart. Oh, that will go away. That is nothing. There, I will draw up the blind for you. The evening is coming, and the sky is overclouded. You can see better now, and there is one coming whom I know you wish to lose no sight of. I hear her foot upon the stairs, said Tobias. Do you? It is more than I do. Ah, sir, the senses are sharpened, I think, by illness. Not so much as by love. Tobias, do you hear her footstep now? Yes, and it is like music. He had his head on one side in an attitude of listening, and then with joy sparkling from every feature of his face, he spoke again. She comes, she comes. Ah, she comes fast. My own, my beautiful, she comes, she comes. This is real love, said the Colonel, and he stepped from the room. Nearly on the landing at the head of the stairs, he met Minna Gray. Welcome, he said as he held out his hand to her. You will find your young friend up and much better. Minna could only look her thanks. Mrs. Ragg was following her, and as the ascent of stairs was always rather a task to that good lady, she was making a noise like a stranded grampus in breathing. Ah, Colonel, she said, young legs get upstairs faster than old ones, sir, as you see. Well, there was a time when first I knew poor dear Ragg, who is of course dead and gone, quite premature. Exactly, Mrs. Ragg, said the Colonel as he rapidly descended the stairs. Did you ever, my dear, know such a strange man? Said Mrs. Ragg to Minna. Who? The Colonel, to be sure. So soon as I begin to tell him any little what do you call it? No, it ain't nannygoat, that's ridiculous. It's what is it? Anecdote, do you mean, Mrs. Ragg? Yes, to be sure. Well, as I was a-saying, no sooner do I begin telling him a little nannygoat, no, I mean anecdote, than off he is like a shot. Minna smiled to herself, and she was far from wondering that the Colonel was off like a shot, for well she knew that when Mrs. Ragg did begin anything concerning the late Mr. Ragg, It usually lasted 3/4 of an hour at the very least. "Minna, Minna," called Tobias. "I am here, Tobias." In another moment she was in the room. Truly it was a pleasant thing to see the face of Tobias when his sunshine, as he called Minna, came close to him, and in her soft voice asked him if he was better. "Don't mind me," said Mrs. Ragg. "I am going to darn a stocking or two, that's all. Just say what you both like. Young folks will be young folks. Bless me, I recollect just as if it were only yesterday when I used to speak to poor departed Mr. Ragg, who is premature, dead and gone in a manner of speaking. Ah, dear me, how the world goes round and round, round and round continually." Tobias and Minna were so well accustomed to the garrulity of Mrs. Ragg and so well aware that she required no answer, that they let her talk on and did not mind her as she requested they would not. And so the evening grew apace, and the light gradually began to wane as those two young loving hearts spoke together of the future, and indulged in that daydream of happiness which can only belong to youth and love. Todd is skulking round the angle of the garden wall, from which he can get a view of the Colonel's house, and yet not be seen himself. The more he looked, the more the desire grew upon him, notwithstanding the immense risk he ran of personal detection, by so doing to get into the house, and finish the career of poor Tobias. He would have had no particular objection rather to have taken the life of Mrs. Ragg, if it could be easily and comfortably done. It has been said that there are folks in the world who never forgive anyone for doing them a kindness, and such paradoxical views of human nature have been attempted to be laid down as truths. But whether this be so or not is still to be proved, although it is certain that nothing stirs the evil passions of men who will inflict injury upon the innocent, as to find themselves baffled in their villainy. From that moment the matter becomes a personal affair of vengeance. Hence, since Todd had become thoroughly aware that Tobias had escaped from the death he had intended for him at the mad house, his rage against the boy knew no bounds. Indeed, the reader will conclude that it must have been a feeling of no ordinary strength that, at such a busy and ticklish time, would take Todd to the Colonel's house at all. It was revenge, bitter, uncompromising revenge. Now you must know the Colonel's house was one of those half-villa, half-mansion-like residences that are so common in the neighbourhood of London. There was a kind of terrace in the front, and a garden with flowering shrubs that had a pretty enough appearance, and which at night afforded abundance of shelter. It was by this front garden that Todd hoped to reach the house. When it was nearly dark, he slunk in, crouching down among the trees and shrubs, and crawling along like a serpent as he was. He soon came to a flight of stone steps that led to the kitchens. By the time Todd had got thus far, some of her domestic duties had called Mrs. Ragg to the lower part of the house. He saw by the firelight that someone was going about the kitchen, close to the foot of the stone steps, but he could not exactly, by that dim and uncertain radiance, take upon himself to say that it was Mrs. Ragg. She soon lit a candle, though, and then all was clear. He saw the good lady preparing divers lights for the upper rooms, while Todd was halfway down the stone steps, peeping into the kitchen. One of the other servants of the house came into that receptacle for culinary articles, and commenced putting on a bonnet and shawl. Todd could not hear one word of what was said by Mrs. Ragg and this young woman who was getting ready to go out, but he saw them talk, and by their manner he felt convinced that it was only upon ordinary topics. If the young woman left the house by the steps upon which Todd was, and which it was more than likely she would do, his situation would be anything but a pleasant one, and discovery would be certain. To obviate the chance of this, he stepped back and crouched down in among the shrubs in the garden. He was not wrong in his conjectures, for in a few moments the servant who was going out ascended the steps and passed him so closely that by stretching out his hand he could, if he had been so minded, have touched her dress. In a short time she was out of earshot. Todd emerged from his concealment again and crept down the steps, and once more peeped into the kitchen. Mrs. Ragg was still busy with the candles. He was just considering what he should do when he heard the tramp of horses' feet in the road above. He ascended sufficient of the steps to enable himself to get a peep at what was going on. He saw a groom well mounted and leading another horse. Then no other than Colonel Geoffrey himself, although he did not of his own knowledge feel assured that it was him, come out at the front door of the house and mounted. "Now, William," said the Colonel, "we must ride sharply." "Yes, sir," said the groom. Another moment and they were gone. "This is lucky," said Todd. "It is not likely that there is any other room in the house, and if not, I have the game in my own hands." He crept down the remainder of the stone steps and placed his ear quite close to the kitchen window. Mrs. Ragg was enjoying a little conversation to herself. "Ah," she said, "it's always the way, girls will be girls. But what I blame her for is that she don't ask the Colonel's leave at once and say, 'Sir, your disorderly has won my infections, and may he come here and take a cup of tea?'" This was Greek to Todd. "What is the old fool talking about?" he muttered. "But I will soon give her a subject that will last for her life." He now arrived at the door of the kitchen. It was very unlikely to be locked or otherwise fastened, so immediately after the young woman who had left the house and passed so close to him, Todd. Yet he listened for a few moments more as Mrs. Ragg kept making observations to herself. "Listeners hear no good of themselves," says the proverb, and at all events it was verified in this instance. "Laura Mussy," ejaculated Mrs. Ragg, "how my mind do run upon that horrid old ugly monster of a Todd today. Well, I do hope I shall never look upon his frightful face again, and how awful he did squint too. Dear me, what did the Colonel say he had with his vision? Could it be a something affixity? No, that isn't it." "Obliquity," said Todd, popping his head in at the kitchen door. "It was obliquity, and if you scream or make the least alarm, I'll skin you and strew this kitchen with your mangled remains." Mrs. Ragg sank into a chair with a melodramatic groan that would have made her fortune over the water in domestic tragedy if she could have done it so naturally. Todd kept his eye upon her, that basilisk-like eye which had fascinated the good woman often, and this time it acted as a kind of spell. For truly might he have said, or rather might someone have said for him, he held her with his glittering eye. Todd's first care now was to get between Mrs. Ragg and the kitchen door, lest upon some sudden impulse she should rise and flee. Then he folded his arms and looked at her calmly and with such a devilish smile as might have become Mephistopheles himself while contemplating the ruin of a soul. He took from his pocket a razor. "Mercy," gasped Mrs. Ragg. "Where is Tobias?" Todd horrifies Mrs. Ragg. "Upstairs, back room, second floor, looking into the garden." "Alone?" "No, Minna Grey is with him." "Listen to me. If you stir from here until I come to you again, I will not only murder you but Tobias likewise, and everyone whom I meet with in this house. You know me, and can come to some opinion as to whether or not I am a man likely to keep my word. Remain where you are. Move not, speak not, and all will be well." Mrs. Ragg slowly slid off her chair and fell to the floor of the kitchen, where she lay in what seemed a swoon. "That will do as well," said Todd as he glanced at her, "and yet as I return." He made a movement with his hand across his throat to indicate what he would do, and then feeling assured that he had little or indeed no opposition to expect in the house, he left the kitchen and walked upstairs. When he reached the top of the kitchen stairs he paused to listen. All was very still in the house. "'Tis well," he said, "'tis well. This deed of blood shall be done, and long before it can be thought that it was I who struck the blow, I shall be gone. Alas, after passing through so much, after being pursued in so almost a miraculous manner from the murderous intentions of Todd, backed by the cupidity of Fogg and his subordinate Watson, was poor Tobias yet to die a terrible death as a victim to the cruel passions of his relentless persecutor? No, we will not yet believe that such is to be the fate of poor honest Tobias, although at the present time his prospects look gloomy. Todd may, and no doubt has taken as worthy lives, but we will hope that the hand of Providence will prevent him from taking this one. He reached the landing of the first floor and he paused to listen again. He thought this time that he heard the faint sound of voices above, but he was not quite sure. Otherwise all was quiet. This was a critical situation for Todd. If anyone who was a painter of pictures or of morals had but seen him, Sweeney Todd, as he there stood, they would no longer have doubted either that there was a devil or that some persons in this world were actuated by a devilish fiend. He looked the incarnate fiend, the Mephistopheles of the imagination, such as he is painted by the German enthusiast. His laugh, too, was not that satanic. He set himself to listen to the voices that he heard in that quiet rooms, and the sounds, holy and full of affection as they were, awakened no chord of answering feeling in that bold, bad man's breast. He stood apart from human nature, a solitary being, a wreck upon the ocean of society, non-loving and by none beloved, who would be Sweeney Todd for all the wealth, real or fabled, of 1,000,000 Californias. "He is here," he said. "I know his voice. Tobias is here. Ah, he mentions the name of God. Ha, he is more fitting to go to that heaven he can talk of so glibly, but there is none. There is none, no, all that is a fable." Of course Todd could not believe in a divinity of goodness and mercy. If he had, what on earth could have saved him from absolute madness? Chapter 87. "And so you do love me, Minna," said Tobias. How his voice shook like a reed swayed by the wind, and yet what a world of melody was in it. "Can you ask me to say yes?" was the reply of the fair young creature by his side. "Can you ask me to say yes, Tobias?" "It seems to me," said Tobias, "as though it would be such a joy to hear you say so, Minna, and yet I will not ask you." "How well you have got, Tobias. Your cheek has got its old colour back again, the colour it had long before you knew there was such a man as Sweeney Todd in the world. Your eyes are bright too, and your voice has its old pleasant sound. Used it to be pleasant to you, Minna?" She held up her hand and shook her head laughingly. "No questions, Tobias, no questions. I will confess nothing." "Stop," said Tobias as he put himself into an attitude of listening. "What was that? I thought I heard something. It was like a suppressed growl. I wish the Colonel would come home. Did you not hear it, Minna?" Minna had heard it, but she did not say she had. "Where did it come from, Tobias?" "From the stairhead, Minna." "Oh, it is some accidental noise, such as is common to all houses, and such as always defy conjecture and explanation, and being nothing and meaning nothing, always comes to nothing. Yet I will go and see. Perhaps a door has been left open, and is banging to and fro by the wind, and if so it will only vex you to hear it again, Tobias." It was Todd, who upon hearing the soft and tender speeches from the young lovers, had not been able to suppress a growl, and now that he had heard Minna Grey talk of coming to look what it was, he felt the necessity of instantly concealing himself somewhere. It was not likely she would come down the stairs, so Todd adopted an original mode of keeping himself out of sight. He descended steps sufficient that by laying at full length along them his head did not reach the top, and in the darkness he then considered that he should be quite safe from the casual glance that in all likelihood, merely to satisfy Tobias, Minna would give outside the room door. Todd thought by her manner she had heard nothing. "No, Minna," said Tobias, "there is no occasion. It is nothing, I dare say, and I don't like you to be out of my sight a moment. It is only a moment." She rose and proceeded to the door. An unknown feeling of dread, she knew not why, was at the heart of Minna. Certainly the slight sound she had heard, and that too in the house of Colonel Geoffrey, was not sufficient to warrant such a feeling, and yet there at her heart it sat brooding. She stood for a moment at the door. It was only for a moment. "How foolish I am," she thought, and then she passed out onto the landing, where she stood for a moment glancing round her. "It is nothing, Minna," called out Tobias, "or shall I try and come? I feel quite strong enough to do so." "Oh, no, it is nothing." Minna stepped lightly back and sat down. She clasped her hands very tight indeed together, and then placed both upon her breast. She had seen Todd. Yes, Minna Grey had seen the man that had been, and who was for all she knew to the contrary still to be, the bane of Tobias's existence. The clear eyes of youth had noticed the lumbering figure as it lay upon the stairs before them, and she did not scream, she did not cry for help, she did not faint, she only crept back as we have seen, and held her hands upon her heart and looked at Tobias. There was no mistaking Todd. Once seen, he was known forever. Like some hideous picture, there dwelt the memory of Sweeney Todd upon the young imagination of the fair Minna Grey. Once before, a long time ago, so it seemed to her, she had seen him in the temple skulking up an old staircase. From that moment the face was daguerreotyped upon her brain. It was never to be forgotten, and with the face comes the figure too, that she saw upon the stairs. Alas, poor Min! And so it was nothing but one of those odd accidents that will occur in defiance of all experience and calculation, said Tobias. Just that, replied Minna. Ah, my dear Minna, we are so safe here. It always seems to me as though the very air of this house, belonging as it does to such a man, so full of goodness as the Colonel is, such that nothing very bad could live in it for long. Aye, I hope so, I think so. What a calm and pleasant evening it is, Tobias. Did you see the new book of the seasons, so full of pretty engravings in the shape of birds and trees, and flowers that the Colonel has purchased? New book? Yes, it lies in his small study upon this floor. I will fetch it for you if you wish it, Tobias. Nay, I will go. You are still weak. Remain in peace upon the couch, dear Tobias, and I will go for you. Before she left the room, she kissed the forehead of the boy. A tear, too, fell upon his hand. Who knows, she thought, that I shall ever see him in life again. Minna, you weep. Weep, no, no, I am so happy. She hastily left the room. Todd had heard what had passed and had turned to hide himself again. The young girl knew that she passed the murderer within a hair's breadth. She knew that he had but to stretch out his right hand and say, Minna Grey, you are my victim. And his victim she would have become. Was not that dreadful? And she so young and so fair, so upon the threshold, as it were, of the garden of her existence, so loving and so well beloved. She felt for a moment as she crossed the landing, just for a moment as though she were going mad, but the eye of the Omnipotent was upon that house. She staggered on. She made her way into a bedroom. It was the Colonel's. Above the mantel-shelf, supported on a small bracket, was a pair of pistols. They were of a large size, and she had heard from the current gossip of the house how they were always loaded, and how the servants feared to touch them, and how even they shrank from making the bed, lest the pistol, from some malice aforethought or from something incidental to such watching, should go off at once of their own accord and inevitably shoot whoever chanced to be in the room. Minna Grey laid her hand upon the dreaded weapons. For Tobias, she gasped. Then she paused to listen. All was still as the grave. Todd was not yet ready for the murder, or he wished to take their lives both together and in the one room. That was more probable. Then she began to think that he must have some suspicion, and that it was necessary upon her part to do something more than merely make no alarm. The idea of singing occurred to her. It was a childish song that she had been taught when a pretty child, that she now warbled forth a few lines of. If I were a forest bird, I'd shun the noisy town, I'd seek the verdure of the spring, the dear autumnal brown. And even when the winter came, by sunny skies bereft, I'd sleep in some deep distant cave which wanton winds had left. She crossed the landing. Minna, said Tobias, my Minna, I come. She passed into the room, and the moment she crossed the threshold, she turned her face to it and presented both the pistols before her. Then, as she wound inch by inch into the centre of the room, all her power of further concealment of her feelings deserted her, and she could only say in a strange choking tone, Todd, 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 no, 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 oh God, no, cried Tobias. Todd, 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 no, no, help, help, D.N., said Sweeney Todd as he dashed open the door of the chamber and stood upon the threshold with a glittering knife in his right hand. Hold, shrieked Minna Grey. Another step, murderer, and I send you to your God. Todd waited. He could almost see down the barrels of the large pistols, which a touch of the young girl's finger would explode in his face. With a sharp, convulsive cry, Tobias fell to the floor. The blood gushed from his mouth, and he lay bereft of sensation. Heroic conduct of Minna Grey. Away, cried Minna. "Monster, away! Another moment and as heaven hears me, I will fire. Once, twice." Todd darted to the stair head, but he darted away again quicker than he had gone there. For who, to his horror, should he meet, advancing with great speed up the steps, but Mrs. Ragg, who had managed to get out of the kitchen, and who bore as a weapon of offence and defence the large kitchen poker, which was of a glowing red heat. Todd caught a touch of it on his face. "Oh, you villain of the world," cried Mrs. Ragg, "I'll teach you to come here murdering people. My poor Tobias is no more, I know, but I'll take the law of you, I will. Murder, murder, police, Colonel," with an alacrity that was far beyond to all appearance Mrs. Ragg's powers. That good lady pursued Todd with the red-hot poker. He dared not take refuge in Tobias's room, for there stood Minna with the pistols in her hand, so he darted up the first flight of stairs he saw, which led to the top of the house. Mrs. Ragg pursued him, but when she got to the head of the stairs, Minna pressed too hard upon the hair trigger of one of the pistols, and off it went. Mrs. Ragg fully believed herself shot and rolled down the stairs, poker included, while Todd, labouring under the impression that the shot was at him, became still more anxious to find some place of refuge. Upon the landing, which he was not a moment in reaching, he found a great show of doors, for he was, in fact, upon the floor from which all the sleeping rooms of the servants opened. It was quite a chance that the first one he bounced into was one that had in the roof a little square trapdoor, facetiously called a fire escape, but which, in the event of a fire, would have acquired the agility of a harlequin and the coolness of a tax-gatherer to get through. Todd dragged a bedstead beneath the trap, and then his great height enabled him to thrust it open and project his head through it. He found that part of his corporality was in the roof, as it were, that is to say, in the cavity between the ceiling of the room and the house. A trapdoor of somewhat larger size in the actual roof opened to the air. Todd dragged himself through and was fairly upon the top of the Colonel's house. A slippery elevation, but surely that was better than facing a red-hot poker and a pair of hair-trigger dueling pistols, and so, for a time, the desire to escape kept down every other feeling. Even his revengeful thoughts gave way to the great principle of self-preservation, and Todd was only intent upon safely getting away. He glared round him upon the night sky and a gaudy assemblage of chimney-tops. What was he to do? In a minute he uttered a string of such curses as we cannot very well here set down, and he turned preternaturally calm and still. "Shall I go back," he said, "or escape?" He heard the tramp of horses' feet, and peeping carefully over the front parapet of the house, he saw Colonel Geoffrey arrive on horseback and dismount. His groom led the horse away, and the Colonel ascended the steps. Then, and not until then, Todd made up his mind. "Escape," he said, "and be off." There was a long sloping part of the roof close to where he was, and he thought that if he slid down that very carefully he should be able to get on to the roof of the next house, and so perchance through their trap door, and by dint of violence or cunning, or both united, reach the street. It was a desperate resource, but his only one. The top part of the long sloping roof was easily gained, and then Todd began to let himself down very carefully, but the angle of the roof was greater than he had imagined, and by the time he got about halfway down, he found a dangerous and most uncomfortable acceleration of motion ensuing. It was in vain he tried to stop himself. Down he went with a speed into the gutter behind the coping stone. That left him lying there for a few moments half-stunned, and scarcely conscious if he were safe or not. The Colonel's house, however, was stoutly built, and Todd's weight had not displaced anything, so that there he lay safe enough, wedged into a narrow rain gutter, from which, when he did recover himself sufficiently to make the attempt, he found some difficulty in wrenching himself out of. Sore and shaken, Todd now looked about him. He was close to the roof of the next-door house. To be sure, there was a chasm of 60 feet, but its width was not as many inches, so Todd ought, with his long legs, to easily step it. Chapter 88. The step was but a trifle, And yet, shaken as Todd was by his fall, it really seemed to him to be one of the most hazardous and nervous things in the world to take it. He made 2 feints before he succeeded. At length he stood fairly upon the roof of the adjoining house. He did not say, "Thank God." Such words were not exactly in the vocabulary of Sweeney Todd, but he wiped the perspiration from his brow and seemed to think that he had effected something at last. And yet how far was he from safety? It is some satisfaction to have got such a man as Todd upon the housetops. Who pities him? Who would be violently afflicted if he made a false step and broke his neck? No one, we apprehend, but such men somehow do not make false steps, and if they do, they manage to escape the consequences. Surely it was about as ticklish a thing to crawl up a sloping roof as to come down one. Todd did not think so, however, and he began to shuffle up the roof of the house he was now on, looking like some gigantic tortoise, slowly making its way. Reasoning from his experience of the Colonel's house, Todd thought he should very well be able to pitch upon the trap in the roof of the domicile upon which he was, nor was he wrong. He found it in precisely the same relative position, and then he paused. He drew a long breath. "What a mad adventure this is," he said, "and yet what a satisfaction it would have been to me before I left England to be able to feel that I had had my revenge upon that brat Tobias, that he had not altogether failed me after I had paid so much money to be rid of him. But that is over. I have failed in that attempt, but they shall not say it cost me my life. They will be bold people who stop me in my passage to the street in this house." He felt the trap-door. It was fast. "Humph," he said, "doors are but bonds, and the rains of a few winters rot them quickly enough. We shall see." The knife with which he would have been well pleased to give poor Tobias his quietus was thick and strong. He slid it under the wooden trap and by mere force lifted it up. The nails of the bolt easily withdrew themselves from the rotten wood. Todd was right. The rains of a few winters had done their work. It was not exactly a time in the evening when, in such a class of house, anyone might be expected to be found in the attics, so Todd made no scruple of at once removing the lower trap in the ceiling. He dropped comfortably enough on to the floor. And now, coming suddenly as he did from the light, faint as it was, of the open air in the room which he found himself, seemed to be involved in profound darkness, but that he knew would wear away in a few moments, and he stood still for his eyes to get accustomed to the semi-obscurity of the place. Gradually then, as though out of chaos, there loomed a bedstead and all the necessary appointments of a bedroom. It was untenanted, and so Todd, after listening intently and believing from the marked stillness that there prevailed, that the upper part of the house was deserted, walked to the door and opening it, stood upon the landing. "If I can now but step downstairs noiselessly and open the street door, all will be well. People don't sit upon the staircase, and I may be fortunate enough to encounter no one." There was no time to lose. Affairs in Fleet Street required his presence, and besides the present moment might be the most propitious, for all he knew, for the enterprise. Down he went, not clinging to the balustrades, for who should say they might not wheeze and creak? Not walking upon the middle of the stairs, for there was no saying what telltale sounds they might give vocality to, but sliding along close to the wall and stepping so quietly that it would have required attentive ears to have detected his silent and steady march. And so, flight by flight of these stairs, Todd descended in safety until he reached the passage. Yes, he got to the passage without the shadow of an interruption. Then he heard voices in one of the parlours. "Confound them," said Todd, "they will hear me open the street door to a certainty, but it must be done." He crept up to the door. There was some complicated latch upon it that defied all his knowledge of latches and all his perseverance, and yet no doubt it was something that only required a touch, but he might be hours in finding out in the dark where to apply that touch. He still heard the voices in the parlour. More than 5 minutes, precious minutes to him, had already been consumed in fumbling at the lock of the street door, and then Todd gave it up as useless, and he crept to the parlour door to listen to the speakers, and so perhaps ascertain the force that was within. A female voice was speaking. "Oh dear me, yes, I dare say," it said. "You no doubt think that house can be kept for nothing, and that a respectable female wants no clothes to her back, but I can tell you, Mr. Simmons, that you will find yourself wonderfully mistaken, sir." "Pshaw," said a man's voice. "Pshaw, I know what I mean, and so do you. You be quiet, wife, and think yourself well off that you are as you are. Well off, yes, to be sure, well off. Well off when I was forced to go to Mr. Rickup's party in the same dress they saw me in last Easter. Oh, you brute, what's the matter with the dress? The matter, why I'll tell you what the matter is. The matter is, and the long and short of everything, that you are a brute. Very conclusive indeed, the deuce take me if it ain't. I suppose by the deuce you mean the devil, Mr. Simmons, and if he don't take you some day, he won't have his own. Ha ha, you may laugh, but there's many a true word spoken in jest, Mr. Simmons. Oh, you are in jest, are you? No, sir, I am not, and I should like to know what woman could jest with only one black silk, and that turned. Yes, Mr. Simmons, you often call upon the deuce to take this and to take that. Mind he don't come some day to you when you least expect it, sir, and say, 'Lend me a light,'" said Todd, popping his awfully ugly face right over the top of the half-open door, a feat which he was able to accomplish by standing on his tiptoes. There are things that can be described, but certainly the consternation of Mr. and Mrs. Simmons cannot be included in the list. They gazed upon the face of Todd in speechless horror, nor did he render himself a bit less attractive by several of his most hideous contortions of visage. Finding then that both husband and wife appeared spellbound, Todd stepped into the room, and taking a candle from the table, he stalked into the passage with it. The light in his hand threw a light upon the mystery of the lock. Todd opened the street door and passed out in a moment. To hurl the candle and candlestick into the passage and close the door was the next movement of Todd, but then he saw two figures upon the steps leading to Colonel Jeffrey's house, and he shrunk back a moment. "Now, William," said Colonel Jeffrey himself, "you will take this letter to Sir Richard Blunt and tell him to use his own discretion about it." "Yes, sir, be quick and give it into no hands but his own." "Certainly, sir. Remember, William, this is important." The groom touched his hat and went away at a good pace, and Colonel Jeffrey himself closed the door. "Indeed," muttered Todd. "Indeed. So Sir Richard Blunt, who is called an active magistrate, is to know of my little adventure here. Well, well, we shall see." He darted from the door of the house, through which he had made so highly successful and adventurous a progress, and pursued William with such strides as soon brought him close up to him. But the thoroughfare in which they were was too public a one for Todd to venture upon any overt act in it. He followed William sufficiently closely, however, to be enabled to take advantage of any opportunity that might present itself to possess himself by violence of the letter. Now William had been told the affair was urgent, so of course he took all the nearest cuts he could to the house of Sir Richard Blunt, and such a mode of progress soon brought him into a sufficiently quiet street for Todd's purpose. The latter looked right and left. He turned completely round, and no one was coming. A more favourable opportunity could not be. Stepping lightly up to William, he by one heavy blow upon the back of his neck felled him. The groom lay insensible. Todd had seen him place the colonel's letter in his breast pocket, and at once he dived his huge hand into that receptacle to find it. He was successful. One glance at the epistle that he drew forth sufficed to assure him that it was the one he sought. It was duly addressed to Sir Richard Blunt, with speed and private. "Indeed, very private," said Todd. "Wretch, wretch!" cried someone from a window, and Todd knew then that the deed of violence had been witnessed by someone from one of the houses. With an execration, he darted off at full speed, and soon placed a perfect labyrinth of streets between him and all pursuit. He thrust the letter all crumbled up into his pocket, and he would not pause to read it until he was much nearer to Fleet Street than to the Colonel's house, or the scene of his attack upon the groom. Then, by the light of a more than usually brilliant lamp, which with its expiring energies was showing the world what an old oil lamp could do, he opened and read the brief letter. It was as follows: Dear Sir Richard, Todd has been here upon murderous thoughts intent. Poor Tobias has, I fear, broken a blood vessel and is in a most precarious condition. I leave all to you. The villain escaped, but is injured, I think. Yours very faithfully, John Geoffrey. It is Sir Richard Blunt. Broken a blood vessel, said Todd. Ha, ha, broken a blood vessel. Ha, then Tobias may yet be food for worms and the meat of the pretty crawlers to the banquet. Ha, he walked on with quite a feeling of elation. And yet there was, as he came to think, a something, he could not exactly define what, about the tone of the letter that began upon second thoughts to give him no small share of uneasiness. The familiar way in which he was mentioned as Todd merely, without further description, argued some foregone conclusion. It seemed to say Todd, the man whom we both know so well and have our eyes upon. Did it mean that? A cold perspiration broke out upon the forehead of the guilty wretch. What was he to think? What was he to do? He read the letter again. It sounded much more unmeaning and strange now. He had at first been too much dazzled by the pleasant intelligence regarding Tobias to comprehend fully the alarming tone of the epistle, but now it waked upon his imagination, and his brain soon became vexed and troubled. Off, and away, he muttered. Yes, I must be off before the dawn. The interception of this letter saves me for some few hours. In the morning the Colonel will see Sir Richard Blunt, and then they will come to arrest me, but I shall be upon the German Ocean by then. Yes, the Hamburg ship for me. He was so near his home now that it was not worth while to call a coach. He could run to Fleet Street quicker, so off he set at a great pace till his breath failed him. Then he held on to a post so faint and weak that a little child might have apprehended him. Curse them all, he said. I wish they all had but one throat, and I a knife at it. All who cross me, I mean. Time was rather an important element now in Todd's affairs, and he felt that he could not allow himself a long period even to recover from the state of exhaustion in which he was. After a few minutes' rest, he pushed on. One of those sudden changes that the climate of this country is subject to now took place, and although the sky had looked serene and bright, and there had been twinkling stars in the blue firmament but a short time before, Todd began to find that his clothing was but little protection against the steady rain that commenced falling with a perseverance that threatened something lasting. All is against me, he said. All is against me. He struggled on with the rain dashing in his face and trickling, despite all his exertions to the contrary, down his neck. Suddenly he paused and laid his finger upon his forehead, as though a sudden thought of more than ordinary importance had come across his mind. The turpentine, he said. The turpentine. Confound it, I forget the turpentine. What this might mean was one of Todd's own secrets, but before he went home he ran down several streets until he came to a kind of wholesale drug warehouse. He rang the bell violently. What is it? Said a voice. The small keg of turpentine that was to be sent to Mr. Todd's in Fleet Street is particularly wanted. It was sent about half an hour ago. Oh, thank you, that will do, a wet night. In a few minutes more he was at his own shop door. Chapter 89. Johanna had had a long time to herself in Todd's shop now. When first he left upon that expedition of murder, she had almost been afraid to stir, for she had feared he might momentarily return. But as his stay became longer and longer protracted, she plucked up courage. She began to look about her. As yet, she said to herself, what has been done towards arriving at a solution of the mysteries of this dreadful place? The more she thought, the more she felt compelled to answer this inquiry in an unsatisfactory manner. What had been done? The only thing that could be said to be settled was the fact that Todd was guilty, and that Mrs. Lovett was his accomplice. That he, by some diabolical means, murdered people who came into his shop to be shaved, was a fact incontestable, but how he did the deed still remained a mystery. The care which Todd always bestowed for the purpose of concealing the manner in which he committed the murder had hitherto been successful. No one but himself, and probably Mrs. Lovett, knew exactly how he did the deed. It has been of course sufficiently observed that he never attempted anything amiss when two people were in the shop, that he always made it a point to get rid of Johanna upon occasions when he thought he had a chance of making a victim, and that in fact he had, by the very fact that Sir Richard Blunt and his officers had in various disguises followed people into his shop, been for some time prevented from the commission of his usual murders. Now, without in the smallest degree disguising what he did know, it is quite clear that Sir Richard Blunt up to that time did not know how Todd did the deeds of blood for which his shop was to become famous, and himself infamous. That people went in and never came out again was about the extent of what was really known. The authorities, including Sir Richard Blunt, were extremely anxious to know exactly how these murders were committed, and hence they waited with the hope that something would occur to throw a light upon that part of the subject before they apprehended Todd. At any moment, of course, he could have been seized, and he little suspected that he was upon such a mine. If anything, however, could be said to expedite the arrest of Todd, it would certainly be what had taken place at the Colonel's house. Now, to all appearance, when the Colonel came home so close upon the events that had happened in his absence, and had so very nearly been fatal to both Minna Grey and Tobias, Todd had made his escape. A rapid but effective search of the Colonel's house, sufficed to prove that there he was not. The appearance of Tobias, with blood gushing from his mouth, was sufficiently alarming, and it was under the impression that he was dying from the rupture of a blood vessel that the Colonel wrote the note to Sir Richard Blunt, which was intercepted by Sweeney Todd himself. Upon the arrival, however, of the surgeon, who was immediately sent for, it was soon ascertained that the blood vessel which had given way in poor Tobias was not on the lungs, and that the danger arising from it was by no means great, provided he were kept quiet and properly attended to. Minna Grey received this information with deep thankfulness, and the Colonel, upon hearing it, immediately sought Sir Richard to consult with him upon the subject in its now altered state, for the idea that Tobias was dying had made him, the Colonel, view the affair much more passionately than prudently. By dint of some trouble, the Colonel found Sir Richard Blunt, and then to his no small surprise, for he had known his groom long and thought he could thoroughly depend upon him, he found that the magistrate had received no note at all upon the subject, so that of course no steps had been taken. Upon hearing the affair detailed to him, Sir Richard Blunt said, "I regret this much, as it will put Todd in a fright and expedite his departure. But was he not going by the Hamburg packet before day dawn? At any rate, I understood you that by the manner in which you had dogged him, you had thoroughly ascertained that fact." "I had, but had taken steps to prevent him." "You would arrest him tonight?" "No, I do not think it advisable to arrest him just yet. The fact is, I do not know all that I want to know, but in order to stop him from leaving his shop tonight, I have caused the Hamburg captain owners to write to him since he had taken a passage, telling him that the ship's stores would not be ready until tomorrow, when at 1 hour before sunrise he would sail." "Then you want to keep him in his shop another day?" "I do. I hope and expect that during that day something may occur to clear up the mystery that still attaches to the mode in which he commits his murders." "It may so. I think I can take measures by running some little personal risk to make it do so, but something must be hit upon to calm his mind regarding this affair at your house now, for he will expect nothing but instant arrest on its account. What can I do? If you will be guided by me, you will write Todd a letter, threatening him that if there is any more interference with Tobias you will prosecute him, but that you will, if you hear no more of him at your house, say nothing of the past. You need be under no fear that he will derive any future advantage from such a promise, as any charge against him connected with poor Tobias will sink into insignificance, compared with other offences." "True, True, such a letter, couched with the one concerning the non-departure of the ship, may keep him in his shop over tomorrow. And then he sleeps in Newgate, from which building he steps on to the scaffold. But has he not sent many trunks and packages to the ship? Yes, and I have as regularly removed them all to the police office at Bow Street. We have already some thousands of pounds worth of property of the most costly description. But Johanna, what is to become of her? You may depend upon it that Todd will pursue the same course with her that he did with Tobias. He will give her a trifle of money and tell her to get a night's lodging out, and in that case she knows where to come to be quite safe and comfortable. But if such should not be the case, my protecting arm is over her. I think I can almost defy Todd to do her any injury. Think you so? Yes, I have made such arrangements that if she were missed only for 10 minutes, Todd's house would be searched from top to bottom. I would not for this right hand that any harm should come to her. Nor I. Be at ease regarding her, Colonel. I know how fully we may trust to you, and therefore I will be at ease regarding her, and I will at once write the letter to Todd you suggest to me. Do so. His fears upon your account must be calmed down. The Colonel accordingly wrote the necessary note to Todd. Of course, neither he nor Sir Richard Blunt knew that Todd had another reason for wishing to be off that night, which consisted in his great unwillingness to meet Mrs. Lovett in the morning, for it will be recollected that he had an appointment with that lady upon money matters at an early hour. The reader is now fully aware of how matters stand, and will be able to comprehend easily the remarkable events which rapidly ensued upon this state of things, and therefore we can at once return to Todd. We left him upon his doorstep. It was never Todd's custom to walk at once into his house as anyone else would do upon their arrival, whose conscience was not redolent of guilt. But he would peep and pry about, and linger like a moth fluttering around a candle, or a rat smelling at some tempting morsel, which might be connected with some artfully contrived trap, before he entered. He wanted sadly to get a peep at what Charlie was doing. Now poor Johanna, fortunately at that moment, was only sitting before the little miserable fire, holding her face in her hands and deeply thinking of the once happy past. She had brought out from beneath the counter the sleeve of a sailor's jacket, which she had found upon her former examination of the shop, and after sprinkling it with some tears, for she fully believed it must have belonged to Mark in Jestry, she had hidden it again, and now as she sat in that house of murder all alone, she was picturing to herself every tone and look of her lover when he had first told her that he loved her before, as she might have said in the words of the old song, "He loved me, and he sped away far o'er the raging sea, to seek the gems of other lands and bring them all to me." At that moment, with all external objects hidden from her perception, she could almost fancy she could hear his voice as he had said to her, "My darling, I shall come back rich and prosperous, and we shall be happy." Alas, how sadly had that dream ended! He who had escaped the perils of the deep, he who had successfully battled with the tempest, and all the perils by sea and by land incidental to the life he had embarked in, had returned miserably to perish, almost within hearing of her, for whom he had adventured so much. The thought was maddening. "And I live," she said. "I can live after that. Oh, Mark, I did not love you well enough, or I could not have existed so long after the horrible certainty of your fate has been revealed to me. They may say what they will to try to make me calmer and happier, but I know that he is Todd's victim." After this, she sat for a time in a kind of stupor, and it was during that interval that Todd arrived home. There was no light in the shop, but what at times came from a little flickering flame, that would splutter into a moment's brief existence in the fire. But Todd, as he glared through the upper portion of the half-glass door at a spot where he knew the blind did not prevent him, could just see Johanna thus sitting. "Humph," he said, "the boy is quiet enough and probably after all may suspect nothing, although I don't at all like his manner at times, yet it is safer to kill him before I go. It is absolute security. He shall help me to arrange everything to set the house on fire, and then when I have completed all my arrangements it will be easy to knock him on the head." With this he opened the door. Johanna started. "Well," said Todd. "Well, anyone been? Only a man to be shaved, sir. I told him you would be home soon, but he could not wait, so he left." "Let him leave and get shaved at the devil," said Todd. "You are sure no one has been here peeping and prying and asking questions which you would be quite delighted to answer, eh? Peeping and prying, sir." "Yes, peeping and prying, you know the meaning of that. Don't put on a look of surprise at me. It won't do. I know what you boys are, curse you all. Yes, I know what you are." Johanna made no answer. Todd took off his hat and shook the rain from it violently. Then in a voice that made Johanna start again, he cried, "Light the lamp, idiot." It was quite clear that the occurrences at the Colonel's had not improved Todd's temper at all, and that upon very little pretext for it, he would have committed some act of violence of which Johanna might be the victim. Anything short of that she could endure, but she had made up her mind that if even he so much as laid his hand upon her, her power of further patience would be gone, and she would be compelled to adopt the means of summoning aid which had been pointed out to her by Sir Richard Blunt, namely, by casting something through the window into the street. She lit the shop lamp as quickly as she could. "A lazy life you lead," said Todd. "A lazy life, indeed. Well, well," he added, softening his tone, "it don't matter. I shall polish you off for all that, Charlie. What a pretty boy you are." "Sir, as I say, what a pretty boy you are. Why, you must have been your mamma's pet, that you must." "I was. Ha, ha, look at me now. I was fondled and kissed once and called a pretty boy." "Ha," Johanna shuddered. "Yes," added Todd as he wiped himself down with a soiled towel, "yes, my mother used to make quite a pet of me. I often used to wish I was strong enough to throttle her. Ha, ha, that I did." "Throttle her, sir?" "Yes," added Todd fiercely. "What the devil did she bring me into the world for her own gratifications, unless she had plenty of money to give me that I might enjoy myself in it?" "I don't know, sir." "You don't know? Who the devil supposed you did know? Answer me that, you imp." "Well, well, Charlie, you and I won't quarrel about such matters. Come, my boy, I want you to be of use to me tonight." "Tonight, sir?" "Yes, tonight. Is it broad daylight? Is the sun shining? Is there no such thing as night under cover of which black deeds are done? Curse you, why do you ask if tonight is the time for action?" "I will do your bidding, sir." "Yes, and who is this? Is this here keg of turpentine for you?" said a man with it upon his shoulder. "Mr. Todd's this is, ain't it?" "Yes, yes, put it down, my good fellow, you ought to have something to drink." "Thank you kindly, sir, but you must pay for it yourself. There is a public house opposite." The man went away swearing, and scarcely had he crossed the threshold when a letter was brought by a lad and handed to Todd. Before he could ask any questions, the lad was gone. Todd held the letter in his hand and glared at the direction. It was to him, sure enough, and written in a very clerk-like hand too. Before he could open it, someone hit the door a blow upon the outside, and it swung open. "Is this Todd's the barber?" "Yes," said Johanna. "Then give him that letter, little chap, will you?" "Stop," cried Todd. "Stop, where do you come from and who are you? Stop, you rascal, will you stop? Confound you, I wish I had a razor at your throat." Chapter 90. Todd looked the picture of amazement. "2 letters," he muttered, "2 letters to me who seldom receive any. To me who have no acquaintances, no relations. Bah, it must be some mistake, or perhaps, after all, some infernal nonsense about the parish." He tore open the last received one and read as follows. Colonel Geoffrey informs Sweeney Todd that, although from a variety of reasons he may not think proper to prosecute him for his recent outrage at his house, he will, upon a repetition of such conduct, at once hand him over to the police. Todd's countenance during the perusal of this brief note betrayed a variety of emotions, and when he had concluded it, he let it drop from his hands, and knitting his brows, he muttered, "What does this mean? That there must be something much more than met the eye in this boasted clemency of the Colonel towards him." He felt quite convinced, but what it was he was puzzled to think for a time. At length, brightening up, he said, "Yes, I have it. It is Tobias, it is Tobias." He cannot rid himself from the idea that I have some mysterious power of injuring his mother, and perhaps, after all, he may have made no disclosures to the Colonel injurious to me. Comforted by this wide supposition, Todd picked up the letter again and put it in his pocket carefully. "It is as well," he said, "for I shall not now be hurried. No, I shall not be at all hurried now, which I might have been. Charlie." "Yes, sir, trim the lamp." Johanna did so, and while the process was going on, Todd opened the other letter. It was as follows: "Sir, we beg to inform you that our Hamburg vessel, in which you have done us the favour to take passage, will not sail until tomorrow night at 4, God willing, and that consequently there will be no occasion for your coming on board earlier. We are, sir, your obedient servants, Brown, Buggins, Muggs, and Screamer. To Mr. S. Todd." Todd ground his teeth together in a horrible manner. He dashed the letter to the floor and stamped upon it. "Curse Brown and Buggins," he cried. "I only wish I could dash out Muggs and Screamer's brains with Brown and Buggins's skulls. Confound them and their ships. May they all go to the bottom when I am out of them and be smashed and d. Johanna was amazed at this sudden torrent of wrath. She could not imagine what had produced it, for Todd had read the letter in a muttering tone that effectually prevented her from hearing any of it. Suddenly he rose and rushed into the back room and bolted the door upon himself. He went to think what was best to be done. When he was alone, he read both the letters again, and then he burst out into such a torrent of wrath against the ship owners that it was a mercy Johanna's ears were spared the dreadful words that came from his lips. Suddenly he saw a postscript at the foot of the ship owner's letter, which he had at first overlooked. "P.S. The ship is removed to Crimmins' Wharf, but will be at her old moorings at time mentioned above." "D.N. Crimmins and his wharf too," cried Todd. He flung himself into a chair and sat for a time profoundly still. During that period he tried to make up his mind as to what it would be best for him, under the circumstances, to do. Many plans floated through his imagination. He could not for a long time bring himself to believe that the letter of the Colonel's was anything but a feint to throw him off his guard in some way. At length he got into a calmer frame of mind. "Shall I leave at once or stay till tomorrow night? That is the question." He argued this with himself, pro and con. If he left, he would have to secret himself somewhere all the following day, and the fact of his having left would make an active search, safe to be instituted for him, which would possibly be successful. Besides, how was he to conveniently set fire to his house, unless he was off on the moment that the flames burst forth? Then if he stayed he had Mrs. Lovett to encounter, but that was all, and surely he could put her off for a few hours. Surely she, of all people in the world, was not to run to a police office and destroy both him and herself, just because she did not get some money at 10 o'clock that he had promised to hand to her. "She shall be put off," he said suddenly, "and I will stay over tomorrow. I am safer here than anywhere else, of that I feel assured. If there are any suspicious whisperings about me at all, they will grow to loud clamours the moment I am gone, and then they may reach the ears of these ship owners, and they may say at once, 'Why, we have such a man with a passage taken in one of our Hamburg ships.' Let them say that when the ship is some 20 hours gone with me on board, and I don't care. But with me on land, and the ship only to sail instead of having actually sailed, it is quite a different matter." He rose from his seat. His mind was made up. He had not quite decided what he should say to Mrs. Lovett, but he had decided upon staying. "Charlie will live another day," he muttered, "but tomorrow night he dies, and his body will be consumed with this house, and I hope a good part of Fleet Street. It will not be prudent to get him to assist now in disposing the combustibles to fire the house. He might speak of it before tomorrow night." Todd came out into the shop. "Charlie, my boy," how kindly he spoke. "I am here, sir. You must not mind what I say when I am vexed. Many things happen to put me out of the way. Sometimes people that I have done I don't know how much for turn out to be very ungrateful, and then I get chafed, you see, Charlie." "Yes, sir, no doubt. But after I have retired to the parlour and prayed a little, my mind soon recovers its usual religious tone, and its wonted serenity, and for the sake of the Almighty, who, you know, is good to us all, Charlie, I forgive all that is done to me and pray for the wicked." Johanna shuddered. This hypocrisy sounded awful to her. "Never go to rest, Charlie, without saying your prayers. There's threepence for you. You can get yourself a bed in the neighbourhood for that amount somewhere, I dare say. I am very sorry I cannot accommodate you here, Charlie. Now go away and let me have you here by 7 in the morning. And mind, above all things, cultivate a religious spirit, and do unto your neighbours as you would that your neighbours should do unto you." Johanna could not reply. "Here is a tract that you can read before you go to sleep if they allow you a candle when you get a bed. It is entitled Groans of Grace, or The Sinner Sifted, a most godly production from a pious bookseller in Paternoster Row, Charlie." "Yes," Johanna just managed to say. "Now you may go." She darted from the shop. "Hilloa, hilloa, stop, stop, Charlie, stop, stop, will you? Confound you, stop, the infernal shutters are not up. Do you hear? I forgot them." Todd rushed to his door. He looked right and left and over the way and in fact everywhere, but no Charlie was to be seen. The fact is that Johanna, the moment she felt herself released from the shop, had darted over the way and into the fruiterer's, where she had found so friendly a welcome before, and all this was done in such a moment that she was housed before Todd could get his shop door open. "Welcome," said a voice. She found it proceeded from the fruiterer's daughter, who had behaved so kindly to her. Johanna burst into tears. "What has happened? What has happened?" cried the young girl. "Nothing now," said Johanna, "but I cannot keep up longer than when I am in that shop. As soon as I am fairly out of the presence of that dreadful man, I feel ready to faint." "Be of good cheer," said a deep-toned voice. She looked up and saw Sir Richard Blunt. "You hear, sir?" "Yes, Johanna. I have been now for some time watching Todd's shop from our friend's first-floor window. I saw you dart across the road and for the moment feared something had gone wrong. Did Todd get 2 letters?" "He did. They will, I hope, keep him quiet until another night. Dare you go back again, Johanna, to that place?" "Yes, if it be necessary, but he has told me to sleep out, and the gust of pleasure I felt at the permission almost, I fear, betrayed me. He came to the door and looked furiously after you, but he did not see which way you had come. You were over here like a flash of light. He would have had me back again then. What could that be for? At all events, you shall not go until the morning, and not then unless after a night's rest here you feel that you can do so with a good heart." "Oh yes, I will fulfil my mission." "Todd is putting up his shutters," said the fruiterer as he came in from his front shop. "Ah, then the secret is out," said Sir Richard Blunt. "That is what he wanted you back for, Johanna. He had forgotten at the moment all about the shutters, you may depend. I am glad he spared you the trouble at any rate. I do not like you to perform any service for such a rank villain as he is." "It would not have been for him, sir." "For who, then?" "For the dead. I feel that I am bound to bring to justice the murderer of Mark in Jestry. When I was here last, sir, you strove to comfort me by making me feel a sort of hope that he was not dead, but I cannot think that. I would that I could, but indeed I cannot, sir. Do not be too sure, Johanna. Nay, look at that." She laid before the magistrate the sleeve of the jacket that she had found at Todd's, and which fancy, for she certainly had no proof that way tending, told her had belonged to Mark in Jestry. "What is this?" "Look at it, sir. My heart tells me it was his. And so you suppose there was never but one sailor's jacket with ivory buttons on the wrist in the world, and never anyone who wore one but Mark in Jestry?" "Nay, the place in which it was found brings conviction." "Not at all. Do you forget there was such a person as Thornhill in the world, Johanna?" "No, but why will everyone persist in fancying Thornhill and in Jestry to be 2 persons, when I am convinced they were but one? Let who will identify this as part of Thornhill's apparel, and I will weep for Mark. I cannot just now shake this supposition. You never will. If I live I will, Johanna, I give you my word for so much. Pray, who is the best to judge of such things? You, a young girl who have seen little or nothing of the world, and whose natural apprehension is rendered obscure by the conflict of your affections, or I whose business it is to come to an accurate conclusion of such matters. I repeat my conviction that Thornhill was not Mark in jestry. Oh, if I could think so! You will. You have no doubt, sir, but Thornhill perished by the hand of Todd. None whatever. Johanna looked deeply affected. Come, added Sir Richard, you want both rest and refreshment, and you can have both here at this house. Tomorrow I hope will end all your trials, my dear girl, and I shall live, I trust, to see you smile as you ought to smile, and to be as happy as only a very dim recollection of the past will make you. Ah, no, never happy. You must love someone, you must recover, and in the cares and joys of a new existence, you must only look back upon what has passed, as though you pondered upon the phantasma of some fearful dream. And when you see all around you smiling, it will be cruel for them to smile, sir, and it is now cruel of you to speak to me of loving another, when you know my affections are within jestry in that world to which he has gone before me, but to which I look forward to as the place of our happy meeting, where we shall part again no more. Well, I thought I could find you a lover that would be to your mind when all these affairs were over. Sir, nay, be not offended, you know I am your sincere friend. I know you are, and that is what makes it so grievous to me to hear you talk in such a strain, sir. Then I will say no more. I thank you, Sir Richard, and I will forget what you have said, because I will recollect nothing from you or committed with you but kindness and consideration. Sir Richard smiled slightly for a moment as he turned aside and spoke to his friend the fruiterer for some minutes in a low tone. The young girl who had before behaved with such kindness to Johanna took her by the hand and led her upstairs. Come, she said, you shall tell me all you have suffered opposite since we parted last, and I will speak to you of him whom you love. You are too good to me. While all this was going on so close to him, Todd, with many oaths and execrations, was putting up his own shutters, which he did with a violence that nearly knocked the front of the window in. When he had finished, he walked into his house, and closing the door, he said in a low tone, I must make up my mind what to say to Mrs. Lovett in the morning. I am afraid she will be hard to pacify. At this moment a man peered out from the inn gateway opposite and said to himself, Now begins my watch. I dare say now Mrs. Lovett has some particular reason for watching this Barber, though she did not tell me. However, a guinea for one night's work is not bad pay. Chapter 91. Brother Oakley is Sister Oakley within. This rather cool speech, cool considering all the circumstances, was uttered by no other than the Reverend Mr. Lupin to Mr. Oakley, who was working in his shop on the morning after Johanna had gone upon her perilous enterprise to Todd's. Mr. Oakley looked up with surprise upon his features. What, he said, is Sister Oakley within, brother? Don't call me brother, you canting hypocrite. How do you make out any such relationship, I should like to know? Are we not all brothers in the Lord? Foh, go along. Nay, brother Oakley, my coming to you upon this day hath in good truth a meaning. As he said these words, the countenance of the pious man had upon it a malignant expression, and there was a twinkle about his eyes, which said as plainly as possible, and that meaning is mischief. Old Oakley looked at him for some few seconds, and then he said, Hark you, Mr. Lupin, you have already meddled too much in my affairs, and I desire now that you will be so good as to leave them alone. Humph! Brother Oakley, what I have to say concerns thee to hear, but I would rather say it to thy wife, who is a sister in the faith, and assuredly one of the elect, than I would say it to you, who will assuredly go to a warm place below for your want of faith. So I say again, is Sister Oakley within? If you mean my wife, replied the old spectacle maker, I am sorry to say that nobody knows less of her going out and coming home than I do. Truly, she frequents the tabernacle of the Lord called Ebenezer, where we all put up a hearty and moving prayer for you. Nobody asks you. I believe you are a set of rascals. How pleasant this is! What is pleasant? To be nailed. How charming it is for the friends of Satan to call the saints hard names. Brother Oakley, you are lost indeed. If you call me brother again, you shall be lost, Mr. Lupin. I tell you once for all, I don't know anything of my wife's going out or coming home, and I don't want to see you in my shop any more. If it were not for one person in this world, and that one an angel if ever one lived upon the earth, I should not care how soon my head was laid low. Humph, brother Oakley, humph. Oakley caught up a file to throw at the head of the hypocrite, but there was such an expression of triumph upon his face that the heart of the old spectacle-maker sunk within him as he thought to himself, "This man brings ill news, or he would never look as he does." The file dropped from his hands, and pushing his spectacles up to the top of his head, he glared at Lupin as he said, "Speak, speak, what have you to say?" "Humph, speak, man, if you be a man." "Humph, brother Oakley, you have a daughter, Johanna." "Yes, yes," cried old Oakley, "my heart told me that it was of my child this wretch came to speak. Tell me all instantly, speak what of my dear Johanna. I will wrest the truth from you. Has anything happened? Is she well? Speak, speak." Mr. Oakley sprang upon the preacher, and seizing him by the throat, forced him back until he fell upon an old chest in the shop that was full of tools, and the lid of which, giving way with Lupin's weight, and the sudden concussion with which he came upon it, precipitated him into the box among a number of pointed implements, the effect of which may be better imagined than described, as the newspapers say. "Murder, murder," screamed the preacher. "Now, you rascal," cried old Oakley, "say what you have got to say, and at once too." "Murder," again gasped Lupin. "Brother Oakley, spare my life." "I will not spare it if you are not quite explicit as regards what you have hinted of my child. Speak at once. Tell me what you have to say." "Let me get up. Oh, be merciful and let me get up." "No, you can stay very well where you are. Be quiet and speak freely, in which case no harm will come to you." "Did you say be quiet, brother Oakley? Truly you would be anything but quiet in my situation. What induces you to keep all your tools in this chest with the points uppermost?" "You are trying to prevaricate now," said Oakley, suddenly snatching from the wall of his shop an antique sword that had hung there as a sort of ornament, not entirely inconsistent with his trade. "You are trying to prevaricate with me now, and I must and will have your life. Prepare for the worst. You have now aroused feelings that cannot be so easily quelled again. Your last hour has come." The sight of the sword awakened the most lively feelings of terror in the mind of the preacher. He gave a howl of dismay and made the most frantic efforts to get up out of the tool chest, but that was no easy matter, particularly as old Oakley flourished the antique sword in dangerous proximity to his nose. At length, lifting up his hands in the most supplicating manner, he cried, "Mercy, mercy, and I will tell." "Go on, then. Quick." "Yes, yes, oh dear, yes, I was sojourning in this ungodly city, and taking my way deep in thought upon the wickedness of the world, the greater portion of the inhabitants of which will assuredly go down below, where there is howling and— "You rascal, I'll make you howl if you do not come to the point quickly." A flourish of the sword, so close to the face of Mr. Lupin that he really believed for the moment it had taken the end of his nose off, admonished him that the patience of Mr. Oakley was nearly exhausted, and in a whining tone he added, "Truly I was in the street called Fleet Street, when as I was crossing the way a young lad nearly upset me into the kennel. He did not see me, but I saw him. Truly, brother Oakley, I saw the face of that individual." "Well, what is that to me? I ask you, what is he to me? Go on." Oh, don't say I have not prepared you for the worst. Oh, now, brother Oakley, I will tell you, even although it provoke an abundance of wrath. That boy, that individual who nearly overthrew me, one of the elect as I am, into the kennel, had the face of your daughter, Johanna." The spectacle-maker looked confused, as well he might. "The face of my daughter, Johanna," he said. "What do you mean? Is all this cock-and-a-bull story about some boy in the street who happened in your eyes to bear a resemblance to my child?" "Humph, aye, truly, humph, so striking a resemblance that sitting here, even as I am upon the points of many instruments of steel and of iron, I aver that that boy was Johanna Oakley." Oakley staggered back, and the antique sword dropped from his hand, a proceeding which Mr. Lupin profited sufficiently by to scramble out of the tool chest, and make towards the door. In another moment he would have left the shop, for he had done all the mischief he could by telling the anxious father such a tale, but suddenly Oakley snatched the sword from the floor again, and rushing after Mr. Lupin, he caught him by the skirts at the very nick of time and dragged him into the shop again. Holding then the sword to his throat, he said, "Scoundrel, how dare you come and tell me such a thing? Your life, your worthless life, ought to pay the penalty of such an odious falsehood." "No, no," cried Lupin, falling upon his knees, for he saw the sword uplifted. "No, what if it be true? What if it be true?" The old man's hands shook, and the point of the sword, which had been in most dreadful proximity to Mr. Lupin's throat, was gradually lowered until it touched the floor. Tell me again," gasped Oakley. The preacher saw that his danger was over, and rising, he took a handkerchief from his pocket and began deliberately to dust his knees as he said in a low, snuffling voice, "Truly, you are a vessel of wrath, brother Oakley." "Stop," cried Oakley. "I have told you before not to call me brother. I have no fellowship or brotherhood with you. Do not tempt me to more violence by the use of that word." "Let it be as you please," said Lupin, "but as regards the maiden, who for a surety is fair to look upon, although all flesh is grass and beauty waneth after a season, I want none of your canting reflections. To your tale. When and where was it that you saw my child? In the street called Fleet, as I and all of us are sinners. She wore neither garments suitable and conformable unto a boy, but not to a girl, as the way of the world goeth, and yet she looked comely, did the maiden. Ay, very comely. I was moved to see her truly. Her eyes there was no mistaking, and her lips, ay, it was the maiden. But after sitting in the kennel for one moment into which I fell, and getting up again amid the laughter of the ungodly bystanders, I found that she was gone. And so you have come on to me with this monstrous tale." "Monstrous tale," said Mr. Lupin, turning round as though he expected to find such an appendage flourishing behind him. "I am not aware." The old spectacle-maker staggered into a seat, and holding his hands clasped before him for a few moments, he strove to think calmly of what had been told to him. The preacher was not slow in taking advantage of this condition into which Mr. Oakley fell, to protect himself against any further danger from the sword. He picked up that weapon from the floor, and not finding any place readily in the shop where he might effectually hide it, he held it behind his back, and finally thrust the long blade of it between his coat and his waistcoat, where he thought it was to be sure wonderfully well hidden. He did not calculate that the point projected above his coat collar and his head some 6 inches or so, presenting a very singular appearance indeed. He then waited for Oakley to speak, for to tell the truth, the curiosity of Lupin was strongly excited concerning Johanna, as well as his sense of enjoyment, tickled by the distress of the father whom he considered his enemy. After this he waited patiently enough to see what course the afflicted man would pursue, and indeed the whole conduct of Lupin was most convincing of the fact that he entertained no doubt whatever as to the identity of the supposed boy he had seen in Fleet Street. The time at which he had seen Johanna must have been when she ran over the road from Todd's shop and took refuge in the fruiterer's. Well then, poor Mr. Oakley was trying to think. He was trying to convince himself that it could not possibly have been Johanna who had been seen by the preacher. But then there was still present to his mind the impression that had been made upon it by the singular manner in which she had bidden him adieu upon the last occasion of his seeing her. He remembered how she had come back, after leaving the shop with her young friend, Arabella Wilmot, and how then, with a burst of feeling, she had taken of him a second farewell. No wonder then that, by combining that with the information Lupin had brought, the father found enough to shudder at, and he did shudder. Mr. Lupin watched him attentively. Suddenly rising, with a face pale as death itself, Oakley advanced to Lupin, and laying his hand upon his breast, he said to him, "Man, I suspect that there is much hypocrisy in your nature. It may be unjust to do so. It may be that I am doing you a wrong, but yet I do think in my heart that you are one of those who adopt the garb and the language of piety for the selfish purposes of human nature. And yet you must have some feeling. At the bottom of even such a heart as yours, there must be some touch of humanity. And by that I conjure you to say if you have told the truth to me in this matter concerning my child. I have, said Lupin. If you have not, I will say nothing to you. I will be guilty of no attempt at revengeful violence. Only tell me so, and you shall go in peace. What I have told you of the maiden is true, said Lupin. I saw her, with these eyes I saw her. The spectacle maker slipped off his working apron and the black sleeves he wore over his coat to protect it from the dust and other destructive matters incidental to his work-bench, and then he snatched his hat from a peg upon which it hung in the shop. Come, he said. Come, you and I will walk together to the house where I was told Johanna was to be, and if I do not find her there, I will thank you for the information you have given to me. I will not stop to inquire what were your motives in giving it, but I will thank you for it. Come with me. Truly I will come with you, said Lupin, for I am curious, that is to say, I am in a religious point of view, anxious to know what has become of the maiden who was so fair to look upon always, although she had not a godly spirit. Oakley locked up his shop, and put the key in his pocket, then taking the preacher by the arm, he set off at a fast pace for the house of Arabella Wilmot. Chapter 92. We return to Todd. After he had put up his own shutters and properly secured his doors for the night, he lit the lamp in his parlour and glancing curiously around him, he muttered, Yes, this will assuredly be the last night here. How I hate the look of anything, and how eagerly I shall banish from my mind all kind of remembrance of this place when I am in another land, as I shall be shortly. Let me see, I will embrace the Catholic religion, and I will be most devout. The regularity of my religious exercises shall do much for me. Indeed, I do not think I could have remained so long in London if I had not had the prudence to be regular at the church. It is true that of late I have neglected all that, but then I am going soon, and it does not matter. Todd sat down and looked over the memoranda of things he had to do that he had made. He felt tolerably satisfied with the condition of affairs. That Colonel Geoffrey and that others suspected him, he could not doubt, but he felt quite confident that he should be far off before those suspicions repaired into anything dangerous to him. He still clung to the idea that they knew nothing, or else they would arrest him, and while such did not ensue, he considered himself as in a tolerably safe position. He then set about the preparations for firing his house. We need not follow him through those preparations. We need not state how he soaked clothes in turpentine and oil, and how he placed them in such positions, combined with small packages of gunpowder and lumps of rosin, that if a torch were to be applied at the lower part of the house, the whole would be in a few moments in a blaze. Suffice it to say that Todd worked hard for the next 2 hours, and that by the time they had gone, he had got everything ready for the perpetration of that last crime which he intended to commit, before he crossed the threshold of his house upon the following night, to leave it for ever. Todd preparing combustibles to fire his house. More than once during these 2 hours he drank brandy. The ardent spirit had become necessary to the existence of Todd now, and when he took a draught at the conclusion of his labours, he smiled grimly as he said, Charlie Green will have quite a funeral of flame. He shall die, and his body shall be consumed in the blazing fragments of this house, and it will go hard but this side of Fleet Street suffers. Oh, if the flames would only spread to the old church, I should rejoice much at that, and they may do so. Yes, they may do so. Ha, ha, I shall be remembered in London. As he spoke, a dull, heavy sort of sound at the outer door of his house came upon his ears. It was as though something heavy had been thrown against it. With fear expressed upon every feature of his face, Todd listened for a repetition of the sound. It did not come again. Todd began to breathe a little more freely, and yet he kept asking himself, what was it? and the utmost powers of his imagination could return him no feasible answer to the interesting inquiry. But nothing was more easy than to go to the door and see if anyone was there, or if anything had happened to it. Should he open it for such a purpose? Should he unbar and unbolt at the risk of he knew not what? No, he would, from the first-floor balcony, and there was a frail one, reconnoitre the street. He should then be easily able to see if there were any danger. He had no sooner made this determination than he carried it out by ascending the dark blackened staircase conducting to the upper part of his house, that staircase which was now so completely covered by combustible materials. At every few steps he took he listened attentively. He thought there might yet be a repetition of the sound, but no, all was still. And by the time he reached his first floor, he was in some sort recovered from his first fright. That was something. He left his light upon the stairhead, for he had no wish to point himself out to the chance passengers in Fleet Street, or perhaps to some enemy, by going into that room with a light in his hand. No, Todd was much too acute for that, so carefully closing the door so that no ray of light got in from the staircase, he crept to the window. The shutters had to be unfastened, for Todd's house was always carefully closed up like the Duke of Wellington's at the present day. He very quickly unclosed one of the long-disused windows, and opening it gently, looked out over the edge of the little crazy balcony into the street. Something big and black was against his door. The more Todd bent his gaze upon this object, the more a kind of undefined terror took possession of him, and the more puzzled he was to give a name to the dark mass that had been laid upon his threshold. There was no lamp very near his house, or else, miserable as was the light from those old oil apologies for illuminators, some few rays might have fallen upon the dark mass and told Todd what it was. But no, all was dark and dubious, and he strained his eyes in vain to penetrate the mystery. "I must go down," he said. "I must open the door. Yes, I cannot live and not know what this is. I must open the door, however reluctantly, and ascertain precisely." While Todd was talking, and still keeping his eyes fixed upon the mysterious object at his door, he saw suddenly in the midst of it a bright luminous spark, as if something connected with it was of a red heat, and slowly smouldering on fire. If he was before puzzled to account for the phenomenon of a dark object, without shape or form, lying propped up against his door, he was now more than ever confounded, and his imagination started some of the most improbable conjectures in the world to account for the appearance. He thought that it must be some combustible, which in the course of a few moments would go off with a stunning report and blow his street door to atoms. But then again, what could be the object of such a thing? The more he considered the affair from above, the more he was puzzled and terrified. So at last, with a feeling of desperation, he ran downstairs and began to unfasten the street door. He did not pause in his work until he had flung it open, and then the mystery was explained. A man, half asleep with a lighted pipe in his mouth, rolled backwards into the shop, and as he did so, with the dreamy half-consciousness that he was upon some sort of duty, he said, "I'll watch him, Mrs. Lovett. He shan't get away without your knowing of it, ma'am." Todd understood the man's errand in a moment. Of course he had been employed to watch him by Mrs. Lovett, who had a slight idea that he might not be forthcoming for the promised morning settlement. Todd seized the man by the collar, and dragging him fairly into the shop, closed the door again. He said, "a good joke." "What's a joke, sir?" said the man. "What's a joke? Murder? Where am I? Where am I? Help!" "Hush," said Todd. "Hush, it's of no consequence. I know all about it, man. Mrs. Lovett employed you to watch me. She was a little jealous, but we have made it all right now, and she asked me if I saw you to pay you and give you a glass of something beside." "Did she, sir?" "To be sure she did, so come in and you can tell her when you see her in the morning that you had of me a glass of as good liquor as could be found in London. By the by, what am I to pay you?" "A guinea, sir." "Exactly, it was a guinea, of course. This way, my friend, this way. Don't fall over the shaving chair, I beg of you. You can't hurt it, for it is a fixture, but you might hurt yourself, and that is of more importance to you, you know. While we do live in this world, if it be for ever so short a time, we may as well live comfortably, talking away thus all suspicion from the man who was not one of the brightest of geniuses in the world. Todd led the way to the parlour, that fatal parlour which had been the last scene of more than one mortal life. He closed the door, and then in quite a good-humoured way he pointed to the seat, saying, "Rest yourself, my friend, rest yourself while I get out the bottle. And so it is 1 guinea that I am to give you, eh?" "Yes, sir, and all I can say is that I am very glad to hear that you and Mrs. Lovett have made matters all right again. Very glad indeed, sir, I may say. In course I shouldn't have took the liberty of sitting down by your door, sir, if she had not told me to watch the house and let her know if so be as you come out of it, or if I saw any packages moving. She didn't say anything to me what it was for, but 1 guinea is just as well earned easy as not, you see, sir." "Certainly, my friend, certainly. Drink that." The man tossed off the glass of something that Todd gave him, and then he licked his lips as he said, "What is it, sir? It's strong, but I can't say for my part that I like the flavour of it much." "Not like it? Not much, sir. Why, it's a most expensive foreign liquor, that is, and by all the best judges in the kingdom is never found fault with. Very few persons indeed have tasted it, but of those few not one has come to me to say, Mr. Todd." "Good God," said the man as he clasped his head with both of his hands. "Good God, how strange I feel, I must be going mad." "Mad," cried Todd as he leant far over the table so as to bring his face quite close to the man's. "Mad, not at all. What you feel now is part of your death pang. You are dying, I have poisoned you. Do you hear that? You have watched me, and I have in return poisoned you. Do you understand that? Todd poisons Mrs. Lovett's spy and tells him of it." The dying man made an ineffectual effort to rise from the chair, but he could not. With a gasping sob he let his head sink upon his breast. He was dead. "They perish," said Todd, "one by one. They who oppose me perish, and so shall they all. Ha, so shall they all, and she who set this fool on to his destruction shall feel yet the pang of death and know that she owes it to me. Yes, Mrs. Lovett, yes." He closed his arms over his breast and looked at the body for some moments in silence, and then, with a sneer upon his lips, he added, "No, Mrs. Lovett, you did not show your judgment in this matter. Had you wished to watch me, you should have done it yourself, and not employed this poor weak wretch who has paid the price of his folly. Go, go." He struck the chair from under the dead man with his foot, and the corpse that had partially been supported by it and the table fell to the floor. Another kick sent it under the large table, and then, as another of Todd's victims had once done, it disappeared. "Tomorrow night by this time," said Todd musingly, "where shall I be?" Chapter 93. The anxiety of poor Mr. Oakley increased each moment as he and the preacher neared the house of Arabella Wilmot's friends. We regret to say that Mr. Lupin did enjoy the mental agony of the father, but it was in his nature so to do, and we must take poor humanity as we find it. It must be recollected that Mr. Lupin had, through Johanna, suffered great malefactions. The treatment he had received at the hands of Big Ben, although most richly deserved, had been on account of Johanna, and as regarded the old spectacle-maker himself, he had always occupied an antagonistic position as regarded Mr. Lupin. No wonder then, we say, that human nature, particularly in its evangelical variety, was not proof against the fascination of a little revenge. Now, Mr. Lupin felt so sure that he had made no mistake, but that it was no other than the fair Johanna, whom he had seen in what he called the unseemly apparel, that he did not feel inclined to draw back for a moment in the matter. Curiosity, as well as a natural to him feeling of malignity, urged him to stick by the father in order that he might know the result of inquiries that he, Lupin, had no opportunity or excuse for making, but which Mr. Oakley might institute with the most perfect and unquestionable profundity. As we have before had occasion to remark, the distance between Oakley's shop and the residence of the friends of Arabella was but short, so that, at the speed which the excited feelings of the fond father induced him to adopt, He soon stood upon the threshold of the residence, beneath the roof of which he hoped, notwithstanding the news so confidently brought by Lupin, to find his much-loved, idolized child. "You shall see," he said to Lupin, catching his breath as he spoke. "You shall see how very wrong you are." "Humph," said Lupin. "You shall see," continued poor Oakley, still dallying with the knocker. "You shall see what an error you have made, and how impossible it is that my child, my good and kind Johanna, could be the person you saw in Fleet Street." "Ah," said Lupin. Mr. Oakley knocked at the door, and as one of the family had seen him through the blinds of the parlour window, he was at once admitted and kindly received by those who knew him and his worth well. He asked, in an odd gasping manner, that Mr. Lupin might have permission to come in, which was readily granted, and with a solemn air, shaking his head at the vanities he saw in the shape of some profane statuary in the hall, the preacher followed Oakley to the dining-room. It was an aunt of Arabella's to whom they were introduced, and with a smile she said, "Really, Mr. Oakley, a visit from you is such a rarity that we ought not to know how to make enough of you when you do come. Why, it must have been Christmas 12 since you were last beneath this roof. Don't you remember when your dear, good, pretty Johanna won all hearts?" "Yes, yes," said Oakley, glancing triumphantly at Lupin. "My dear child, whom all the world loves, God bless her. She is pure and good and faultless as an angel." "That, Mr. Oakley," said the lady, "I believe she is. We are as fond of her here and always as glad to see her as though she belonged to us. Indeed, we quite envy you such a treasure as she is." Tears gushed into the grateful father's eyes as he heard his child, his own Johanna, she who reigned all alone in his heart, and yet filled it so completely, so spoken of. How glad he was that there was someone besides himself present to hear all that, although that one was an enemy. With what a triumphant glance he looked around him. "Humph," said Lupin. That humph recalled Oakley to the business of his visit, and yet how hot and parched his lips got when he would have framed the all-important question, "Is my child here?" and how he shook and gasped for breath a moment before he could speak. At length he found courage not to ask if Johanna was there. No, no, he felt that he dared not doubt that. It would have been madness to doubt it, sheer insanity. So he put the question indirectly, and he contrived to say, "I hope the two girls are quite well, quite well." "Two girls," said the aunt. "Two girls." "Yes," gasped Oakley. "Johanna and Arabella, you know, your Arabella and my Johanna, my child. You ought to know, Mr. Oakley, considering that they are at your house, you know. I hope that neither of them have been at all indisposed. Surely that is not the case, and this is not your strange way of breaking it to us, Mr. Oakley." The bereaved father, yes, at that moment he felt that he was a bereaved father, clutched the arms of the chair upon which he sat, and his face turned of a ghastly paleness. He made an inarticulate effort to speak, but could only produce a strange gurgling noise. "Gracious heavens, he is ill," cried Arabella's aunt. "No, madam," said Lupin, "he is only convinced." "Convinced of what?" "Of what he himself will tell you, madam." "Help, help," cried Oakley. "Help my child, my Johanna, my beautiful child. Mercy, help. Give her to my arms again. Oh, no, 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 she could not leave me thus. It is false. It is some desperate juggle. My child, come once again to these arms. God, God, help me." Arabella's aunt rose in the greatest alarm and rung the bell so sharply that it brought everybody that was in the house to that room, and Mr. Lupin, when he saw what a congregation there was, rose up and said in a snuffling voice, "Is there any objection to a prayer?" "The greatest at present, sir," said Arabella's aunt. "Sir, there is a time for all things. The state of poor Mr. Oakley now claims all our care. If you are his friend—" At these words, Oakley appeared to shake off much of the prostrating effects of the first dreadful conviction that what Lupin had told him was true, and he said, "No, no, he is no friend. He is a bitter enemy, the enemy of my peace and of my dear child. I am calmer now, and I implore that that man be made to leave this house." "Brother Oakley," said Lupin, "you brought me here, and I now command you hence. Begone, villain, begone. Go and exult over the heart-broken father's grief. Go and tell the tale where you will, you cannot move me now. Go, go, go. Truly I will go presently, but first of all I say to you, brother Oakley, hardened sinner as you are, repent. Down upon your knees all of you, and join me in prayer, that the unbelievers may roll upon billows of burning brimstone, and that— Come, said a man who happened to be in the house upon some domestic errand, Mrs. Wilmot says you are to go, and go you shall. Come, be off, I know who you are. You are the rascal that married the widow in Moorfields, but who, they say, has another wife in Liverpool. If you don't go, I shall give you in charge for bigamy, and the widow says she will spend her last penny in prosecuting you. Mr. Lupin unmasked. To meet any one half so well informed about his affairs would have been a terrible blow to Mr. Lupin, but when he found that this man, who was a kind of jobbing cabinet maker, knew so much, his great goggle eyes opened to an alarming width, and he made a movement towards the door. Still, he did not like to go without saying something. Flee, ye wretches, he said, from the wrath to come. You will all go into the bottomless pit, you will, and I shall rejoice at it, and sing many songs of joy over you. Scoffers and mockers, I leave you all to your fate. The devil will have you all, and that is a great comfort and gratification to the elect and to the saints. With this, Mr. Lupin made a precipitate retreat, having achieved about as little in the way of satisfying his curiosity as could very well be conceived. It was a relief, a great relief to Mr. Oakley to be rid of such a witness to his feelings as Lupin, and when he had fairly gone and the outer door was closed upon him, the spectacle maker, with clasped hands and countenance expressive of the greatest possible amount of mental agony, spoke. Dismiss all but ourselves, madam, he said. There's that to say which may be said to you alone, but which it would break my heart to say to many. The room was soon clear, and then Oakley continued in a low, faltering voice to make those inquiries, each answer to which was so fatal to his peace of mind. Madam, he said, is not my child, my Johanna, here staying on a visit with Arabella? No, no, certainly not. This was so frightfully conclusive that it was some few moments before he could go on, but when he did, he said, Is Arabella in the house? That, Mr. Oakley, replied the aunt, is a question I cannot answer you at the moment, but rest and compose yourself for a few moments, and I will ascertain myself if she be in or out, and if the latter when she was last seen. I am much beholden to you, madam. I am a poor old man, much broken in spirit, and with but one strong tie to bind me to a world which has nearly done with me. That tie is the love of my dear child Johanna. Alas, if that be broken, I am all adrift, and at the mercy of the winds and waves of evil fortune, and the sooner I close my eyes in the long sleep of death, the better for me and all who feel for me. Nay, Mr. Oakley, I look upon it as a thing almost criminal to despair. There is one maxim which I have learnt in my experience of life, and which I am sure you must have had abundant opportunities of learning likewise. It is, never to trust to appearances. The old man looked at her with a saddened aspect. It was quite evident his feelings had been too strongly acted upon to make any philosophy available to him, and when she left the room to make the inquiries concerning Arabella, he wrung his hands and wept. Yes, he said, yes, I am indeed alone now, a wreck, a straw upon the ocean of society. The sooner I drift in the grave now, the better for me and all who pity the old man. Oh, Johanna, Johanna, my child, my beautiful, why did you not wait until I was dead before you left me? Then I should have slept calmly and known nothing, but now my days and nights will be dreams of horror. The door opened and the aunt reappeared. Arabella is not within, she said, and has not been seen for some hours now. When last seen her manner was evidently perturbed. But now, Mr. Oakley, sit down by me and tell me as clearly and as distinctly all you know and all you fear. There are few evils in this world, but there are some remedies for, and you shall have my true and calm opinion if you will tell me all. It is something astonishing, and yet one of the most ordinary of mental phenomena, to note what a power a cool and clear intellect will exert over one that is distracted and full of woe and clamorous grief, Mr. Oakley did sit down by the side of Arabella's aunt, and he told her all that happened, the girl of which, of course, was the real or supposed appearance of Johanna in Fleet Street, in male attire. The collateral circumstances, such as the hurried and half-frantic farewell of him in the shop by Johanna, and the misrepresentation by Arabella that she, Johanna, was going to stop there, evidently made a deep impression upon the aunt. Her countenance changed visibly as she said faintly, "God help us all." "Lost, lost," cried Oakley. "Yes, even you, hopeful as you were and hopeful as you would fain have made me, even you, now that you know all, feel that she is lost. God indeed only can help me now." "No, Mr. Oakley," said the aunt, rallying, "I will not yet trust to appearances, although I own that they are bad. I will come to no conclusion until I have seen Arabella and got the truth from her. It is quite clear that there is some secret between the two young creatures. It is quite clear that there is something going on that we know nothing of, and to speculate upon which may only involve us in an inextricable labyrinth of conjectures. I say there is some secret, but it may not be a guilty one." Not guilty. No, Mr. Oakley, there are many degrees of indiscretion to pass through ere the gulf of guilt is reached at last. I have faith in Arabella, I have faith in Johanna, and even now, admitting for a moment the truth of what that man whom you brought with you here reports, Johanna may only have to be blamed for folly. Do you think he did so see her? I doubt it much. "Mother," said a lad of 15, coming hastily into the room. "Mother, He paused upon seeing Mr. Oakley there and stammered out some apology. He had only come to tell his mother that a whole suit of his clothes were missing from his room and that he could find them nowhere, and he could not make it out, and one of his hats was gone too, and a pair of shoes, and— Old Oakley fell back in his chair with a groan. "She has them," he said. "She has them. My child, whom I shall never see again, has them." Chapter 94. Another day has dawned upon the great city. Another sun has risen upon the iniquities of hosts of men, but upon no amount of cold-blooded, hardened, pitiless criminality that could come near to that of Sweeney Todd. No, he certainly held the position of being in London, then, the worst of the worst. But who shall take upon himself now to say that in this pest-ridden, loyalty-mad, abuse-loving city of London there are not some who are more than even Sweeney Todd's equals? Who shall say that hidden scenes of guilt and horror are not transacting all around us, that would, in their black iniquity, far transcend anything that Sweeney Todd has done or dreamt of doing? Let the imagination run riot in its fanciful conjectures of what human nature is capable of, and in London there shall be found those who will reduce to practice the worst frenzied deeds that can be conceived. Yes, the dawn of another day had come, and Todd had made all his preparations. Nothing was wanting, but the match that was to set Fleet Street, he fondly hoped, in a blaze. His own house, he felt quite certain, could not escape. It would be a charred mass long before any effectual means could be procured to check the devastation of the flames, and then as the good ship spread its swelling sails to the wind to bear him to another shore, he should be lighted upon his way by the glare of the great fire in Fleet Street, that no one would be able to guess the origin of. So he told himself. Short-sighted mortals that we! Ah, how little Todd, with all his cleverness, all his far-seeing thrift and fancy, dreamt of the volcano upon which he stood. How little he for one moment imagined it was possible that the sword of justice hung over him by so slender a thread. How he would have glared at anyone who might have told him that he only moved about by sufferance, and yet such was the fact. Sir Richard Blunt could put his hand upon him at any moment and say, "Todd, you are my prisoner. To Newgate, from whence only you will emerge to your trial, and to the scaffold." No, Todd, good easy soul, had not the slightest idea of his real position upon that morning. He waited rather impatiently for the arrival of Johanna to take down the shutters, and she urged upon Sir Richard Blunt and her friends at the fruiterer's the propriety of her going and doing that morning piece of work, but they would not hear of it. She at length used an argument which made Sir Richard adopt another course than keeping her at the fruiterer's until Todd should get out of all patience and open his shop himself. "It is possible," she said, "that I may be subjected to ill usage if I am not there, and then being compelled to call for aid as I might, you would feel that you were forced to take Todd into custody before the time at which you have resolved so to do." "That is true," said Sir Richard, and then after some little consideration he added, "I have a plan that will save you both ways. You shall be in time, and yet you shall not take down Todd's shutters." They could none of them conceive at the moment how Sir Richard intended to manage this, but they quickly saw that it was easy enough. Opening just a little way one of the windows of the first floor at the fruiterer's, he blew a whistle that he had suspended round his neck by a small chain. In the course of a few moments, Crotchet walked into the shop. "Governor here," he said. "I heard him a-chirping for me just now, didn't I?" "Yes, Crotchet," said the fruiterer, who knew him quite well. "Step upstairs, you will find him there." Crotchet was soon in the presence of Sir Richard and Johanna and the fruiterer's daughter. He made a rough sort of salute to the whole party, and then remarked again that he had heard the governor a-chirping, he rather thought. "Yes, Crotchet," said Sir Richard, "you're quite right. You know this young lady here," indicating Johanna. "Reether," said Crotchet. "Well then, you will seem to be passing Todd's shop when she commences taking down the shutters, and seeing that they are too heavy for such a mere boy, you good-naturedly take them down for him, you understand. It is the last time that they will be taken down for Todd, I think." "All's right," said Crotchet. "I understands it's as good as done. Lord, what a scrooge there will be at the hanging o' that Barber, to be sure, unless he manages to cheat the gallows. And I takes notice in my hexperience as them ere worry bad uns seldom does try that ere game on with all their bounce." "Now, Miss Oakley," said Sir Richard blunt, "I think then your time has come, and as Crotchet will take down the shutters, you may as well go over at once. I think you thoroughly understand what you have to do, and if Todd asks you where you lodged, you had better say that the servants here offered to let you sleep by the kitchen fire, and you accepted the offer, for he may be watching for you now and see you come out of this house, for all we know to the contrary. And now remember, without any reference to my plans or what I would rather do if you feel yourself or fancy you feel yourself in the least danger, take the means I have pointed out to you of summoning aid, and aid will come to you." "I will," said Johanna. "Heaven speed you then. This will be the last day, I think, of the career of that bold bad man. I intend to make such an effort to get under his house to-day, as I hope and expect will enable me to come at the grand secret, namely, of how he disposes of his victims so quickly, for that there is some wonderful jugglery in it, I am certain." Johanna took a kind leave of the fruiterer's daughter, who had lavished upon her all those attentions which, in Johanna's position, became so precious from one of her own sex, and then, assuming a careless manner, with her hat put on in a boyish, slovenly sort of way, she boldly crossed the road to Sweeney Todd's. He had been watching through a hole in the upper part of one of the shutters. In a moment all sorts of ugly suspicions took possession of his mind. What could Charlie Green, his errand boy from Oxford, who knew no one, and was unknown to all London, doing at a tradesman's house in Fleet Street at such an hour in the morning? How came he to know the people of that house? How came he to dream of going there? Todd was boiling with anger and curiosity when he opened the door and admitted Johanna, a thing that he was unmindful enough to do before she knocked for admission, which alone would have been amply sufficient to point out to her that she had been watched from some peephole in the house. He stretched out his hand and dragged her in. He controlled his temper sufficiently to enable him to gratify his curiosity. He made quite certain that Charlie Green would tell him some story of where he had been which should not convict the fruiterer. By the light of a miserable candle that Todd had burning in the dark closed shop, he glared at Johanna. "Well, well," he said, "a good night's rest, Charlie." "Tolerable, sir." "Humph, ha! And did you find a place to sleep at cheaply and decently, my good lad, eh?" I was very fortunate indeed, sir. Oh, you were very fortunate indeed. Yes, sir, I am, through being country bred, I suppose, fond of fruit, so when I left you last night I bought an apple at a shop opposite. Oh, at Mr. I don't know the name, sir, said Johanna, but I can run out and ascertain, I dare say. Todd gave a low sort of growl. He did not know if he were being foiled by innocence or by art. With an impatient gesture he added, "Never mind the apples, I wish to know where you slept, Charlie, that I may judge if it was a proper place. There are so many wicked people in London." "Ah, there, sir. Bar, go on, where did you sleep?" "Well, sir, as there was a kind, tempered-looking servant in the fruiterer's shop, I thought she might be able to tell me of some place where I could lodge, and when she had heard my story—" Story? What story?" "How destitute I was, sir, and how kind you had been to employ me without a character, and how happy and contented I was in your service, sir. So when she had heard all that, she said, 'It is too late for you to go lodging hunting tonight. There is an old bench in our kitchen, and if you like you may sleep on that.'" Todd gave a growl. "And so you slept there?" "Yes, sir." He paced the shop for some few moments in deep thought, knitting his brows and trying to make something out of what he had heard, contrary to what it seemed. But Johanna's story was too straightforward and simple for him to find any flaw in it, and after a few moments he felt compelled to admit to himself that it must be the truth. Turning to her with something of the amount of amiability one might expect from a bear, he said, "Open the shop." "Yes, sir, directly." Johanna propped the door wide open, and then having, by the dim light of the miserable candle, found a screw which fastened a bar across the shutters, she speedily released it, and then went into the street. At that moment Crotchet came along, whistling in so thoroughly careless a manner that even Johanna thought he had forgotten his instructions and was about to pass the shop. She had her hand upon the bar when he stopped, saying in an off-handed manner, "Why, little the mere shutters is too much for you. I'll give you a helping hand. Law bless you, don't say anything about it. It ain't no sort o' trouble to me, my little chap. Here goes." Mr. Crotchet began opening Todd's shop with such a fury and a vengeance that the clatter and the speed with which the operation was being accomplished brought Todd out of the parlour to see what on earth Charlie was about, and when he saw Crotchet coming in with 3 shutters in his arms at once, he could scarcely believe his eyes, and he roared out, "What's this? Who are you?" "Easy, easy," said Crotchet. "Don't get in the way, old gentleman. Easy, there now." Crotchet managed to give Todd such a rap on the side of the head with the shutters that 1,000 lights danced in his eyes, and he writhed with pain. "Well, I never," said Crotchet. "I hope I haven't hurt you, old man. You see I was a-passing, and seed as these here shutters was rather a bit top-heavy for your little son here, and I thought I'd give him a helping hand. To be sure he didn't want me to, but you see I would, and perhaps as your old head is getting better, you wouldn't mind a pint of beer, old gentleman." "You atrocious villain," yelled Todd. "I'll cut your throat, I'll polish you off. Would you like to be shaved?" "I've had a scrape already," said Crotchet, "and if you won't stand the beer, why you won't, and there's no bones broke arter all. Good morning, old grampus. Good morning, my little chap, I wishes you good luck. And if I am passing again, I don't mind lending you a helping hand, though the governor is about one o' the ugliest, nastiest tempered brutes I ever came near in all my life." Crotchet went away whistling with great composure. Chapter 95. Todd seized Johanna by the arm and dragged her into the shop. He locked the door and then confronting her he said, "How kind it was of your friend to take down the shutters for you, Charlie Green." "My friend, sir?" "Yes, your friend who declined being shaved, you know, because you told him last night that he had better go to some other shop." "Really, sir," said Johanna, "I don't know what you mean." Come, Charlie, confess that you do know someone in London as well as you know me. Confess now that people are so fond of interfering in other folks' affairs that you have been set on to watch me. I shall not be at all angry, indeed I shall not, I assure you. Not the least, only tell me the truth. That is all I ask of you, my boy, and you will find that it is no bad thing to make a friend of Sweeney Todd. If I had, sir, anything to confess, replied Johanna, except that at times I do feel that I wish I had not run away from my mother-in-law at Oxford, I should soon tell it all to you. And so that is all, Charlie. All at present, sir. What a good lad, what an exemplary lad. Light the shop fire, if you please, Charlie. Humph, I am wrong, muttered Todd to himself. But yet I will cut his throat before I leave tonight. It will be safer and more satisfactory to do so. And besides, he has given me some uneasiness, and I hate him for his quiet, gentle ways. I hate everybody. I would cut the throats of all the world if I could. Light the fire quickly, you young hound, will you? Johanna trembled. She felt that anything but a blow from Todd she could put up with, but in her pocket she kept a jagged piece of flint stone, which would go through the window in a moment, and she felt that through she must throw it, if he only so much as raised his hand against her. The fire blazed up, and Todd at that moment had no further excuse for abusing Charlie. With a sulky growl he said, "You can call me out if anyone comes," and then he retired to his back parlour, closing and locking the door as usual. The morning felt rather raw, and Johanna was glad to warm her hands at the fire in the shop, which soon burnt brightly, but she did not venture upon keeping up a bright blaze for long. Todd's mode of managing the fire was always to keep a dry turf smouldering upon the top of it, from which ample heat enough was emitted to keep the shaving pot upon the simmer. She now placed upon the fire one of those turfs, a small pile of which were always ready in the corner of the shop. She had scarcely done so when the shop door opened and a man walked in. "Is Mr. Todd in, my little man?" he said. "Yes, sir. Do you wish to see him?" Johanna wished, if it were possible, to discourage visitors, but the man sat down at once in the shaving chair and placed his hat upon the floor, adding as he did so, "Yes, a right down good shave I want, as good as if St. Dunstan himself wanted one." The manner in which the man pronounced the word St. Dunstan was so marked that Johanna felt convinced at once he was a friend, and she felt quite a gush of pleasure at the thought that Sir Richard Blunt had such a continual supervising eye upon her safety. She felt that she must not look at this man otherwise than as a stranger. She felt that the least word of recognition might be fatal both to him and to her. She knew that Todd had some small orifice through which from his parlour he peeped into the shop, and that his eye was now upon her she did not doubt. "I will call Mr. Todd, sir," she said in a moment. "He is close at hand." "Thank you," replied the man. "I sit here as comfortable as St. Dunstan." "Yes," said Johanna, as she heard the watchword of safety and friendship once more uttered by that man who was in truth one of Sir Richard's most confidential and trustworthy officers. She at once now proceeded to the door of the parlour, and tapped at it until Todd opened it and popped his head out with a grim smile. "Oh, Charlie, my dear," he said, "does a gentleman want me?" "Yes, sir." "Ahem. Good morning, sir," added Todd as he advanced, tying on his apron. "A shave, I presume, sir. A close shave, sir. I do think of all the luxuries in life, sir, a good close shave, what I call a regular polish off, sir, is one of the greatest in a small way. Charlie, ain't it near breakfast time, my good lad?" "Yes, sir," said Johanna. "I dare say it is." "Very good, the hot water. Thank you, my dear. You will take 2 pence from the till, Charlie, and get yourself somewhere about the market, eh? Well now," a thin man in a cloak made his appearance at the door of the shop, and taking off his hat made a bow as he said, "I believe I have the pleasure of speaking to the pious Mr. Todd." "My name is Todd, sir. What is it?" "I am truly delighted," said the tall, thin man, sitting down upon the nearest seat and placing his hat upon his knees. "I am truly delighted to see you. Pray go on shaving that gentleman, as I shall be some time." "Some time about what?" almost screamed Todd, finding the tract, from which I purpose reading to you a few extracts upon the all-important subject of the election of grace and the insufficiency of works. Todd stropped a razor and glared at the intruder who, fitting on his nose with great precision a pair of blue spectacles, began rummaging in his hat. "Humph, this is it. No, this is not it. Well, I thought I had it here, and so I have. This is an imaginary and highly religious discourse upon saints and St. Dunstan in particular. Johanna knew in a moment that this other man was a friend likewise. He too had pronounced the word St. Dunstan in a peculiar manner. Todd suddenly became quite calm. "Sir," he said, "I take it as a very particular favour indeed that you should have called here upon such an errand, and I only beg that you will not hurry yourself in the least. I can go on shaving this gentleman, and perhaps when he is gone you will permit me the honour of operating upon you." "With great pleasure," replied the man. "Dear me, where can the tract be? Is this it?" "No, this is about the pious milkmaid who always put up a prayer for the milking pail to prevent the cow from kicking it over." "Dear me, where can it be? Oh, is this it?" "No, this is the story of the pious Barber's boy who, when he had an opportunity, went over the way and found his father there." "Dear me, where can it be?" Johanna started. The Barber's boy, she thought, who went over the way and found his father there. Those words are for me. She was now in quite a fever of anxiety to leave the shop, for she did not doubt but that by some means her father had heard of her position, and she felt that then nothing but the actual sight of her in perfect health and safety would satisfy him. But she dared not show the anxiety she felt. She bent over the fire and affected to be stirring the turf. "You can go and get your breakfast, Charlie," said Todd. "Thank you, sir." Johanna would not betray any haste, but she shook with agitation as she neared the door, and then she recollected that she had not taken the 2d from the till as she had been told to do, and that the circumstance of not doing so might create suspicion. She crept back and possessed herself of the pence. Todd watched her with the eyes of a demon. "Are you going, my dear Charlie?" he said. "Yes, sir." She left the shop, and then her first impulse would have induced her to hurry over the road to the fruiterer's shop, but her eyes fell upon the figure of Sir Richard Blunt standing in the fruiterer's doorway. He moved his hand signifying that she should go towards the market, and she did so. He quickly followed her. She did not look behind her until she was quite in the Old Fleet Market, and then, just as she looked round, Sir Richard Blunt touched her arm. "You understood my message," he said. "Yes, my father. Exactly. It is concerning him. It appears that some busybody, a man I understand named Lupin, has seen you in your present disguise and informed him of it. I know the man. He is one of those saintly hypocrites who make religion the cloak for their vices." "Yes, there are not a few of them," said Sir Richard. "They revel in vice and daily try to make the Almighty an accomplice in their offences against society. Well then, Johanna, this man has tortured your father with an account of your being in this disguise. It would torture him, naturally, without he knew all the reasons for it, but it appears that he went to the house of Miss Wilmot, and after some trouble saw her, when she, finding that he knew quite enough to make him wretched and not enough to explain your position, frankly told him all and brought him to me. It was the best. Most decidedly it was, and I need only say that he is anxiously waiting to see you at our friend the fruiterer's house. But as it would not do for you to go direct from Todd's door to there, I have intercepted you, you see, to take you by a safer route." "How good and kind and considerate you are to me," said Johanna, as she looked up in the face of the magistrate, while tears started to her eyes. "Without you, how miserably I must have failed in this adventure. Todd would no doubt before this have discovered me and taken my life." "Don't say a word about that," replied Sir Richard. "Recollect that after all it was my duty to protect you, and if I have been a little more anxious than usual in the performance of that duty, it is because I admire your heroic constancy and courage, and hope to see you happy yet. Alas, the sun of my happiness has set for ever. I can only now pray to heaven that it will endow me with patience to bear its decrees with serenity." "Well," added Sir Richard, "we will say no more upon that subject just now. Come with me, and I will take you to your father by a safer way than just crossing the road from Todd's shop to the fruiterer's." He led her down a court in Bridge Street, and thence through a complete labyrinth of passages, some of which still exist at the back of Fleet Street, and some of which have been swept away until they reached a door in a dingy-looking wall at which he paused. "This is the back of the fruiterer's house," he said, "and I dare say someone is waiting for me." He tapped 3 times distinctly at the door, and then it was opened immediately by the fruiterer's daughter, who with a smile clasped Johanna in her arms. "Welcome," she said, "welcome once again." "Ah, my dear friend," said Johanna, "I shall learn to bless the circumstances commencing in affliction as they did that have brought me acquainted with such kind hearts." They all 3 now crossed a little paved yard and were soon in the fruiterer's house. "Where is my dear father?" said Johanna. "Where is he?" "This way," said the young girl, who took so great an interest in the fate of Johanna. "This way, dear. He is in our room upstairs, and will be no less delighted to see you than you will be delighted to see him." "I am sure of that," said Johanna. She ran up the stairs with more speed than the fruiterer's daughter could make, and in another moment was in her father's arms. Chapter 96. For some few moments after this meeting, neither Mr. Oakley nor Johanna could speak. At length the old spectacle maker was just able to say, "Great God, I thank thee that once again I hold my darling to my heart." "Father, father," said Johanna, "did you think for one moment that I could have left you?" "No, my dear, no, but I was bewildered by all I heard. I was half mad, I think, until I was told all, and now we will go home, my pretty darling, at once, and we will have no secrets from each other. Dear heart, what a pretty boy you make, to be sure, but come, come, I am in an agony until I have you home again." "Father, listen to me." "Yes, my child, my darling, yes. If it had not been for Sir Richard Blunt I should now have been with the dead, and you and I would never have met again, but in another world, father. I owe him, therefore, you will say, some gratitude." "Some gratitude, my darling. We owe him a world of gratitude. Alas, we shall never be able to repay him, but we will pray that he may be as happy as his noble heart deserves, my dear. God bless him. And, father, we will do any little thing he asks of us. We will fly to obey his commands, my dear, in all things. Night or day he will only have to speak to us, and what he says shall be our law. Then, father, he asks of me, for the cause of public justice, that I should go back to Todd's, and wear this dress for the remainder only of today. Can we refuse him?" "Alas, alas," said the old man, "more trouble, more anxiety, more danger." "No, father, no danger. He will watch over me, and I have faith that heaven is with me. Can I part with you again?" "Yes, for such an object. Do not, father, say no to me, for you may say, and I will obey you, but with your own free consent let me go now, and do the bidding of the great and the good man, who has saved me to once more rest upon your breast, and kiss your cheek." The old man shook for a moment, and then he said, "Go, go, my child. Go and take with you my blessing and the blessing of God, for surely that must be yours. But oh, be careful, remember, my darling, that upon your safety hangs my life, for if I were to hear that anything had happened to you it would kill me. I have nothing now but you in the world to live for." "Oh, father, you do not mean to tell me that my mother is no more?" "No, my dear, no. Ask me nothing now, you shall know all at another time. Only tell me when I shall see you again." "At sunset," said Sir Richard Blunt, as he stepped into the room at this moment. "At sunset, I hope, Mr. Oakley, and in the meantime be assured of her perfect safety. I offer my life as security for hers, and would not hesitate to sacrifice it for her." The manner of the magistrate was such that no one could for one moment doubt that he spoke the genuine sentiments at his heart, and such words, coming from such a quarter, it may be well supposed were calculated to produce a great impression. "I am satisfied," said Mr. Oakley. "I should be more than an unreasonable man if I were not fully convinced now of the safety of Johanna." When she had got her father to say this much, Johanna was anxious to be off, and she signified as much to Sir Richard Blunt, who fully acquiesced in the propriety of the measure, for already her absence had been quite long enough from the shop, and Todd might not be in the best of humours at her return. After one more embrace, Johanna tore herself from her father's arms, and followed the magistrate from the fruiterer's house, by the same route which had conducted her to it. On their way he explained to her some little matters of which she was in ignorance, or at least concerning which she could only conjecture. Both the persons whom you left in Todd's shop, he said, belonged to my force, and the one only went for the protection of the other, as I, of course, surmised that you would be at once sent out of the way upon some real or mock errand, to give Todd opportunity of committing a murder. My great object is to find out precisely how he does the deed, and the man who came in to be shaved was to make what observations of the place he could during the ceremony, while the other distracted Todd's attention. I understand, said Johanna. I of course knew that they were friends when they mentioned the watchword of St. Dunstan to me. Exactly. I gave them instructions to seize the very first opportunity of letting you hear the watchword. Are there any large cupboards in the shop? Yes, there is one of great size. Would it, do you think, hold 2 men? Oh, yes, perchance you who are tall might have to stoop a little, but with that exception as to height there is most ample space. That will do then. I cannot tell you, of course, the exact hour, but be it when it may, the moment Todd leaves the shop today to go upon any business out of doors, 2 persons from me will come to hide themselves in that cupboard. They will use the watchword. Yes, certainly, and you will so dispose any movable article in the shop as to take away any idea that the cupboard had been visited or in the slightest degree interfered with. That I can easily do. Well, here we are then in Fleet Street again, and mind all this that I have planned has nothing to do with your proceedings to call for assistance if any special or unforeseen danger should occur to you. Johanna, upon this, showed him the jagged stone she had in her pocket to cast through the window. Yes, that would do, said Sir Richard, but I would gladly supply you with arms. Do you think you could manage a pistol if you had one? Yes, I have often looked at some firearms that my father had in his shop to sell once, and I have seen them used. I am glad of that, continued Sir Richard. Here are 2 very small pistols loaded. They may be thoroughly depended upon in a room, but they would not carry any distance in consequence of the shortness of the barrel. If, however, you should be in any sudden and extreme danger from Todd, anywhere else than in the shop, or there, if you are pushed for time, one of these fired in his face will be tolerably effective. You can keep them both in your pocket. The magistrate, as he spoke, handed to Johanna a pair of very small but exquisitely made pistols, encircled with silver mounting, and she carefully concealed them, feeling still more secure from any treachery upon the part of Todd, now that she held his life as much, if not more, in her hands than he held hers in his. Sir Richard gives Johanna pistols for her protection. She shook her kind friend warmly by the hand, and then hastened to the barber's shop. As she got near to it, she saw the tall, thin man who had so perplexed Todd about the religious tract come out, and Todd followed him to the door, looking after him with such an expression of deadly malice that Johanna could not but pause a moment to look at him. He suddenly turned his eyes towards her and saw her. He beckoned with his finger, and she entered the shop. "Well, Charlie," he said, with quite an affectation of good humour, "you are a good lad." "I am glad you think so, sir," she replied, seeing that Todd paused for an answer. "I cannot but think so. I shall have to look over some accounts in the parlour this morning, and if anybody, any female, I mean, comes for me, say I have gone to the city, and that, after that, I said I would call in Bell Yard before I came home. You well remember that Bell Yard. Be vigilant and discreet, and you shall have the reward that I have all along intended for you, and which you should not miss upon any account. I am much beholden to you, sir, but if any one should come to be shaved while you are in the parlour, what shall I say to them? You can say I have gone to the Temple to dress Mr. Block's new wig, if you like, so that you got rid of them, for I must not be disturbed on any consideration." "Very well, sir. Put another turf on the fire, Charlie, and make yourself quite comfortable." What inconsistent amenity this was upon the part of Todd. It seemed as though he had turned over a new leaf completely, and intended to put an end to all suspicions, if he had any, of Charlie Green. And after that, Todd still preserved his kind intention of cutting his throat with one of the razors. "The very best thing you can do with people," muttered Todd to himself as he went into the parlour, "is to cut their throats as soon as they cease to be useful to you, for from that moment, if you do not put them out of the way, they are almost certain to be mischievous to you." What a pleasant lot of maxims Todd had, and what a beautiful system of moral philosophy his was, to be sure. One thing was quite evident, and that was that he fully expected and dreaded the visit of Mrs. Lovett upon money matters. It will be recollected that 10 o'clock was named as about the hour when that lady was to bring in her little account in the partnership affair of Todd, Lovett and Co. And as he, Todd, had for once in his life been fairly bothered to make any further excuses to so pertinacious a creditor as Mrs. Lovett, he had hit upon the plan of trying to put her off during the day by one means or another, and at night he would, at an earlier hour than he had before intended, be off and away. Everything was in readiness, and he considered Mrs. Lovett his only hindrance. A danger he scarcely thought her, for at the very worst he could not conceive that even her passion would be sufficient to induce her to sacrifice herself for the sake of revenge upon him. His house was prepared so that a match would at any moment suffice to give the touch that would set it in a blaze. And then, as he said, who shall say where the conflagration among the old well-dried wooden houses of Fleet Street may reach to? His passage in the Hamburg ship was secure. The fearful proceeds of his life of rapine and murder were in her hold. How uncommonly safe Todd thought himself, and how well he considered he had managed his affairs. Short-sighted mortals that we are! How often we mistake the shifting morass of difficulty for the terra firma of prosperity, and how often do we weep for those events, which in themselves and their results form the groundwork of the happiness of a life. Truly we are such things as air is made of. If Todd now for one moment could have imagined that his plunder, which he believed was so safe on board the Hamburg ship, was actually on the contrary at the office of Sir Richard Blunt in Craven Street, what would have been his sensations? Would he have laughed and sniggered over the bumper of brandy he was holding to his lips in his parlour? No, indeed. If he could but have guessed that the ship in which he had intended to embark was then 24 hours on her route, and battling with the surging waves of the German Ocean, how would he have felt? Strange to say, he never had felt so confident of success and triumph as upon that day. He could have said with Romeo in Mantua, "My bosom's lord sits lightly on its throne," while, like Romeo, he was on the eve of a blow that at once was to topple to the dust the very structure of all his hopes. He of course fully expected a visit from Mrs. Lovett, but he did hope that she would take an answer from Charlie and go away again. If she did not, he trusted to the inspiration of the moment to be able to say something to her which might have the effect of producing that which he wanted only, namely, delay. Chapter 97. While Todd is thus waiting anxiously for the arrival of his old ally in iniquity, but who now he considered to be his most deadly foe and his worst possible hindrance to carry out his deeply, by far too deeply, laid schemes, we shall have time to take a peep at some proceedings of Sir Richard Blunt's, which are rather entertaining and decidedly important. Johanna had not been long gone from the fruiterer's shop before Sir Richard said to the fruiterer, "If you are ready we will go now to the church at once. I have left quite a sufficient guard over the safety of Miss Oakley, and besides this affair will not take us, I dare say, above a couple of hours." "Not so long, I think," replied the fruiterer. "I am quite ready, and no doubt your men are in the church by this time. They are apt to be punctual." "They would not suit me for long if they were not," replied Sir Richard. "Punctuality is the one grand principle which is the hinge of all my business, and the secret of by far the larger portion of my success." They walked rapidly up Fleet Street together until they came opposite to St. Dunstan's Church, and then they crossed the road and tapped lightly at a little wicket in the great door of the building. The wicket was immediately opened by a man who touched his hat to Sir Richard. "All right. asked the magistrate, and everyone here. Yes, sir, everyone, that will do then. Be sure you fasten the door in the inside, so that troublesome beadle, if he should be smitten with a desire to visit the church, cannot get in. And if he should come and be troublesome, take him into custody at once, and shut him up anywhere that may keep him out of harm's way for the next 12 hours or so. Yes, sir, this man, whose business it evidently was to stay by the door, carefully fastened it, and Sir Richard Blunt with his friend from Fleet Street advanced into the body of the church. He had not gone far before a pew opened, and 6 persons came out. One of these was a well-dressed elderly man, who said, as the magistrate approached him, "I have made all the necessary observations, Sir Richard, and am quite easy and confident that I can direct your men how to excavate directly to Todd's house." "Thank you, Sir Christopher," said the magistrate. "I am very much indebted to you for the trouble you have taken in this affair, which I think is now near its climax." "I hope so, Sir Richard. This way, if you please." The whole party now proceeded to the same slab of stone which the magistrate had before removed, for the purpose of making his inquiries below the surface of the earth. The slab was standing on its edge against a column of the nearest aisle, and the deep dark opening to the vaults was before them. "There is but little foul air," said Sir Christopher. "The stone has been off, they tell me, many hours. Shall I go first, or will you, Sir Richard?" "Allow me," said the magistrate. "Should there be any risks, it is my duty first to encounter them." "As you please, Sir Richard, as you please, sir. I willingly give place to you, because I know, if there be any difficulty, how much better calculated you are than anyone here to overcome it." The magistrate made a slight bow to the compliment, and then taking a link in his hand, he descended the stairs leading to the vaults of St. Dunstan's. It will be well recollected that he had been in those vaults before, and that he had made certain discoveries, which to a vast extent implicated Mrs. Lovett in the crimes of Sweeney Todd. But his object upon this present visit was of a different character. In plain language, this was an attempt to ascertain if there were any underground modes of communication between Todd's house and the vaults of old St. Dunstan's church. That there were some such subterraneous passages had become, after the most mature consideration, a firm conviction upon the mind of Sir Richard Blunt, and hence he had resolved upon such an exploration of the spot as should confirm or dispel the idea for ever. Those whom he had with him were all persons upon whom he could thoroughly depend, and the ancient architect who had given his services was to point out the exact direction in which to proceed. Upon reaching the foot of the stone steps, instead of traversing the passage that led in the direction of Bell Yard, which he had formerly done, Sir Richard turned directly the other way, saying as he did so, "This, I presume, will be our direction." "We shall see in a moment," said the architect. "I have taken the bearings so exactly that I can point out to you the precise course." He forced into the ground to a sufficient depth to make it stand steady, his walking stick, and then removing a little gold cap from the top of it, he disclosed a small compass which after some oscillations steadied itself. "Then," said Sir Christopher, "through that wall would lead in a direct line to Todd's house." "This will assist us," said Sir Richard. "We will, before we actually begin excavating, endeavour to find some of the vaults which may run in that direction, and so perhaps save ourselves an immense amount of labour." "Very good," said Sir Christopher Wren. "I can at any time give you from any place the exact bearing of Todd's house, for I have it fixed in my mind, and can read it off from the compass plate in a moment." They now at once made their way into the vaults, and by dint of keeping to the right hand, they avoided going much out of their course. These vaults were of great extent, and although some of them, owing to being full of the dead, had been bricked up, yet they were very easily opened, and in many cases a direct thoroughfare for considerable distances was effected. Ever and anon the compass was appealed to, and showed them that they were approaching Todd's house. One of the party, a well-dressed, gentlemanly-looking man, now stepped forward and said to Sir Richard, "Here, according to the plans of the church, the vault's end. Then we can get no further. Not an inch, Sir Richard. Then here commences in reality our mission, which is to try to discover some communication between the lower part of the house occupied by Sweeney Todd and these vaults. Let us each use our utmost discrimination to effect that object. He lighted for himself a small lantern and commenced a rigorous search of the walls, but for some few minutes could find nothing to excite the least suspicion. At length he paused at one portion of one of the vaults, where a kind of wooden tomb had been erected close to the wall. A large piece of dirty oak was placed upright against the earthwork. "If there be any mode of leaving this vault but the one we have entered," he said, "it is here." At these words, so significant as they were of some discovery having been made by Sir Richard, all those who were with him made their way to that spot, and from their several lanterns a glare of light was thrown upon the wooden monument. "This," said the person who had before spoken of the plan of the vaults, "this is the monument of a Sir Giles horseman, who was killed by accident and interred here about 22 years ago. It was a very unusual thing to make any such erection in a vault, but his widow wished it, and the authorities saw no good reason for interfering. The monument had evidently consisted of an oaken kind of square ornamental tomb affixed to the wall, and extending out about 6 feet into the vault. That portion of it which did so extend into the vault had fallen in, but the piece of oak which had been originally affixed to the wall there remained. "What leads you to suppose, Sir Richard," said the architect, "that this place will show us anything?" "This," said the magistrate as he picked up from amid the rubbish of the broken monument a nearly new glove of thick leather. "How did this get here?" The glove was passed from hand to hand and duly examined. No one owned it, and the only remark that could be made upon it was that it was of an immense size. "Then," said Sir Richard blunt, "since it belongs to none of us, I give it as my opinion that it belongs to Sweeney Todd and has fallen from his hand in this place." "It must be so," said the fruiterer. "I know of no hand in the city of London that such a glove would fit but his. But how came he here?" said Sir Christopher. "That is the question. How could he get here?" "We shall see," said the magistrate. "Lend me that small iron crowbar, Jenkins." The crowbar was handed to Sir Richard Blunt, and at one touch with it down come the piece of oak that was against the wall. That was conclusive, for instead of the solid wall beyond it, there was a deep crevice or opening just sufficient to enable one person to go through it. "This is the place," said the magistrate. There was a death-like silence among all present. Every ear was on the stretch, and every eye was fixed upon the narrow opening in the wall of the vault. It would almost seem as though every one expected Sweeney Todd to appear with one of his victims on his back that he had just, to use his own expressive phraseology, succeeded in polishing off. Sir Christopher stuck up his compass again, and it was his voice that first broke the stillness. "The route is direct," he said. "To Todd's house?" asked Sir Richard. "Yes, direct." "Then all we have got to do is to follow it. It is an enterprise perhaps attended with some danger, and certainly with much horror, I think. Now I do not ask anyone to follow me, but go I will." "I will follow you, Sir Richard," he said the fruiterer. "I reside in Fleet Street, and rather than not ferret out such a villain as Todd from the neighbourhood, I would run any risks. I am with you, sir." "And I," said Sir Christopher Wren. And I," cried everyone. "Come on," said the magistrate. "Come on. I will take the small lantern, and if I meet Todd, my great aim will be to take him a prisoner, not to kill him. And mind all of you, if by any chance a scuffle with that man should ensue, it would be a scandalous cheating of the gallows to do him any injury that might even delay his execution. Now, come on." It required no small amount of real courage to lead the way in that expedition into the very bowels of the earth, as it were. But with the small lantern elevated as far above his head as the roof of the passage would admit of, Sir Richard stepped cautiously and slowly on. The excavation in which they were was roughly but well made. At intervals of about 12 feet each, there always occurred 2 upright pieces of plank supporting a third piece on the roof, and firmly wedged in, so that there was but little likelihood of a fall of earth from above. Suddenly a scuffling noise was heard, and Sir Richard for a moment paused. "What is it?" said the fruiterer. "Only some rats," he replied. "I dare say there are plenty of such gentlemen in this quarter of the world, and probably they never saw so large a party here before. They are scudding along in a regiment here." After going on for about 20 paces further, Sir Richard found a door completely blocking up the passage. By dint of careful investigation of it, he found it was locked and the key in the other side of the lock. He pushed it through with some difficulty, and then with a skeleton key opened the door in the course of a few moments. "Come on," he said. "Ah, this is a different place." They now found themselves in some regularly constructed vaults, arched with stone, down the sides of which there rolled long streams of moisture. They were all quite at a loss to know what place they had got into, for they knew of nothing of the sort beneath Fleet Street, and they gazed about them with wonder. Chapter 98. "Who on earth would have thought of vaults like these in such a situation?" said the fruiterer. "They are," said Sir Christopher, "undoubtedly the remains of some public building which probably at a very distant date has occupied the site above. They are well built and really of considerable architectural beauty in some respects. I am quite pleased at the opportunity of seeing such a place." "It looks," remarked the magistrate, "as though it had been long hidden from the world. It is such men as Sweeney Todd who find out more underground secrets in a month than we should in a lifetime. But I hope that we shall find out all his cleverness and most abhorrent iniquities now." The air in this stone place was by no means very bad, and indeed, after the vaults, there was rather an agreeable damp kind of freshness in it, while it was evident, by the manner in which the lights burnt in it, that there was no want of vitality in its atmosphere. At first it was no easy matter to find any kind of outlet from the place. After some searching, however, another door was discovered, very similar indeed to the one that Sir Richard Blunt had opened with the picklock, and that too was found to be locked on the other side, and the key, as in the former case, in the lock. All this locking of doors, said the magistrate, was, I have no sort of doubt, to protect himself from any night visit upon the part of Mrs. Lovett, from whom I feel certain that Sweeney Todd has been expecting attempts upon his life, as much as to my own knowledge he has made attempts upon hers. But by some kind of fatality or providence, they seem to be unable to harm each other. "It is a providence," said Sir Christopher. "They must both suffer the penalty of outraging, as they have done, the laws of God and man, and the retribution would be by no means complete were they to fall by the hands or each other." "I think you are right, sir," said the fruiterer. The door, which was now opened, only led to some other vaults, which somewhat resembled those the party had just left, only that they were by no means so lofty or so carefully constructed as they were, and before they had proceeded far, some evidences of habitation began to show themselves. Some old boots occupied a place in one corner, and some old hats and other articles of clothing were lying in a confused heap in another. Sir Richard Blunt looked upon all this as ample testimony that he was quite close to the abode of Sweeney Todd, and he accordingly turned to his friends, saying, "It is necessary that we proceed with the utmost caution. I think a very few steps will take us into the cellars of Todd's house, and the object now is not by any means to give him the least alarm, but merely to find out, if possible, by what means he murders and disposes of his victims." Acting upon this caution, they extinguished all the lights, with the exception of one lantern, and that Sir Richard Blunt himself carried, as he still continued to head the expedition. Suddenly he came upon an arched doorway without a door, and hardly had he proceeded a few paces, when he saw something lying in a strange, confused mass upon the floor, which, upon a closer examination, proved to be a dead body. The reader will probably in this body see the spy who had been employed by Mrs. Lovett to see that Todd did not run away in the course of the preceding night. The body found under Todd's house. The body was lying upon some stones, that seemed to have been placed one upon another in such a position that their most jagged corners and uneven surfaces should be uppermost. A glance at the roof showed a square, black-looking hole. Sir Richard Blunt was upon the point of saying something, when overhead they heard the distinct tramp of a man. The magistrate immediately placed his finger upon his lips, and all was as still as the grave in that place. Presently they heard a voice, and they all knew that it was the voice of Sweeney Todd. It came from above and reached their ears with sufficient clearness to enable them to catch the words. "Her death is certain if I can but get her to cross the threshold of this parlour." Then the pacing to and fro of that really wretched man continued. The few words that Todd had spoken had been sufficient to convince Sir Richard Blunt of one thing, which was that they were beneath the parlour and not the shop. It was from the shop the people disappeared, so the heart of Todd's mystery remained yet to be reached. There was another small doorway a little to the left of where he stood, and Sir Richard, upon the impulse of the moment, passed through it alone. He came back again in a moment. "Gentlemen," he whispered, "have we seen enough?" They nodded, and without another word, he led the way back again from the dreary subterranean abode of murder. It was only to the fruiterer he whispered, after they had gotten some distance from the spot upon which the dead body lay, "I know all." "Indeed?" "Yes. When we get back to your home I will tell you. Let for the meantime the general impression be that all there was to learn consisted of the secret of that square hole in the flooring of the parlour." "Yes, yes, but there is more." "Much more. You and Sir Christopher at present, I think, are the only two persons I shall be communicative with. The whole world will know it all soon enough, but long and old habits of caution always induce me to keep my information as quiet as I possibly can." "You are quite right, Sir Richard. Even I shall feel it to be no offence if you keep entirely to yourself what you have seen." "No, no. I wish to avail myself of your advice, which has done me good service upon more than one occasion. So when we get to your house, we will talk the matter fully over." By this time they had got so far from the immediate vicinity of Todd's house that such excessive caution in conversing was no longer necessary, and the magistrate, pausing, made a general remark to all. "The less that is said about what we have seen here, the better it will be. Let me beg of everyone not to give the smallest hint to anyone, even in the most confidential manner, of the discoveries that have been made here today." An immediate assent was of course given to this proposition, and in the course of 5 minutes they were all in St. Dunstan's church. It was something amusing to Sir Richard, at that moment, to notice the look of relief there was upon every countenance, now that the investigation into that underground and unknown region was over. Each person seemed as if he had just escaped from the toils and hazards of a battle. By a glance at his watch, Sir Richard ascertained that only 1 hour and a quarter had been consumed in the whole affair, and he was pleased to think how soon again he should be personally superintending the safety of Johanna. Before, however, the party got half-way to the door of the church, they heard a vociferous argumentation going on in that quarter, and the voice of the beadle, who was well known to Sir Richard, was heard exclaiming, "I will come in. I'm the beadle. Fire, fire, I will come in. What, keep a beadle out of his own church? Oh, 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 convulsions, convulsions, it ain't possible." "Gentlemen," said the magistrate, "we must repress our friend the beadle's curiosity. Let us all say hush to him as we go out, and not another word." This was generally understood, and they walked slowly in a kind of procession to the church door. "Pitchforks and hatchets," cried the beadle. "I will come in, dust to dust and ashes to ashes. Look at my hat and coat, I ain't a impostor but a real beetle. Bless us, who is here? Why, there ain't no service nor a wedding. What a lot of folks. Have they been a grabbing of the communion plate? Oh, murder, convulsions and thieves." Sir Richard went close up to him, and in the most mysterious way in the world whispered in his ear, "Hush." "Eh," said the beadle. Sir Christopher took hold of him by the collar of the coat and said, "Hush." "Well, but," the fruiterer beckoned to him with great gravity, and when he come forward a pace or two, said, "Hush." "But good gracious, what am I to hush about? What is it all? What does it mean? Tell us, for goodness gracious sake. I don't know anything, I'm an ass, an idiot. What am I to hush about? I shall sit upon no end of thorns and nettles till I know. What is it? Hush, 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 said every one as he passed the now nearly distracted Beadle, and finally